Chapter 71: The Eastern Han Dynasty and the Yellow Turbans. Dozens of catapults were pushed to the foot of Guangzong city. The soldiers in Qingzhuang pulled the ropes, and 30 kilograms of stones were thrown out, hitting the wall of Guangzong city in a parabola in the air. A wooden arrow tower of the Yellow Turban army was hit by a stone, smashing a corner directly. An unlucky Yellow Turban archer was even killed. The damage caused by the catapult to the walls of Guangzong city was not the main effect. The more obvious effect was to reduce the morale of the Yellow Turban army. No matter who you are afraid of the stones thrown at you. Under the cover of catapults and infantry, the 12-meter-tall siege tower of the Han army was close to the city wall of Guangzong city. The archers of the Shisheng battalion on the siege tower fired an arrow, and the arrows penetrated the Yellow Turban soldiers on the wall. The generally thin cloth and leather armor of the Yellow Turban soldiers could not withstand the arrows of the high-level archers. They fell to the ground with arrow feathers stuck in their bodies, and their eyes gradually lost their luster. More than a dozen siege towers were equipped with sophisticated archers from the Han army. They were condescending and tried to suppress the Yellow Turban archers. There is a 4-meter difference between the city wall and the siege tower of Guangzong city. The Yellow Turban archers on the city wall have to shoot upwards at the siege tower, which is not effective. What made the Yellow Turban army even more uncomfortable was that they not only had to face the condescending siege tower, but also faced the Han archers throwing bows and arrows under the city wall, as well as the catapults that were still showing off their power. The Han army's cloud echelons and rushing convoys have also begun to move. This was an unprecedented battle in the Eastern Han dynasty, and it was more of a shock and inspiration to the various lords participating in the war. No lord has organized such a large-scale battle. They have witnessed the brutal siege battle here, which is a reward in itself. When will my territory be able to support tens of thousands of elites and have hundreds of large siege engines? Chu Tian, who was watching the battle as a reserve team, was shocked by the scale of the battle. This is not the largest battle in the Eastern Han dynasty. Battles in Banner Lord can be much larger. The other lords were also very excited. They all wanted to train a battle-hardened army comparable to the Eastern Han dynasty army. Ha ha! I made the right choice this time by choosing the Han camp, with Lu Ji and Lu Guangzong present, as well as excellent troops and a large number of soldiers. How can we lose? I think we can break Guangzong city today. Hui An's words were full of confidence in Lu Ji and the Han army. The Han army camp wins, and any player who joins the Han army camp can obtain military merit. It's better not to talk too much. Zhang Jiao shouldn't be defeated so easily. It's only the 5th day of the battle. Chu Tian was not as optimistic as Huan. The offensive against Guangzong County had just begun. If Zhang Jiao was defeated so easily, Lu Ji did not need to be cautious and waited until the siege equipment was ready before launching the attack. The Han army has begun preparing to attack the city. A lord who was observing the battlefield attentively exclaimed. Under the cover of archers, siege towers, and catapults, the Han infantry used sandbags to fill in the ravines under the city, paving the way for ladder trucks, siege towers, and flying ladders to approach the city wall. The Han army was obviously experienced in sieging cities. They did not rush around but were methodical. Boom! The heavy ram hit the heavy city gate hard. The city gate shook violently, and a lot of soil shook off the rammed earth city wall. The Yellow Turban army in the city hurriedly tried to strengthen the city gate to prevent it from being breached by the Han army. When the city gate was in danger, the Han army's ladder truck was already close to the city wall, and the two sides began to see each other. The soldiers of the Han army, led by the military commander, prepared to seize the city wall. The arrow rain from both sides has caused hundreds of casualties to the Han army, and the losses to the Yellow Turban army were no less than 1,000. The arrow rain continued, and the focus of both sides turned to the battle for the city wall. Han soldiers were killed at every moment, and the casualties of the Yellow Turban army were even more serious. Fire archers! Burn their siege tower for me! Zhang Liang stabbed a Han soldier to death with one shot and asked the archers to fire rockets. A flaming arrow fell on the Han army's siege tower, trying to prevent the siege tower's suspension bridge from being lowered. The height of the siege tower must be above the city wall. Once the suspension bridge is lowered, a large number of Han infantry will climb up the city along the siege tower, which will be a disaster. A group of yellow-scarfed soldiers carried hot kerosene and poured it on the ladder truck. The hot kerosene flowed down the ladder. The climbing Han soldiers screamed and fell from the ladder. The Yellow Turban army was no match for the Han army in frontal combat, but with its city fortifications, it could cause considerable casualties to the Han army. The battle between the two sides was very fierce. A siege tower had been ignited by rockets, and was burning with black smoke. The black smoke could be clearly seen in Chutian hundreds of meters away. In order to storm Guangzong County, the Han court took out all Laudi. The Yellow Turban Army's will to resist was very tenacious in the battle between trapped beasts, and their morale did not decline for a long time. Not to mention Lu Ji. Even Chutian felt sorry for these losses. The Han dynasty's army of hundreds of battles was lost in the tragic siege battle. But this was also the helpless choice of the Han court. If the Yellow Turban Army was not eliminated as soon as possible, and the Yellow Turban Army from all over the country were reunited, the Han court would perish faster. Zhou Yafu, if I give you Lu Ji's troops and horses, are you confident in capturing Guangzong City? While Chu Tian was watching the battle, he also wanted to know whether Zhou Yafu would perform better than Lu Ji if he was commanding the battle instead of Lu Ji. One of the two people was a famous general in the Western Han dynasty, and the other was a famous general in the Eastern Han dynasty. Zhou Yafu nodded. Of course. How much time is required? The more time, the better. If our army has enough food and grass, it is best to besiege the city until next spring and summer, and then capture the city. Seeing Zhou Yafu's serious expression, Chu Tian knew that his words were not a joke. Zhou Yafu has one style of fighting, which is steady. After a few months of siege, the Yellow Turban Army themselves would probably go crazy, and Zhang Jiao would also die of illness. By then, it would be easy to capture Guangzong City. I don't understand why Lu Ji is eager to attack the city. Chu Tian believed that if possible, Lu Ji would probably choose the same siege tactics as Zhou Yafu. Zhou Yafu still analyzed seriously. There are three possibilities. 1. Lu Ji was eager for quick success. 2nd. The Han army was short of food and grass. 3rd. There was urging from above. Chu Tian considered the first 2 points, and it seemed unlikely. The Han army was located in Hebei, a region with a large population and fertile land, so the food supply would not be in short supply. If not, they could still get food from Yanzhou and Qingzhou. Then it is very likely that the superiors urged Lu Ji to play. Above is Emperor Ling of the Han dynasty. Chu Tian thought that Lu Ji was indeed replaced because he offended the eunuchs during the encirclement and suppression of the Yellow Turban Army. Could this battle force the Han army to change its generals? When Chu Tian and Zhou Yafu were discussing the war, hundreds of Han troops had already attacked the city wall, and Guangzong City was in danger. Zhang Liang led the Yellow Turban chief in a bloody battle with the Han army and drove the Han army off the city wall, dripping with blood. Zhang Liang was also a fierce general, and killed more than a dozen elite Han soldiers one after another. The yellow scarf sword collided with the Han swords of the Han army, and the sound of fighting was endless. However, only Zhang Liang's side could expel the Han army. Han armies from several other directions used ladder trucks to attack the city wall, and were expanding their occupation of the city wall. Just when the Yellow Turban Army was unable to hold on, a group of burly Yellow Turban soldiers arrived. This group of Yellow Turban soldiers were wearing iron armor and looked extremely powerful. The leader of this group of Yellow Turban warriors was a middle-aged man with a pale face and a yellow turban. Zhang Liang was happy and surprised when he saw the man. Brother, you are finally here. Chapter 72 Dongzhuo is coming. The sky is dead, and the yellow sky should stand. If you are aged for a year, the world will be prosperous. Hundreds of thousands of Yellow Turban troops in Guangzong City chanted slogans with a momentum that shook the heaven and earth. Originally, the Han army had gained an advantage and gradually expanded its results. As a result, the Yellow Turban Army fell into a frenzy, and their morale soared. Lord, it's raining! After being reminded by Hua Mulan, Chu Tian discovered that at some point, black clouds gathered in the sky, and it started to rain lightly. The winter of the first year of the Lord's calendar was a cold one, with icy rain, and the entire Han army camp was in panic. In such bad weather, arrows are basically unusable, and the city walls are slippery, which is really detrimental to the attacking party. Lu Ji glanced at the hazy sky. The right time, right place, and right people were indispensable. At this time, the Han army lost the right time, and its momentum disappeared. It was no longer possible to break the city today. This is Zhang Jiao's magic. Retreat temporarily. The heavy infantry will take over. Siege troops to prevent the Yellow Turbans from leaving the city to counterattack. Zhang Jiao's sorcery is so terrifying and can change the color of the situation. If we, the Han dynasty, have such talents, wouldn't we be able to revive China again? Liu Bei looked at Guangzong City. It would be great if he had a military advisor who knew how to witchcraft. This may be Zhang Jiao's exclusive skill or characteristic. When Chu Tian saw the strange weather, he knew it might be caused by Zhang Jiao. The Han army retreated. Huang Mulan reminded Chu Tian again. B's Honglang General Lu Zimingjian withdrew his troops, and the large siege equipment slowly retreated. The Han Army Reserve Team stepped forward to respond, not giving the Yellow Turban Army a chance to leave the city to pursue them. It may not be that simple to defeat Zhang Jiao. Lu Ji ordered the Han Army to retreat. The Han Army camp generally realized that the time to break the city was not yet ripe. Chu Tian was not in a hurry. Even Lu Ji, who had tens of thousands of Han troops and hundreds of thousands of rebels, did not dare to attack Zhang Jiao easily. There was no need for him to be reckless. Training in the Han Army's military camp is no different from training in Xia Town. At the same time, you can also use the system to instruct fellow player Xiao Liang to assist in the construction of Xia Town. Chu Tian learned that the Zhongyi Temple in Xia Town was finally completed. In the future, the morale of the Xia Town army would be more difficult to decline, and the cost of comforting the families of fallen soldiers would also be reduced. When Xiaozhen participated in the war, it was protected by the Han court, so Chu Tian did not have to worry about Xiaozhen being attacked. It rained heavily for a day. On the 7th day, the Han army did not attack again. On the 8th day, the Han army still did not attack. 9th day, some lords could not hold back. They had no military merit by staying in the military camp and standing still. What is Lu Ji thinking? If we don't attack the city yet, do we want to kill Zhang Jiao? Maybe that's really the case. Drive. A group of cavalry galloped across the land of Hebei, leaving shallow hoof prints on the ground. The Han general at the head was a heavy-backed man with white temples who had been on the battlefield for a long time. The cavalry behind him are all capable soldiers with rich combat experience. The word Dong is written in small seal script on the general's flag that rustles in the north wind. The Han general looked towards the towering Guangzong County, where the main force of the Yellow Turban Army gathered. It's the 12th day, and there's still no movement from Lu Ji. Chu Tian waited patiently for 7 days, but Lu Ji only surrounded but did not attack. The strategy he used was similar to the idea proposed by Zhou Yafu. However, it may not be a good thing for Chu Tian. The rankings in the Eastern Han District are gradually occupied by the lords of Yingchuan County and Nanyang County battlefields. The Yingchuan Yellow Turbans were defeated by Huang Fusong, the last god of war in the Eastern Han Dynasty. A group of lords and free players who followed Huang Fusong in pursuit of the Yellow Turbans gained a lot of military merit. The Yellow Turban Army in Nanyang County was trapped in Wancheng and was attacked by Sun Jian and the players who supported Sun Jian. The Yellow Turban Army in Wancheng was in danger. Only the progress in Guangzong County was slow, and many lords and players had strong opinions on Lu Ji because of this. Chu Tian also had objections to Lu Ji, but he believed that Lu Ji's approach was correct. Only when Zhang Jiao died of illness, and the morale of the Yellow Turban Army dropped significantly in Guangzong County, could it be easy to capture Guangzong, which was guarded by Zhang Jiao personally. County. Zhang Jiao is the spiritual leader of the Yellow Turban Army. With him around, the morale of the Yellow Turban Army will not drop easily. Han reinforcements have arrived. How many people? 5,000 cavalry. A lord noticed a group of cavalry arriving at Lu Ji's military camp. 5,000 cavalry are enough to drive the early lords crazy. No lord could recruit 5,000 cavalry in the first half year. There are only 5,000 war horses, worth 10,000 gold, not counting the monthly expenses for raising horses and the salary of the cavalry. 5,000 cavalry broke into the main camp of the Han army. These 5,000 cavalry are high-spirited and well-equipped. They seem to be higher than the light cavalry in Xia Town in terms of rank and level. The leading Han general dismounted from his horse, with thick arms and 2 quivers, and strode with dozens of soldiers to find Lu Ji. Dong Ziki? When Chu Tian saw the flag of the incoming cavalry, he only thought of the possibility that Dong Zhuo was coming. So most of these cavalry are Shiliang cavalry. The Shiliang cavalry can also be subdivided into different arms. The Shiliang light cavalry is a 3rd level cavalry, while the Shiliang iron cavalry is a heavy cavalry with a higher level. The 5,000 cavalry who arrived were only 3rd level Shiliang light cavalry. Even so, the 3rd level cavalry has been the envy of countless lords. Moreover, the combat effectiveness of Shiliang light cavalry may be stronger than that of light cavalry from other states. The military commander in charge of the Chu Tian group of players, Ma Zhantai, summoned them and announced the changes in the Han army's camp on the Guangzong County battlefield. The imperial court believed that B's Honglang General Lu Ji would only besiege but not attack, and the crusade against the Yellow Turbans would be unfavorable. So he ordered Dong's Honglang General Lord Dong Zhuo is responsible for the Jizhou battlefield and completely defeats the Yellow Turban army. Many players, including Chu Tian, changed their colors slightly after confirming that the person coming was really Dong Zhuo. Dong Zhuo was a fierce general in the late Han dynasty who fought against the Xiongnu and Chang people. However, whether in history or in romance, Dong Zhuo's fight against the Yellow Turbans seemed to have failed to achieve any results, and he was even convicted by the court. Xiliang light cavalry are very fierce in plain areas and border fortresses, but they are useless against the 8-meter-high city wall of Guangzong County. According to Dong Zhuo's character and the urging of the court, he should choose to attack by force. This time it may be bad. Chu Tian groaned secretly. Although Lu Ji's tactics may seem timid, they are solid enough, and he will definitely win if he persists until later, especially if the other two battlefields are victorious. Now the change of generals on the spot gave the Yellow Turban army an opportunity. I didn't expect the court to replace me. Xuanda, you have to work hard next. Lu Ji was punished by the imperial court and handed over military power to Dong Zhuo. He was in low spirits and said goodbye to the Han military captains and Liu Bei. A cavalry force that Liu Bei finally led was taken back by Dong Zhuo, and without Lu Ji as a big backer, he had few chances to gain military honors. Only the three of them, Lu Guan and Zhang, could not catch up with the lords, who had soldiers and horses no matter how much military merit they obtained with their own strength. Lu Ji went to Luoyang under the escort of a small group of Han soldiers. Now he is guilty. A group of soldiers and horses were waiting for Lu Ji outside the Han army camp, and came to see Lu Ji off. Lu Ji looked at this unknown young man. You should be a rebel leader. Right. I am in Chutian, Langya Kingdom. Shuzhou, I have the honor to meet Mr. Lu. Chapter 73, Great Momentum. Then decline. Do you think my strategy of siege but not attack is right or wrong? Master Lu, could it be that he wants to boil Zhang Jiao to death? Zhang Jiao used sorcery and lost his Yangshuo. He might not live for a few days. If he had to wait 10 more days, Zhang Jiao would die. Once Zhang Jiao died, Guangzong County could be easily conquered. But the imperial court changed generals on the spot. Perhaps only Huang Fusang could do it. Capture Guangzong County. Lu Ji's reminder gave Chu Tian an important piece of information that Zhang Jiao might not survive long. If Lu Ji had not been dismissed from his post by the imperial court, Chu Tian would not have had the chance to meet the elderly Beizhong Lang general. I'll go to Guangzhong or Zhuojuan to visit you, sir, when I have the opportunity in the future. Chu Tian knew that Lu Ji had a high reputation in the Eastern Han family, and wanted to make friends with him. The future of the big man should be left to you young people. Lu Ji was slightly shocked when he saw Hua Mulan and Zhou Yafu beside Chu Tian. You have two good generals. It would be great if you could command more troops. So I want to borrow something from Mr. Lu. Lu Ji briefly chatted with Chu Tian, who he had never met before, and was quickly taken away by a Han army team. Chu Tian knew that with Lu Ji's reputation, the court would not dare to kill him easily. At most, he would be demoted, so he was not worried about Lu Ji. As for Lu Ji saying that Zhou Yafu was a good general, Chu Tian felt a little inexplicably amused. Zhou Yafu was a general of the former dynasty. Lu Ji's senior, a chariot general of the Han dynasty, and his official position was much higher than Lu Ji's. If Zhou Yafu were to command this battle, there would be almost no failure. However, Chu Tian had no official position in the Han court, and could not overstep his authority. Liu Bei's Guan Yu and Zhang Fei also had no official positions, and had to borrow troops from Lu Ji. And Dong Zhuo is not that easy to talk to. After Dong Zhuo arrived, he changed Lu Ji's conservative style, and immediately took stock of the siege equipment, and prepared to launch a second storm on Guangzong County. This time Dong Zhuo used all his troops, even those of all the lords. Most of the lords complained about Lu Ji's conservative tactics, when they had no chance to gain military exploits. When Dong Zhuo organized a strong attack, the lords only dared to let their heroes lead troops to attack the city. 50,000 Han troops and 150,000 rebel troops were on display. Ladder vehicles, siege towers, ramming vehicles, catapults, and chariots all moved together. Dong Zhuo commanded from the condescending chariot. Brother, the Han army is about to attack the city again. It is said that the Han army has replaced the brave Dong Zhuo as its commander. Zhang Liang saw the main force of the Han army on the city wall setting up a siege formation again. and immediately went down to the city to find Zhang Jiao. Zhang Jiao's face was even paler than when Lu Ji was attacking the city. Like a piece of white paper. Zhang Jiao coughed violently. Ahem. Cough. Cough. The Han army has replaced Dong Zhuo. This may be our last chance. If we lose this opportunity, we may never be able to turn the tide. Brother. What do you mean? Immediately send someone to notify the third brother. Let him organize his troops and horses. And come from Xuyang for support at the agreed time. We should cooperate inside and outside to attack the Han army. Remember? This is our last chance. Ahem. The Han army's offensive was fierce. Dong Zhuo brought an attack bonus to the Han army. He was also a battle-hardened general, and his own attributes were not low. Under the command of Dong Zhuo, the Han army once attacked the city wall. The Yellow Turban army resisted tenaciously, and both sides fought to the death near the city wall. Lord, please let me lead my troops to attack the city. Hua Mulan saw hundreds of thousands of troops from both sides entering the battlefield one after another, and took the initiative to volunteer. No. Hua Mulan was slightly startled by Chu Tian's harsh tone. It's rare to see Chu Tian so harsh. Now is not the best opportunity to attack Guangzong County. You will only die if you go up there. Chu Tian's expression gradually softened. He could tell that the morale of the Yellow Turban army in Guangzong County had not dropped much because of Zhang Jiao's presence. Even if the Han army managed to climb the city wall, they would soon be driven back by the Yellow Turban army. A volley of rockets burned 2 of the Han army's siege towers, and more than 100 Han soldiers were killed. The Yellow Turban army's will to resist became stronger and stronger, and several ladder trucks were burned down. The fierce battle between the two sides lasted for 3 days without success. Thousands of Han soldiers were killed, and tens of thousands of soldiers sent by various lords were killed. The Yellow Turban army was estimated to have killed tens of thousands of people. But Guangzong City still stood. A silver-level hero in Xia Town, Infantry Deputy General Zhang Ding, was killed in battle. This is the first time a hero has died in Xia Town. If Chu Tian hadn't banned Zhou Yafu and Hua Mulan from going into battle, they might have been the ones killed. After 3 days of fierce fighting, Guangzong County could not be captured. The morale of both the Han army and the armies of various lords dropped drastically. Fortunately, the 2 heroes of Xia Town, Hua Mulan and Zhou Yafu, both have characteristics that can slow down the decline in morale, and the morale of Xia Town remains at around 75. The morale of the Han army led by Dong Zhuo and the lords of the Han army camp has dropped to below 70, or even below 60, reaching a dangerous level. Zhou Yafu's face became uglier day by day. If we continue to attack forcefully, we might be defeated by the Yellow Turban army. Chu Tian tried to find Dong Zhuo, but Dong Zhuo did not summon a small lord. There are hundreds or even thousands of lords in the main camp of the Han army, and there are more than 100 lords in each camp. Dong Zhuo's current status is much higher than them. In the depressing atmosphere, on the 4th day of Dong Zhuo's arrival and the 16th day of the battlefield, Dong Zhuo once again ordered the Han army to attack. The negative effects of the decline in morale have been very significant. The Han army's combat effectiveness has dropped significantly. This time, they were unable to even get close to the city wall, and were shot back by the Yellow Turban army with a hail of arrows. The morale of the Han army has dropped below the dangerous value of 60. It snowed again on the battlefield. The flags of the Han army were lowered, and the wails of wounded soldiers could be heard from time to time. There are less than 600 people left in Xia Town. Dong Zhuo was the commander-in-chief. He ordered a strong attack, and Chu Tian, who was subordinate to the Han army camp, had to obey the order. He now understands even more how correct Lu Ji's tactics are. Failure to attack by force has a great impact on morale. The art of war goes like this: one can make great progress, then it will weaken, and 3 times it will be exhausted. The sky is dead, and the yellow sky should stand. If you are aged for a year, the world will be prosperous. When the morale of the Han army was low, the city gate of Guangzong County burst open, and densely packed Yellow Turban troops rushed out of the city gate. The Yellow Turbans counterattack. The sky is dead. Huang Tian must stand. On the flank of the Han army, the Yellow Turban hero Zhang Bao led the Yellow Turban cavalry to come to support. Tens of thousands of Yellow Turban cavalry attacked the flanks of the Han army. The Han army camp was trapped in a pincer attack, and morale dropped again. It's over this time. Chu Tian saw that the Han army's camp collapsed. The Han army, which was clearly in the initiative, fell into passivity due to continuous failure in siege. The lords of the Han camp were desperate. Dong Zhuo, who served as Dong's Honglang general, also found that he had ruined the good situation. So he immediately mobilized 5,000 Shiliang cavalry. The Shiliang light cavalry gathered, and Dong Zhuo personally commanded the Shiliang cavalry in an attempt to block the Yellow Turban army. As an official appointed by the imperial court, if he were defeated, he might lose his head, and the heroes of Guangdong would not have to attack Dong Zhuo in the future. The Yellow Turban army all over the mountains and plains attacked the Han army's camp, and the two sides fell into a melee. Lord, I want to give it a try! Seeing that the Han army was about to be defeated, Zhou Yafu took the initiative to ask Zhu Tian for military leave. Zhu Tian knew what Zhou Yafu's words meant. Zhou Yafu, who has been observing the Eastern Han army these days, wants to stand up and turn the tide. Chapter 74 Turning the Tide. The Han army was in chaos, each fighting on its own. Zhu Tian found the military commander Zhang Tai in the chaos. He has generals, but not many troops. If you want to make a comeback, you must rely on the power of the Han army. The first person Zhu Tian looked for was Zhang Tai, who was closest to him. Zhang Tai knew Zhu Tian, and he had 5,000 Han troops under his command. Even though the city suffered heavy losses and fell into melee for several days, Zhang Tai still had more than 2,000 Han troops gathered under his command. Master Zhang Tai, I want to borrow troops from you. Zhu Tian and Zhou Yafu found Zhang Tai and immediately borrowed troops. Borrowing troops? Do you think you have the ability to turn the tide? Zhang Tai looked at the lord who volunteered, wondering why Zhu Tian dared to take away his troops. This is the handwriting of Beizhonglang General Lu Ji. Maybe I can't turn the tide, but my subordinates can. Zhu Tian handed Zhang Tai a letter with Lu Ji's handwriting. Zhang Tai recognized Lu Ji's handwriting, but it was not an order, just Lu Ji's essay. He looked at Zhou Yafu, the general recommended by Zhu Tian, who seemed to be quite reliable. Master Zhang Tai, the current situation is corrupt. Why not treat the dead horse as a living horse, doctor? Zhu Tian put pressure on Zhang Tai in his words. Finally, Zhang Tai, with a gloomy face, thought that he could not face the current situation, so he handed over the command to Zhou Yafu. Zhou Yafu became the commander-in-chief of more than 2,000 Han troops, and the morale decline of the Han army slowed down significantly. Not only that, the negative effects of the Yellow Turban army's pincer attack on Zhou Yafu's troops were reduced. The characteristic defend is triggered, and the Han army sacrifices 10% of its attack power and increases its defense power by 30%. Hua Mulan has a 10% friendly defense aura. According to the principle of addition, the Han army's defense increases by 40%. In addition, Mulan also has an aura that slows down the morale decline of friendly troops. Zhou Yafu cooperates with Hua Mulan's bonus to make Zhou Yafu's Han army an iron wall. According to the order of Beizhonglang General Lu Ji, all Han troops, soldiers and lords of the Han camp must assemble towards us. Zhu Tian used Lu Ji's banner, and with Zhang Tai's more than 2,000 Han troops as the core, he quickly annexed the surrounding soldiers and horses. Although he himself cannot bring as much bonus to the army as Zhou Yafu and Hua Mulan, he is good at inspiring people. Now that the Han army is in chaos, all Han armies still recognize Lu Ji more. As long as Lu Ji's flag is raised, the Han army in the melee will soon join his troops, and then be handed over to the commander of Zhou Yafu, and get the bonuses of Zhou Yafu and Hua Mulan. Soon, with more than 2,000 Han troops as the core, tens of thousands of Han troops and Lord's troops were attracted to join. The defense bonus provided by Zhou Yafu and Hua Mulan allowed these tens of thousands of people to block the counterattack of the Yellow Turban army, and more Han soldiers nearby joined Zhu Tian's troops. Mayor, run away! There are too many Yellow Turbans, and our brothers can't stop them. I can't abandon you. Shui Yu, the president of the Wolf Guild, held a giant sword in both hands and chopped down a yellow scarf soldier. There was a knife mark on her face, injured by the Yellow Turban army. Even if the knife marks were treated in the future, the knife marks would disappear completely. But the pain from the knife marks on her face made Shui Yu grit her teeth. There were too many Yellow Turbans, and the Yellow Turbans realized that this might be a good opportunity to defeat the Eastern Han army. So they came out in full force. Shui Yu led the remaining 300 people in his town, and was surrounded by thousands of Yellow Turban troops. The situation was very dangerous. In the early stage, the Lord's troops are not much better than the first-level Yellow Turban soldiers, and their level is not necessarily higher than the Yellow Turban soldiers. The soldiers around Zhou Yafu kept dying in battle, and she no longer cared about whether she could get military honors. Surviving on the battlefield is the first priority. A group of cavalry came, and the general led by it killed more than a dozen yellow turban soldiers. The Han cavalry behind them followed the general, and fought a bloody path to rescue the soldiers in Zhou Yafu town. "It's you?" Zhou Yafu recognized this general as a subordinate of Xia town mayor Chu Tian. Hua Mulan also remembered this person. "Join our army." "Good." Zhou Yafu led the 300 people from Zhou Yafu town to join the army called by Chu Tian. Since Zhou Yafu and Hua Mulan don't have many troops in Xia town, they don't have much room to perform. But this time Chu Tian took advantage of the chaos to temporarily gather a large number of Han troops, fully utilizing the effects of Zhou Yafu and Hua Mulan. The annexed infantry and crossbowmen were put under the command of Zhou Yafu, and the Han army's cavalry was put under the command of Hua Mulan. The two commanders could maximize the combat effectiveness of the Han army. The most critical thing is the effect of Zhou Yafu and Hua Mulan on stabilizing morale. The melee between the two sides lasted for a long time. Chu Tian took advantage of the chaos and summoned Han troops and rebels. The number reached 20,000, 30,000, and 50,000, absorbing almost one-third of the nearby Han troops. Hua Mulan temporarily recruited as many as 3,000 Han cavalry. The Han army led by Zhou Yafu was indestructible. The Yellow Turban army fought hard to attack, but could not capture Zhou Yafu's defense line. Zhou Yafu commanded Hua Mulan to lead the cavalry in a detour, rescuing other rebels surrounded by the Yellow Turban army, strengthening the army, and cutting off the Yellow Turban army's retreat. Zhou Yafu's best tactic appeared, holding on while cutting off the enemy's retreat. The Xiliang cavalry led by Dong Zhuo was unable to exert its power due to the chaotic battlefield. The soldiers on both sides fought in a stalemate, making it difficult for the cavalry to launch a charge. This is how Dong Zhuo was so embarrassed. Zhang Jiao, Zhang Bao, and Zhang Liang are not that easy to deal with. The Yellow Turban cavalry led by Zhang Bao raided Dong Zhuo's headquarters and engaged in a melee with Dong Zhuo's Xiliang cavalry. Countless Yellow Turban soldiers interfered with the Xiliang cavalry's actions. One-third of the troops in the Han camp fought independently. One-third of the troops were summoned by Dong Zhuo, and the other third were summoned by Chu Tian. Although Zhang Jiao had plotted against Dong Zhuo was after all one of the heroes in the late Eastern Han dynasty, and his own bonuses were considerable. It would be difficult for the Yellow Turban army to completely eliminate the Han army led by him. Hua Mulan's cavalry detour had achieved results, and the Yellow Turban army, which was focused on counterattack, exposed its back to the Han cavalry that penetrated behind. Hua Mulan's cavalry and Zhou Yafu's infantry attacked, and tens of thousands of Yellow Turban troops collapsed instantly. Chu Tian stood with Zhou Yafu and saw Zhou Yafu's beautiful defensive counterattack. This is probably the art of war. Seeing that the situation was about to reverse, Army Commander Ma Zhangtai could only feel ashamed. Zhou Yafu was not idle these days, but was observing the fighting methods and capabilities of the Eastern Han Dynasty army. At this time, he was able to command on the battlefield with ease. Tens of thousands of Yellow Turban troops were defeated, and more Yellow Turban troops retreated in defeat. The Yellow Turban army did not expect that someone could make a comeback in this situation, and they were defeated one after another. Dong Zhuo is still contending with Zhang Bao, while Zhou Yafu has expelled the Yellow Turban army and wants to capture Guangzong city in one fell swoop. Liu Bei, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei killed many Yellow Turban troops in the rebellion, but he failed to assemble the Han army in time and was overtaken by Chu Tian. Seeing that the situation was not good, Zhang Bao quickly withdrew and led the Yellow Turban cavalry back to Ziyang. How was this battle fought? Dong Zhuo won inexplicably, and was still confused after Zhang Bao retreated. Chapter 75 Breaking the City. The Han army led by Zhou Yafu advanced all the way to the gate of Guangzong city, and the gate was crowded with Yellow Turban troops. Close the city gate quickly! The Han army and the Yellow Turban army were mixed together, and the two sides fought in a melee. Not only were the Yellow Turban archers unable to aim, but the city gate of Guangzong County was blocked by the massive Yellow Turban army, and the city gate could not be closed. 3,000 Han cavalry led by Hua Mulan were chasing after them. Zhou Yafu took advantage of the situation to set up flying ladders, and commanded the Han military captains, military commanders, and military lords to lead the elite soldiers of the Eastern Han dynasty to attack the city. The mid-level officers of the Han army could have disobeyed the orders of Zhou Yafu, who had no official position, but Zhou Yafu's performance was too fierce. At this time, they had no time to think about why they had temporarily become Zhou Yafu's subordinates. and they just attacked according to the order. All soldiers will only obey the commander, who leads them to victory. This is the prestige of a general. Groups of Han army ants followed and attacked the city wall. Viewed from the air, the Han army and the Yellow Turban army were once again locked in a stalemate, with soldiers from both sides fighting each other, and more than 1,000 people died under the city wall. Having lost the opportunity, Liu Bei, with the support of some players, took advantage of the chaos to gather thousands of troops and attack the city wall. Guan Yu and Zhang Fei's force broke out. The two men beheaded and provoked, and dozens of yellow turbans fell to their personal bravery. The narrow city wall allowed Guan Yu and Zhang Fei to reach their peak in terms of personal force. There are Han soldiers around to protect them, so they don't have to worry about being surrounded. The sound of fighting reached the county government office where Zhang Jiao was located, and Zhang Jiao's face was already very haggard, critically ill. He faced the counterattacks of Zhou Yafu, Hua Mulan, Liu Bei, Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, and Dong Zhuo at the same time, and was unable to save himself. If I was in good health, how could I be defeated so easily? Zhang Jiao coughed violently, and his yellow robe was covered with blood. The yellow scarf warriors, who followed him, had sad expressions on their faces, as they realized that their leader's life was approaching. Zhang Dao, this time you led the troops to help our army, and you are the first in meritorious service. But the strength of the great man is not exhausted, so I lost this battle. I will give you this Tianzi scroll of Taiping issue, and I can count as one heir. Carry on my last wish. Wait until the Han dynasty is exhausted, and then raise an army to destroy it. Ahem. But remember, using some of the secret techniques recorded in this object will shorten your lifespan. Zhang Jiao handed a volume of The Art of Taiping to a lord. Within a few years of the Han dynasty, the world will be in chaos. The leader from Hanzhong, Zhang Dao, excitedly took the Tianzi scroll of Taiping issue. In the world of lords, there are some treasures with special effects. The three brothers Zhang Jiao, Zhang Bao, and Zhang Liang each have a volume of heavenly books in their hands, which are special props. Really? It's a pity that I won't live to see that day. Zhang Jiao's expression became even more haggard. Zhang Dao walked out of the county government office, clutched a scroll of the Book of Heaven, looked at the thin snow in the city and the beacon fire not far away, and said to himself, with the addition of Zhang Jiao's Book of Heaven and Zhang Lu's 5 buckets of rice, wait for me to return when we get to Hanzhong. We can break out the troops. If Zhang Lu is weak, and I try to annex his territory in the future, I will be the king of Hanzhong. The snow above the battlefield was even worse, and the sounds of tens of thousands of soldiers and horses fighting echoed below. Ding! Announcement from the Jiulu County battlefield. Yellow Turban leader Zhang Jiao died of illness, and the morale of the Yellow Turban camp has dropped. The danger level of the Yellow Turban camp has increased. Players in the Yellow Turban camp are asked to choose whether to continue to participate in the war. Players who choose to continue to support the Yellow Turban camp will get the next military merit rewards are doubled. Zhang Jiao, the leader of the Yellow Turban army, will join the National War Hero Pool in the Eastern Han District and clear his memories of his lifetime. Lord players may recruit Zhang Jiao in the National War Rewards. All players in Jiulu County received the notification and were greatly shocked. Zhang Jiao of the Yellow Turban army died of illness. The Yellow Turban army in Jiulu County was weakened, and players in the Yellow Turban camp could even choose to quit. Moreover, Zhang Jiao will appear in future National War Rewards. Civil War? Even the closed beta players have never participated in national wars between different civilization zones. Chu Tian, who was climbing the city wall at this time, was stunned. This news was not surprising. Players familiar with the Three Kingdoms knew that Zhang Jiao died of illness. But the special heroes who died in the epic battle will have their memories cleared and added to the National War Reward pool. No one knows this. Zhang Jiao may have special props on him. Players from the Han camp, including Chu Tian, all fell into a frenzy after learning that Zhang Jiao had died of illness. As the leader of the Yellow Turban army, Zhang Jiao definitely has a lot of props. Seeing that the situation was over, most of the lords and free players in the Yellow Turban army camp chose to end the campaign and were forced to leave the battlefield. This is also a kind of protection for the defeated party. Otherwise, no lord will dare to support the defeated party next time. A small number of lords and players from the Yellow Turban camp took the risk to stay on the Jiulu County battlefield, plundered the treasures of Guangzong County, and then fled to Tuyang, where Zhang Bao was defending, intending to hold on until the end of the battle. The Han army entered Guangzong City and looted loot everywhere. All the players rushed towards the center of Guangzong City in unison. At this time Zhou Yafu could no longer control military discipline. These were not soldiers he had personally trained. If they were prevented from collecting loot at this time, the army might mutiny. The Yellow Turban army was still resisting in the city. Zhang Liang, who led his troops to protect Zhang Jiao's body, fell into a fight between trapped beasts. The Yellow Turban warriors and Yellow Turban chiefs he led were elite, but they could not withstand the large number of Han troops and their high morale. Zhang Liang was attacked by a large number of Han troops, lords and free players. Zhang Liang is also a boss, and the treasures he drops must be valuable. The Yellow Scarf warriors wearing iron armor swung their giant hammers and smashed the approaching Han soldiers to death. The low-level troops of ordinary lords were even more vulnerable to the attacks of the Yellow Turban warriors, resulting in numerous casualties. The number of Yellow Turban warriors was only about 500. But they killed hundreds of Han soldiers who tried to come over. Even the Yellow Turban warriors enhanced by Zhang Liang are so powerful. It's hard to imagine how terrifying the Yellow Turban warriors enhanced by Zhang Jiao would be. Use bow and arrow. Zhou Yafu saw that the Han army's offensive was blocked in the alley. So he mobilized archers from the Han army's Shisheng battalion to use the advantage of long-range troops to attack Zhang Liang. Sharp arrows shot at Zhang Liang and his soldiers. Under the attack of the Han army sharpshooters, even the Yellow Turban warriors were riddled with arrows, and their bodies were scattered everywhere. I cannot be reconciled. Zhang Liang's martial prowess was astonishing. He had 5 sharp arrows stuck in his body, but he still waved his spear to block the rain of arrows. One by one, the Yellow Turban chiefs and Yellow Turban warriors were killed in battle, and Zhang Liang's heart felt like a knife piercing his heart. Chu Tian wanted to recruit the 3 Zhang Jiao brothers as his subordinates, but unfortunately, recruiting traitors in front of the Han military captains, military commanders, and military princes would be regarded as a threat by the court. Anyway, if Zhang Liang is killed in the epic battle, Zhang Liang will join the National War Hero Pool with a new identity, which will have little impact on the overall strength of the Eastern Han District. Second brother, third brother, follow me to kill the leader of the Yellow Turban bandits and serve the imperial court. When Liu Bei discovered that Zhang Liang was about to die in battle, he immediately brought Guan Yu and Zhang Fei to seize the credit for killing Zhang Liang. Zhang Liang is the 3rd most powerful figure in the Yellow Turban army. Killing Zhang Liang will definitely earn you a lot of military merit. Liu Bei is bound to win this time. Guan Yu and Zhang Fei should not have a problem killing a seriously injured Zhang Liang. The rapid sound of horse hooves sounded. Hua Mulan led the Han cavalry to cross Lu, Guan, and Zhang, drowning Zhang Liang. A wave of cavalry suddenly took Zhang Liang away. Chapter 76 Search for Loot. Ding! Your subordinate Zhou Yafu led the Han army to repel the Yellow Turban army's counterattack. You received 5,000 military merit points. Ding! Your subordinate Hua Mulan kills the hero Zhang Liang of the Yellow Turban army, and you gain 3,000 military merit points. Ding! Announcement from Julu County battlefield. Yellow Turban army hero Zhang Liang was killed in battle. He will be added to the National War Hero Pool in the Eastern Han District, and his memory will be cleared. Lord players may recruit Zhang Liang in the National War Rewards. Another Yellow Turban hero died in battle. Of the 3 Zhang Jiao brothers, only Zhang Bao is still alive. Hua Mulan led a wave of Han cavalry to attack, and Zhang Liang died on the spot. Hua Mulan used a Chinese sword to pick up a red tassel gun used by Zhang Liang, and this weapon became her trophy. Rob! Some nearby players seemed to be going crazy, snatching Zhang Liang's equipment or other items. Everyone knows that Zhang Liang is one of the 3 leaders of the Yellow Turban army, and the props on his body must be valuable. All the props on Zhang Liang were swept away. Go find Zhang Jiao. Chu Tian wants to find the special tool Taiping Yaoshu possessed by Zhang Jiao. Zhang Jiao was at the county government office in Guangzong County. But when Chu Tian and Zhou Yafu found Zhang Jiao had no props on him. It must have been snatched away by players from the Yellow Turban camp. No wonder some players choose the Yellow Turban camp. They must be greedy Zhang Jiao's props. Players from the Han camp came to their senses and thought that after Zhang Jiao died of illness, the props would most likely be taken away by players from the Yellow Turban camp, and cried out that it was a pity. Players in the Han camp can only loot supplies from the Yellow Turban army and Guangzong County. Loot is also one of the rewards for the winning side. The Han soldiers temporarily led by Zhou Yafu did not belong to Xia Town, and the spoils they looted were divided among themselves. The real loot that belongs to Xia Town still has to be snatched by Xia Town's own soldiers. Don't grab heavy weapons and food. Give priority to war horses, gold, silver, and prisoners. Chu Tian was particularly eager for war horses, money, and labor. Food is also very important. But there is an upper limit on the weight of items that each soldier can carry. Basically, there is no need to do anything else after carrying a bag of food. After the capture of Guangzong County, the fighting continued until nightfall before gradually ending. A large number of Yellow Turban troops and lords of the Yellow Turban camp escaped from other city gates and went to Tuyang City to join Zhang Bao. The battle to capture Guangzong County lasted for a whole day, until finally all the lords and soldiers were exhausted and unable to fight. Xiaozhen plundered a large amount of loot from Guangzong City. The gold, silver and copper coins alone were worth 1,000 taels of silver. Under Chu Tian's instruction, Xiaozhen's soldiers gave up some low-value trophies and focused on plundering war horses and prisoners. In total, they obtained 70 war horses and captured 800 Yellow Turban soldiers. Many of the Yellow Turban troops surrendered in droves after realizing that the situation was not going well, including the rewards obtained from the previous attack on the Yellow Turban camp. There were a total of 100 horses and 1,300 prisoners. More prisoners were captured than the soldiers brought by Xiaozhen. Many lords have not yet realized the importance of captive labor. As for free players, there is no need for captives as encumbrances. It's a pity that Zhang Jiao or Zhang Liang's treasures were not obtained. Lord! Just when Chu Tian was secretly complaining that it was a pity, Hua Mulan handed Chu Tian a bunch of trophies. A diamond-level weapon, an architectural blueprint, 2 skill books, and a book I don't know what it is. Chu Tian was stunned. It seemed that Hua Mulan had looted a lot of good things. A red tassel gun. This is Zhang Liang's weapon. Name: Yinglong Gun. Grade: Diamond Grade. Effect: Attack Power plus 12. Dragon Soul, small, can be triggered when injured. It will not be affected by the negative effects of injury for a short period of time, and increases attack power and defense power. Chu Tian's eyes lit up. This weapon was truly a good thing. Its effect was astonishing. It could save one's life even when one was injured. If it were put up for auction, I don't know how many free players in the general profession would be willing to spend all their money to buy it. Among the loot is a blueprint. This time it is not a barracks building, but a building related to population and territorial influence. Name: Lushan Tang. Grade: Level 5 Cultural Building. Description: A disaster relief and welfare institution used to relieve poor people. Effect: The scope of territorial influence is slightly expanded. The attraction to refugees is slightly increased, and the negative impacts caused by various disasters are slightly reduced. This drawing is also a good thing. It is probably the drawing that Zhang Liang dropped. It is a 5th level building like Zhongyi Temple. Buildings that increase territory are very rare. The 5th level architectural blueprints are worth at least 1,000 taels of silver, and they are priceless and cannot be purchased at the auction house in Lengyu City. Common architectural drawings in auction houses are generally below level 3 and are only for transitional use by novice lords. There are 2 skill books. One is the Advanced Marksmanship, Pear Blossom Marksmanship, and the other is the Special Skill, Wang Tianju. The exercises in Lord World are not exercises in a fantasy sense. They are just used to strengthen the body, improve basic strength, or make dodge more flexible. Chu Tian rewarded Hua Mulan with the Yinglong Spear and the Pear Blossom Spear. As for the reward for Zhou Yafu, it is to count military achievements and increase his salary. Zhou Yafu's military strength is not high. He is a commander-in-chief hero. He basically won't rush to the front like the soldiers, so he doesn't need many good weapons, which are more practical than gold and silver. Not to mention Chu Tian's own martial arts. He was not even at the level of Lu Sandao. Using a diamond-level weapon was just trying to rob the world. However, Huang Tianju is very suitable for Chu Tian. Name: Huang Tianjue. Level: Special Skill. Effect: Experience gain plus 10%. Slightly improve the owner's attack, defense, dodge, hit, and other hidden attributes. Divided into 10 layers. Description: Heaven is dead. Huang Tian is here to stand. This special skill is a sacred book for Chu Tian, who is not high in level and has low martial arts. 10% experience bonus, as well as various basic attribute bonuses. In addition to the force on the panel, generals also have some basic hidden attributes. If Zhang Fei and Zhao Yun have the same force value, Zhang Fei's hidden strength is greater, while Zhao Yun's body skills are more flexible. This is their hidden attribute difference. Hidden attributes cannot be viewed. You can only rely on the Lord to get along with the heroes and gradually become familiar with their styles. If players want to catch up with historical generals, they must not only use good weapons and skills, but also have a good skill book to improve their basic attributes. Although Chu Tian is still a scumbag in martial arts. What is the difference between being a man without dreams and a salty fish? Being a lord does not necessarily mean you have to sit in the rear. Cao Cao, Li Shimin, and Zhu Yuanzhang were all good at fighting. Liu Bang, Liu Bei, and Sun Quan also went to the battlefield many times to fight. It is said that Zhao Kuangyin even left behind Taizu Chongquan. There was also a strange book among the trophies. Chu Tian was stunned when he saw the cover. This turned out to be the Dizzy Scroll of the Art of Taiping, a special prop dropped by Zhang Liang. Chapter 77 returned to number 1. Name, Taiping Essentials Dizzy Scroll. Grade, Diamond Level Treasure. Effect, the recovery rate of farmland fertility in the territory is slightly increased. The grain output is plus 5%. And the probability of a bumper harvest in farmland is increased. Description, it looks like a heavenly book. But it is actually a farming book. Only by farming can we truly save the world, and save the people, and bring peace to the world. Dot! Chu Tian looked at the calligraphy scroll on Taiping Yaoshu that Zhang Liang had dropped. It turned out that it was not a magic spell, but a very serious agricultural book. But for lords who like to farm, this is indeed a magical book. Agricultural books can bring a lot of bonuses to the agriculture of the territory. There are many special agricultural books in the Eastern Han Dynasty, such as Essentials for Chi Men and Agricultural Administration Complete Book. Ding! The National Treasure Series achievements of the Achievement Mission are opened. The A-Level Achievement Mission Essentials of Taiping is opened. Collect the 3 volumes of Taiping Essentials of Heaven, Earth and Man to get special rewards. After Chu Tian obtained one of the volumes of Taiping Essentials, the achievement system opened up a large series of achievements. The achievements in this series are mainly about collecting various treasures. For example, Lu Bu's Fang Tian Painting Halberd, Guan Yu's Qinglong Yanyu Sword, Zhang Jiao. Special treasures such as The Art of Taiping by the 3 brothers, Sun Tzu's Art of War by Sun Wu, the Yuding, and the Xiyang Fangzuan. It seems that The Art of Peace is not just a diamond-level treasure. It also has special effects after collecting 3 volumes. Zhang Liang's land character scroll fell into his hands, and the herringbone scroll should be at Zhang Bao's place in Xuyang County. Where did Zhang Jiao's Tianzi roll go? Chu Tian didn't know. When Guangzong County was captured, the army was in chaos, and there were people everywhere. Zhang Jiao's props had long been taken away. The Tianzi scroll of Taiping Yaoshu is also missing. If you want to collect the herringbone scroll, you must defeat Zhang Bao. After the heroes of the epic battle are killed, they will appear in the National War Hero Pool to prevent a large number of heroes from a certain civilization zone from dying in the epic battle, causing the overall strength of the civilization zone to be damaged. Almost all players in the Han army camp made gains, and some players died in street fighting. Besides Chu Tian, the one who gained the most was Dong Zhuo. Originally, Dong Zhuo was attacked by Zhang Jiao's 3 brothers and hundreds of thousands of yellow turban troops. This battle would inevitably lead to punishment by the Eastern Han Dynasty court. But Zhou Yafu stepped forward, turned the tide, and led the Han army to defeat the main force of the Yellow Turban Army. As the main general, Dong Zhuo indirectly became the big winner. Not only was he not punished, but Dong Zhuo also gained military merit. Hua Mulan took off her helmet and spread out her long hair. She also brought the mayor of Shuiyue town. I didn't expect you to come to the Central Army. Thanks to your generals this time. Otherwise the remaining 300 people in Shuiyue town would have been killed or injured. President Shuiyu, carrying a giant sword on her back, came to thank Chu Tian. Chu Tian replied shamelessly, "We are all in the same camp, so it is normal for us to send troops to help each other." In fact, Chu Tian had no idea that everyone in Shuiyue town was surrounded by yellow turban soldiers, and that it was Hua Mulan who came to save them, which had little to do with him. You can make friends with the mayor of Langya country and make the other party owe you a favor. Why not? This subordinate of yours has very high martial arts. He can't be a historical hero. Right. There is only one female among the top 10 heroes in the Eastern Han District. Hua Mulan. No wonder you were ranked first in the last event. As the president of a medium to large guild, Shuiyu's chosen profession was a military commander. At the same time, as a lord, she had a clear mind and quickly identified Hua Mulan's identity. Sure enough, every lord who has survived until now is not an idle person. Chu Tian's silence was acquiescence. As one of the top 10 lords in the Eastern Han dynasty in territorial prosperity, it is not surprising to have one or two historical generals. After the war, the Han army rested and reorganized in the occupied Guangzong County. This is Shui Yu from Langya Kingdom in Suzhou. Prince Yin of Liaoshi County. Yu Lo. Wen from the Protectorate of the Western Regions. Chu Tian introduced several lords he had made friends with. At present, the favorability of these lords towards Chu Tian has increased, mainly due to Chu Tian's strength. This group of lords also became Chu Tian's first followers. Although they came from all over the world, Chu Tian had a plan. Shui Yu was an ally that could be formed in the early stage, while Prince Yin and Huan, who were far away, were allies that could be formed in the later stage. Of course, that's assuming their territory can survive to the later stages. Not any Lord Chu Tian would pay attention to it. The strong only want to be with the strong. Shui Yu, Prince Yin, and Huan are actually the best in their respective counties, and each of them can bring hundreds of troops to participate in the first epic battle. Even Prince Yin, who has the smallest military strength, only has more than 200 soldiers. But they are all light cavalry. Generally speaking, lords will not devote all their troops to the first epic battle. Otherwise, they will not be able to defend the territory after all their troops are used up. In other words, after the battle was over, they could quickly recruit an army of several hundred people after returning to their respective towns. Shuiyue town is developing well in Langya Kingdom, and can be ranked in the top 50 in Suzhou. Unfortunately, it is covered by the aura of Xia town, so it does not appear to be so outstanding. Brother Chu, you are already ranked number 1, and your military achievements are too terrifying, with 10,213 points. How can others chase you? Before Chu Tian thought of looking at the rankings, Huan had already glanced at his military achievements and found that the idea of, "I just want to farm well," was ranked first. The second place Zhou Lao Qin has only 3,025 military merits. The third place was a small soldier at the border in the late Ming dynasty, with a military merit of 3021. Shui Yu and Prince Yin saw that the difference between the first and second place on the ranking list was 7,000 military merit. Such a gap was simply incredible. The military achievements of each player lord mainly come from killing the Yellow Turban army and completing some small tasks to assist the main force of the Han army in defeating the Yellow Turban army. Chu Tian's general Zhou Yafu temporarily became one of the main commanders of the Han army and gained 5,000 military merits for Chu Tian. Hua Mulan killed Zhang Liang and gained 3,000 military merits. And Chu Tian's exaggerated military merits were achieved. If these two great contributions are removed, Chu Tian's military merits are only 2213. Chu Tian took it for granted, because he and his men fought for the opportunity. With 10,000 military merits at the top of the list, it is almost impossible for other lords to catch up. My ranking is only 251st, and almost half of the soldiers were killed or injured. Shui Yu lamented that 10,000 military achievements were out of reach for her. Prince Yin said calmly, "I am ranked 98th. Huan scratched his head. "My ranking here is only 295. The population of the Western Region Protectorate is incomparable to that of Liangzhou. Even if we lose 100 or 200 people, I feel heartbroken. Who was commanding the other troops in the battle just now?" A group of Xiliang sergeants came to the camp where the player lords gathered. They were looking for someone to turn the tide. Soon they learned that Chu Tian's generals took action and temporarily commanded the Han army to win. The Xiliang army found Chu Tian and said, "General Dong Zhuo, General Dong Zhonglong, invite you." Chapter 78 Dong Zhuo's benefactor. How did I get the 10,000 military merits that I just want to farm well? The Guangzong County battlefield ended. The lords of Guangzong battlefield were on the ranking list one after another due to their defeat of the Yellow Turbans. The lords of Changxi and Wancheng battlefields noticed that the first place returned to Suzhou. "Lord, I just want to farm well. And it's still 10,000 military merits. I can't understand. Half of the heavy infantry I brought were injured. And even Meng Wu was injured. I only got 3,000 military merits. How can I get 10,000 military merits?" On the Changxi battlefield, Guangzong Lord Zhou Lao Qin once again lost his first place to Chu Tian. He couldn't help but feel a headache and rubbed his temples. The gap is too big. There is a 7,000 military merit difference between the first place and the second place. How can we catch up? I heard from the players on the battlefield in Guangzong County that my generals, who just wanted to farm well, stepped up in time to turn the tide and led the Han army to block the Yellow Turban's attack. It turns out that he borrowed the power of the Han army. No wonder he can get so many military honors. This person actually borrowed troops from the Han army. We didn't expect such an operation. Maybe we paid too much attention to our own strength. Mr. Zhao, the territory I just want to farm is in Shuzhou Langya Kingdom. Langya Kingdom is just south of our Qingzhou Beihai Kingdom, and it may become our opponent in the future. A group of lords gathered, headed by Mr. Zhao, the lord of Beihai state-run Ling County in Qingzhou, who ranked 9th in the Han Army Camp Lord rankings this time. His military exploits were far different from Chu Tian's. Chu Tian's Langya Kingdom is adjacent to his Beihai Kingdom, and there may be conflicts in the future. More than half of the first epic battle has passed, and there is no chance to catch up with him. But we can try to catch up with those in front. There will be other epic battles in the future, even national wars, and the rewards will be more generous. Even if it is the first time if the epic battle is not ranked first, the impact will not be too big. Mr. Zhao and his party comforted themselves. Many lords and free players come for the rewards of the epic battle. Only one person can take the first place. Failure to win the first place reward will not have a serious impact on the territorial development of each lord. This time I was really unlucky. I was assigned to the Han army camp outside Xuyang County. The lord of Liaodong County was a little depressed at the border at the end of the Ming dynasty. The place where he was randomly born was Xuyang County in the battlefield of Jiulu County, where he besieged Zhongbao. However, the main force of the Han army in Jiulu County was in Guangzong County. He was absent from the battle to conquer Guangzong County and missed many military exploits. Almost all players in the Han army camp noticed Chu Tian, who was promoted to the first place. At this time, Chu Tian was summoned by Dong Zhuo, the general of Dong Shonglong. Dong Zhuo is associated with cruelty in the eyes of most players in the Eastern Han dynasty. In fact, no one is black and white. Even Cao Cao was still a passionate young man who helped the Han dynasty at this time, rather than a traitor in troubled times. Dong Zhuo was ambitious and very rude and ruthless in his actions. But he also had a group of people who worked hard for him. And Dong Zhuo would distribute all the spoils to the soldiers to win over the morale of the army. If Dong Zhuo was just a reckless man, he would not be the target of the crusade by the heroes of Guangdong. Chu Tian didn't know if it was a good thing to be summoned by such a person. Chu Tian dealt with Dong Zhuo cautiously. Now, because his subordinates Zhou Yafu and Hua Mulan turned the tide, he indirectly became Dong Zhuo's savior. However, he did not want to have a too close relationship with Dong Zhuo. Otherwise the Guangdong princes would destroy Chu Tian when they attacked Dong Zhuo. The Langya kingdom where Chu Tian was located was caught between Tao Qian, Kong Rong, and Zhang Ba. If the princes of Qingzhou and Shuzhou united to attack him, Xia town would easily perish. There are two main benefits that can be obtained by having a good relationship with Dong Zhuo. One is that Dong Zhuo will control the government in the future, and Chu Tian can easily get an official position from him. The second benefit is that he has the opportunity to poach Dong Zhuo's corners, such as Jiasu, Zhang Ji, Duchan. Chu Tian discovered that Dong Zhuo did not come with any important generals, or that some of Dong Zhuo's important generals had not yet joined his Xiliang army. Jiasu, Hua Xiong, Niu Fu, Li Ju and others from the Xiliang army did not come to the battlefield in Guangzong County. Otherwise, Chu Tian might try to win over Jiasu. Brother Chu is a member of the Langya Kingdom in Shuzhou. The local people are outstanding. Brother Chu will definitely be able to achieve great things in the future. If Brother Chu brings your generals to join me and make contributions to the court in the future, there is no need to worry about the failure of great things. Dong Zhuo has been active at the border for a long time, and he behaves boldly. He directly holds a wine bowl and touches it with Chu Tian. Dong Zhuo extended an olive branch to him. Dong Zhuo's power has obviously not yet taken shape. There are only a few thousand soldiers and horses in Xiliang that he can really control. The Han army on the battlefield in Guangzong County is still loyal to the Han court. Taking refuge with Dong Zhuo at this time is a good choice for some players. Especially the lords of Guangzong and Xiliang will not perish easily if they take refuge with Dong Zhuo. They can also try to annex Dong Zhuo's troops and recruit Dong Zhuo's talents. For Chu Tian, who was located in Shuzhou, seeking refuge with Dong Zhuo meant giving up his current territory and following Dong Zhuo to develop in Guangzhong. Otherwise the distant water would not be able to quench the near thirst. It is impossible for Chu Tian to give up his territory and become Dong Zhuo's general. That is not worth it. So Chu Tian put down the wine bowl. I'm worried about the folks and elders of Langya Kingdom. I still want to stay in Langya Kingdom. Chu Tian murmured in his heart. Now that Dong Zhuo is not in power, he can still call him brother and sister. But when Dong Zhuo becomes the Grand Master in the future, his life will not be guaranteed. I, Dong Zhongning, have been in the frontier for nearly 20 years and have dealt with the Xiongnu, Xianbei, and Chan people. I have few admirers. Now I think highly of Brother Chu. So I asked Brother Chu for help. A good man has ambitions in all directions. How can he stay in the remote Langya Kingdom and find peace in a corner? Could it be that it's not that Brother Chu is unable to leave Langya Kingdom, but he just doesn't want to give me this face? There was a bit of ruthlessness in Dong Zhuo's eyes. Chu Tian was sweating profusely. Sure enough, every prince of the three kingdoms is not easy to mess with. Dong Zhuo was a tycoon and was ruthless in his actions. If Chu Tian is unwilling to work for him, maybe Dong Zhuo will have murderous intentions. I have always heard of the reputation of General Dong Xionglang. Back then, he traveled across Xiliang, fought back the Xiongnu and quelled the Chan rebellion, and made us a mighty man. Chu Tian vigorously praised Dong Zhuo, and caught a glimpse of Dong Zhuo showing a somewhat proud expression before speaking. Turning around. What a pity! What's a pity? It's a pity that there is a trend of great chaos in the world. Mr. Dong's foundation is in Xiliang, but there is no foreign aid in Guangdong. Dong Zhuo's wrist shook slightly, and the wine in the bowl swayed. He was hit home by Chu Tian. The only one he could rely on was the Xiliang army, and the aristocratic families in Guangzong and Guangdong, and the governors of the prefectures and counties didn't think highly of him. Master Dong is in Xiliang, and the villain is developing in Guangdong. If you are sent by your master in the future, you will definitely lead your troops to respond. Wouldn't it be better? This statement has some truth to it. Dong Zhuo was persuaded by Chu Tian. Not to mention that he really couldn't do anything to Chu Tian. Chu Tian's general has made military exploits this time, and everyone can see it. If Dong Zhuo kills him, then Dong Zhuo has killed a hero of the Han dynasty, and will be liquidated by the court. Dong Zhuo drank all the strong wine in one gulp, pointed at Chu Tian and said, if there is a chance in the future, you and I can definitely work together to do something great. And maybe we can become a great minister. Cough, cough, cough. Chu Tian was choked because he accidentally became Dong Zhuo's accomplice. If the heroes of Guangdong find out about this, Chu Tian will not be able to wash it away even if he jumps into the Yellow River. Dong Zhuo was in Xiliang, and he could still escape to Chang'an when facing the crusade of the Guangdong allied forces. Did Chu Tian want to escape to the sea? Across the sea from Suzhou is the area of Korea. Dong Zhuo thought that Chu Tian couldn't drink enough, so he shook his head repeatedly. Brother Chu Tian can't drink well. We Xiliang sergeants just use this to warm ourselves up. This wine is very strong. Chu Tian smiled bitterly, being forced to call him brother by Dong Zhuo. What will he do when the princes of Guangdong attack Dong Zhuo in the future? Chapter 79 The End of the Battle. On the 30th day of the Yellow Turban Rebellion, Zhang Bao was still defending Xuyang on the battlefield of Xuyang County. He was now the only hope of the Yellow Turban army. Dong Zhuo led the Han cavalry to besiege Xuyang County, but encountered huge trouble. The distance between Xuyang County and Guangzong County was too far. Only the cavalry could reach Xuyang County in time, but the heavy siege equipment was difficult to move. The first epic battle lasted for 30 days. Considering the time issue, Chu Tian and other lords in Guangzong County chose to give up going to the battlefield in Xuyang County and continue to stay in Guangzong County to clean up the nearby Yellow Turban army. Player, you killed a level 25 Yellow Turban leader and gain 150 experience points. Congratulations to the player for reaching level 30. Chu Tian went into battle in person, riding a war horse to chase and kill a group of escaping Yellow Turbans. His current level has reached level 30, which means he has experienced hundreds of battles. Name, Chu Tian, I just want to farm well. Title, 5th Doctor. Official position, none. Level 30, experience, 30/10,000. Commander, 39, Force, 34, Intelligence, 41, Politics, 40. Equipment, Martial Sword. Refined Leather Armor. Ordinary War Horse. Skill, Huan Tianju, 1/10. Features, none. Exclusive Arms, none. These are probably the attributes of ordinary Lord players. Players whose profession is a military commander may have higher command and strength. Chu Tian is not very satisfied with his own panel, but the panels of most players are almost the same as Chu Tian's, without special props and rewards. The player's attributes cannot be very high. Otherwise, 100 players with a strength of 90 or above can push an elite army. Only by using special props and obtaining special rewards can the player's attributes be close to those of historical heroes. Because he learned Zhang Liang's Wang Tianju, Chu Tian found that his strength was indeed a bit stronger. And it was not so difficult to fight with the third-level Yellow Scarf leader. A lord who cannot cut down his enemies is not a good lord. Ding! Announcement from the Eastern Han District. The first epic battle Yellow Turban Rebellion is about to end. Please all lords and free players be prepared to leave the battlefield. There are still 2 hours left before the official transfer from the battlefield. At that time, the military merits and ranking rewards. All lords and free players still on the battlefield have been notified. The Yellow Turban army was still resisting in Zhuo County, and Zhou led his troops to continue to attack Zhuo County. However, the Han army camp is won, and it will be a matter of time to regain Zhuo County. After Chu Tian heard the announcement, he immediately led the remaining troops back to camp. The surviving lords of the Han camp were overjoyed. Not only did they survive, but they could also use their military merits to redeem rewards. The various lords withdrew their troops, and then the Han army and the Yellow Turban army continued to fight. Brother Chu, it is a gain to get to know you this time. Alas, you are in the past, so it will be easy to meet each other in the future. I am in the Western Region Protectorate, except for the oasis that is 10 times larger to raise troops. The rest of the area is quite barren. I don't know when I can see you again. I hope I will still be alive by then. Huan, the lord of the Western Region Protectorate, said goodbye to Chu Tian. Of the 400 Western Region Protectorate soldiers he led, only 210 were left at this time, which made Huan scream and feel distress from time to time. I hope we won't become enemies in the future. Prince Yin from Liaoxi County also came to bid farewell to Chu Tian, leading his war horse. Chu Tian half-joked. There are many powerful lords in Yuzhou. You should be careful with yourself. All players are waiting to leave the battlefield. Chu Tian counted Xiaozhen's losses over the past month. He brought 100 light cavalry, 200 Shuzhou archers, and 500 elite infantry to this battle. A month later, only 73 light cavalry, 134 archers, and 341 elite infantry were left. A total of 548 people. Among them, 2 to 3% of the surviving soldiers were slightly or seriously injured. The total number of captured Yellow Turban soldiers is 1,745. Zhou Yafu reported the number of captured Yellow Turban soldiers. The captives can be brought back to the territory of each lord. The nearly 2,000 Yellow Turban soldiers will be an important labor force for Xia Town to attack the world's first city. Cao Cao's fortune depends on the millions of Yellow Turban troops in Qingzhou, of whom there are 300,000 strong. Qingzhou Yellow Turban Army? Chu Tian almost forgot that there was such a Yellow Turban Army. Even though the 3 Zhang Jiao brothers died, remnants of the Yellow Turban Army were still active in various places. The achievement mission: Crud against the Yellow Turbans. The current progress is 4151/100000. The captured Yellow Turbans are also considered killed, but they cannot be released repeatedly and then captured again. If Chu Tian wants to complete this achievement mission, he will most likely have to fall on the Qingzhou Yellow Turban Army. Chu Tian now simply cannot destroy or capture the 100,000 Yellow Turbans. The Han army led by Zhou Yafu during the siege of Guangzong County was not part of Xia Town's army, so it was not counted in the achievement mission. In addition to the important labor force, Xia Town's trophies also include 130 war horses, 1,500 taels of gold, silver and copper coins, various low-level skill books, weapons, and architectural drawings. Capturing these trophies without delaying the development of the territory is additional income for Xia Town and can accelerate the development of the territory. Liu Bei withdrew his troops and felt a little complicated when he saw Chu Tian counting the loot. Chu Tian took away a lot of military glory. And if you don't count the strangers who took refuge with him, Liu Bei didn't have as many troops as Chu Tian. Guan Yu stroked his long beard and said, "We are going to attack the Yellow Turban Army this time. With my eldest brother's military exploits, I might be able to become a county captain. At most, he is just a county lieutenant." Liu Bei could not be said to be resentful towards Chu Tian. On the battlefield, each of them won military honors based on their abilities. It's just that Liu Bei was a little unhappy. After the first battle, various lords left the battlefield one after another and returned to their respective counties. The scenery in front of Chu Tian changed. He left the vast battlefield of Guangzong County and returned to Kaiyang County of Langya Kingdom. Kaiyang County is also called Langia City because it was once the residence of King Langia. After returning to Langia City, Zhu Tian had to escort the 1,745 captured Yellow Turban soldiers back to Xia Town. Such a large number of prisoners made many lord players, and the residents of Langia City look at them with suspicion. If this group of Yellow Turban soldiers are given weapons, they can immediately pull out a force of nearly 2,000 people. My Shuiyue town is in the upper reaches of the Yi River. It should be 120 kilometers away from your Xia town. I will form an alliance again if I have the opportunity in the future. I don't want to become an enemy with a monster like you. Shuiyu, who is also the lord of Langia Kingdom, shook her head helplessly. Chutian's Xia town is already very strong. After the rewards of this first epic battle are cleared, Xia town will become even stronger. Shuiyu led her soldiers away, while Zhu Tian marched in the opposite direction. Ding! The first epic battle of the Eastern Han Dynasty, the Yellow Turban Rebellion, has ended. The Eastern Han army has won a complete victory. All players who chose the Eastern Han camp have a plus 10% military merit. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining 14,114 military merit points in your first epic battle. You can use your military merit to redeem rewards. Ding! Congratulations on becoming the lord with the highest military merit in the Han Dynasty camp in the Eastern Han district in the first epic battle. You have obtained a special unit. Chapter 80 Shisheng Camp and the Great Han Soul. Ding! You get the special talisman of the 6th level archer shooting battalion, the A-level characteristic Han Army Soul Big, and a random historical hero recruitment order. Military merit redemption will be closed in 1 month. Please redeem it in time. A series of system prompts made Zhu Tian a little dazed. The amount of information was too much, and he needed time to digest it. There are 2 types of rewards. One is ranking reward, and the other is military merit exchange reward. The rewards for the first lord of the Han court camp include 3 special military symbols, A-level characteristics, and a random epic hero recruitment order. Zhu Tian was already familiar with random epic hero recruitment orders because he had consumed one before, and the hero he recruited was Zhou Yafu. A random epic hero recruitment order with no market price appeared in Zhu Tian's hand. This recruitment order is enough to drive countless lords and even free players crazy. The random epic hero recruitment order may recruit Zhao Kuo and Qin Hui, or Bai Qi and Yu Fei, which is very exciting. Logically speaking, the epic hero pool has a pyramid structure. The more powerful the heroes, the fewer the heroes. The possibility of recruiting king level, emperor level, and saint level heroes is not high. But as long as it is possible to recruit king level, emperor level, and saint level heroes, then the random epic hero recruitment order is enough to make all lords crazy. Zhu Tian did not directly use the epic hero recruitment order. This is not the first time he has tried something wrong. On the contrary, this time he focused on weapon symbols and A-level characteristics, because this time he ranked first among the Han player lords in terms of military merit. Zhu Tian had his own exclusive unit and characteristics, narrowing the gap with Zhou Yafu and Hua Mulan. Epic campaign rewards are directly related to which side the player chooses to support. Zhu Tian supported the Han Dynasty, and the rewards he received were the military types and characteristics of the Eastern Han Dynasty. In the same way, the lord who ranks first in the Yellow Turban Army camp will receive the Yellow Turban Army's arms and characteristics. The rewards for the first free player and the lord player are different. They receive equipment and skill books. Name, Shooting Camp. Level 6 Archer. Cap, 3000. Skills, Special Hit. Advanced Armor Piercing. Advanced Arrow Rain. Han Spirit, plus 10% damage to aliens. Origin, one of the 5 forbidden troops of the Northern Army of the Eastern Han Dynasty. Also a skilled shooter. If you hear the sound in the dark, you will hit it. Because of the name. Recruitment conditions. Level 6 Bao Battalion. Silver level or above longbow. On the battlefield of Guangzong County, Zhu Tian coveted the 5 schools of the Northern Army of the Eastern Han Dynasty. At this time, he was honored to receive the Shisheng Battalion, one of the 5 schools of the Northern Army. As an exclusive unit, the 5 schools of the Northern Army of the Eastern Han Dynasty suffered heavy losses during the campaign against the Yellow Turbans. They were later annexed by Dong Zhuo and disappeared from sight. If he could recruit the Shisheng Battalion, the elite of the Eastern Han Dynasty would not be completely extinct in the Eastern Han Dynasty. A-level characteristics, Han Army Soul Large. All attributes of all Eastern Han troops in the battlefield are plus 3%. The same characteristics are only applicable to the highest effect. Chu Tian gained such aura characteristics that he could use himself as a half-historical military general. And as long as he was a soldier in the Eastern Han Dynasty, he could get the aura bonus. The Great Han Army Soul. The name for this characteristic is not bad. Chu Tian was very satisfied with the Sheshinjing camp and the Han Army Soul. Historical generals may not have such exclusive arms and characteristics. What's more troublesome is that the Xisheng Battalion requires a level 6 archer battalion to recruit. The drawings of the 6th level archer barracks cannot be bought with money. Even the major princes are jealous of such drawings. Where can I get the drawings of the level 6 archer camp? Chu Tian led more than 500 soldiers and horses to escort more than 1,000 yellow turban prisoners back to Xia Town. Li Kui, Xiao Liang, elderly and others from Xia Town led the townspeople to greet him. They had learned in advance that Lord Chu Tian had made a lot of military exploits during the Yellow Turban Rebellion and had returned in triumph. Xia Town did lose more than 200 people. But no one would die in a war. The proportion of soldiers killed in the battle to the total population will not be too high. And with the bonus of the Loyalty Shrine and Li Kui's efforts to appease the people, this war did not bring too much negative impact to Xia Town. In troubled times, people's lives are at a loss, and every 10 houses are often empty. This time, Xia Town's loss of troops only accounted for 1% of the total population, and more than 1,000 laborers were added. There were no serious problems in the population structure. This group of yellow turban prisoners were registered and then assigned to village and town buildings that needed labor. The first thing Chu Tian did when he came back was to deal with the more than 1,700 prisoners of the Yellow Turban Army. We cannot raise such a large group of people in vain. And the right way is to squeeze out the value of their surplus labor as soon as possible. Without their weapons and heroes, the Yellow Turban Army is nothing more than a group of refugees. As docile as sheep in front of the fierce professional soldiers in Xia Town, this group of captives will be engaged in mining, pig raising, farming, road construction, logging and other production work, and will contribute to the construction of Xia Town and its affiliated villages and towns. Is there any problem in the town when I leave the town this time? Chu Tian asked Li Kui while walking towards the Lord's mansion. The town is developing steadily and everything is fine. And thanks to Miss Xiao's help, a caravan traveling between Langya City and Xiapi City has already entered our Xia Town. The Miss Xia mentioned by Li Kui is Xiao Liang, who serves as City Chow. Having an NPC caravan willing to enter Xia Town is very important for increasing Xia Town's economic influence. Then increase Miss Xia's salary. Chu Tian's treatment for special talents is good. The financial income that a qualified city official can bring to Xia Town is much higher than the salary given to her. Thank you, Lord. But if you knew the origin of that caravan, you would be surprised. If caravans don't just travel between places and earn the price difference, what else can they do? Xiao Liang leaned close to Chu Tian's ear and said mysteriously, Behind the caravan is Mi Zhu, a wealthy businessman in Shuzhou. Mi Zhu? Chu Tian now knew why Xiao Liang, as a player, was making such a fuss. Mi Zhu, a wealthy businessman in Shuzhou, whose ancestors had been engaged in farming for generations, was said to have had nearly 10,000 servants and diners, and assets worth hundreds of millions. He was also Liu Bei's nobleman, and spent all his money to support Liu Bei when Liu Bei was in decline. After Liu Bei took control of Yizhou, Mi Zhu became the general of Anhan, and his position was superior to that of the military advisor General Zhuge Liang. If you can establish a relationship with the wealthy businessman Mi Zhu through the caravan, you can give Mi Zhu's funding in a short period of time. Xiaozhen really doesn't have to worry about lack of money. It's a pity that this is just a small caravan of the Mi family. If you manage to marry Mi Zhu's sister, Mrs. Mi, you may be able to get his support. Xiao Liang came up with a bad idea. Let's upgrade Xia Town to a city as soon as possible. If we don't have the strength, even if we get married, those aristocratic families may not be willing to sacrifice their lives for us. Chu Tian didn't think that he would be as favored by Mi Zhu as Liu Bei, so much so that he would go bankrupt to help. I just said it casually. Chu Tian did not blame Xiao Liang. After all, Xiao Liang managed to attract caravans to settle in Xia Town, establish trade relations between Xia Town and surrounding towns, and promote the commercial prosperity of Xia Town. Xia Town's monthly city tax increased by at least 30 to 40%. The mayor has returned triumphantly, and the court may grant you an official position. Elderly, who followed Chu Tian from Xia village to Xia Town, rubbed his hands excitedly. After Elder Li's reminder, Chu Tian remembered that he still had 14,114 points of military merit that he had not used. and military merit could be used to exchange for official positions. In the late Eastern Han Dynasty, it was common to use money to buy officials, so it seemed reasonable to exchange military achievements for official positions. Chapter 81 Battle Merit Exchange. The Yellow Turban Warriors also have the characteristics of a great virtuous teacher. Sure enough, the rewards for choosing the Yellow Turban Army Camp may not be worse than the rewards for the Han Dynasty Court Camp. In the Hanzhong Basin, Zhang Jiao, the #1 leader in the Yellow Turban Army Camp, also received the notification from the system almost at the same time that Chu Tian received it. Compared with the characteristics of Sheshenjing and Great Han Army Soul that Chu Tian obtained, the rewards he obtained were the exclusive unit Yellow Turban Warriors and Zhang Jiao's characteristics of Great Master. Which one has better rewards depends on different people's opinions and their own methods. The lord of the Han Army Camp should be a lord in Xuzhou district. Xuzhou is far away from Hanzhong, so there is no need to consider his threat for the time being. The biggest threat at hand is the lords of Guangzong, Xiliang, and Shishu. Zhang Jiao noticed that Chu Tian ranked first in the Han Army Camp and silently wrote down the name. Chu Tian returned to the lord's mansion, took a bath, took off his clothes, and burned incense, before using military merit exchange rewards and historical hero recruitment orders. You must have a sense of ritual to recruit higher-level heroes. If you recruit a hero that even Chu Tian has never heard of, it will be a waste of resources. Military merit exchange can be exchanged for official positions, skill books, treasures, elixirs, architectural drawings, and war horses. Chu Tian first checked the official positions that could be redeemed. Official positions and real power in the Eastern Han district were not consistent. You may be a senior general, a general of hussars, a general of chariots, or a pastor of Xuzhou. But as long as you don't have soldiers in your hands, you have no right to speak. After controlling the emperor of the Han dynasty, official positions became even less valuable. But official positions are indispensable. Only by obtaining an official position from the court can you legitimately conquer other princes, recruit talents, and gain the support of the people and aristocratic families. As far as Lord is concerned, the benefits brought by official positions are obvious. The most obvious effect is to increase the probability of the emergence of special talents in the territory, attract refugees, and expand the political influence of the territory. It is easier for aristocratic families and mountain barbarians to surrender. Can I exchange it for Xuzhou Mu? Chu Tian saw Xuzhou Mu's official position. If he could use the title of Xuzhou Mu, who is conferred by the imperial court, wouldn't he be able to expel Tao Qian and take over Xuzhou openly in the future? Ding! Zhou Mu needs 1 million military exploits. And your military exploits are not enough to redeem it. Chu Tian's fantasy was shattered. Obviously, the status of a prince like Zhou Mu is not so easy to obtain. Langya Xiang. Ding! Prime Minister Langya requires 100,000 military merits, and your military merits are not enough to exchange for it. The magistrate of Kaiyang County. Ding! The Kaiyang County magistrate needs 10,000 battle credits. Do you want to redeem it? Chu Tian found an official position that could be redeemed, but hesitated. He has 14,114 points of military merit, and changing the official position of Kaiyang County magistrate requires 10,000 points of military merit. If he changes this official position, he will only have 4,114 points of military merit on hand. It sounds like the magistrate of Kaiyang County can be in charge of a county, which is considered a high official in Xuzhou. After all, there are only a dozen counties in Langya Kingdom, and there are only dozens of counties in Xuzhou as a whole. But as the saying goes, only soldiers have power. Zhang Ba, Sun Quan and other princes were entrenched in the Langya Kingdom. Even if Chu Tian was granted the title of Kaiyang County Magistrate by the court, he would not be able to control Kaiyang County. Having soldiers, food and money is the way to go, and an official position is enough. In the future, if you please Don Zhuo, offer gold and silver, and let him make me a hussar general. Wouldn't it be much better than the magistrate of Kaiyang County? Chu Tian thought of another way to save the country. Military merit is very valuable, and can only be obtained by participating in epic battles and national wars. Just choose a general official position. Kaiyang County Lieutenant is in charge of public security in Kaiyang County. The additional effects are related to military and public security. It only requires 5,000 combat merits. Chu Tian saw that the official position of Kaiyang County Lieutenant had a salary of 200 shur, which was lower than the county magistrate. he only had half the military merit. But the price-performance ratio was probably higher. He could also legitimately manage public security and eliminate bandits in Qaiyang County. Liu Bei once served as the county captain of Anqi County in Jizhou. Official position, Qaiyang County Lieutenant. Responsibilities, in charge of public security in Qaiyang County. Effect, the security within the territory is less likely to decline. The probability of mountain barbarians, water bandits, and horse thieves gathering near the territory is reduced. The probability of special talents joining forces is slightly increased. When attacking other lords in Qaiyang County, the hostility of NPC forces is less likely to increase. Required merits, 5,000. Chu Tian reserved the position of Qaiyang County Captain. And some ambitious lords should also exchange their official positions in their respective counties, and start preparing for the future competition in the Central Plains. There are still 9,114 points of military merit. Chu Tian browsed in detail among the hundreds of redeemable rewards. His eyes focused on 3 of the architectural drawings. He suddenly froze and took a breath. They were 3 barracks drawings. If it were just a low-level barracks building drawing, Chu Tian wouldn't be surprised. But this is a 6th-level barracks building drawing. The architectural drawings of the 6th-level infantry battalion require 5,000 combat merits. The architectural drawings of the 6th-level archer battalion require 10,000 combat merits. The 6th-level cavalry battalion requires 20,000 combat merits. Chu Tian now understands how important military exploits are. Some drawings that may not be available in auction houses can be exchanged for military exploits. Although Chu Tian wanted to get them all, the remaining military exploits were no longer enough to exchange for the architectural drawings of the 6th-level infantry battalion, archer battalion, and cavalry battalion at the same time. Chu Tian could only choose the architectural drawings of the 6th-level infantry battalion that required the least military merit. Zhou Yafu, a famous general in the Western Han Dynasty, had a special unit, Ziliyuying, which was a 6th-level infantry. With this 6th-level infantry battalion architectural drawing, the 6th-level infantry battalion is completed, and theoretically it is possible to recruit the special unit. Shiliu Battalion. Tia Town does not yet have a special unit. The training cost of archers and cavalry is higher than that of ordinary light infantry, so we can only consider it later. Chu Tian wanted to recruit a 6th-level archer battalion, but the 10,000 battle merit required for the 6th-level archer battalion drawing was too much. After exchanging the architectural drawings of Qaiyang County Lieutenant and the 6th-level infantry battalion, Chu Tian only had 4,114 points of combat merit left. He exchanged another batch of architectural drawings to upgrade Xia Town to a 3rd-level town as soon as possible. This batch of drawings included an intermediate martial arts school, a 4th-level building, a rural private school, a 3rd-level building, and a small music studio, a 3rd-level building. After using all his military exploits, Chu Tian gave up. There are still many good things that Chu Tian covets, but his military achievements are not enough. For example, the Bloody Horse of the Western Region Protectorate requires 20,000 military merits. Just try to gain more military exploits in future epic battles and national wars. Priceless architectural drawings appeared on Chu Tian's desk, the most precious of which was an architectural drawing of a 6th-level infantry battalion. Having the architectural drawings of the 6th-level infantry battalion does not mean that the 6th-level Shiliu battalion can be recruited immediately. Resources must be mobilized to build the 6th-level infantry battalion. Township warriors are recruited in Xia Town and affiliated villages and towns, and then sent to the 6th-level infantry battalion for training. Xiang Yong transferred to the Shiliu camp infantry with an initial level of 10. He still needs to go through countless battles before he can grow into a level 100 veteran. It is said that raising an army for 1,000 days and using it for a period of time means 1,000 days, which is 3 years. After Chu Tian consumed all his military exploits, he finally took out the random historical hero recruitment order. I'm not greedy either. I can just recruit by Qi or Wu Qi, or Qin Xiong, Li Tsuin Xiao, and Chan Yuchen can use them reluctantly. Chu Tian muttered something, and used this random historical hero recruitment order that was priceless and unmarketable. Chapter 82 Unparalleled Scholars of the Tang Dynasty. Ding! Consume a random historical hero recruitment order, and you will gain the allegiance of the Imperial Counselor Fang Xiao. Ding! The S-level achievement Fang Mao Du Duan of the achievement system is activated. Collect the 2 heroes Fang Qiao and Du Ruhui of the Tang Dynasty to get special rewards. Fang Qiao? Chu Tian originally hoped to recruit a strong general, but this result seems not bad. Fang Qiao is also Fang Xianling. Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui were the right-hand men of Tang Taizong Li Shimin, equivalent to Cao Cao Sun Yu and Sun Yu. Historically, Fang Xianling was good at poetry and writing, and was well-read in classics and history. He was in charge of military affairs in Li Shimin's Qin Palace for more than 10 years. According to Ziji Tongjian, Li Shimin was regarded as the mastermind. Fang Xianling made the first contribution to the Xuanwu Gate Revolution, and was also the chief assistant of Jingguan. According to descendants, he was a wise prime minister in the Tang dynasty, with Fang Du before him, and Yao and Song behind him. The allusion, Fang Ye Du Duan, describes the famous prime minister Fang Xianling as being scheming, and Du Ruhui is good at making judgments. The value of recruiting Fang Xianling is not comparable to that of ordinary generals. Fang Xianling can not only make suggestions in the military, but also be the leader in handling internal affairs. Chu Tian could completely use Fang Xianling as a military advisor and interior minister at the same time to squeeze his value. No. People should be put to their best use. A gentleman in green shirt appeared in the Lord's mansion, behaving appropriately. Fang Xianling was born in a scholarly family of officials in Shandong, and her demeanor was still different from that of ordinary people. Most of the plotters in each dynasty were descendants of officials. The main reason was that they knew how to read and write since they were young. It may also be that the monarch planned to win over aristocratic families. My roommate Xianling has met my lord. Fang Xianling has a smooth voice and a graceful demeanor, quite like a scholar of the Tang dynasty. However, Fang Xianling looks young and has obviously not yet reached his peak. Chu Tian quickly glanced at Fang Xuanling's panel secretly. Name, Fang Xianling. Talent, Imperial Advisor. Level 40. Official position, none. Identity, Tang Taizong's Mastermind. Loyalty, 80. Commander, 50, maximum 61. Force, 32, maximum 35. Intelligence, 92, maximum 97. Politics, 83, maximum 93. Charm, 90. Phasiality, 15. Favorability, 50. Characteristic 1 Mastermind, SS level trait. When going to war with the army, there is a high probability of making proposals, and a high probability of increasing the success rate of the strategy. Characteristic 2 Jingguan Chief Assistant, SS level trait. Greatly improves territorial administrative efficiency and saves financial expenditures. People's hearts will not decline easily, and the probability of auspicious occurrences increases. Characteristic 3 Empowering people according to their talents, S level trait. The probability of special talents appearing in the territory is greatly increased, and special talents are easy to find. Fang Xuanling's attributes are very exaggerated. The upper limit of intelligence and politics is double 90. Such attributes are much higher than those of ordinary civil servants. Getting my husband is like getting Zhang Liang and Xiaohe. Great things can be accomplished. From now on, I will be the mastermind of Xia Town. Chu Tian directly regarded Fang Xianling as the mastermind. If even Fang Xianling is not qualified to become a mayor, now that Chu Tian is already a quasi-Kaiyang County lieutenant and the mastermind of a Kaiyang County lieutenant, there are probably not many counselors in the entire Eastern Han dynasty who are qualified to become the mastermind. As long as Fang Xianling reaches his peak state, his intelligence of 97 can deal with most military advisors in all civilized areas. Hearing that Chu Tian directly regarded him as the mastermind, Fang Xianling was a little flattered. Master, do you want to consider this matter carefully? There is no need to think about it. I will arrange for someone to vacate the best house in the residential area for my husband. He usually serves as an official and a household officer in the town, and he serves as a soldier during expeditions. Chu Tian divided the work. Li Kui was appointed as the agricultural and legal officer of Xia Town, and Xiao Liang was appointed as the city councilor. The number of officials was expanding. Fang Xianling was suitable for rectifying the officialdom, compressing the official team as much as possible, and keeping Xia Town running with the least administrative costs. Because of Fang Xuanling's joining, Xia Town's administrative efficiency has increased. Chu Tian gave Fang Xianling a superior house in the residential area of the Lord's mansion, and Fang Xuanling's loyalty increased slightly. Then, Chu Tian took Fang Xianling to get familiar with the situation in Xia Town. Chu Tian also wanted to see the development momentum of Xia Town during his absence. Although Xiao Liang regularly reported this bug to Chu Tian through the friend system between players in the Guangzong County battlefield, reporting was one thing, and seeing it with his own eyes was another. Otherwise, there would be no such thing as seeing is believing. The population of Xia Town reached an astonishing 10,500, and 42 people during this period. In addition, 800 captured yellow turban soldiers stayed in Xia town as coolies, which has exceeded the population limit of a second-level town. The town's population limit is just a numerical value. In fact, as long as a few more houses are built, it can accommodate more people. The fourth-level fish market in Xia town has become famous in the surrounding areas and has become a famous town in the south of Taiyang County. Many residents from nearby villages and towns come here to trade. With the help of the third-level pier, dozens of small and medium-sized ships come to Xia town every day. There are more branches of silk shops in the core Shifang district of Xia town. Xia town now has 2 market districts and 2 residential areas. Town residents are accustomed to calling the market district within the city wall the inner city, and the market district in Xiaoyu district the outer city. City Chao Xiao Lian also followed Chu Tian on his inspection of Xia town. When she heard that Chu Tian had recruited Fang Xianling, she felt incredible. With Li Kui, the reformer and prime minister of Wei, and Fang Xianling, prime minister of the Tang dynasty, Xia town, with a population of just over 10,000, had 2 interior ministers, which was already a bit condescending. Chu Tian and Fang Xianling were listening carefully to Xiao Liang's report on the recent development of Xia town. In short, Xia town now forms an inner city and an outer city. For a second-tier town, this is an incredible phenomenon. The city wall of the second-level town is enough to surround all the original city districts and residential areas, but the Xiaoyu village annexed by Xia town form the outer city area, and more city taxes are paid every month. The prosperity of the outer city also has a disadvantage. That is, once a war breaks out, the outer city is easily destroyed by the enemy. In order to protect the outer city, the enemy can only be defended outside the town gate. Every month, the Mi family caravan purchases silk worth 300 taels from the town, earning about 120 taels in market tax and net profit. Is silk so easy to make money? Yes. There are also banks that absorb gold, silver and copper coins from residents of various villages and towns, worth 10,000 taels of silver. If you leave 30% of the reserve, you can misappropriate gold and silver worth 7,000 taels. As long as you operate it properly and make up for the deficit in time, it will not affect the bank's business. However, the principal and interest must be repaid in time. Otherwise, public sentiment will drop significantly. And if the bank loses its credit, it will not be able to absorb deposits in the future. Xiao Liang mentioned an astonishing statistic to Chu Tian. The Lord's Mansion can call upon the astonishing wealth of the bank, which is somewhat similar to a central bank. The premise is to ensure the timely repayment of principal and interest to the townspeople. As long as Xia town's influence is large enough and the interest is high enough, it can absorb the property of nearby businessmen and players. They are smarter than ordinary townspeople. You are fully responsible for this matter. There should be no problem in misappropriating the bank's gold and silver. After the attack on the first-level city, the Lord's Mansion will have more land. If the Lord's Mansion cannot repay the principal and interest by then use the land is used as mortgage. The people in Dongnan district should like the land very much. Chu Tian has enough population, architectural drawings, and gold and silver accumulated by banks, and is ready to attack first-class towns. Chapter 83 World Pattern. When the lords of the Eastern Han dynasty returned to their own territories and were busy dealing with the accumulated internal affairs, the first epic battles in other civilized areas also ended, and some lords stood out. Chu Tian originally didn't pay much attention to the world situation, but the members of the guild were discussing the #1 hero in the world. Chu Tian opened the world hero rankings and found that after the first epic battle, Li Kui, who ranked first with a political attribute limit of 97 points, had dropped to 3rd place. The 2nd place is still the hero of Chu Tian, the newly recruited Fang Xianling, and the 1st place is the hero of the Holy See district, the African conqueror Scipio, a lord of the Holy See, recruited a famous general from the Roman Republic, defeated another legendary Carthaginian general Hannibal at the Battle of Zama, an expedition to North Africa to conquer the victorious Scipio the Great. Chu Tian still knew this famous ancient Roman general. The Italian peninsula in the Holy See is now at the end of the era of the former triumvirate of Caesar, Pompey, and Crassus in ancient Rome, and is about to enter the era of the post-triumvirate of Octavian, Antony, and Lepidus. Scipio the Great was a Roman commander 100 years earlier than Caesar, and was almost in the same era as Han Xian and Xiongnu. At that time, there were Chuhan Wars in the east and Punic Wars in the west, and the stars gathered together. No wonder the members of the Wolf Guild suddenly discussed the world structure. which made Chu Tian also notice Scipio, who is ranked first in the world hero rankings. I don't know which lord in the Holy See district is so lucky. Among the top 10 heroes in the rankings, 4 are from the Eastern Han district, 2 from the Holy See district, 1 from the Japanese district, 1 from the Arab Empire district, 1 from the Egyptian district, and 1 from the Eastern European Plains district. Although there are only 2 heroes in the top 10 of the Holy See district, their quality is very high. One is the African conqueror Scipio the Great, and the other is the Black Prince Edward. The strength of the civilized zone is directly related to the development of each lord and the heroes it possesses. Chu Tian also noticed the heroes of Dongying district in front of the Donghan district. The Holy See district is too far away from the Eastern Han district, and is also separated by the Persian district, the Arab Empire district, and many Western region and grassland forces. It will basically not pose a threat to the Eastern Han district in the middle and early stages. If we must say there is a competitive relationship, then it is also a national war between different civilized areas. In contrast, some surrounding civilized areas pose a more direct threat to the Eastern Han district. The first epic battle in Japan, the Battle of Okahazama, ended. Oda Nobunaga, who was sought after by the fanatical Japanese lords, defeated Imagawa Yoshimoto in the Battle of Okahazama, and Oda Nobunaga's power rose in Japan. The Japanese hero ranked among the top 10 in the world is the famous military commander Asahi Shogun Kiso Yashinaka in the late Heian period of Japan, probably during the Southern Song dynasty. The Taira clan and the Jinji clan competed for the power to conquer Japan. Kiso Yashinaka defeated the 100,000 Taira army at Tanami Mountain in Azhong. Later, there was internal fighting among the Minamoto clan, and Kiso Yashinaka was defeated by the Kamakura army led by Minamoto Norai and Minamoto Yoshitsune, and died in battle. Due to the need for checks and balances in different civilization zones, the panels of some heroes in the Japanese district may be inflated, which makes the Japanese district have a certain threat to the Eastern Han district. Chu Tian paid attention to the Goryeo district again, and there was a hero in the top 30 in the Goryeo district. Annan district has the top 50 heroes. There are top 20 heroes in the Indian zone. These are civilized areas near Donghan district. The Eastern Han district is actually the overlord of the Eastern continent. If the surrounding civilized areas want to defeat the Eastern Han district, they can only choose to unite, or use the NPC forces in the grassland, Xiongnu, Xianbei, Wuhuan, to go south to harass the Eastern Han district and interfere with its development. There is another way to defeat Donghan district. That was the civil war in the Eastern Han dynasty. The Eastern Han dynasty is divided into 13 states, as well as remote places such as the Western Region Protectorate and Zhou. The civil war may be more tragic than the foreign war. During the Three Kingdoms period, Cao Cao also defeated Wuhuan, but more people were concerned about the battle between Wei, Shu and Wu, and did not see Boss Chao's style of defeating Wuhuan. During the Tang dynasty, it attacked all directions, attacking the Arab Empire to the west and Goguryeo to the east. But its popularity was still not as great as the Ungshi rebellion. There will be national wars in the future. I don't know which civilized district the first national war in the Eastern Han district will be targeted for. Chu Tian didn't know the content of the national war, and no players in the Eastern Han district knew about it. The official did not release any information during the internal beta test of Guizhou. According to the intersection of history, the Eastern Han dynasty has grievances with the nearby civilized areas, and may even be involved in a war with the Arab Empire. Chu Tian set his sights on the Eastern Han district again, and there was another special hero on the list in the Eastern Han district. Lu Zongmin, the general of King Chuangli Zicheng. Chu Tian found some familiar names on the hero ranking list in Donghan district. Apparently many lords in the Eastern Han dynasty also reaped rewards from the first epic battle and recruited historical heroes. There is also Pan Mei, a famous general of the Northern Song dynasty. Chu Tian was a little shocked. Pan Mei was a famous general in the early Song dynasty. He conquered the Southern Han dynasty, pacified the Southern Tang dynasty, conquered the Northern Han dynasty, and captured Taiyuan. The black spot of his life was when he made a command error when recapturing the 16th prefecture of Yanyun, resulting in Yang Ye's death in battle. Probably for this reason, Pan Mei was completely discredited in the Yang family. But to be fair, Pan Mei, as the founding general, was regarded as a loyal minister by the Song court and had greater military exploits than Yang Yi. It was not just Pan Mei and the Song army who were defeated. It was probably because the time for the northern expedition was not ripe. At that time, the national power of the Liao kingdom was on the rise, And there were also big figures, such as Empress Dowager Xiao and Brother Yulixiu. In short, Lord Pan Mei's ability is neither too high nor too low. She is definitely a strong player in the middle and early stages. In addition to Lu Xingmin and Pan Mei, there are also several heroes from other dynasties. Not just generals, but also counselors or heroes from all walks of life. The various lords, who have obtained historical heroes, are bound to rise. This is also in line with the process of Donghan District. After the Yellow Turban Rebellion, the Han court lost control of various counties, and the princes from various places used the excuse to destroy the remaining Yellow Turbans and support their own troops. Player lords began to rise, and the desire for expansion of various NPC princes further increased. Chu Tian judged that after the crusade against Dong Zhuo, various state pastors and county guards would begin to annex each other. At that time, the player lord will also be hated by the nearby princes. There are many princes near Xia Town. Chu Tian wanted to find a time to discuss with Fang Xianling the general trend of the world and the development direction of Xia Town, and asked him to propose a plan for him. No, this is not Longzhong. Maybe it can be called Langya Pair, or Kaiyang Pair. Lord Mayor, the Imperial Court has sent a special envoy to confer you the title of Kaiyang County Lieutenant. Elderly walked into the Lord's mansion excitedly, and reported the good news to Chu Tian. There is still a process of canonization for Kaiyang County Lieutenant in exchange for military merit. I finally became an official. We hosted a banquet to entertain the Imperial envoys. Chu Tian was honored to become the Kaiyang County Lieutenant of Langya State in Xuzhou, Eastern Han Dynasty, and held the power of protecting the territory and the people of Kaiyang County. Although the county captain is not a high official, he can bring some fame to Chu Tian. In the future, he can annex the villages and towns around Kaiyang County, and then surround Langya City. Chapter 84 The Mi Family. A wealthy family in Xuzhou. Congratulations, sir, on your appointment as Kaiyang County Captain. Some wealthy families from Xia Town gathered here, as well as officials from Lingyan Town, Yulai Town, Shangbi Village and other vassal villages and towns came to celebrate. Their lord no longer has the self-proclaimed title of mayor, but is a serious Kaiyang County Captain conferred by the Han Dynasty. Chu Tian officially became the local leader of Kaiyang County in Langya Kingdom. Zhou Yafu, Hua Mulan, Lu Sandao and other heroes were once again raised in salary by Chu Tian, and were rewarded with farmland and houses. All soldiers who followed Chu Tian and survived the first battle were ordered to write down their military exploits. Although Chu Tian has not yet implemented the military merit system in Xia Town because of his small official position and power, Chu Tian has realized how important recording military merit is to boost morale. Military merit is honor to soldiers, sometimes more important than life. Spartans even took pride in dying in battle. For military merit records, it is equivalent to having a file for each soldier. Soldiers who fight bravely are more likely to be promoted and receive money and food as rewards, and their families will be proud of them. For the more than 200 soldiers who died in the first historical battle, Chu Tian exempted their families from taxes, paid pensions, and visited their homes to express condolences to stabilize the people's hearts. In order to celebrate becoming Kaiyang County Captain, the Lord's Mansion killed pigs and sheep. Wherever there are people, there are classes, and some large households have gradually formed in Xia Town. Only these large households are eligible to participate in the banquets held by the Lord's Mansion. Some wealthy households were originally just common people in Xia Town, but they achieved class transformation with their own brains. A small caravan from the Mi family, a wealthy businessman in Xuzhou, stationed in Xia Town, also sent people to attend the banquet. If Chu Tian was just an unknown lord, the Mi family would not even take the initiative to deal with him. However, after Chu Tian became a county captain, there was also some value in making friends. In ancient times, among scholars, farmers, industry and commerce, the status of merchants was always low. As a businessman, there is nothing wrong with making friends with high-ranking officials in times of governance, and with princes in troubled times. The Mi family has been businessmen for generations, and has a very strong family background. Although they lack political status, they are wealthy. A small caravan sent dozens of people to the banquet. Master, the Lord of Xia Town was conferred the title of Kaiyang County Lieutenant by the Imperial Court because of his meritorious service in defeating the Yellow Turban Army. A servant respectfully introduced the situation in Xia Town to the owner headed by the Mi family. What achievements has he made? Beheaded Zhang Liang, one of the leaders of the Yellow Turban Army, and led the Zhuluhan army to capture Guangzong city. The master of the Mi family was shocked. This is a great achievement. It is not just as simple as conferring a county captain. Even conferring a Kaiyang order is not an exaggeration. That's right. Maybe he chose other rewards. So he was only canonized as Kaiyang lieutenant. Dozens of people from the Mi family attended the banquet, and the wealthy families in Xia Town got up one after another. Although the big families in Xia Town are prominent figures in the town, compared with the Mi family, which has thousands of servants and diners, they are like a small country squire meeting the richest man in Xuzhou. Chu Tian now has an official position and military exploits, so he doesn't need to be afraid of the Mi family's reputation. Mi Zhu, the head of the Mi family, is set in lord and works as a chariot under Tao Qian, the governor of the state. The status of a state governor's assistant must be higher than that of a county captain. If Mi Zhu comes in person, Chu Tian will still try to please Mi Zhu. Chu Tian looked at the people leading the team from the Mi family. They were young and slightly tall, which was different from Mi Zhu's impression of being weak and weak. Don't know your name? Chu Tian had the opportunity to get involved with the Mi family, and he wanted to do so. My name is Mi Fong. Named Zifong. I am from Chu County, Donghai. I am currently serving as the captain under the governor. The person who arrived was not Mi Zhu, the head of the Mi family, but his brother Mi Fong. Mi Fong. Chu Tian still remembers that when Lu Meng crossed the river in white clothes and attacked Guan Yu's rear, Bao Ren and Mi Fong, who had a bad relationship with Guan Yu, surrendered one after another, causing Lu Meng to take Jingzhou at a small price. Later generations and contemporary people all think that Mi Fong was a young man, which is actually correct. Of course, Guan Yu's arrogance is somewhat responsible. He said that after the battle, he would kill Mi Fong and Bao Ren who were guarding the rear, which aggravated the possibility of their rebellion. In any case, Mi Fong is valuable now. Captain Mi, please take a seat. Chu Tian invited Mi Fong to sit at the table with him. Those who are qualified to sit at the table with Chu Tian are all the core figures of Xia Town, including Hua Mulan, Zhou Yafu, Fang Xinling, Li Kui, and the earliest batch of officials. Mi Fong looked at Kaiyang County Lieutenant with her peripheral vision. To be honest, he didn't think Chu Tian, who seemed weak in force, could kill Zhang Liang. So he asked tentatively, I heard that Captain Kaiyang killed Zhang Liang and captured Guangzong County. I wonder if this is the case. These are all the contributions of my men. They took the lead and fought bravely to achieve such great achievements. Chu Tian publicly praised Zhou Yafu and Hua Mulan, which slightly increased the favorability of the latter two. I am not as talented as my brother in business, but I still have some confidence in my martial arts. I wonder if I can compete with the person who killed Zhang Liang. Mi Fong was eager to try, and looked at Zhou Yafu, thinking that it was Zhou Yafu who personally killed Zhang Liang in the rebel army. Ahem. It was another general who killed Zhang Liang. Chu Tian reminded him personally. If Mi Fong wants to fight Hua Mulan in a one-on-one fight, it's not Chu Tianjue. Hua Mulan, who has now reached 89 in strength, can beat Mi Fong to the point where even his brother Mi Zhu can't recognize him. Players who are familiar with the Three Kingdoms game can basically judge the peak strength of each Three Kingdoms general. Because Mi Fong betrayed the Shu Han and had no record to show, his attributes have never been high, and his strength should be more than 60. Chu Tian knew Mi Fong and Hua Mulan's martial arts, but Mi Fong didn't know Hua Mulan's martial arts and was still eager to try. Mi Fong wants to indirectly know through Hua Mulan who is more powerful between him and Zhang Liang. Hua Mulan also agreed to the duel. I wonder why brother Mi came to Xia Town. Chu Tian asked about Mi Fong's origin again. Mi Fong should be in Xiapi or her hometown in Donghai Kingdom at this time. To be honest, a powerful bandit appeared in the Yi River recently, named Lian Shanbo, and robbed ships from Xiapi City to Langya City. Many of the goods of our Mi family fell into the hands of this bandit. Now the purpose of coming to Langya City in Kaiyang County this time is to contact the cavalry commander Zhang Ba and raise troops to exterminate this group of water bandits. Chu Tian was stunned. In the late Eastern Han Dynasty, there were water bandits who called themselves Liang Shanbo. What's more, this is not Lian Shan at all, but Iha. Then there is only one possibility. This group of water bandits has an inextricable relationship with the players, so it has such a strange name. Although Chu Tian was shocked in his heart, he asked calmly on the surface, has Zhang Ba agreed to send troops to annihilate Liang Shanbo? Zhang Ba asked me for a large amount of gold and silver before he was willing to send troops to destroy Liang Shanbo. My brother manages the family's money. So I must go back and discuss it with him. Why don't you ask the governor to dispatch troops? The governor is guarding against the remnants of the Yellow Turban Army. Although Zhang Jiao and Zhang Liang are dead, Zhang Bao is still alive. The remnants of the Yellow Turbans in various places are constantly revolting. And even if you ask the governor to borrow troops, you will have to pay a price. Mi Fang was a little worried. This seems like a good opportunity to get close to the Mi family. I wonder how many ships and troops there are in Liangshan. And how much gold and silver does Zhang Ba need before he is willing to send troops? There are at least 1,000 water bandits in Liangshanbo. As for gold and silver, Mi Fang doesn't fully trust Chu Tian yet. Chu Tian didn't ask further questions. With the current scale of Xia Town's naval camp with more than a dozen sentry ships, it is really impossible to eliminate more than 1,000 water bandits. Even if they are forcibly eliminated, Xiaojin will be severely damaged. After the celebration banquet, Chu Tian took Mi Fang to the third-level school grounds in Xia Town. Before the duel began, Chu Tian waved his hand for Hua Mulan to come closer and whispered, "His brother is a wealthy man in Shuzhou. Please be gentle when you strike, so as not to cripple him." Chapter 85 Mi Fang challenges Hua Mulan. Mi Fang wants to challenge Hua Mulan. The two sides stood on the competition stage at the Xia Town school ground, each holding a red tassel gun. Chu Tian was afraid that Hua Mulan would directly stab Mi Fang to death, so he asked the two to use the red tassel gun used for soldier training, with the iron tip already cut off. "You are just a prostitute. If you get injured later, don't blame me." Mi Fang shook up the red tassel gun, and the wooden gun shaft shook, making a sound that swept the air. Chu Tian could already see the ending, and couldn't bear to watch anymore. "Then let's get started." Chu Tian, Zhou Yafu, and Lu San now stood aside and watched. Hua Mulan holds the red tassel gun in both hands, as if facing a formidable enemy, unaware of Mi Fang's strength. She seems to be planning to go all out. Ahem. Chu Tian once again reminded Hua Mulan to let go. Hua Mulan was the first to strike, and the red tassel spear moved like thunder, with some false and true, some strange and positive, stabbing Mi Fang like a violent wind and rain. Mi Fang was stunned at the moment of the fight. Faced with Li was dancing offensive. She didn't even have time to think, so she could only rely on conditioned reflexes to parry. The gap between the two people is too big. Mi Fang is at best a gold-level historical general, while Hua Mulan is a king-level general. If it was really a life-and-death fight on the battlefield, how could Hua Mulan give Mi Fang so many opportunities to parry, stab him to death with a few shots, and then attack fiercely? In other words, Mi Fang can barely parry now, and Hua Mulan is deliberately letting things go. That's almost it. After Chu Tian blocked Hua Mulan's dozens of moves, Chu Tian called a stop at the right time. Anyone with a discerning eye, including Mi Fang herself, knows that she is no match for Hua Mulan, and there is no point in continuing the fight. Hua Mulan retreated, but Mi Fang felt her wrist numb, and the red tassel gun she held in her hand unexpectedly fell from her hand, clattering to the ground. The school grounds were silent. It was very embarrassing for Mi Fang to lose her weapon. Fortunately, Chu Tian responded in time and said, "Zhang Liang was killed that day with just a few moves. Captain Mi can block dozens of moves without losing. He is already a good general in the world." Mi Fang was originally embarrassed, but after Chu Tian said this, she finally found a way out. Zhang Liang, one of the 3 leaders of the Yellow Turban Army, was killed by Hua Mulan in just a few moves, so it would not be a shame for him to be defeated after dozens of moves. In fact, Chu Tian did not lie. Hua Mulan led the elite Han cavalry on the battlefield of Guangzong County and directly took away Zhang Liang. However, at that time, Zhang Liang had been seriously injured by the archers of the Xisheng battalion of the Han army led by Zhou Yafu. Mi Fang's military strength is definitely not comparable to Zhang Liang's. "I didn't expect that there would be such a fierce general in Qaiyang County." Mi Fang walked down the steps given by Chu Tian and couldn't help but sigh. "It would be great if you had enough ships and soldiers and horses. In this way, you might be able to wipe out Liangshanbo. If Zhang Ba sends troops to attack the water bandits, as the captain of Qaiyang County, I am in charge of public security, so I will not stand idly by." Chu Tian was also wary of the Liangshanbo water bandit gang that appeared near Yihe River. Nowadays, Xia Town is becoming more and more influential. It relies on the water transportation of Yihe River. The water bandits are getting bigger, which is also a threat to the development of Xia Town. Compared with the water bandits that Chu Tian destroyed before, This group of water bandits is more powerful, and there may be players behind them. Only players would give a water bandit a name like Liang Shanbua. Mi Fang did not dare to underestimate Xiaojin because she lost to Hua Mulan. In order to win over the Mi family and improve his goodwill with Mi Fang, Chu Tian invited Mi Fang to stay in Xia Town for 2 more days and treat her as an honored guest. Chu Tian knew how to be a good person. Mi Fang's favorability kept rising, and she remembered Chu Tian, the captain of Kaiyang County. Winning over Mi Fang can bring tangible benefits. At least the business relationship with the Mi family will be more stable, and it is possible to recruit them in the future. During Mi Fang's stay, Chu Tian continued to carry out large-scale construction and build various buildings to enhance the prosperity of the main town. To upgrade a second-level town to a third-level town, the main town and vassal villages need to reach a certain level of prosperity. Prosperity is linked to the territory's agriculture, economy, military, and culture. If you want to increase prosperity as quickly as possible, the fastest way is to build various buildings. As long as the population is sufficient and everyone performs their duties, prosperity can quickly increase. Xiaojin also needs to replenish its troops. Currently, Xia Town has less than 1,000 soldiers and horses, which is quite dangerous. Chu Tian took the lead in recruiting archers and cavalry. As for recruiting infantry, Chu Tian wanted to wait until the 6th level infantry battalion was completed, because Chu Tian didn't know what types of troops the 6th level infantry battalion could recruit. This is a 6th level infantry battalion, which is much higher than the original 2nd level infantry battalion in Xia Town. It can basically recruit the exclusive troops of most infantry generals. Of course, the premise is that there are generals with special arms. The construction time of a level 6 infantry battalion is 1 month. The Lord's Mansion quickly posted a notice to recruit craftsmen in the town to prepare for the attack on the 3rd level town. Chu Tian expected that after this batch of construction was completed, Xia Town would be eligible to be upgraded to a 3rd level town. In addition to Xia Town, other vassal villages and towns are also undergoing construction. Among them, Shangbi Village, which has 3rd level gold mine resources, already has more than 1,000 miners. Not only does it mine gold mines, it also has 2nd level iron ore resources. Shangbi Village is preparing to be upgraded to Shangbi Town, with the development direction being a mining type town. After the 3rd level town, there is the city. After Mi Fang lived in Xia Town for 2 days, she left with her servants and headed to Xiapi City. The Mi family's business covers 5 counties and 62 counties in Shuzhou. If I take charge of Shuzhou in the future, I must find a way to steal from the Mi family, collect a sum of military resources. Chu Tian saw Mi Fang leaving by boat and was thinking about the Mi family's hundreds of millions of assets. With the funding of the Mi family, by dismissing the servants and guests of the Mi family, at least several thousand more elite soldiers can be raised. Don't envy the Mi family. If you have the support of the Lord's Mansion, maybe I can help you earn 100,000 taels of silver in a few years. Only children make choices, whether it's the gold and silver you earn or the Mi family's gold and silver. I want it. Only when you have money, food, and soldiers can you compete in the Central Plains. Chu Tian put his hands behind his hands and looked at the river. The mountain bandits and water bandits in this cold winter must be having a hard time. They didn't know if they would come out to rob nearby villages and towns. Want to go and sit at the Lord's Mansion? What do you want to do? I sent people to invite Fang Xianling, Li Kui, Zhou Yafu and others, as well as you, to discuss the development strategy of Xia Village. After the first epic battle, the lords of each civilized area recruited special heroes. Plus, all the lords of the city will attack the world's largest city, and the world will soon be in chaos. The battle on the battlefield in Guangzong County made me know how difficult it is to break into a city with sufficient food and thick walls. In other words, the player lord who owns the city has already you can provoke NPC princes. Therefore, we must have a strategic plan similar to Longzhong's to deal with the next chaos. Chu Tian brought Xiao Liang, who was in charge of the market, to the Lord's Mansion, and then recruited Fang Xianling, who was in charge of official administration, documents, and household registration. Li Kui, who was in charge of agriculture and justice. Zhou Yafu, who commanded the infantry. Hua Mulan, who was in charge of the cavalry. And Lu San, who was in charge of the archers. Knife. As for elderly, Zhao Qi, Wu Shang and other elderly people, because their abilities gradually failed to keep up with the development of Xia Town. Chu Tian did not ask them to come over to make up the numbers. Chapter 86 Fang Xuanling's Langya Duel. Charcoal was burning in the brazier of the lord's mansion, and the house was filled with incense. Chu Tian summoned the core figures of Xia Town to discuss Xia Town's strategic plan. Chu Tian had talents in agriculture, economics, justice, administration, infantry, cavalry, and archers under his command. Forming his first team, Hua Mulan and Xiao Liang were approaching, and the two women were talking to each other, while Zhou Yafu remained silent. Lu Sandow crossed his legs from time to time. Fang Xianling was playing chess with Chu Tian, and Li Kuei was drinking tea. Chu Tian held the black chess piece. Sir, please formulate a Langya pair to plan for the development of Xia Town. After Fang Xianling learned about the current situation in Xia Town, Chu Tian asked him to propose the same Langya pair as Zhuge Liang's Long Zhong pair. Facing Chu Tian's eager eyes, Fang Xianling couldn't refuse. After all, he is now the mastermind of Xia Town. The Lord can use his identity as Kaiyang County captain to attack the disobedient forces in Kaiyang County, expel Zhang Ba, Sun Quan and other Taishan bandits, and then use Kaiyang County as a stronghold to banish the Prime Minister of Langya State and occupy the land of Langya State. Tao Qian is weak and Kong Rong is in the north. With the land strength of Langya Kingdom, he can recruit tens of thousands of troops. The Lord then uses the excuse of attacking the Yellow Turban army of Qinzhou to send Zhou Yafu to send tens of thousands of troops into Beihai Kingdom. In less than a year, Beihai Kingdom can be annexed. The Lord is occupying the territory between Qing and Su. At that time, the Lord will, depending on the situation, compete for the two states of Qing and Su, and ask the imperial court for the position of state shepherd. Once we have the land of the two states, we can unify Yinzhou and Yuzhou south of the Yellow River, move south to Huainan, attack Hebei to the north, and advance to Guangzong to the west, dividing the world into three parts. Then we have to go to Long to look at Shu, go down the river, take the 6 counties east of the Yangtze River, and unify the world, going north to drive out the Xiongnu and Xianbei, and strengthening control over the Western Region Protectorate. You can be called a great emperor. Fang Xianling painted a bright future for Xia Town. Chu Tian listened carefully. Isn't the first half of the strategic plan Cao Cao's development path? The only difference is that Cao Cao used Yinzhou and Yuzhou as his bases to raise his troops, while Chu Tian's base was in Xuzhou and Qinzhou. The second half of the plan is the Western Jin dynasty's routine to destroy Shu and Wu. Fang Xuanling's Langya pair is actually a piece of 2 ready-made routines. But what Fang Xianling said is indeed correct. There have been ready-made homeworks in history that can be copied. The homework will not be copied incorrectly. To overcome the natural dangers of the Yangtze River, conquer Shishu first. You can be condescending and return thousands of miles of rivers and mountains in one day. Pity. Currently, Xia Town only has a population of more than 20,000 and hundreds of troops. It is difficult for Langyu to achieve the first step of dominating Kaiyang County, and there may be great variables along the way. Just like Zhuge Liang's Longzhong battle lost Qingzhou due to Guan Yu's carelessness and was completely declared invalid. The ideal is beautiful, but the reality is cruel. One wrong step will lead to wrong steps. I need a moment. Chu Tian knew that if a time point for achieving strategic intentions was not set, Xia Town would fall into the dilemma of developing too fast or too slowly. If it develops too fast, it will be like the Mongolian Empire, which only focuses on devouring the territory without digesting the territory. In the future, the territory will quickly split. If they develop too slowly, they will be like Lu Biao and Lu Zhang, sitting back and watching Cao Cao grow bigger without doing anything. By the time Cao Cao develops, they will be unable to turn around. How about conquering Kaiyang County within 1 year? Fang Xianling carefully proposed a time point. The first epic battle, the Yellow Turban Rebellion, started in December, and it was already the first month of the second year of the Lord calendar. 1 year. The area of Kaiyang County must be tens of thousands of square kilometers, maybe more than 10,000 square kilometers. Chu Tian doubted whether Xia Town, which started as a second-level town, could build such a large territory in 1 year. All we need to do is occupy Langya City, send a message to all the towns, and ask them to surrender. If anyone refuses to accept it, order Generals Zhou Yafu, Hua Mulan, and Lu Sandow to lead their troops to pacify them. Fang Xuanling's words changed Chu Tian's thinking. In Chu Tian's original idea, occupying a place meant conquering every village and town. But in fact, as long as you occupy the county seat, and governor's office, it is basically equivalent to controlling this area. Most villages and towns are just grassroots. Whoever has a big fist will obey. And only a few will really resist. But before that, we have to use up the quota of vassal villages in Xia Town. Try to occupy the villages and towns near Langya City. And realize the villages and towns surrounding the city. Chu Tian added to Fang Xuanling's plan. Langya City is a large city. After Xia Town is upgraded to a small city, it will take a group of villages and towns to capture the big city. Zhou Yafu, who was silent, interjected. My lord, you should also be careful about Tao Qian, the governor of Xuzhou. Once we plan to open Yang County, Tao Qian may mobilize his troops to attack us with Zhang Ba. Hua Mulan nodded. It's not impossible. Tao Qian is also a problem. Zhang Ba was ostensibly a cavalry captain under Tao Qian. But in fact, he was a force of his own in the Langya kingdom. He also had Sun Guan, Yili, and other Taishan thieves under his command. There seems to be another Langya Prime Minister Xiao Jian in Zhu County in the north, who also has some soldiers and horses. If Xuzhou Governor Tao Qian, Cavalry Commander Zhang Ba, and Langya Prime Minister Xiao Jian knew that Xia Town, with less than 1,000 soldiers and horses, was plotting against Kaiyang County and planning to capture Langya City within a year, they would definitely think Chu Tian was crazy. Even Tao Qian did not want to eradicate the Taishan bandit force represented by Zhang Ba, and wanted to use Zhang Ba's reputation to control other Taishan bandits and deal with the Yellow Turban Army. However, Chu Tian had this confidence. What he lacked was not generals, but territory and troops. Zhou Yafu and Hua Mulan were invincible when they commanded tens of thousands of Han troops on the battlefield in Guangzong County, which was completely different from how they were in Xia Town. A wise woman cannot cook without rice, and the gap in comprehensive strength of the territory cannot be made up by 1 or 2 generals. As long as the opponent's generals are not too bad and their national strength is 10 times yours, defense and harassment alone can consume you to death. Why not train your troops and horses in this cold winter and attack the surrounding villages and towns as soon as spring begins? Wait until this year's harvest. Collect the grain stored in various places. Temporarily recruit tens of thousands of soldiers and horses, and quickly capture Kaiyang City. This plan can be divided into a spring offensive and an autumn offensive. Xiao Liang put down the teacup. Only players would come up with the concept of XX offensive. Spring offensive. Autumn offensive. That's a good name. Zhou Yafu muttered words. Chu Tian holds Haizi in his hand, and Xiao Liang's plan is divided into 2 steps. The spring offensive to conquer the villages and towns near Langya City, and the autumn offensive to capture Langya City. Chu Tian thought for a moment. There is another problem. If the autumn offensive starts in July, it must end before sowing in October. Otherwise, it will not only affect the sowing, but also the cold winter is coming. Lord, if Langya City cannot be conquered in 3 months, there is no need to continue the attack, because Tao Qian and other Taishan bandits will arrive soon, and we can escape. There's still someone you can use. Who? Xiao Jian, the Prime Minister of Langya Kingdom in Zhu County. The Prime Minister of Langya Kingdom is equivalent to the prefect of the county. He should be the top leader of Langya Kingdom. However, now the most influential person in Langya Kingdom is the Taishan bandit. He naturally does not have much favorable impression of Zhang Ba. If possible, to lead Xiao Jian and Zhang Ba to turn against each other. Xiao Jian might be able to borrow troops in the Lord's mansion in Xia Town, which was not yet a big one. The strategic plan for the battle in the Central Plains was gradually improved through discussions among several people. The first step is to dominate Kaiyang County, train troops and build territory in the cold winter, and launch a spring offensive in the spring. Chapter 87 Rest and Recuperate. The Shifang district of Xia Town was covered with a thin layer of snow. It was supposed to be a cold winter, but the Shifang district was in full swing. Hundreds of craftsmen and laborers are building and expanding buildings, and various buildings are rising from the ground. One of the exquisite small music workshops took shape. Lafang can enhance the cultural influence of the territory, attract special talents, and form a virtuous cycle. Dancers including Xiao Zhu and Xiao Qing were placed in small music studios to make money for Chu Tian. Making money is secondary. The main thing is to improve cultural prosperity. The small music studio is the prototype of the future palace music studio. A Guqin song fell, and the lingering sound lingered. Chu Tian took Fang Xianling and Li Kuei to inspect the marketplace. At this time, they drank tea and listened to music in the music room and found that their spirits were relaxed. No wonder it attracts special talent. Chu Tian personally felt the charm of the small music studio, which seemed like a place where literati and elegant guests would come. Thanks to your lord, we can support ourselves in troubled times. Xiaoqing came over to serve Chu Tian tea and water. The lord's mansion provides subsidies for special talents, which makes Xiaoqing and Xiao Zhu have a high impression of Chu Tian. If someone makes trouble, you can go to the lord's mansion. This is the property of the lord's mansion, and the lord's mansion will definitely uphold justice for you. With Chu Tian as the protector of Lefeng, any wealthy family in Xia Town must behave themselves. Chu Tian stayed in Lefeng for a while, and then went to inspect the rural private schools. The rural private school was much larger than the previous thatched cottage, and it was the prototype of the academy, Taishua, and Hanlin Academy. After the construction of the rural private school was completed, it was immediately expanded. This large piece of land was all used for the rural private school. There are a total of 12 houses, which can accommodate 500 students. It is sufficient for the current use, but it may not be enough when the population increases in the future. Fang Xianling took over the duty of educating the people. About there, Chu Tian considered the illiteracy rate of the townspeople. In ancient times, it was still a troubled time, and comprehensive literacy was unrealistic. He only needed to cultivate a group of officials and special talents. Too many scholars would be a disaster. Without people to farm, the territory would be short of food. Chu Tian and his group came to the barracks area again. The 6th level infantry battalion was upgraded and expanded based on the 2nd level infantry battalion. The 6th level infantry battalion can not only recruit higher level troops, but also covers a larger area, which means that more infantry can be trained at one time. Chu Tian couldn't wait to set up the Shiliu battalion for Zhou Yafu, and was waiting for the completion of the 6th level infantry battalion. On the school grounds, Hua Mulan was training cavalry. Her cheeks turned red from the cold. Cold winter military training can improve the army's ability to fight in winter. The combat effectiveness of a legion is not as simple as the superficial panel. They have hidden attributes just like heroes. For example, light infantry living in mountains are more capable of fighting in mountains than infantry living in plains. In order to expand the size of Hua Mulan's cavalry, Chu Tian used the war horses obtained in Guangzong County to expand Xia Town's cavalry force to 200 cavalry. Among them, 167 were first-order light cavalry and 33 were second-order elite light cavalry. The elite light cavalry require silver-level war horses, and they cannot be recruited just because they want to. All 200 cavalry were given to Hua Mulan for training. The initial level of newly recruited cavalry is level 10, causing the average level of Xia Town cavalry to drop from level 40 to level 22. This is also true if a large number of new recruits are added to a team of veterans. The combat effectiveness will definitely decrease. It is expected that when the cold winter is over, they can become an elite force. Hua Mulan saw Chu Tian bringing people to inspect and assured him. Seeing Hua Mulan's face turned red from the cold, Chu Tian couldn't help but secretly thought that military generals and historical facts were indeed different from ordinary people. Just this kind of perseverance was not something ordinary people could endure. Zhou Yafu's infantry was also training nearby, selecting the strongest men. It is said that Zhou Yafu was selecting the stronger light infantry among them to advance to the Shiliu camp infantry. There are several sources of troops for Shiliu camp. One is low-level professional infantry. The other is the free people of Xia Town. And the other is the prisoners of the Yellow Turban Army. Even within the same military type, each soldier has his own strengths and weaknesses. After all, they are of different ages, sizes, and origins. Zhou Yafu Shiliu camp has a limited number, so he hopes that every Shiliu camp soldier is a carefully selected strongman, not the old, weak, sick or disabled. I'll have more charcoal sent over. Chu Tian couldn't help with the training of soldiers and horses. He could only do logistics work and provide enough food, charcoal and weapons. It would be best to have uniform weapons. Hua Mulan took this opportunity to advise Chu Tian. Most of the weapons in Xia Town are trophies, and the standards are not uniform. This is also a big problem. Xia Town may not have the ability to mass-produce weapons. I will summon the blacksmiths later to formulate unified weapons. Chu Tian agreed to Hua Mulan's proposal. Indeed, Xiaojin must have its own ability to mass-produce standard weapons. Otherwise, it will be very troublesome if you cannot buy suitable weapons in the future. Not only weapons, but also siege equipment must be built. At least dozens of flying ladders. Although the flying ladder is the lowest level of siege equipment, it is the most flexible. This winter, all the lords should be recuperating. Right. Chu Tian found that the area around Kaiyang County was slightly calm. No lord wants to fight at this time. Even climbing the city wall was uncomfortable in this weather. Xia Town also stopped expanding and made every effort to increase its prosperity. In order to respond to the policy of having more children, raising more pigs, the townspeople of Xia Town, apart from the craftsmen who are doing large-scale construction projects, other townspeople are busy making people. I heard that the lords of Yuzhou, Bingzhou, and Shiliang are having a hard time this year. A snowstorm has hit the prairie tribes. Many nomadic tribes are ready to rob the lords of their food. Let me just say, in lords, each state will have a balancing mechanism. Lords outside the customs can easily recruit cavalry and develop quickly in the early stage. But they have to face the threat of cold winter and nomadic tribes. Don't talk about the outside world. I heard that things are not going well over there in the Eastern European plains. It's too cold this winter. Chu Tian now knows the advantages of joining the guild. He can hear gossip from all over the place. The speed of transferring information between players is very fast. With the presence of players, various places will not turn into dark forests. He learned that the cold winter between the first and second years of the Lord calendar caused trouble to many lords, especially those close to the grasslands. There are many nomadic tribes on the grassland, as well as large forces such as the Xiongnu, Xianbei, and Wuhuan. There may even be Khitan, Ruran, Turks, and Jin people. In short, lords outside the customs can quickly develop cavalry. But there are also great restrictions, compared with Yuzhou, Liangzhou, and Bingzhou that emphasize cavalry, Yangzhou and Jingzhou that emphasize naval forces, and Yizhou that emphasizes infantry. Shuzhou is considered a relatively balanced state. Shaoshi village, a village under the jurisdiction of Yunlai Town, is considered a vassal of Xia Town. The village was filled with smoke, and a small group of village warriors, armed with long guns, patrolled the outskirts of the village. According to Xia Town's regulations, most professional soldiers were stationed in the main city and were firmly controlled by Chu Tian. There are only a few professional soldiers in Lingyan Town, Yunlai Town, and Shangbi Town. As for each village, it is up to the village to organize township warriors to protect themselves. A hunter fled back to the village by crawling on the ground, alarming the villagers and breaking the tranquility of the village. Water bandits! Water bandits are here! Chapter 88 The Vicious Water Bandits. Fang Xianling hurriedly walked into the backyard of the Lord's mansion and found Chu Tian, who was instructing the construction plans of various villages and towns. Why are you so alarmed? Military advisor? Chu Tian had rarely seen Fang Xianling so anxious. It's winter now, so the lords probably don't want to fight. The water bandits looted Shaoshi village under the jurisdiction of Yunlai Town. Of the 200 households in Shaoshi village, only less than 80 households survived. The whole area of Yunlai Town was frightened. The town gates and village gates were closed, and supplies were blocked. Construction would be big impact. Fang Xianling submitted an urgent report to Chu Tian. When Chu Tian heard the news, his face turned dark. The water bandits dared to destroy the village. This is a provocation to Xia Town. If 80 families hadn't escaped quickly, there might not have been anyone alive in Shaoshi village. What's more, not long after Chu Tiankai became the captain of Kaiyang County, he was severely slapped by a water bandit. Due to the loss of a second-level village, Xia Town's prosperity dropped by several hundred points. This was still a critical time for Xia Town to attack the city. Which one can't bear it? Summon Zhou Yafu, Hua Mulan and Lu Sandao. Do it! Chu Tian thought he had a good temper, but this time, he was completely offended. Fang Xianling did not persuade Chu Tian, because this vicious water bandit had already affected the development of Xia Town. 2 bronze-level ordinary heroes, who served as personal soldiers, went to the school grounds to inform several generals to reorganize their troops. At the teaching ground of Xia Town, the 3 most loyal troops were displayed, and the battle flag of Xia Town was fluttering in the north wind. Standing at the forefront are Zhou Yafu, Hua Mulan, and Lu Sandao. The professional soldiers currently stationed in Xia Town include 200 light cavalry, 300 Shuzhou archers, and 500 light infantry, totaling 1,000 people. Lingyan Town, Yulai Town, and Shangbi Town each have 100 or 200 professional soldiers. And there is also a small water village controlled by Xia Town, which also has a few soldiers. Water bandits invaded our territory. Burned, killed and looted. Only 80 of the 200 households in Shaoshi village are left. Although it is winter now, and you are working hard, If we do not eradicate this group of water bandits, I don't know who will be killed next. A village. I have one of the most basic principles. If someone offends me, I will offend him. Anyone who offends us in Xia Town will be punished no matter how far away he is. Chu Tian glanced at this group of soldiers. They were not necessarily residents of Xia Town before they became professional soldiers. They might also be rural warriors from the villages below Xia Town. Among them was Xiang Yong from Shaoshi village, who was gnashing his teeth at the fact that his village had been destroyed. After Chu Tian's instigation, 1,000 soldiers were filled with indignation. Their morale exceeded 90, and they wished they could destroy this water bandit immediately. Fang Xianling came over wearing a cloak. If Chu Tian wanted to personally lead his troops to conquer the water bandits, then he, who had joined the army, would also be with him. Chu Tian only served as the commander-in-chief and did not direct the battle. He is no longer a mascot, but a tool man. He has an army-wide aura. The Han army so large, which can bring a 3% bonus to all attributes of the 3 troops. The premise is that he appears on the battlefield. Chu Tian followed Hua Mulan's cavalry. The cavalry is prone to fleeing for its life when the battle is unfavorable. The death of a lord is no joke. As long as he has territory, he can always pull out another army. Chu Tian left 100 archers and 200 light infantry to defend the city. Xia Town has a rammed city wall, and it is basically impossible for water bandits to capture the city wall that is guarded by 300 professional soldiers and thousands of warriors. Not to mention that it is winter, and if a basin of water is poured down, the city wall will be as solid as ice. 700 Xia Town soldiers marched toward Shaoshi village under the banner of Xia Town. Zhou Yafu looked calm and followed a group of infantry behind him. Before sunset, Xia Jin's troops moved to Shaoshi village. Shaoshi village was in a mess. The village gates were destroyed, and many wooden doors showed signs of being kicked open or hacked with swords. Yulai Town has sent a small group of soldiers in advance to bury the bodies of the villagers of Shaoshi village to prevent the outbreak of plague in the territory. Otherwise, once the plague comes, 9 out of 10 houses will be empty. Those bandits are too ruthless. They must not have enough food to survive the winter, so they came to rob our food. When the team from Yulai Town saw their lord arriving, they reported to Chu Tian with grief and anger. What they did is too great. I will destroy them. Chu Tian saw the dilapidated Shaoshi village. The village was half destroyed. The development of Xia Town was going smoothly, and when it was not in such a mess, it seemed that it was going to use these water bandits to establish its reputation in Qaiyang County. Send a light cavalry team to trace the location of the water bandits and gather information. The soldiers and horses should go ahead before the food and grass are used. Not only the food and grass, but also the reconnaissance is very important. It is definitely not a mindless killing. The opponent's power is not small, and he may overturn if he is not careful. The next day, Chu Tian sent Hua Mulan to lead 50 cavalry and carry rations to investigate. Before waiting for the cavalry's investigation results to come back, Chu Tian moved his troops to the town to supply food and grass. The townspeople of Yulai Town learned that the Lord led a large group of soldiers and horses to come to the rescue, and they all rushed to welcome them. They paid taxes and grain to the Lord's mansion every year. Isn't it just to get the protection of the Lord's mansion in troubled times? Fellows and elders, I am here with my troops, this time to bring the water bandits who attacked Shaoshi village to justice. Chu Tian used this opportunity to rally people's hearts, and the people of Yulai Town who received the promise gave unprecedented support to the Lord's mansion, and people's hearts surged. This is the lost weapon of the water bandits that we found in Shaoshi village. It is a fine Huansho knife with very good quality. The soldiers from Yulai Town presented the weapons used by the water bandits. Chu Tian picked up the Huansho sword and weighed it. It turned out to be a silver-level weapon. The vast majority of soldiers in the Eastern Han Dynasty were using the Huansho sword of the Han Dynasty. The soldier from Yulai Town added, "The owner of this weapon is just an ordinary water bandit. Ordinary water bandits can use silver-level refined Ringsho swords." Military advisor, what did you think of? Chu Tian looked at Fang Xianling. Fang Xianling lived up to expectations and concluded, "This group of water bandits is not short of iron, and they also have a good blacksmith. Or maybe these are refined weapons they captured from plundering the Mi family's fleet. No matter what the possibility is, by destroying this group of water bandits, we can obtain a batch of sophisticated weapons." Chu Tian was stationed in Yulai Town and checked the development of Yulai Town. The development direction of Yulai Town is mainly farmland, providing food to the main town as much as possible. At this time, Hua Mulan followed the horse hoof prints and other traces left by the water bandits, and pursued them all the way. The water bandit was obviously very confident in himself, and did not deliberately hide his whereabouts. On the river bank 20 kilometers away from Shaoshi village, Hua Mulan finally tracked down the water bandits' camp. This is a village facing a river and backed by a mountain. It is large in scale, comparable to a first-class town, and has a large number of residential buildings, economic buildings, barracks buildings, and more than a dozen wooden arrow towers. It is much stronger than the water bandits that were wiped out in Xia town before. The territories of other lords? Hua Mulan and the cavalry she brought were stunned. I have never seen such water bandits before. And there are economic buildings in the camp. General, there is a group of water bandits approaching from the west. Hua Mulan looked towards the west. Sure enough, there was a small group of water bandits on their way back from plundering other villages and towns. There were about 30 people in number, and behind them were a group of captured village girls. There was a ruthless look in Hua Mulan's eyes. Capture them, arrest them alive, and ask for information. Chapter 89: The Lord Kidnapped by Water Bandits. Second Master, our harvest is quite good this time, and we have food for the winter. The First Master also wants to arrange for us to farm. But farming is not as fast as grabbing food. Not to mention there are women and wine. A group of well-laden water bandits surrounded the thin Second Master. The Second Master looked sad, and was not excited about successfully looting other villages. Suddenly, the faint sound of horse hooves came from the ground. The water bandits were frightened when they heard the familiar sound of horse hooves. The cavalry is the enemy they least want to face in the wild. They can't fight or escape. And they can't escape. The water bandits looked around in panic, and saw a cavalry charge on the high ground to the east. There are 50 people in this cavalry. Only 30 water bandits, who are equivalent to light infantry, are no match for 50 cavalry on the plains. Hua Mulan's light cavalry arrived immediately, raising their sharp swords high and using the inertia of the cavalry's charge to easily kill the water bandits, who tried to resist. Don't kill me! Don't kill me! The second leader of the water bandits directly hugged his head and lay on the ground. His surrender movements were extremely standard. Take them away, and clean up the traces. Don't let the water bandits know their whereabouts. Otherwise they will alert the enemy. Hua Mulan's intelligence is not low, and she acts very cautiously. She led the light cavalry to kill or capture all the water bandits, and then asked the soldiers to erase the traces, especially the horse hoof prints of the light cavalry. Who are you? How can you let me go? The second master of the water bandits was tied up hand and foot with a thick rope by the cavalry. In the cold winter, the thick rope rubbed his wrists, causing him to make a grinning sound. Hua Mulan's tone was cold. You have caused harm to one side and killed innocent villagers. You should be executed. This is what those water bandits forced me to do. The second master turned pale when he heard that he was going to be killed. Take me to your lord. He will forgive me for what I did. Hua Mulan wanted to kill the captured water bandits now, but her rationality told her that by taking these water bandits back, she could get more useful information. That depends on whether my lord will let you go. On the evening of the second day, when Chu Tian stationed troops in Yulai town, when everyone thought that Hua Mulan would not be able to return until the third day, the light cavalry led by Hua Mulan appeared from the fine snow, with their hair, cloaks, and battle armor covered with raindrops, snowflakes. Hush! Lord Hua Mulan is back. Open the town gate. Seeing that it was Hua Mulan's cavalry, the defenders of Yulai town worked together to push open the cold wooden door. The water bandits were roughly pulled off their horses by the cavalry and fell heavily to the colder ground. Regarding this group of water bandits, the Xia town cavalry, who were filled with righteous indignation, did not regard them as human beings at all. Vomit! The water bandits couldn't bear the bumps and cold on their horses, and couldn't help but vomit. Hua Mulan's military boots stepped on the head of a water bandit. They are the water bandits who robbed Shaoshi village. Take me to see the lord. Chu Tian was observing the nearby map, and did not make any plans. Lord, General Hua Mulan is back. Let her come to me. When Hua Mulan appeared, she was accompanied by 2 light cavalry escorting a water bandit. This water bandit looks a little haggard, with dark circles under his eyes. When he saw Chu Tian, he felt like he was seeing a savior. He rushed towards Chu Tian, and was subdued by the light cavalry. Are you the water bandit leader? No, I'm not a water bandit. But I was kidnapped by a water bandit. What the hell is going on? Chu Tian looked at the captured water bandit doubtfully. According to Chu Tian's judgment, the other party should be a player. My name is Song Jisher. Liangshanbo was originally just the name of my village. Later, a group of water bandits captured my village. The water bandits kidnapped me to join them. My territory became their stronghold and was even upgraded to a first-class town. Why didn't they kill you? Because I didn't want to die. I had to give them advice. They were illiterate, so they made me their second master and military advisor. I didn't want to commit murder and arson with them, but my force was not high, and the master sent water bandits to follow me all the time. I couldn't escape it all. The noise of this group of water bandits is getting louder and louder, and they are also using my barracks to recruit soldiers. The lord who claimed to be Song Jiji complained to Chu Tianda. Unexpectedly, there is such an unlucky lord. After the village was captured by the water bandits, he was made a puppet by the water bandits. The leader of the water bandits can use Song Jisher's territory to continuously expand his power, and even dare to touch the Mi family's fleet. Come here. Serve some tea. Chu Tian couldn't help but sympathize with this unfortunate guy. Song Jiji could drink a cup of hot tea at this time, and then left the water bandits' den, and couldn't help but burst into tears. If you want me to let you go, you have to do one more thing. Chu Tian did not let Song Jisher off easily. After all, he was now a water bandit. As long as you let me survive, I will promise you anything. Assist me to eliminate this group of water bandits. Not only will you be forgiven, but you will also be rewarded with a house. While Chu Tian was sipping tea, he made a request to the water bandits' dog-headed military advisor in a leisurely manner. He believed that the other party would definitely agree to his request. With Song, who was familiar with the terrain of Liangshanbo, providing timely assistance, the losses would be much less than a forceful attack. Sure enough, Song sure nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. There is a trail in the back mountain of Lianshan Mountain. It is the escape route left by the water bandits for themselves. Few people know about it. If a small team can be sent to sneak attack along the trail, it can be easily broken through. Lianshan Park. You can use your own memory to draw a map of Liangshanbo. Okay. No problem. In order to survive, Song Jiji quickly drew a map. If the map is wrong, you will die. There is absolutely no mistake. I personally built Liangshanbo from a first-class village to a first-class town. I am familiar with every place there. With Song's timely guarantee, Chu Tian believed it. If there was a mistake, Chu Tian would kill him immediately. Chu Tian must be responsible for the lives of his soldiers. Military advisor. What do you think? Chu Tian handed the map to Fang Xianling. Fang Xianling glanced at the map. If you want to make a sneak attack, it's better to attack quickly rather than later. A group of water bandits is missing. When the water bandits react, they will definitely step up their guard. It makes sense. Get up early tomorrow and march to Liangshanbo. After Chu Tian had Fang Xianling as his mastermind, he acted more carefully. Fang Xianling's reminder made Chu Tian pay attention to the importance of military speed. Otherwise, the fighting chance will be fleeting. You captured an important character this time. What reward do you want? Chu Tian discovered that Hua Mulan had made a lot of achievements, and Hua Mulan didn't want to spend time taking care of the farmland, so he probably could only continue to increase her salary. As a county lieutenant, Chu Tian could not confer formal official positions on his generals. Hua Mulan replied crisply, "This group of water bandits burned, killed, and looted. It is natural to destroy them. Mulan does not need any reward. Then let's record the credit for this time first, and let's reward him together later." On the third day, before dawn, the 700 soldiers stationed in Yunlai town quietly moved into camp, with their men in titles and their horses bound in hooves, and made a surprise attack on Liangshanbo. Chapter 90 Surprise Attack on Liangshanbo. The early morning fog had not yet receded. A small group of soldiers had already entered the town along the path at the back of Lianshan Mountain. There were shouts of killing all of a sudden. Many water bandits, who were still sleeping with women in their arms, hurriedly picked up their huansho knives and went out. What awaited them were sharp arrows shot by Shuzhou archers. The Kaiyang County lieutenant led his troops to fight against the thieves. More and more soldiers entered Liangshanbo, under the banner of officers and soldiers. No matter how many water bandits there are, they are just thieves. When I heard that the officers and soldiers came to fight against the thieves, I was scared to death, because it was a sneak attack. The city walls and wooden arrow towers of the first-level town were useless. Zhou Yafu commanded the infantry to block all roads in the town and try to wipe out this vicious banditry. "Master, the officers and soldiers are coming in. If you come out to fool around, you will have to pay back sooner or later. What are you afraid of?" Grab a few alive to block the arrows and kill them out. The leader of the water bandits with a scar on his face was so cowardly that he put another piece or two of gold in his arms, and tried to escape from the chaotic battlefield with a few cronies and captives. The water near the river has frozen, and the water bandits cannot take advantage of it, so they can only fight on land. As long as Zhou Yafu has enough troops, it will be easy to bully the water bandits. A row of light infantrymen held up long guns to block the intersection, using wooden planks and other obstacles to block the road. Behind them were Suzhou archers holding longbows, using the gaps between the light infantry to kill the water bandits trying to break through. The light infantry held their spears level and advanced step by step, compressing the water bandits' living space. The water bandits, who were blocked in the center of the town, became increasingly panicked. They were ambushed by Zhou Yafu on all sides and could not escape at all. Zhou Yafu was the main force in the attack on Liangshanbo. When Chu Tian led the reserve team to arrive, Zhou Yafu had successfully surrounded most of the water bandits. As for the water bandits patrolling the city wall, seeing that the situation was not good, they abandoned the city and fled. There was an ambush from Xia Town's light cavalry outside, intercepting and killing the escaping water bandits. The officers and soldiers blocked all the streets. It's like they knew the layout of the entire town in advance. There must be a traitor among us who is colluding with the government. The water bandits became increasingly nervous and held a dozen townspeople in custody, trying to negotiate with the officers and soldiers. My lord, the water bandits want to negotiate with us using the townspeople in their hands as hostages. Should we negotiate or attack by force? Faced with this difficult situation, Zhou Yafu left it to Chu Tian to make the decision. What seems to be a dozen lives is actually an important choice, because it determines the first plan that Chu Tian and his men will consider when facing similar situations in the future. Chu Tian knew that he could not be soft-hearted. Otherwise, how could he defend the city if the enemy took the people hostage and captured the city in the future? This is no longer a security incident in the town, but a war. I will attack immediately without any threat. Chu Tian's decision ensured that any future military operations in Xia Town would not be threatened by the enemy's use of civilians. As commanded? After all, Zhou Yafu has seen too many lives and deaths on the battlefield. Liangshanbo has become a battlefield. In order to eradicate the roots, it is impossible to let go of the main thieves. Under the command of Zhou Yafu, Xia Town soldiers and horses successfully suppressed the water bandits, and half of the townspeople held hostage by the water bandits survived. In the past, a general was kidnapped. The deputy general was unwilling to compromise and attacked the assassin. The assassin abandoned his weapons and surrendered. Later, the monarch heard about this and ordered that the army should not worry about the safety of the hostages in the future. So nothing like this happened. In order to appease Hua Mulan and others, Chu Tian told an illusion. This illusion is really not made up by him, but a real historical illusion, which happened in the late Eastern Han Dynasty. The general who was held hostage was Xiahou Dun. The assassin was the general sent by Lu Bu to pretend to surrender. The deputy general was Han Hao, and the monarch was Cao Cao. Hua Mulan nodded. My lord, what I did is definitely correct. No, this is not the right approach. It can only be said to be the only choice. The military can do this. If it is a security incident in the town, try to persuade them to surrender. Chu Tian clearly distinguished two situations, war and public security. Liangshanbo is a first-class town, but Chu Tian discovered that the resource buildings here only have second-class farmland, second-class mining sites, and second-class logging sites. The water bandits have embarked on a deformed development path, relying on looting other villages and towns to obtain resources, and then building crazy shipyards, barracks, docks, brothels, and taverns. He brought Song, the lord of Liangshanbo, to the lord's mansion in time, and asked Song to hand over the ownership of this first-class town in time, making Liangshanbo a vassal town of Xia Town. Chu Tian renamed it Lianshan Town. Song Jishir had long wanted to escape from the control of the water bandits. Now that the water bandits were wiped out, he felt relaxed and easily handed over the first-level town to Chu Tian unconditionally. There are many buildings in Liangshanbo that Chu Tian covets. Of course, they are not brothels, but fourth-level docks and third-level shipyards. This is a building that is not even found in Xia Town. The third-level shipyard can already produce real warships. The property seized by the water bandits was piled up in the town's treasury. They also captured a group of blacksmiths, one of whom was a senior blacksmith. Song Jiji, as the original lord of Liangshanbo, knew the situation here well. Now that he is no longer a lord, Chu Tian will know these things sooner or later. It is better to take them out on a tray. Maybe Chu Tian will be rewarded. Senior blacksmith? The special talents in Xia Town are basically mid-level or low-level talents. And high-level blacksmiths are very rare. No wonder these water bandits use sophisticated Huanshou swords. Did this group of water bandits hijack ships traveling on the Yi River? They make a living by robbing ships. But recently the Yi River has begun to freeze. They have been squandering money and food. They have not enough money and food to use. So they go to rob surrounding villages and towns. It seems that this group of water bandits are the ones causing headaches for the Mi family. This group of water bandits were so bold that they even dared to rob the merchant ships of Shuzhou's richest people. This time he helped the Mi family eliminate a threat. And the Mi family would definitely sell him a favor in the future. As a first-level town, Liangshanbo is not that easy to conquer. If it weren't for Song Jiji who knew the town's reality well, Chu Tian might not have been able to capture Liangshanbo, which is more than a dozen arrow towers and a 4-meter city wall. There are 2 gondolas on the river. There is a parapet on the side of the boat, which has certain defensive capabilities. The crew is mainly composed of oarsmen, and it can carry a small number of soldiers and is very fast. It was precisely with the help of 2 gondolas and dozens of sentinel boats that the water bandits in Liangshanbo successfully robbed the Mi family's merchant ship. The Mi family was helpless against this wave of water bandits for a while. All captured water bandits, above the petty leader, will be put to death. The rest will be slaves forever, not allowed to marry, not allowed to receive amnesty, and will go to mines that never see the light of day to atone for their sins. Only by working can they have food. Chu Tian used the harshest punishment. The water bandits who were executed might be luckier than the living water bandits. They would not have to endure decades of hard labor. This place can be used as a stronghold for the navy, connecting it in a straight line with the previous Shuizhai and Xia town. The only problem is that there is insufficient labor for mining resources in this town. Fang Xianling observed the nearby terrain. Liangshan town was easy to defend but difficult to attack. The water bandits tried their best to pile up buildings related to the navy. The 4th-level dock made Xia town inferior to it. It was suitable for a town to develop water transportation. Chu Tian annexed Liangshanbo and returned to Xia town with gold, silver and senior blacksmiths. Inform the Mi family that this group of water bandits has been wiped out by us. They don't need to go to Zhongba to negotiate. Chu Tian was not a person who did good deeds without leaving his name behind. He definitely wanted the Mi family's favor. Chapter 91 Armor and Funding. In the blacksmith shop in Xia town, there is a Han sword and a Han Dao. They are both silver-level weapons, made by a senior blacksmith of the Han army. This senior blacksmith was captured by water bandits and now lives in Xia town. Chu Tian looked at both the Han Jian and the Han Dao carefully. Which one is better? The sword or the sword? The blacksmith replied. Each has its own advantages and disadvantages. If the county captain wants to equip the army, the Huanshou sword is the best choice. Why? Single port sharpening is cheaper than double port sharpening. Chu Tian listened to the senior blacksmith's explanation. It was really reasonable and convincing. In the end, it was still a matter of money. Why are bronze swords more common? Chu Tian thought of the Bronze Age, and it seemed that bronze swords were the main melee weapons. Copper and iron are processed using different processes and cannot be compared. I see. Chu Tian summoned the blacksmiths from Xia town to build standard weapons in batches. The complete equipment of an infantryman can include swords, armor, shields, spears and halberds, and crossbows. The better the equipment, the stronger the soldier's combat effectiveness will be. Chen Tang, the famous general of the Western Han dynasty, said that anyone who offends our Han army will be killed no matter how far away. One Han soldier is equal to 5 Hu soldiers. If the Hu soldiers use the same weapons as the Han soldiers, then one Han soldier can only defeat 3 Hu soldiers. Behind the weapons represents the territory's financial resources and resources. If you want to save the cost of producing weapons, you can set up a blacksmith shop near an iron mine or a river. By saving transportation capacity, you can reduce the cost of producing weapons. Xiao Liang, who was in charge of finance, followed Chu Tian and gave Chu Tian a simple calculation. Shanbi town has 2nd-level iron ore resources. The quantity and quality of the iron ore that can be mined are higher than other villages and towns. Build a 3rd-level blacksmith shop in Shanbi town to specialize in making weapons, armor, and arrow clusters. Chu Tian arranged for officials to go to Shanbi town with the drawings and asked the local mayor to immediately start upgrading and expanding the blacksmith shop. Weapons and armor have become a specialty of Shangbi Town. The weapons forged through Shangbi Town are then transported to Xia Town for storage in case of emergency. Swords are durable. If they are used too many times and are cut against heavy armor, their blades will curl. If they are not properly maintained, they will rust. Similarly, the maintenance of crossbows is more cumbersome and may even affect the outcome of a war. Bronze-level weapons are considered ordinary weapons and are used by most troops. Silver-level weapons are used by elites. Higher-quality weapons are used by special units or generals, provided they have the capital to build weapons. Do you have the ability to forge iron armor? Chu Tian asked the dozen or so best blacksmiths in the town. Chu Tian couldn't help but be jealous when he saw the equipment of the Han army in Guangzong County. A military commander in a camp has dozens of soldiers under his command, all equipped with iron armor. Xia Zhendu is not yet so wealthy, and the few iron armors are trophies captured from the battlefield, all of which are used by the generals. The senior blacksmith explained, young people can make silver-level black iron armor and iron armor. The black iron armor is divided into two kinds of armor and sleeve armor. The two armor only protects the chest and back. The sleeve armor also protects the shoulders, but it's more expensive and slightly less flexible. The iron armor is the helmet. Black iron armor sounds very majestic, but it is actually black iron armor. How much silver does a pair of silver-level iron armor cost? At least a few taels of silver. Expensive. It is very expensive to build an infantry equipped with black iron armor. There are still a lot of gold, silver and copper coins in Xia Town's warehouse, but various buildings still need to be expanded, and the budget for the army is only part of the financial expenditure. Military expenses also include paying military salaries, raising war horses, and making crossbows, swords, spears, halberds, shields, and arrows. A month, the salary of a professional soldier alone exceeds 1,000 taels of silver. Create 50 pairs of black iron armor. Chu Tian asked the senior blacksmith to create a batch of Han Dynasty black iron armor. Lord can also create bright light armor, cavalry armor, and medieval plate armor. These are higher-level iron armors. The cost of building equipment is also high. Otherwise, the value of heavy cavalry will not be so high. It's not that heavier armor is better. Infantry using heavy iron armor will affect their mobility on the battlefield, and the burst time is also very short, because their physical strength will be exhausted soon. Chu Tian planned to give these 50 new pairs of Han Xian armor to Shiliu Camp for use. Shiliu Camp is a 6th-level infantry, and they can put together a group of infantry equipped with Han Xuanjia to block the front. Han Dao and Han Xuanjia are common equipment for the elite infantry of the Han army. Most soldiers in Xia Town still use leather armor. Consider that the production of equipment is very tedious. Chu Tian rubbed his temples with a headache, different from the impression that the Lord would immediately produce thousands of armors as soon as he made the decision. He had to calculate carefully and make careful calculations to even build 50 pairs of iron armors, mainly because of poverty. Sir, a businessman from the Mi family who is resident in our Xia Town has come to ask for an audience. When Chu Tian was worried about the cost of 50 pairs of iron armors, businessmen from the Mi family came to visit. The rich man is here. Chu Tian asked people to receive the merchants of the Mi family. The business in Xia Town is not big for the Mi family, but this time Chu Tian wiped out more than 1,000 water bandits, which shocked the southern part of Kaiyang County and helped the Mi family solve a problem. When the merchants of the Mi family saw Chu Tian, they had already restrained their arrogance and were respectful, not to mention that Chu Tian and Mi Fong were friends. Thanks to the county captain for wiping out the evil bandits. This is a letter of thanks from our family master. The visitor presented Mi Zhu's letter to Chu Tian. The person who is really in charge of the Mi family's property is not Mi Fong, but his brother Mi Zhu. This time Chu Tian finally got in touch with Mi Zhu, probably because of Mi Fong. Mi Zhu first thanked Chu Tian for wiping out the water bandits, and then bluntly said that the materials stolen by the water bandits were given to Xiaozhen for free as military supplies, and he also received 1,000 taels of silver. As expected of a wealthy man in Shuzhou, he can easily give away 1,000 taels of silver. Or maybe this is Mi Zhu diversifying his investments, with every influence in Shuzhou placing bets. 1,000 taels of silver should be nothing to the Mi family. For Chu Tian, this money was very important in the early stage. I have always admired your master style. It's a pity that your master only works in other fields. Hearing what Chu Tian said, the merchants of the Mi family couldn't help but wonder, why did the county captain say this? Don't just be the governor of the state, which is already quite high in Shuzhou, Zhu Tian said shamelessly. The master of your mansion has the talents of a king and can serve as the pillar of the country in the future. Wouldn't it be condescending to do things differently? Your Excellency, the county captain, has given you too much praise. When the merchants of the Mi family saw that Zhu Tian was extremely interested in Zhu, they were still a bit humble but still proud. Zhu Tian entertained the guests from the Mi family, and then personally saw them off, which made them feel flattered. A few days later, in Xiaopi City, a graceful, honest and elegant man received a reply from Zhu Tian. Did he really say that? Yes. He has great respect for you, master, and thinks that you are a talented person. This Zhu Tian is interesting, but his power is too small. If Mi Fang hadn't recommended him to me, I wouldn't have bet on him easily. Mi Zhu could inherit his father's business from son to son, and he also liked Liu Bei, so he was certainly not a mediocre person. Zhu Tian knew what he wanted. The Mi family is not short of money, but what they lack is status, especially titles that can be passed on to future generations, such as titles. Chapter 92 Recruiting Shiliu Camp. Zhu Tian's dream of recruiting special troops was about to come true, and the 6th level infantry battalion was finally completed. Zhou Yafu followed Zhu Tian to the 6th level infantry camp with dark circles under his eyes. Zhou Yafu also didn't sleep all night. Recruiting Shiliu Camp. As the commander-in-chief, Zhou Yafu is the most direct beneficiary. Having an elite army to command is like a fish in water. Although both of them had insomnia because they were about to recruit soldiers from the Shiliu battalion, they were still very excited after arriving at the 6th level infantry battalion. This is probably the simple happiness of men. Zhu Tian excitedly checked the infantry that could be recruited by the 6th level infantry battalion, 1st level light infantry, 2nd level elite light infantry, 3rd level Shuzhou light infantry, and 4th level Shuzhou heavy armored infantry. These arms are all conventional arms and have no general restrictions. That is to say, even if no historical generals are recruited, the above arms can still be recruited. For special units like the Shiliu camp, recruitment conditions can only be met if specific historical generals are recruited. The heavy armored infantry turned out to be a 4th level unit. However, the main character that Zhu Tian paid attention to this time was not the heavy armored infantry, but the Shiliu camp. Army Shiliu camp. Level, 6th level infantry. Attack power, 19, defense power, 14, speed, 6. Skills, advanced Phoenixin, can greatly improve morale when in a tough battle. Can only be used once a day. Advanced shield formation, when forming a shield formation. Defense plus 5. Advanced spear formation, when forming a spear formation. Damage to cavalry, significantly increased. Orders and prohibitions, significantly reduced probability of chaos. Characteristics, there is Yafu in Shiliu camp, when Zhou Yafu is the commander. Attack plus 3. Defense plus 4. Speed plus 1. Military pay, 6 taels/month. Required equipment, 1 Shou sword or Han sword. Halberd or spear. Infantry crossbow or bow. Leather armor or iron armor. Shield. Quiver. Additional equipment, iron armor. War horse. Training period 2 months. Maximum quantity, 10,000. The requirements of Shiliu camp are very strict. They must have a short weapon, a long-range weapon, and a shield. It is obvious that Shiliu camp is useful in both distance and close combat. Moreover, the salary required for a Shiliu camp soldier is very high, 6 times that of a first-order light infantry. After all, the attributes of Shiliu camp are too high. Wouldn't 10,000 Shiliu camp cost 60,000 taels of silver every month? No wonder there is a saying that once the cannon goes off, there is 1,000 taels of gold. The training period at Shiliu camp is also very long. How about recruiting 500 Shiliu camp infantry? Zhu Tian asked for 500 Shiliu camp infantry quotas in one breath. Zhou Yafu couldn't believe it. Is 500 zillion too many? It costs 3,000 taels of silver a month. Salaries will not be distributed until the training at Shiliu camp is completed. 2 months later, we have already begun to attack the villages and towns near Kaiyang County. By then, we can fully support the war with war and use the captured gold and silver to pay military salaries. Zhu Tian's arrangements for recruiting soldiers and horses were in line with the strategic plan, and it was not an unplanned expansion of the army. The Shiliu battalion can be put into the battlefield as soon as it comes out, and can defeat ordinary infantry regardless of the level difference. Zhu Tian removed 500 men and entered the 6th level infantry battalion. and transferred them to Shiliu Battalion Infantry. His physique is not suitable to be a member of Shiliu Camp. The 6th Level Infantry Battalion's own instructors singled out those who were physically unqualified. Only then did Chu Tian understand that Shiliu Camp's soldiers still had hidden conditions. Only soldiers with suitable physiques could become soldiers of Shiliu Camp. Harsh. Using the best sources of soldiers, complete equipment, and a historical commander. It is strange that the trained army is not elite. Of the 500 rural warriors and light infantrymen summoned by Chu Tian, less than 200 were qualified to be transferred to Shiliu Camp Infantry, leaving a shortage of 300 people. Immediately recruit troops in all villages and towns, and find 300 people who are suitable to become the infantry of Shiliu Camp. I don't believe that with the military salary of 6 taels of silver per month, no one will apply. Chu Tian couldn't help but feel sad when he thought that the salary at Shiliu Camp was higher than the current salary for the bronze-level heroes in Xia Town. Once the recruitment notice for Shiliu Camp was posted, it caused an uproar in Xia Town. An average professional soldier can have enough to eat in a month. 1 or 2 taels of silver can be enough to support his family. 60 taels of silver a month can help his family live a well-off life. At one time, there were 2,000 strong men in Xia Town and nearby villages and towns applying for the draft, and they could barely scrape together 300 qualified soldiers. In addition to the previous 200, Shiliu Camp had gathered the 500 people Chu Tian wanted. The limitation of special arms is not only the salary, but also the population. The greater the population, the greater the number of suitable soldiers. If you want to recruit 10,000 Shiliu Camp, first of all, you must have a population of hundreds of thousands. And secondly, you must be able to afford the monthly expenditure of 60,000 taels of silver. Throughout the ages, border expenditures have cost millions. Although Zhou Yafu was a little worried about the expenses, he just led the troops to fight, and did not need to care about the source of military pay. His soldiers were replaced by Shiliu Camp, but he still felt very happy. Chu Tian appointed Chen Dao, a silver-level infantry general, to manage the 2nd-level elite light infantry. After most territories are upgraded to the town level, bronze and silver-level generals are not uncommon, while gold-level or above heroes are still rare. Shiliu Camp has 500 infantry, 500 2nd-level infantry, 500 Suzhou governor archers, and 200 light cavalry. A total of 1,700 people. We will also recruit city defense troops. Chu Tian maximized the territory's war potential and gathered troops for the spring offensive. He distinguished between field legions and city defense legions. Of course, the current size of Xia Town's troops was far from being considered a legion. During this period, he had 50 more flying ladders built and prepared to attack other lords' towns. After Xiaozhen annexed Liangshanbo and established Lianshan Town, Chu Tian's territory had a population of 30,000. It takes 1 year to capture Lengjia City, which has a population of hundreds of thousands. This population is far from enough. Chu Tian, Fang Xianling and others calculated that they would need at least 300,000 territory and 20,000 professional soldiers to be able to capture Lengjia City. And they couldn't attack by force. They could only outweed it. Otherwise, the towering walls of Lengjia City will be a nightmare for all soldiers. Zhou Yafu was impatient, waiting for the training of the 500 Shiliu Camp infantry to be completed. Before that, Zhou Yafu was still training his old team. Ding! The Lord of the Holy See District, the last Roman, has become the first lord in the world to own a 3rd-level town. A system announcement sounded. Player territories in the Donghan district suddenly boiled after hearing the news. In the past few months, the Lord of the Eastern Han district has been ranked first in the world. But now, he is overtaken by a Lord of the Holy See district. The last Roman. Maybe this guy recruited the famous ancient Roman general Scipio the Great. Chu Tian discovered that the last Roman, had climbed to the first place, not only surpassing other lords in the Holy See district, but also surpassing all the lords in the Eastern Han district. For a time, the great lords of the Eastern Han district were a little angry. No matter how they ignored the internal competition in the Eastern Han district, they could not let the Romans get on top of them. All the lords in front of the Eastern Han dynasty will upgrade their 3rd-level towns in the next few days to compete with the last Romans for the first city in the world. Just 5 days after the first 3rd-level town appeared, several lords in the Eastern Han district already own 3rd-level towns. Chutian Xia Town has also met the upgrade conditions for a 3rd-level town. In 5 days, the gap is not too big. We can grab the reward of the world's #1 city. Chapter 93: The 3rd-level town and powerful enemies. If it weren't for the uprising of the Xianbei and Wuhuan tribes, How could I have let the Romans take the first place? In Liaodong County, there was a raging war. The heavy snow on the grassland froze many cattle and sheep to death. The local tribes robbed Liaodong County's food, which seriously affected the development of the lords of Liaodong County. Liaodong Town, the most prosperous town in the eastern Han district, was also greatly affected and lost the opportunity to become the first third-level town. The Wuhuan and Xianbei tribes were so powerful that the lords in the middle and early stages could hardly compete with them. They could only rely on the Han army of the Liaodong prefect and the Liaoxi prefect to resist them. The lords of the eastern Han district have realized the pressure from other civilized areas and began to accelerate their development. Xia Town was successfully upgraded to a third-level town. Territory, Xia Town, third-level town. Lord, Chu Tian, fifth-level doctor. Affiliation, Langia Kingdom. Shuzhou, Eastern Han District. Specialties, ordinary celadone. Ordinary bronze mirrors. Rice wine. Iha freshwater fish. Shandong garlic. High-quality raw silk. Fine silk. Fine indigo. High-quality Rami, newly added. Population, 12021/50,000. Popularity, 85. Security, 89. Prosperity, 8157/40,000. Administrative efficiency, 44/100. Agricultural efficiency, 42 out of 100. Economic efficiency, 45/100. Cultural efficiency, 37 out of 100. City defense works, high-grade rammed earth city wall, 6 meters high, 7.1 meters thick at the bottom. New buildings, papermaking workshop, level 3. Linen textile workshop, level 3. Vassal territory, Lingyan Town. Yulai Town. Shangbi Town. Lianshan Town. After upgrading to a third-level town, the two buildings randomly rewarded by the system are the papermaking workshop and the hemp textile workshop. The papermaking industry was still a relatively large industry in ancient times. At this time, the output of paper was not much, but it was a carrier of cultural communication. Linen textile workshops produced linen cloth. At this time, most common people wore linen, and silk was too expensive to afford. Some player lords even started the cotton textile industry. In addition to linen, hemp rope, an essential tool, can also be produced by growing Rami. Hemp rope is still very useful. It is not only used to tie captives, but also used to make large wooden instruments such as sailboats and catapults. Due to the annexation of Shaoyu village, Xia Town is now not only a military town, but also has developed agriculture and economy. Fang Xuanling's rectification of officialdom has also improved administrative efficiency. Chu Tian didn't care much about getting these two unexpected buildings. It's better to give it away for free than nothing. The conditions for upgrading a third-level town to a first-level city may not be too harsh. Chu Tian took a look at the conditions for a third-level town to reach a first-level city. The population requirement alone required the main town to reach 40,000 people. There are currently 12,000 people in Xia Town. Even if the population of all villages and towns is moved to Xia Town, it will still be less than 40,000. It seems that no one will be able to reach the first-level city in a short period of time. When the other lords saw such a request, they were probably as disappointed as Chu Tian. If you want to quickly reach a population of 40,000, you can only rob and annex other people's territories. This is forcing various lords to conflict. Originally, when it was a second-level town, the living space between the towns was more than enough. But in order to upgrade to the city, a new round of conflicts would definitely set off. In the southern part of Yangbu County, in the area bordering Taiyang County, a second-level town called Seoul Town is making final preparations for upgrading to a third-level town. I heard that a third-level town needs 40,000 people to conquer the world's largest city. We must start to expand. There are several towns nearby. They are the territory of the Wolf Walk Guild. The guild leader's territory is Shueyue Town. If we can defeat the Wolf Walk, if the coalition forces from several guild towns capture Shueyue Town, my Battle Soul Town will have the qualifications to attack the world's #1 city. And the Battle Soul Guild can become one of the top guilds in the Eastern Han District. The president of the War Soul Guild is inciting the emotions of the guild members, asking them to support him in his crusade against the Wolf Guild and Shueyue Town. He even wanted to annex the territories of other lords in the guild. But the other 8 major lords in the guild were not so easy to talk to. He could only choose to lead the guild to expand externally, and use the prestige brought by victory to annex the Wolf Guild and the War Soul Guild at the same time. He wanted to use the guild's power, not his own. Every lord who has the ability to still hold the position of president in such a complicated situation is not a mediocre person. Our War Spirit Guild has 9 town-level lords, and can assemble a total of 17 towns and 52 villages. Vice President, your investigation of the Wolf Guild in the past half-month should have results. Well, the Wolf Guild has 6 town-level lords in Guangzong County, with 12 towns and 37 villages, and 500 free players. Their strength is not much different from ours. If they declare war on the Wolf Guild rashly, we will probably lose both sides. Our chance of winning is only 70%. If we are accidentally defeated, we may die. The lords and free players of the War Soul Guild are hesitant about this battle because the Wolf Guild does not look so easy to deal with. What are you afraid of? The president looked around at the members in the lobby with sharp eyes. Only by using a tough stance could other players surrender. I have a diamond-level historical general, and his cavalry can lead us to victory. The president of the Fighting Soul Guild told a big news, and the other members stood up in surprise. Diamond-level historical generals were rare in the middle and early stages. Not only were they rare, there were not many lords in the entire Eastern Han dynasty who had historical generals. President, why didn't we know about this before? This historical general was originally a hero recruited by a lord of a 3rd-level village through a silver-level recruitment order. He is an extremely lucky guy. I have never heard of anyone else who could recruit a historical fact through a silver-level recruitment order. Hero. Unfortunately, the development of his territory was too poor. After I destroyed the village, the epic hero took refuge in me. It turns out that the president has recruited diamond-level historical generals, and they are also cavalry generals. In this way, we will be sure of defeating the Wolf Guild. Completely opposite to their previous attitude, the lords and free players of the War Soul Guild heard that their guild leader had conquered a diamond-level historical general, and they immediately tended to attack the Wolf Guild, under the premise that his own side has the advantage. The guild leader has another epic cavalry commander, and is almost invincible. The other 8 great lords of the War Spirit Guild are a little wary of their president, and the president with historical generals is likely to defeat them. In our 17 towns, each town produces an average of 500 professional soldiers, which can form a legion of 8,500 people. It is not a bad idea to conquer a small city of this size. In addition, each village produces 100 rural warriors carrying food, and flying the ladder can have 5,200 auxiliary troops and grain transport teams. There is also a team of 800 free players. They are not suitable for charging into battle because they are afraid of death, but they can be used to sneak attack some villages and towns in the Wolf Guild and put everyone in them at risk. The leader of the War Spirit Guild made detailed plans to defeat the Wolf Guild. This group of people are not bad at thinking. After becoming familiar with the rules of this world, they began to adapt to the rules of the game in this world and embarked on the road to struggle for hegemony. President, which dynasty's famous general is the historical general you conquered? Some members couldn't help but be curious after hearing the plan. Wu Sandui, a general in the late Ming and early Qin dynasties. Chapter 94, the First Fiscal Crisis. The War Spirit Guild has declared war on us and requires us to surrender within 3 days. Isn't their base in Yangdu County? How can they attack our Guangzong County? We don't offend the river. I don't remember that we provoked the Fighting Soul Guild. It is said that the War Spirit Guild wants to develop to the south, subdue Zhongba, Sun Guan, Yinli and other Taishan bandits, and then plot to go to Pai City. President, do we want to challenge? War! Hot tea was brewing in Chikin's room, and Xiao Liang, who was in charge of finance, was reporting on the recent financial expenditures. 50 pairs of iron armor. The quality is silver level. It is estimated to cost 400 taels of silver. Using wood from the lumber camp and iron ore from the mining site to polish 10,000 arrows. The price is cheaper than buying them directly. It is estimated to cost 350 taels of silver. Producing 500 powerful crossbows for the 500 Shilio camp will cost a lot of money. Xiao Liang pointed to the account books and explained every financial expenditure of Xia Town to Chu Tian in detail. Her thinking is clear, and every expenditure can be traced back to raw materials. During this period of recuperation in the cold winter, it can only be said that Xia Town's expenses are running low, and Xia Town's bank account has been seriously overdrawn. The reason why Xia Town can maintain its operation now depends entirely on the loot seized from Liang Shanbo, the funding from the Mi family, and the deposits from the bank billed by Xiao Liang. Xia Zhen misappropriated 5,000 taels of silver from the bank. This was a risk Chu Tian had to take. Otherwise Xia Zhen's finances would go bankrupt. Only by supporting war with war can the principal and interest of the loan be repaid. Fortunately, the bank is the property of the Lord's mansion, so the interest rate is not high. In the final analysis, war depends on national strength. Chu Tian heard that every item cost hundreds of taels of silver. It seemed that the 1,000 taels of silver that Mi Zhu funded him, and the 5,000 taels of silver that Xiao Liang misappropriated from the bank were not enough for Chu Tian to squander. Lord, our finances can still last for 3 months. When the 500 Shilio camp soldiers are trained, we can pay the 3,000 taels of military pay for the first month, and then the next month. Bankruptcy. Xiao Liang reported the expenses item by item, and after closing the account books, he came to a conclusion that even Chu Tian was frightened. 3 months later, Xiaojin declared bankruptcy. This is the first serious financial crisis that Xia Town has encountered. After bankruptcy, military pay cannot be paid, bank loans cannot be repaid, and the entire territory will collapse. Is there any way to get through the crisis? Chu Tian would not pretend to understand and directly ask for opinions. The first way is to plunder. After conquering the villages and towns within 3 months and seizing at least 3,000 taels of silver, we can spend the 4th month, and so on, until the monthly tax revenue from the occupied villages and towns can offset our expenses. The second way is to borrow money and continue to raise funds from the townspeople to demolish the east wall and repair the west wall. If the people's support is raised to above 90, the townspeople will trust the Lord's mansion bank more. The third way is to sell land and farmland. Auction the vacant land in the town. Sell the land owned by the Lord's mansion, and convert the Wantian into private ownership. This will allow us to have no worries for 6 months. The disadvantage is that it will cause difficulties in the future. Estimated negative impacts. The fourth way is to open up salt and iron monopoly rights and auction mining rights, which can generate a large amount of income in a short period of time. But the negative impact is huge. Xiao Lian Lin Linzong actually listed 11 ways to get the gold and silver that Chu Tian wanted. Chu Tian couldn't help but look at him with admiration. There are many ways that Chu Tian cannot think of, but there is no such thing as a free lunch, and most funding methods have serious negative impacts. Xiao Liang picked up the hot teacup and sat upright. In short, launching a war is the most effective way to solve the financial crisis, because the financial crisis is caused by military expansion. Of course, we must be prepared for the worst. If we have no choice, we can use there are other ways to temporarily overcome the crisis. As for the negative impact, it can gradually subside in the future. Then, as you said, prepare both hands at the same time. Recently in the northern part of Kaiyang County, the president of the Wolf Guild where I am is leading several big lords to resist the offensive of another guild. War among the player lords has begun to break out because the third-level towns in various places are attacking the city, which requires a large number of people. If you don't annex the surrounding villages and towns, they will be annexed by others. This is probably a last resort way to survive in troubled times. Are you planning to intervene in the war between the two guilds? I do have this idea, but unfortunately Shuiyue town is 120 kilometers away from our Xia town. According to the marching speed of 30 kilometers per day, it will take 4 days to arrive. Force march will be faster, but the troops will lose their combat effectiveness. After arriving at Shuiyue town, we may be attacked by the War Spirit Guild. So your intention is to capture a few towns to the north, and then use these towns as a springboard to connect with Shuiyue town? If our territory borders Shuiyue town, we can form a half encirclement of Langya city and echo each other in the future. Your real intention should be to annex the 12 towns and 37 villages of the Wolf Guild. If you annex the Wolf Guild, you will gain a foothold in the southern and northern parts of Kaiyang County at the same time. Clever. Chu Tian also made no secret of his intentions. The other party was a smart person. When talking to her, he basically didn't need to explain too much. You have to be aware of a problem. If you develop to the north, your sphere of influence will run north-south along the river, which is too narrow. As long as a town in the middle is captured, your territory will be divided into 2 halves. My lips are dead, but my teeth are cold. If I sit back and watch the Wolf Guild being annexed by the War Spirit Guild, the War Spirit Guild will own the southern part of Yangdu County and the northern part of Kaiyang County. I will be under unprecedented pressure. Well, I only care about the mayor. I can't say much about how you want to fight the war. I don't know much. Chu Tian didn't expect to get specific combat advice from Xiao Liang. There are specialties in the art, and Fang Xianling and Zhou Yafu will provide detailed tactical plans. What Zhu Tian needs to decide is whether Xia Zhen should intervene in the war between the two guilds. Zhu Tian is still a member of the Wolf Guild in name only, so he should be on the Wolf Guild side. The only troublesome part is that Xia Town is not actually within the main sphere of influence of the Wolf Guild. The main sphere of influence of the Wolf Guild is in the northern part of Kaiyang County, while Xia Town is in the southern part of Kaiyang County. It sounds like it's not far away, but it's actually 120 kilometers away. If Zhu Tian led his troops to reinforce, he might be stolen by the surrounding lords, or be attacked by other towns on the way. Zhu Tian judged that the Wolf Guild would not be able to hold on so quickly. Shuiyue Town had been upgraded to a third-level town. It was hard to say who would win and who would lose. Although Shuiyu is a female lord, she is in the direction of a military general. She is still very capable of fighting, and her territory is one of the best in Langya Kingdom. Chapter 95 Zhou Yafu goes to war. In Shuiyue Town, 6 town-level lords from the Wolf Guild gathered together, as well as a group of village chiefs and free players. They accepted the War Spirit Guild's declaration of war. Guilds are actually more like alliances of forces in a certain region. The Wolf Guild is in the northern part of Kaiyang County, and the War Spirit Guild is in the southern part of Yangdu County. The two sides started a war with 2 counties as the border. I bribed a free player from the War Soul Guild. The War Soul Guild has assembled 8,000 troops and 5,000 auxiliary soldiers and is marching toward Shuiyue Town. Qi Xiaobai, the president of the War Soul Guild, serves as the commander. This battle will be a blow to us. Wolf Walk. As far as the guild is concerned, this is a completely unforeseen disaster. Shuiyu, who was carrying a giant sword, unfolded a map on the wooden table, which marked the direction of the War Spirit Guild's attack. President, is it possible for us to stop their attack? That's an army of 8,000 people. We only have 6,000 people if we send 500 people from each town. They must be confident if they dare to declare war. We should use negotiation methods to negotiate peace with them. The members of the Wolf Guild lacked fighting spirit when faced with the enemy's overwhelming force. There are only a few hundred soldiers in a town, but the strength assembled by a guild can reach thousands. Player lords have gradually gained the ability to fight on a large scale. Surrender means letting people be eaten, and everyone will become a prisoner. With the town's walls, we can definitely stop 8,000 people with 6,000 troops. Moreover, the top 10 lords in the Eastern Han District have promised to support us. We only need to hold on for a month. He will lead the army to fight here as soon as possible. For 1,000 soldiers guard Shuiyue Town, and another 2,000 soldiers are stationed in Lining Town. They are the horns of each other. Shuiyu's straightforward deployment temporarily stabilized the determination of the other 5 great lords. There are many lords in the Wolf Guild, but only a handful of lords can truly develop to the level of the town. The other lords were either annexed during the village period, or their territories were invaded by bandits or other lords. Hearing that the top 10 lords in the Eastern Han District would lead troops to support Shuiyue Town, the members of the Wolf Walk Guild felt a little relieved. The top 10 lords in the Eastern Han District may have the same personal strength as a small or medium-sized guild. There is another advantage. Zhu Tian can command his own army with full authority, while the president of the guild needs to coordinate the interests of various lords, and may even be betrayed by guild members. The reinforcements Shuiyu mentioned have not set off yet, and Zhu Tian is discussing the march route with Fang Xianling and Zhou Yafu. Shiliu camp has not yet come out, and the first group of vanguard troops are about to go north. They say they are supporting Shuiyue Town, but they are actually expanding their territory and solving their financial crisis. Starting from Lingyan Town, there are about 4 or 5 towns on the way that are neither enemies nor friends. We can capture these towns one by one and join forces with Shuiyue Town to jointly resist the powerful enemy. Zhu Tian's plan was also very simple. Push all the way north. Move steadily. Establish a supply line connecting Shuiyue Town, and encircle half of Langya City. Zhou Yafu, Lu Sandao, you two will set out in 3 days to begin the northern expedition. The goal is to capture 4 towns within a month. Each village and town will send an additional 1,000 local warriors as auxiliary troops. Zhu Tian asked his 2 subordinates to lead 1,000 professional soldiers and 1,000 local warriors to attack the lord sandwiched between Xia Town and Shuiyue Town. These lords were scattered lords without large-scale guilds. So Zhu Tian judged that when Zhou Yafu appeared outside the town with 2,000 soldiers and warriors, they would probably surrender. Once Shiliu Camp completes its training, I will personally lead Shiliu Camp to join you. Zhu Tian served as the commander-in-chief of the second batch of Northern Expedition troops. This was Xiao Zhan's first planned Northern Expedition, using all his strength. Although the seemingly vast Northern Expedition actually only took place in Qaiyang County, this does not affect Chu Tian's enthusiasm. He can't even capture Qaiyang County. How will he compete in the Central Plains in the future? Zhou Yafu and Lu Sanao looked at each other. I obey. The two subordinates were preparing to lead their troops into battle. Hua Mulan was left by Chu Tian in Xia Town to continue training the cavalry, and try to improve the level of the cavalry. The role of cavalry in attacking tough battles is not too great. After the Shiliu camp training is over, she will lead the cavalry and go north together with the Shiliu camp. The cold winter has not completely passed yet, but the war spirit ignited by the War Spirit Guild has forced Chu Tian to respond. Try to persuade the towns along the way to surrender. After capturing a town, annex the soldiers in that town to strengthen your own team. Before Zhou Yafu went on the expedition, Chu Tian told him to go ahead and believe that Zhou Yafu would make proper arrangements. Unless other lords also have historical generals or have far more troops than Zhou Yafu, it is possible to block Zhou Yafu's offensive. This battle must be fought forward. Zhou Yafu led 500 light infantry out of the town, followed closely by Lu Sanao leading 500 Shuzhou archers. Behind them are a group of village warriors carrying simple ladders and food. Chu Tian witnessed Zhou Yafu leaving on the city wall and continued to be busy building the town to upgrade to a city. In addition to population requirements, there are also requirements for the prosperity of the main town. This means building more buildings or increasing the size or grade of existing buildings. The spring offensive is going to start so soon? Xiao Liang followed Chu Tian to count the buildings that needed to be built, expanded, and upgraded. Time waits for no one. Now everyone is speculating on the time of the First National War, thinking that it will probably start after the emergence of the first city in the world. With a city, you can recruit more soldiers. The First National War. Our Donghan district is also the suzerain of the Eastern continent after all. If we lose even the National War, it will definitely have a huge blow to the entire civilized area. After the borders of the civilized areas of Goryeo, Japan, Annan, Taoge, and Asen are opened, they will definitely be ready to move. Yes, there are only 2 or 3 months until the borders between the different civilizational zones are opened. In 2 or 3 months, there may be wars on the border, but I don't think there will be large-scale friction unless the border lords can gather tens of thousands of troops. The player lord enters the Lord World in May of the first year of the Lord calendar, and the civilization border opens 1 year later, which is May 1st of the second year of the Lord calendar. Liaodong County will face the pressure of Wuhuan, Xianbei, and Goryeo civilization zone at the same time. Theoretically, the lords of the Goryeo civilization zone can attack the lords of the Eastern Han dynasty across the Yalu River. But theory is theory. In fact, they do not have the ability to carry out large-scale attacks across civilized areas. At most, they can only fight on the border. However, after the civilized area was opened, goods began to circulate, dumping silk, porcelain, and tea to Japan, Korea, and Annan, making money from them, and then using the money earned to beat them. Xiao Liang's eyes are bright, and he seems to be very keen on trade. When Chu Tian heard this idea, he immediately became interested. What are you going to do? Occupy Donglai County, which is adjacent to Jiaozhou Bay and corresponds to Qingdao Port, or Shihai County in Langya Kingdom. Do you know Shihai County? It corresponds to Rizhao Port. Opposite these two harbors are the civilized areas of Bangzi and Japanese pirates. Their players are difficult to deal with, but they can dump goods to their NPC forces. In addition, coastal areas can boil the sea into salt, making the country rich and powerful. During the Warring States period, Qi State was famous for its salt production. You are really a talent. Chapter 96 Wusangui. In Iha area in the northern part of Qaiyang County, tens of thousands of Fighting Spirit Guild coalition forces move south in a mighty manner. 10,000 people sounds like a small number, but it is actually an astonishing scale. With no end as far as the eye can see, some battlefields can only allow hundreds or thousands of people to fight. Otherwise, the 300 Spartan warriors would not be able to stop the Persian army at Thermopylae. In order to defeat the Wolf Walk Guild, the War Spirit Guild mobilized 70 sentry boats south along the river to transport food and troops. The sentry ships were partial divisions and food transport teams. The main force of the War Spirit Guild still attacked from land, with 8,500 professional soldiers covering the mountains and plains. Qi Xiaobai, the president of the Fighting Soul Guild, rode a warhorse, followed by 500 light cavalry assembled by the Fighting Soul Guild. The temporary commander of the 500 light cavalry was a historical military general named Pingxi King Wusangui. Although Qi Xiaobai knew that Wusangui's loyalty was problematic, he still reused Wusangui. The combat effectiveness of light cavalry with Wusangui's bonus can be raised to a higher level. Wusangui is also a diamond-level historical general. If we can attract them to come out to fight in the field, my subordinates can lead the cavalry to defeat them. Wusangui was very confident in his commanding ability and force. The other side has thousands of people. Their commander Shui Yu should not be a fool. He will definitely stick to the town. Each lord has to rely on his own strategy to win. The two great lords Qi Xiaobai and Shui Yu are facing each other tit for tat. Whoever makes one move will be defeated. Wusangui looked in the direction of Shuiyue town. At this time, Shuiyue town was already a third-level town with 6-meter-high earth walls. In addition, spring had not yet begun, so a strong attack would bring unnecessary heavy losses. If they just stick to the town, the defenders will definitely be panicked. Therefore, they are likely to move a partial division to station outside the town as reinforcements. When the defenders know that there are reinforcements outside, they will fight to the death. Wusangui's words made the players of the Battle Soul Guild realize that what Wusangui meant was that Shui Yu had probably deployed a partial force outside the town to coordinate with the outside. Qi Xiaobai asked Wusangui, "General Wu, how do you think we should respond?" Wusangui thought for a while. "My lord can attack Shuiyue town and put pressure on Shuiyue town. The general will lead a cavalry to ambush on the way. Once reinforcements from the outside come to reinforce, the ambush will be everywhere, and they will be able to break it. Then the reinforcements will be captured. If you escort him to the bottom of the town and kill him in front of the defenders will lose their will to resist." Rational. Rational. The lords of the Fighting Soul Guild nodded one after another. Wusangui used the classic tactic of encirclement and reinforcements. Sun Tzu said, "Attacking the heart is the top priority, and attacking the city is the bottom priority. Who wants to be the first to ascend?" Qi Xiaobai looked at the lords of the same guild. Someone needs to lead the soldiers to put pressure on Shuiyue town. The lords of the War Soul Guild looked at each other. No one dared to agree to be the first to ascend. Those who climb first will most likely be shot by stray arrows or stoned to death by stones on the city wall. Every player lord values his life. Player lords can also send their own recruited heroes to siege the city. But again, siege may cost their own heroes. Heroes are also part of the lord's strength. Let the general lead his troops to ascend first. Wusangui's eyes showed some contempt for this group of lords. These aloof lords cherished their own feathers, and even shrank from fighting that was related to the survival of the guild. "General Wu, are you sure?" Qi Xiaobai saw Wusangui taking the initiative to ask for a fight. But he couldn't refuse in front of everyone. It will definitely cause a lot of casualties to Shuiyue town. "Okay, I'll make you the siege commander." Wusangui took over and joined the team first. The War Spirit Guild has assembled the troops of 17 towns. And one town has heavy armored infantry, which looks very majestic. The battle flag with the word, "Snow," was placed on the city wall of Shuiyue town, and a row of archers were ready. Shui Yu led several lords to observe the enemy's formation under the city, and the War Spirit Coalition formed 19 cloud echelon teams to prepare for a strong attack. The heavy infantrymen holding armored shields were at the front, followed by archers ranging from 1st to 3rd level, who came from different villages and towns. There are also feared light cavalry on both wings of the War Spirit Alliance. "President, we are surrounded. What should we do?" The other side's generals seemed to be well versed in sieges. The defenders were panic-stricken. Shui Yu frowned slightly when she saw the defenders all over the mountains and plains. At this stage, the player lords can actually assemble such a huge force. "We should be able to defend Shuiyue town." "Probably." Shui Yu was also a little unsure. Boom! 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 The sound of war drums echoed in Shuiyue town, and Wusangui led thousands of soldiers to launch a strong attack on Shuiyue town. The heavy armored infantry held shields to cover the advance of the archers. Wusangui put on his sleeve armor himself, and he easily lifted up a shield covered with iron. "Attack!" Wusangui took the lead and led the heavy infantry forward. Hundreds of arrows were fired at the rammed earth city wall, suppressing the defenders' archers. Under the urging of the supervisory team, the Yuan Echelon team carried out the first round of storming. An arrow hit Wusangui's shield, but it was unable to penetrate the iron shield. "That's heavy infantry. Unless you have a strong crossbow and a strong bow, it's difficult for ordinary crossbows to break armor." The defenders looked ashen because of the heavy armored infantry sent by the War Spirit Alliance. There are not many heavy armored infantry at the bottom of the town. Only about 50 people. But these are 4th level infantry, and have strong defensive capabilities. Attack the archers in the rear! Zhou Yafu drew her sword and commanded. The defenders threw a hail of arrows, killing the archers hiding behind the heavy infantry. Several archers were holding arrows, and the sharp arrow clusters directly penetrated their leather armor. The rain of arrows from both sides continued, and an arrow grazed Zhou Yafu's cheek, almost killing her, causing sweat to break out on her smooth forehead. Even the Lord is likely to die in this battle. The War Spirit Coalition's offensive was fierce, and Wu Sandui once led his troops to attack the city wall. However, Zhou Yafu was well prepared. Xiang Yong, who lacked fighting ability, poured cold water on his head, causing the soldiers who were attacking the city to grin from the cold. What was even worse was the boiling fire oil, which scalded the soldiers climbing the city wall, who screamed in agony. A piece of wood densely covered with iron nails, 1 foot in diameter and more than 1 foot long, fell into the enemy troops attacking the city. More than a dozen village warriors worked hard to winch and crush the enemy with the wood with iron nails. All the soldiers who were hit by Yasha were all mangled with blood, screaming and rolling down. Wu Sandui led the soldiers to climb the city wall, but faced a pincer attack from a large number of defenders. The follow-up troops could not keep up. He killed more than a dozen low-level soldiers by himself, and his armor was dyed red with blood. The gold-level generals of Shuiyue town led the sword and shield men to attack Wu Sandui, formed a shield formation, and drove Wu Sandui down. This time it was just Wu Sandui's test attack, and both sides suffered hundreds of losses. President, your General Wu Sandui is really fierce. If the follow-up troops follow up, they might be able to break Shuiyue town. The other lords of the Fighting Soul Guild couldn't help but sigh when they saw Wu Sandui's ferocity. Historically, military commanders were so cruel. Qi Xiaobai looked a little strange. In order to intimidate other lords in the guild, one thing was not shown to the allies, that Wu Sandui's loyalty was not high, and it had always been hovering around 75. Chapter 97 advanced with great success. Boom! 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 Xiang Yong carried more than a dozen simple ladders, and set them up to attack the city. The Shuzhou archers had suppressed the defenders, and the light infantry followed the ladders to attack the city wall, and quickly occupied the narrow space of the city wall. Zhou Yafu used a Han sword to cut off the town's flagpole, declaring that the town was occupied by him. There was blood on his face. Although Zhou Yafu's force is not high, his current force is less than 70. But the force is not high compared to first-class generals. Zhou Yafu's strength is still higher than that of bronze-level and silver-level generals, and it is not difficult to kill a few soldiers. The mayor of this town became Zhou Yafu's prisoner, and was tied up by Zhou Yafu's soldiers. Transfer your town to our lord. Zhou Yafu directly asked the lord for ownership of the town. When Xia town is upgraded to a 3rd-level town, it can occupy 1st-level towns and 2nd-level towns, and it also has extra vassal quotas. Every time Zhou Yafu captured a town, he forced the lord of that town to transfer the territory to Xia town's control. Who is your lord? The captured mayor was a little unwilling. His town was suddenly surrounded by 2,000 soldiers and village warriors, and then was breached. Most of his hard work for the past 6 months was in vain. You will know when you transfer the town. Zhou Yafu ordered the soldiers to take the mayor to the lord's mansion. I just want to farm well. It turns out to be his soldiers and horses. When the lord saw the transfer object, I just want to farm well, he was deeply impressed by the name. He said to Zhou Yafu with a frown on his face, if you had told me the name of the lord, I would have surrendered. Why bother attacking the city? How can I fight against the top 10 lords in the Eastern Han Dynasty? This lord was tricked by Zhou Yafu. If Chu Tian's game ID was reported, he would have a 60 to 70% chance of surrendering. Only the top 10 major lords, unless they are guilds or alliances, can possibly compete with him. Huh? In the future, maybe we can use my lord's reputation to easily force these towns to surrender. Zhou Yafu also did not expect that players would often pay attention to the rankings and be very familiar with the lords in front of the Eastern Han district. In other words, the lords at the front are so prestigious that ordinary small lords really don't dare to go against them. General, this town has a population of 5,300 captured soldiers. Leave 100 men to guard the city, the remaining 200 soldiers to join our army, and another 300 local warriors to join the battle. Zhou Yafu and Lu Sandao attacked the city and captured the territory, while annexing the excess soldiers in these towns. leaving only a small number of troops to defend the city. Because his lord Chu Tian had informed him that there might be 8,000 fighting spirit coalition forces invading the northern part of Taiyang County. Zhou Yafu only had 2,000 soldiers and horses in his hands. When he attacked the town, he lost at least more than 100 people, and as many as 200 to 300. He absorbed soldiers and local warriors from surrounding villages and towns along the way, and the number of troops increased instead of decreasing, reaching about 2,700 people. In order to quickly expand his troops and transport food, Zhou Yafu also had to recruit strong men. The first batch of northern expedition troops from Xia Town set out from Lingyan Town and fought all the way to the vicinity of Langya City. They had already conquered 2 towns and 10 villages. There was Zhang Ba's army in Langya City. Zhou Yafu did not provoke Zhang Ba, but instead bypassed Langya City and continued to push northward. At this time, NPC forces such as Zhang Ba and Tao Qian have no desire to expand, and the player lords are still in the protection period. Unless the player lord commits suicide and takes the initiative to attack large cities, NPC forces will not join the internal battles among the player lords in a short period of time. We will capture this city in the future. Zhou Yafu could see the brick-clad city wall of Langya City from a long distance away. This kind of city wall was stronger than the simple rammed earth wall in the town. At least Xia Town is not yet capable of capturing Langya City. Zhou Yafu continued to advance. Chu Tian, who was building territory in the rear, could see that Xia Town had 2 more vassal towns, and knew that Zhou Yafu was making great progress. A king-level commander. It is comfortable to use. As long as your loyalty is guaranteed and you give him soldiers and food, he will help you capture the target, and you don't have to worry about his defeat. However, Chu Tian learned that the situation in Shuiyue Town did not seem to be very good. It was said that the War Spirit Alliance had a strong general who had climbed onto the city wall of Shuiyue Town many times, putting huge pressure on Shuiyue Town. Shuiyu speculated that the other party was a historical military commander. Chu Tian also took a special look at the hero ranking list in the Eastern Han Dynasty. In addition to his 4 historical heroes, there were also Zhu Dasho, Meng Wu, Pan Mei, Wu Sangui, Lu Zongmin, general of King Chuang, Lu Renfan, Southern Tang Dynasty, famous generals, and other generals. Dozens of historical heroes have been recruited by the lords in the Eastern Han District. It is unknown which general will attack Shuiyue Town. The hero ranking does not display the name of the lord. This is to protect the lord. Chu Tian couldn't guess which historical general the other party had. Tell Zhou Yafu to be careful and send more scouts to investigate. The opponent may be a veteran general. Chu Tian sent a light cavalry to report hundreds of miles north, making Zhou Yafu more cautious. He also didn't know whether Zhou Yafu could defeat the opponent. It's not that he doubts Zhou Yafu's ability, but that Zhou Yafu's troops are not strong enough. Now Zhou Yafu is leading 2nd-level light infantry and 1st-level warriors. Who knows whether the opponent will have heavy armored infantry, a large number of cavalry, or even special units. If the opponent led a team of special forces to attack Zhou Yafu might be killed on the spot. A good general also needs good soldiers to be able to play his role. Why haven't Shilio Camp trained well yet? The first thing Chu Tian did when he woke up was to check the training progress of Shilio Camp. The training time for high-level arms is in one word: very slow. During this period, Xiao Liang sold Chu Tian the idea of developing shipping and salt industries. Unfortunately, her idea was too late. Chu Tian's territory was not yet close to the sea. As for making money from Korean sticks and Japanese pirates, that was a matter for the future. In addition to carrying out large-scale construction projects and handling government affairs in various villages and towns, Chu Tian also went to brush up his favorability with Fang Xianling, Li Kui, and Hua Mulan from time to time. As a person's favorability increases, so will their loyalty. Guan Yu and Zhang Fei were so loyal to Liu Bei that they felt like brothers, and the possibility of betrayal was almost zero. Fang Xianling and Li Shimin got along for decades. Later, Li Shimin personally went to fight Goguryeo and asked Fang Xianling to guard Luoyang. This was the trust generated by years of friendship. Of course, this relationship does not apply to some ambitious subordinates. Fang Xianling is responsible for sharing Chu Tian's pressure and arranging the construction plans of various villages and towns. The more villages and towns there are, the more things he needs to consider to upgrade Xia Town to a first-level city. There are also overall prosperity requirements. Therefore, each vassal village and town must also increase its prosperity as much as possible. Li Kui was responsible for agriculture and justice in all villages and towns. and had a clear division of labor with Fang Xianling. Fang Xianling was responsible for official administration and civil engineering. Lord! One day, Hua Mulan took the initiative to remind Chu Tian. The training at Shiliu camp has been completed. Chapter 98: The first confrontation between Zhou Yafu and Wu Sangui. Kill! Wu Sangui led 500 light cavalry to pursue and kill 2,000 soldiers in Lining town on the plains. Shiliu town faced too much pressure and had to dispatch soldiers stationed in Lining town to come for reinforcements. As a result, they were ambushed by Wu Sangui's cavalry, and the 2,000 soldiers in Lining town were defeated. The opponent's commander is Wu Sangui, and he has 500 cavalry. As long as the ambush succeeds, not many people can stop him. Wu Sangui waved the Yanling waist knife, and the cold blade slashed down, leaving a trail of blood. Hundreds of Lining town soldiers were killed by the cavalry's sabers or spears, and their corpses were scattered everywhere. These soldiers are vulnerable. If I had a Guangdong cavalry, 20,000 such soldiers would not be able to stop my charge. Wu Sangui caught up with a Lining town soldier and used the speed of his horse to cut him down effortlessly. General, an unknown force appeared in front, and several brothers were shot dead. When Wu Sangui's troops were chasing the defeated troops in Lining town, several light cavalry were killed by crossbow arrows and fell from their horses. Hush! Wu Sangui reined in his horse. A group of infantrymen appeared on the horizon, carrying a completely different banner from Shiliu town and Lining town. Do they have a second support army? Wu Sangui was a little surprised. He speculated that the other party deployed a support army outside the town and successfully destroyed the 2,000 reinforcements. However, he never imagined that a second support army would come to support Shiliu town. The second support corps has strict military discipline, with spear and shield bearers marching in neat steps, followed by archers and crossbowmen at the rear. Just now, 3 light cavalrymen bumped into the supporting army and were shot dead mercilessly by the crossbowmen. The opponent's general should also be a veteran. Wu Sangui and Zhou Yafu faced off for the first time between the two armies. One commanded the light cavalry, and the other commanded the light infantry. Gather immediately. Probably sensing that Zhou Yafu was coming with bad intentions, Wu Sangui gathered the light cavalry, who were chasing the Lining town soldiers, and carefully dealt with Zhou Yafu. Zhou Yafu and Lu San now faced Wu Sangui, who had more than 400 cavalry, and were equally careful. They formed a tight square formation to prevent Wu Sangui's cavalry from destroying the formation, and then took them away with a sudden attack. The light cavalry had too much advantage in this plain terrain. Zhou Yafu, who had no cavalry in his hands, frowned. Being targeted by a group of light cavalry on the plains is not a comfortable thing. This light cavalry should be our enemy. Lu Sandao, don't go into battle easily. Zhou Yafu was a defensive commander. Before he knew the abilities of the enemy generals, he ordered Lu Sandao, the deputy general, not to act rashly. At the same time, Zhou Yafu summoned the defeated troops in Lining town and asked them to rally behind. Zhou Yafu annexed the soldiers and township warriors from the villages and towns along the way. And now there are 2,700 people, together with the defeated troops in Lining town. The number is about 4,000, forming a military advantage over Wu Sangui. Wu Sangui had the mobility, and Zhou Yafu had the numerical advantage. Both sides were on guard against the other, and no one took the initiative to attack. Zhou Yafu knew that although his troops were large, they were a mob, except for the elite soldiers who numbered less than 1,000 in Xia town. The remaining soldiers either came from other towns or were local warriors. If he takes the initiative to attack and causes chaos in the formation of 4,000 men, then Wu Sangui's light cavalry will cut into the formation with their sabers and win a complete victory. Wu Sangui did not dare to take the initiative to attack. There were third-level Shuzhou archers in Zhou Yafu's army, and some second-level infantrymen were using infantry crossbows. Once they got close, the crossbows and arrows would all fire, and the light cavalry would suffer heavy casualties. The two sides are dealing with each other like two patient hunters. The mayor of Lining town was sweating profusely and came to find Zhou Yafu. Brother, thank you so much. Are you a military commander in Xia town? If you hadn't arrived in time, I would have died here today. Damn it. The people from the Fighting Soul Guild were too ruthless. They specially ambushed a cavalry and waited for me to rescue them. As a result, I was chased by this cavalry for 5 miles. His uncle, don't let Ji Xiaobai from the Fighting Soul Guild in my hands. Zhou Yafu couldn't help but have a headache after listening to what this alien lord had to say. Is Zhuo town still holding on? Still guarding. Zhuo can support such a large guild. The town she built herself will not fall so easily. We are heading to Zhuo town. Zhou Yafu observed the surrounding environment and found that he had to enter the nearby Zhuo town to get rid of the troublesome light cavalry and obtain supplies. Zhou Yafu didn't have many arrows left. Once the arrows were exhausted, it would be even more dangerous. For 1,000 infantry archers began to break out of camp and march towards Zhuo town at an extremely slow speed under the supervision of light cavalry. Wu Sangui was still patiently waiting for the opportunity to attack. He kept sending small groups of cavalry to make detours left and right, trying to disrupt Zhou Yafu's formation. Supervise the team and obey the orders. Anyone who panics will be killed without mercy. Zhou Yafu sent a small-scale supervising team to stabilize the formation and not give Wu Sangui a chance to attack. The two troops faced each other, and Zhou Yafu approached Zhuo town unhurriedly. Zhuo town was less than 5 kilometers away. Because Wu Sangui's cavalry was watching eagerly, Zhou Yafu and the others walked for a long time and finally saw the walls of Zhuo town and the camp of the Fighting Soul Guild. Now both camps were in chaos. Zhuo was the first to react. Our reinforcements have arrived. Open the door and receive the reinforcements. Under the leadership of Zhuo town sent 2,000 defenders to fight out of the town, intercept and kill them. Qi Xiaobai led the War Spirit Coalition forces out of camp to intercept almost at the same time to prevent Zhou Yafu from joining the Wolf Walk Coalition forces. At this point, it's time to attack. Wu Sangui had been waiting for the opportunity. On the outskirts of Zhuo town, the light cavalry pulled out their swords and finally revealed their sharp fangs. The four troops fought in a melee, and the original offensive and defensive battle turned into a four-party battle, and it was even difficult to distinguish between ourselves and the enemy. Wu Sangui's cavalry broke into the soldiers of Lining town. Zhou Yafu's spear and shield phalanx broke through the War Soul Coalition. The Wolf Walk Coalition tried to join Zhou Yafu, and the archers struggled to identify the enemy's location. It was close to sunset when Zhou Yafu's troops arrived at Zhuo town. At this time, the days were short and the nights were long. The battlefield soon turned dark, and the two sides without torches were completely unable to distinguish each other clearly. So after a fierce battle, the two sides seemed to have reached a tacit agreement, and each withdrew their troops. Zhou Yafu led the reinforcements into Zhuo town. In his first confrontation with Wu Sangui, Zhou Yafu neither won nor suffered a loss. Wu Sangui lost a lot of cavalry, and the training cost of each cavalry was much higher than that of infantry and rural warriors. Zhou Yafu achieved his strategic goal and successfully merged with the launching coalition forces. The number of defenders in the town reached more than 7,000. General Zhou, we meet again. Zhuo had met Zhou Yafu on the battlefield in Guangzong County and knew that he was currently the most skilled general under Chu Tian. Chu Tian sent reinforcements under the command of Zhou Yafu to arrive, which is enough to show that Chu Tian attaches great importance to the northern part of Kaiyang County. Zhou Yafu replied calmly, I came here for reinforcements under the order of my lord. Fortunately, I did not disgrace my order. After receiving this batch of reinforcements, Zhuo had the idea of counterattack. Maybe we can counterattack. The number of our defenders is no less than that of the siege troops outside. Zhou Yafu shook his head. Please wait a little longer. There is a second batch of reinforcements on the way. Zhuo and the other lords of the Wolf Guild were somewhat shocked. They didn't expect that Xia Town could send 2 teams of reinforcements. That was just the power of one lord. Chapter 99: The Arrival of Shiliu Camp. At the Battle Spirit Guild Coalition Camp, Wu Sangui's expression was not very good. Nearly 1/5 of the 500 cavalry were lost, and they were unable to prevent Zhou Yafu's reinforcements from entering Zhuo town. Zhuo town, with Zhou Yafu assisting in defense, was even more watertight. The War Spirit Guild launched several attacks but was repelled. The lords of the War Soul Guild were originally full of confidence, but with the defeat, their morale declined and they became timid. Why don't we retreat for now? The lords of the 17th town of the War Spirit Guild retreated, and everyone's eyes were focused on Qi Xiaobai. Faced with a difficult situation, Qi Xiaobai paced uneasily, weighing the pros and cons. You can't retreat. You can only attack. Wu Sangui stepped forward to take the lead. Why? You have come to attack the enemy with all the troops in the town, and have formed a conflict with the opponent. If you don't defeat the opponent with all your strength, you will turn the offensive into the defensive, and you will be passive everywhere. Wu Sangui insisted on taking the lead. You are just a general. The real decision-maker is our president. Some lords were unhappy when they saw that Wu Sangui, a military general, was going against them. Although the opponent was a historical military general, none of the lords present were willing to admit that they were inferior to Wu Sangui. In the eyes of the lords, Wu Sangui only had high attributes, and his intelligence was not necessarily higher than theirs. Wu Sangui's face turned gloomy when he was scolded by other lords. When the war was going well, every lord sought after him. Once the war reached a stalemate, these lords questioned his ability. Qi Xiaobai noticed that Wu Sangui's loyalty had declined and said quickly, General Wu made this judgment after assessing the situation. Since we have all enmity with the Wolf Guild, we must defeat them. General Wu, you are still the attacker this time. City Commander, we must carry out the last storm and capture Shuiyue town. Yes. Wu Sangui organized all the forces of the War Soul Guild to launch the final offensive. As the Lord of Wu Sangui, Qi Xiaobai felt extremely complicated when facing this general. Wu Sangui's biggest problem is not his ability, but his character. His loyalty fluctuates. It is a huge challenge for the Lord to control such subordinates. In the final analysis, Wu Sangui is useless. If it were Han Xian, Bai Qi, and Li Jing, they could also win by commanding lower-level troops. Han Xian and the others are powerful, but no one has recruited them at all now. Wu Sangui is already a first-class commander, but he has not yet been able to capture the opponent's town. It can only be said that the opponent has made complete preparations to defend the city, and may even have historical facts. Military General Qi Xiaobai doesn't want to recruit Han Xian, Wu Qi and others, so that there is no need to use the unreliable Wu Sangui. Wu Sangui was still quite brave in fighting, and once again led the Yunlai team to attack Shuiyue town. Arrows are flying on the battlefield, and even heavy infantrymen may be hit by arrows in vital parts and be killed instantly. The War Spirit Guild's offensive has reached fever pitch. There have been at least hundreds of casualties in this siege, and both sides are aware of what this means. If Shuiyue town is captured, then the northern part of Kaiyang County will become the territory of the War Spirit Guild. On the contrary, if such a fierce offensive fails to capture Shuiyue town, the siege team will fail, and the offensive and defensive forces will change. Zhou Yafu serves as the commander of the city defense, with the bonus of high-grade rammed earth walls and Zhou Yafu's A-level characteristic, defend. Shuiyue town is impregnable, and Wu Sangui has never been able to break through it. Wu Sangui was very depressed. The bonus he gave to the army was not bad. Why was the defense on the opposite side so tight? Moreover, the death rate of the defenders was not high, but the siege party suffered numerous casualties. The only variable is Wu Sangui, who can use his personal force to break through the narrow terrain of the city wall. However, both Zhou Yafu and Shui Yu already knew that one of the enemy generals was very powerful, so they dispatched crossbowmen to specifically target Wu Sangui. Wu Sangui's armor and temperament were completely different from those of other soldiers. When Wu Sangui led the infantry to climb the city wall, dozens of crossbow arrows were fired at Wu Sangui. Wu Sangui blocked the crossbow arrows with Yan Lingdao, and two light infantrymen beside him were directly killed by random arrows. Well, an arrow hit Wu Sangui's shoulder armor, and Wu Sangui let out a muffled groan. He gritted his teeth and looked at the top of the city wall, where a general in armor was bending his bow and preparing to shoot the second arrow. Wu Sangui immediately used his shield to block the direction of the arrow. The sharp arrows were stuck on the shield, making the shield look like a hedgehog. This man's martial arts is indeed extraordinary. He is a fierce general. Zhou Yafu found that he could not use a longbow to kill Wu Sangui. It can be concluded that in terms of pure force, the opponent should be superior to him. Although it was difficult to kill Wu Sangui, the continuous rain of arrows added a lot of trouble to Wu Sangui. If Wu Sangui wanted to climb the city, he had to break the rain of arrows. In addition to the rain of arrows, he also had to avoid flying rocks, fire oil, cold water, and yaksha. Even if he barely managed to reach the city, the defenders would use spears to drive them away. Wu Sangui had no choice but to attack by force to capture the town as soon as possible and show his strength to the lords of the Fighting Soul Guild. The two sides were in a stalemate on the battlefield of Shuiyue town, and in the south of Shuiyue town, Chu Tian, the lord of Xia town, quietly approached the battlefield with his follow-up troops. The follow-up troops include 500 Shiliu battalion infantry and 200 light cavalry. The reason for approaching quietly is because only by muttering can you make a fortune. The scouts ahead reported that the enemy camp has been discovered 3 kilometers away from us. Mulan's cavalry came back to report Very good. Chu Tian rubbed his hands excitedly and penetrated into the enemy camp from behind. This time he wanted to surprise the Fighting Soul Guild. Hua Mulan asked for instructions. How does the Lord plan to act? You lead the light cavalry back to the north. Wait for the Shiliu camp to attack from the front. When you hear the shouts of killing, carry out a flanking attack. Yes. 200 light cavalry separated from the main force and used the mobility of the light cavalry to make a detour. Chu Tian appointed Chen Dao, a silver-level infantry general, to take over Zhou Yafu's temporary command of Shiliu camp. Name Chen Dao. Talent, silver level, ordinary hero. Level 41. Identity, a hero from Yulai town who fights injustices. Commander, 42, Force, 47, Intelligence, 37, Politics, 21, Charm, 71. Characteristics, majestic small, D-level trait. Enemy morale decreases slightly during battle. This was just an ordinary hero. Chu Tian saw that his characteristics were good and somewhat similar to Zhang Liao's. So he appointed him as the deputy general of the infantry and temporarily commanded Shiliu camp. Zhou Yafu is trapped in Shuiyue town. Shiliu camp does not have Zhou Yafu's bonus, but the attributes of the 6th level troops are already very strong. Any general can display their basic abilities. Chu Tian ordered Chen Dao to go to the front and lead Shiliu camp to launch an assault. Ziliying is a special unit of the Western Han dynasty. It is well equipped and holds a 2.3-meter long iron halberd. The 50 Shiliu camp infantry standing at the front were equipped with Han Xian iron armor that Chu Tian spent a lot of silver to build, and had strong defensive power. The Shiliu battalion infantry in the rear took down their infantry crossbows for long-range support. Ziliying moved toward the opponent's camp. Chapter 100 Raid. Wu Sangui led a group of soldiers to the top of the city and fought hard with the defenders. He wanted to kill Zhou Yafu, who was defending the city, and then disintegrate the defenders of Shuiyue town. But Zhou Yafu did not give him a chance. Zhou Yafu always commanded groups of soldiers from the rear to consume Wu Sangui. Those who are good at generals do not need to show off their courage. Facing the cautious and disciplined Zhou Yafu, Wu Sangui became more and more jealous, but could do nothing about Zhou Yafu. The subsequent troops could not keep up, and Wu Sangui was repulsed again when faced with Zhou Yafu's human sea tactics. At the Battle Soul Guild's camp, the Great Lord Qi Xiaobai still has a reserve team and a team of free players. When everyone's attention was focused on the attack and defense of Shuiyue town, the 500 Shiliu camp soldiers were already less than 1 kilometer away from the camp. The soldiers of Shiliu camp accelerated their march and attacked the enemy camp. When the War Spirit Guild scouts discovered Shiliu camp had already launched a charge. Free players go and hold on, and buy time for us to mobilize our troops. Stop joking. People will die. Because the War Spirit Guild was attacked, the inexperienced lords and free players fell into chaos and found it difficult to command. Free players in the general direction are equivalent to mid to high level soldiers. They should have been a powerful fighting force. But free players are unwilling to act as cannon fodder in unfavorable situations. Some of them have already turned around and fled. Who's ours? Assemble! Qi Xiaobai's scalp was numb, and the camp was in chaos. The lords could not find their soldiers, and the soldiers could not find the lords. His first reaction was to summon the light cavalry. At critical moments, whether fighting back or escaping, the cavalry can perform miracles. About 200 light cavalry approached Qi Xiaobai. Qi Xiaobai felt a little relieved. At least, he still had a team of cavalry to protect himself. 50 Shiliu battalion infantrymen wearing iron armor served as the vanguard and broke into the enemy's position. The strength of the 6th level arms was fully displayed when facing ordinary light infantry. The iron halberds were stabbed or hooked. The soldiers on the opposite side were harvested like grass by the vanguard of the Shiliu camp and fell to pieces. The infantry crossbows from the rear were fired, and a dozen more enemy soldiers were shot and killed. There were shouts of killing from Shiliu camp. Hua Mulan, who saw the movement, led the light cavalry to launch a north-south pincer attack with Shiliu camp from the north. The sound of horse hooves made the ground tremble slightly. In order to attack the city, the War Spirit Guild was forming an array in the wild. They lacked horses, and were exposed to the attack of the light cavalry. The Shiliu camp attacked the back of the War Spirit Alliance. When the War Spirit Alliance finally turned around to block the Shiliu camp, Hua Mulan's 200 light cavalry attacked the enemy's back again, causing the War Spirit Alliance to completely collapse. The Shiliu camp infantry from the south advanced. The light cavalry from the north were invincible, and the allied army of war spirits fled in all directions. The Han Dao in Hua Mulan's hand fell from her hand, and the oncoming light cavalry was killed by her during the fight, and a trace of blood splashed on her face. There are historical facts that the light cavalry led by generals are not on the same level as Qi Xiaobai's light cavalry. Coupled with the ebb and flow of morale, it is simply a one-sided killing. The sneak attack tactic is really tried and true. You can sneak attack the enemy from behind, so there is no need to consume it from the front. In order to prevent being overturned by the War Spirit Alliance, Chu Tian also reserved a reserve team of 100 people to observe the battlefield at any time and send the reserve team forward when needed. However, depending on the situation, the reserve team will not be used. No matter Xiliu Camp or Hua Mulan's cavalry, they are invincible in the enemy's formation. It just depends on who can harvest more heads. Wu Sangui discovered that his camp had been stolen, and immediately returned with his siege troops, trying to join the Lord Qi Xiaobai. The situation is over. Wu Sangui saw such a chaotic situation, and knew that there was nothing he could do to save the situation. When his own morale has dropped to the extreme, the enemy dominates the battlefield and is still expanding the results, and Han Bai will never be able to come back again. Suddenly, Wu Sangui caught a glimpse of several Xia Town battle flags, and found that a Xia Town reserve team was observing the battlefield from a higher place near the battlefield, with a trace of madness in his eyes. General Wu, what should we do? Qi Xiaobai has never experienced defeat, and regards Wu Sangui as the last straw. After all, the other party is also a historical military commander, and he might be able to create miracles. Please, my lord, lead the light cavalry, and go with me to take the head of the opponent's general. We can turn defeat into victory. Wu Sangui encouraged Qi Xiaobai. Qi Xiaobai wanted to escape even more now, but when he heard Wu Sangui said that he could turn defeat into victory, he decided to take a gamble. Throughout the ages, there have been few cases of turning defeat into victory in battles, but they are by no means unheard of. Okay, I'll risk my life to fight with you. Qi Xiaobai handed over the light cavalry to Wu Sangui's command. Wu Sangui's characteristics can bring an attack bonus to the light cavalry. Then Qi Xiaobai followed Wu Sangui and attacked the reserve team led by Chu Tian. There was chaos outside Xia Town. Zhou Yafu on the city wall observed the arrival of Xia Town's flag and began to organize a counterattack. Reinforcements have arrived, pushing all the way to Yangdu County. The town gate was pushed open by the soldiers, and the Wolfline coalition led by Shui Yu rushed out of the town and joined the battlefield. They are full of resentment towards the War Soul Guild, and not only want to defeat them, but also want to annex their territory in Yangdu County. Winner takes all. Loser for Ko. It is estimated that the battle will be over in less than an hour. Chu Tian knew that he was not strong enough, so he did not rush to the front, but just observed the battlefield secretly. The battlefield was one-sided, so Chu Tian did not interfere anymore. He just waited for his subordinates to kill the enemy, and then clean up the battlefield. He has already thought of a strategy after relieving the siege of Shuiyue town. He can take advantage of the situation to invade Yangdu County, and carve up the territory of the War Spirit Guild. Chu Tian originally wanted to take the lead in sweeping Taiyang County, but he didn't expect that he could march into Yangdu County in the north so quickly. In this way, his influence can be expanded to Kaiyang and Yangdu counties. As long as he captures the county seat, he will completely dominate the two counties and become one of the top powers in Langya Kingdom. There is a cavalry approaching here. They are the enemy's cavalry. Raise your shields and halberds to protect the Lord. The two bronze-level generals, who served as Chu Tian's guards, urgently dispatched 100 Shiliu battalion infantry to form a halberd and shield formation to protect Chu Tian with a half-moon formation. I was hiding behind, but I didn't expect to be targeted by the other party. Chu Tian was not that afraid. What stood in front of him was the reserve team composed of Shiliu camp infantry. A cavalry force rushed out from the War Spirit Coalition and rushed to attack Chu Tian in the rear. Both the offense and defense are doing their best to use every conceivable method to turn the tide of the battle. Wu Sangui's eyes were full of madness. He only had one last chance to make a comeback, which was to kill Chu Tian and leave the opponent leaderless. General, the Lord is currently being attacked by the opponent's cavalry. In the chaos, Hua Mulan's cavalry deputy General Gong Sun, Wu was responsible for observing the battlefield and found that Chu Tian, who was commanding the reserve team, was threatened by Wu Sangui's cavalry. So he quickly reminded Hua Mulan, who was the commander-in-chief. Chapter 101 Wu Sangui's beheading operation. Fire the arrow! The two rows of Shiliu battalion infantry behind them used infantry crossbows to fire. Several cavalrymen on the other side were hit by crossbow arrows. The sharp crossbow arrows penetrated the leather armor of the light cavalry, causing the light cavalry to fall off their horses. Wu Sandui led the cavalry to attack Chu Tian. He hid behind a few light cavalry, and used the cavalry as a shield to get as close as possible to Chu Tian. When the light cavalry in front of him was pierced by an iron halberd, Wu Sandui rushed out from behind. He used a long spear to stab the oncoming Shilio camp infantry to death, and then pulled out the Yanling saber to kill him. As a military general, Wu Sandui, with the cover of many light cavalry, successfully broke into the 100-man team of Shilio camp and went straight to Chu Tian. His strength is definitely over 80. Chu Tian was no longer so calm. He discovered that the other general could cut down several Shilio camp soldiers one after another and gradually approached him. 2 bronze-level generals held spears and stood in front of Chu Tian, trying to block Wu Sandui's offensive. The counterattack by the Shilio camp soldiers caused Wu Sandui to suffer several wounds, but they were still unable to kill Wu Sandui, who was holding the shield. Wu Sandui regarded the shield as a weapon, smashed away the halberd thrust by the Shilio camp halberd soldiers, and hit the opponent's chest hard with the iron shield. The halberd soldiers of Shilio camp fell back and knocked down 2 or 3 soldiers. In small-scale battles, personal bravery can play a huge role. Zhang Liao almost killed Sun Quan in the chaos. Wu Sandui wants to recreate the legend of Zai Jin. Don't hurt my lord! When Wu Sandui made a surprise attack and was less than 10 meters away from Chu Tian, 2 bronze-level generals stepped forward and stabbed Wu Sandui with 2 spears at the same time. Wu Sandui used an iron shield to block it, used the force to tilt the 2 spears sideways, and then slashed along the barrels of the spears with his broadsword. What a strength! Facing Wu Sandui, a bronze-level general, it was still very difficult for the 2 of them to join forces. You actually want to attack me secretly? I'm not Sun Quan. Chu Tian became Wu Sandui's beheading target. He couldn't help but get angry. He took off his long bow and aimed at Wu Sandui. If you want to kill me, take an arrow from me first. Chu Tian patiently waited for the opportunity, and when Wu Sandui was fighting with the 2 guards, he shot an arrow. Wu Sandui subconsciously used his shield to block, but because his shoulder was weak, the arrow was stuck in Wu Sandui's armor. Continue to sneak attack on me. Chu Tian took the second arrow from the arrow pot behind him and pointed it at Wu Sandui. No matter what historical military general he was, he would still die under a cold arrow. Wu Sandui felt threatened and became even more crazy. Regardless of Chu Tian's cold arrows, he tried his best to kill a bronze-level general. A bronze-level general who served as Chu Tian's guard was killed by Wu Sandui with a Yanling sword, and another bronze-level general was unable to survive alone. Chu Tian shot 3 arrows in succession, and another arrow hit Wu Sandui, but it was still blocked by the iron armor and failed to kill Wu Sandui, only causing him another injury. I am going to kill you! Wu Sandui cut down the second guard, and he was hit by 2 arrows from Chu Tian one after another. Veins popped up on his forehead. Well, it seems that when you appear on the battlefield in the future, you will need to bring an extra group of guards, and you will have to recruit a powerful general to act as a guard. Faced with this situation, Chu Tian not only was not anxious, but was thinking about how to prevent himself from being killed on the battlefield in the future. Cao Cao also often led troops to fight, and he had Dian Wei and Su Chu by his side, so he escaped disaster many times. Sun Quan was attacked by Zhang Liao and was guarded by Generals Song Qian and Su Sheng. When death is imminent, you are still thinking about the future. Wu Sandui didn't understand why Chu Tian was still so calm and composed at this time. The opportunity to kill the enemy general was right in front of him. Wu Sandui killed another infantryman from the Shilio camp. He walked like a dragon and a tiger, and slashed at Chu Tian with his sharp blade. Han Huan's first sword collided with the Yanling saber, causing sparks to fly. Wu Sandui's Yanling saber was blocked by one of the opponent's generals. Hua Mulan comes to support in time. You've missed the best opportunity. Chu Tian just saw Hua Mulan coming to help, so he always remained calm. He didn't believe that the other party could defeat Hua Mulan in this unfavorable situation, unless the opponent is an emperor-level military general at the level of the 5 tiger generals. It is possible to defeat Hua Mulan, but the opponent couldn't be a powerful general at the level of the 5 tiger generals. Otherwise Chu Tian would have been killed by him long ago. Both Wu Sandui and Hua Mulan used single swords. They fought for dozens of rounds. Wu Sandui realized that he was disadvantaged, so he retreated while fighting. Wu Sandui was also depressed. He sent troops to attack the city and met Zhou Yafu, who was good at defense. In the current beheading operation, he met Hua Mulan, who was good at a fence.
Kill him!
Chu Tian took the opportunity to regain his strength and led the remaining dozens of Shiliu camp infantry to counterattack. He hates Wu Sangui and wants to keep him. Wu Sangui is no match for Hua Mulan, and it will take time for Hua Mulan to kill him. Qi Xiaobai was still urging the cavalry to attack to buy time for Wu Sangui. However, his efforts were in vain and Wu Sangui failed.
Cover General Wu's retreat.
Qi Xiaobai didn't want Wu Sangui to die in battle, but he was a historical military commander after all. 2 light cavalry stepped forward to try to stop Hua Mulan, but were killed by Hua Mulan.
There is nothing we can do. We can only find another way out. If my lord, you recruit Guangning cavalry for me, we may not have no chance of winning in the future.
Wu Sangui got on his horse, with several arrows stuck in his armor, 2 of which were sharp arrows shot by Chu Tian. Qi Xiaobai didn't say much, and fled the battlefield with Wu Sangui on his horse. As for the light cavalry they brought with them, they had almost killed them all in order to carry out the beheading operation.
Don't chase the poor bandits.
When Chu Tian saw that the opponent was using his war horse to escape, he was afraid that something might happen to Hua Mulan. Under the premise that he was sure that he could win a complete victory, there was no need to let Hua Mulan take the risk. After this battle, the War Spirit Guild was almost collapsed. Most of the people who could escape were cavalry or free players with war horses. The other infantry were either killed or surrendered. About an hour later, the battlefield was filled with surrendered prisoners, thousands of whom were captured at one time. Chu Tian successfully reunited with the Longqing coalition led by Shuiyu. Zhou Yafu had some small resentment before he personally commanded the 500 Shiliu camp. Shiliu camp lost dozens of people in this attack.
Thanks to your reinforcements. Otherwise we would have been destroyed by the War Spirit Guild this time.
Shuiyu and his party were grateful to Chu Tian, who came for reinforcements. Then everyone began to divide the spoils.
I want all the horses.
Chu Tian was not polite to them, and swallowed more than 200 captured horses in one go. War horses, especially within the pass, are extremely precious strategic resources.
No problem.
Although the lords of the Wolf Guild were also jealous of this batch of war horses, Chu Tian saved them, and it was only natural that they should be the first to pick out the trophies. With this batch of war horses, Xiaozhen can form a 400-man light cavalry unit. As for the heavy cavalry, Chu Tianjin couldn't afford it, and the heavy cavalry had very high requirements for the breed of war horses and the quality of the armor. However, Chu Tian was lucky. The War Spirit Guild could not afford heavy cavalry. Otherwise, if Wu Sangui had a Guangning cavalry, this battle might not have resulted like this. Chapter 102 Yangdu County.
In this battle, Shiliu camp lost 31 people. The light cavalry lost 37 people, and killed hundreds of enemies.
Chu Tian counted the losses, and found that the battle loss ratio was very impressive. He killed hundreds of enemies at the cost of dozens of people. Killing the enemy was just to achieve the goal. Chu Tian and Zhou Yafu's troops captured 2,000 people. And these were the gains. Chu Tian can use prisoners to replenish Xia Town's population.
They fought from Yangdu County. They were defeated at this time. And the troops in the rear must be empty. This is an opportunity to annex their territory.
Shuiyu found Chu Tian and coincided with Chu Tian's idea. The war horses and prisoners can only be regarded as interest. And the territory in the southern part of Yangdu County is the principal. The battle outside Shuiyu town and the cleaning of the battlefield have exhausted all their physical strength. Even the most elite Shiliu battalion has physical limitations, and it is impossible to ask them to continue fighting like an Iron Man. So Chu Tian led his troops to Shuiyu town to rest and recuperate, and at the same time discussed marching to attack Yangdu County the next day. The lords and free players of the Wolf Guild gathered in the open space of the town square and built a bonfire to celebrate their victory. Yangdu County is a strange place compared to Kaiyang County, which Chu Tian is familiar with. However, some lords and free players know a lot of information about Yangdu County.
Yangdu County is the hometown of the Langia Zhuge family. Zhuge Jin, Zhuge Liang, and Zhuge Jun are all in Yangdu County. They must be very young. Right. Zhuge Liang is probably still wetting the bed at this time. And Zhuge Jin may be over 10 years old. There will definitely be players watching them. No. I heard from the hearsay that Zhuge Liang's father, Zhuge Gui, served as a county magistrate in Taishan County. Yan Zhou, assisting the prefect of Taishan County. The 3 Zhuge Liang brothers were brought to Taishan County and were protected by the prefect of Taishan County. Despite this, there are still countless players pursuing the Langia Zhuge family. Players who visit Zhuge in Taishan County every day break through the door, hoping that they can recruit these two talents when Zhuge Jin and Zhuge Liang reach the age of becoming officials in the future. The Zhuge family moved to Taishan County? Chu Tian secretly wrote down this matter. Taishan County belongs to Yanzhou. It seems to be far away from Langya Kingdom in Suzhou, but it is actually to the west of Langya Kingdom. If someone captures Taishan County in the future, they may be able to capture Zhuge's family and keep them firmly in their hands. When Zhuge Liang and Zhuge Jin grow up, they will be accepted as ministers. As the two great lords, Chu Tian and Shui Yu sat in the main seat. Chu Tian took the initiative to ask, "Who is the NPC force occupying Yangdu County?" "The thief of Mount Tai is Changshi." "Why is it him?" Chu Tian's expression was slightly cautious. Changshi, Zhang Ba, and Sun Quan were all active forces near Mount Tai. Although they were not as good as Zhou Mu, they were divided between Qing and Su and had considerable influence. Historically, Changshi followed Lu Bu and Cao Cao, and later rebelled many times. He was defeated and executed by Xia Hoyuan and Eugene, and he was considered a minor prince. The occupation of Changshi in Yangdu County is likely to affect Chu Tian's plan to attack Zhangba. You must try to plan ahead. Chu Tian placed his hope on the other lords of the Wolf Guild. The Wolf Guild's sphere of influence is in the northern part of Kaiyang County. If this group of lords can help them block the pressure from Yangdu County, Chu Tian will be able to freely attack Langya City. "What's wrong?" Shui Yu couldn't help but be curious when she saw Chu Tian's expression changed after hearing Changshi's name. "I hope Changshi will not interfere in our grudges with the War Soul Guild." Chu Tian did not directly state his plan to attack Langya City this year, as that would be too shocking. Less than 2 years after the start, few player lords dared to attack the county. Langya City is not a county town in the general sense. It is not only the county town of Kaiyang County, but also the county town of Langya Kingdom, a large city. If Chu Tian told them about this, they would definitely think Chu Tian was crazy. "Tomorrow we will attack north and force the lords of the War Soul Guild to hand over all 17 towns they control to us. Then 10 towns will be given to you, and 7 towns will be divided among the rest of our guild. How about that?" Shui Yu encouraged Chu Tian to invade Yangdu County. "Can?" Chu Tian considered that he had the lion's share, so he agreed. "Thanks to Brother Chu this time. Otherwise, we would have become prisoners of the Fighting Soul Guild. Brother Chu's town should be preparing to attack the first city in the world." "Right. I heard that the rewards in the first city in the world are generous, and the lords who receive the rewards will have a huge advantage in the first national war. What I'm more interested in is the Chu brothers' infantry. They look like elite soldiers. They should be high-level infantry." "Right." The lords of the Wolf Guild shifted the topic to Chu Tian, who had been inactive. Chu Tian's territory was in the southern part of Kaiyang County, and there were few direct contacts with the north. In addition, Chu Tian was usually very low-key, which actually aroused the interest of these lords. Chu Tian also used this opportunity to verbally agree on a trade treaty with the lords of the guild, allowing merchants from all parties to circulate with each other and enhance Xia Town's influence in the northern part of Kaiyang County. As a result, Xia Town's caravans and horse teams were active in both the southern and northern parts of Kaiyang County, and its own economic prosperity also increased. Zhou Yafu was more taciturn than Chu Tian, basically just sitting and drinking. Everyone in the Wolf Walk Guild did not dare to underestimate Zhou Yafu, because Zhou Yafu led his troops to guard Shuiyue Town and blocked Wu Sangui's repeated attacks. Many lords have guessed that Zhou Yafu is a historical military general. As one of the top 10 most prosperous lords in the Eastern Han Dynasty, Chu Tian also ranked first in 2 events. He had no historical generals under his command, and these lords would not believe him even if they killed him. Hua Mulan doesn't talk much either. Xia Zhen's combination is very strange. They all adopt a cold style. Compared to Zhou Yafu and Hua Mulan, Chu Tian is already a talker. Some lords thought Hua Mulan was a player and wanted to have friends, but Hua Mulan kept shaking her head. She did not have a friend system. Ahem. Chu Tian reminded the group of lords who wanted to kidnap Hua Mulan. With Mulan's current loyalty of 90, it will basically not waver. Hua Mulan asked seriously in private, "Master, what is adding friends? If strangers ask you this in the future, just say you have a boyfriend, and those strangers won't bother you." In order to prevent Hua Mulan from being abducted by other lords, Chu Tian taught her how to deal with strangers. Qi Xiaobai and Wu Sangui fled back to Zhanhuan town. They counted their troops and horses, and found that more than half of them were damaged. Among the remaining half of the soldiers,
Half were wounded.
What should we do? The opponent will attack soon. Even if we recruit first-level troops now, the training cycle will take 7 days. Moreover, the trained soldiers are only level 10 recruits and cannot go directly to the battlefield.
Qi Xiaobai returned to the town and lacked the courage to resist. Failure in the decisive battle is fatal to the Lord and will cause various problems. For example, after the Yuan family was defeated in Guangdu, they still had 4 states, but they went downhill from then on. Wu Sangui still planned to resist at this time.
Please give me a sum of gold and silver. My lord, I will go to Yangdu County alone to find the Taishan bandit Ko Changshi and ask him to send troops to help. Changshi has tens of thousands of Taishan bandits, and he will not let Kai Yan go.
The lords of the county came into his sphere of influence.
Chapter 103 Taishan Thief Changshi. Chu Tian rode a war horse, followed by Zhou Yafu and Hua Mulan. Groups of soldiers left Shuiyue town under the leadership of various lords. Xia town united the power of the 12 towns of the Wolf Guild, gathering professional soldiers and village warriors to attack the War Spirit Guild in Yangdu County, with the intention of annexing the 17 towns of the War Spirit Guild.
Everyone worshipped Chu Tian as the leader of the alliance. And then Shuiyu became the deputy leader and mobilized a large number of troops. Chu Tian gathered tens of thousands of troops for the first time. But Xia Zhen's army only had about 3,000 troops, half of which were Xiangyong.
Our lord is willing to surrender.
A War Spirit Guild town was besieged by the coalition forces, and the lord who lacked troops directly raised a white flag and declared surrender. This is the second town in Yangdu County that the coalition forces led by Chu Tian captured. The War Spirit Guild lost its troops and generals in the Battle of Shuiyue town and completely lost its ability to resist. Shuiyu, carrying a giant sword on her back, came to the lord's house in the town.
As agreed, this town belongs to you. This town is too far from my territory. I want to trade this town with you for one of your towns.
Chu Tian thought for a long time and asked Shuiyue to exchange territory. Shuiyue town is located in the northern part of Kaiyang County and borders the southern part of Yangdu County. But Chu Tian was different. His lord was in the southern part of Kaiyang County. If he occupied the towns in the southern part of Yangdu County, it would mean that these towns would become enclaves.
No problem.
Shuiyu assigned a town of the same level to Chu Tian, and she took this town into her own hands. There are many issues involved in exchanging territory. The towns may have the same level, but the population, special talents, geographical location, and prosperity are different. When they reach the level of big lords like Chu Tian and Shuiyu who control several towns, they no longer care about everything. Chu Tian would rather have a small town than a distant enclave. But Shuiyu didn't even check the situation of the town in order to repay Chu Tian's kindness.
We are less than 30 kilometers away from Warseol town. As long as Warseol town is captured, the Warseol Guild will be completely disbanded, and the southern part of Yangdu County will also become our sphere of influence.
Shuiyu held a roll of maps in her hands. It was a map she had managed to draw and was worth a lot of money.
Send out scouts to investigate and persuade Qi Xiaobai to surrender. You don't have to kill him.
Chu Tian considered ending the war as soon as possible and not disturbing the Taishan bandits in Yangdu County. So he sent a letter of persuasion to Qi Xiaobai to surrender. Several light cavalrymen went to Zhanhuan town to persuade Qi Xiaobai to surrender with a letter of surrender. With a carrot in one hand and a big stick in the other, Chu Tian continued to advance towards Zhanhuan town, putting pressure on Qi Xiaobai. He also wanted to capture Qi Xiaobai's historical general. If Chu Tian knew that Qi Xiaobai's historical general was Wu Sangui, he would probably have mixed feelings. In Zhanhuan town, Qi Xiaobai gathered his last strength, about 3,000 soldiers and horses, and planned to resist. Wu Sangui had already gone to Yangdu County in person to request reinforcements. The light cavalry sent by Chu Tian shot the surrender letter into Zhanhuan town. Qi Xiaobai, who received the surrender letter, rubbed his temples with a headache. He didn't trust Chu Tian, and didn't know if Chu Tian would really let him go after catching him. This is the age of cold weapons. As long as the Lord is ruthless enough, it is not impossible to trap and kill prisoners. Bai Qi, Xianyu, Temujin, countless prisoners died at the hands of these people.
President, maybe we should surrender. The 3,000 people we improvised can't stop the opponent's 10,000 people.
The remaining lords and free players of the Warseol Guild tried to force Qi Xiaobai into the palace. The situation is over, and people are panicking. Qi Xiaobai was lucky.
If you wait a little longer, maybe a miracle will happen. My lord, General Wu Sangui has arrived with reinforcements.
When the War Spirit Guild was in dire straits, the general stationed on the city wall rushed to the Lord's mansion to report to Qi Xiaobai.
He really brought reinforcements? Is Chang Shi, the Taishan thief, willing to assist us?
When Qi Xiaobai and the Lords of the Fighting Soul Guild heard the news, they were shocked and regained their confidence a little. Wu Sangui actually persuaded the Taishan bandit Chang Shi, who was entrenched in Yangdu County.
Let's go and meet the reinforcements.
Qi Xiaobai took the lords and players of the Fighting Soul Guild to the gate of the town. Outside War Spirit Town, Wu Sangui brought a mighty army. In the middle of this army, a leader with a big beard and a ruthless look in his eyes stood up straight with his sword. And Wu Sangui followed him.
Wu Sangui, according to the agreement, your town still owes me 5,000 taels of silver.
Chang Shi directs Qi. His ability is not as good as that of Wu Sangui, but he has soldiers in his hands, as well as brothers Zhang Ba, Sun Guan, Ili and others who are Taishan bandits. They echo each other and are powerful. In Chang Shi's eyes, the now down and out Wu Sangui is just a lost dog. Wu Sangui was despised by Chang Shi, but he still tried his best to please him.
If General Chan can scare away the enemy, I will give you all the 5,000 taels of silver. If the squire lords of Kaiyang County dare to invade your territory, General, wouldn't they be offending your majesty?
It's good that they retreat immediately. If they don't retreat, we will destroy them all.
As one of the small princes in the Eastern Han dynasty, Chang Shi did not seem to have the desire to expand at this time, but he already had territorial awareness. Chang Shi brought an army of 10,000 Taishan bandits this time, accompanied by a group of burly Taishan bandit guards.
Wu Sangui actually invited Chang Shi as reinforcements. This time we are saved.
The War Spirit Guild was in dire straits at this time, and many lords regained their strength.
Qi Xiaobai, Lord of War Spirit Town, pays homage to General Chang Shi.
Qi Xiaobai faced Chang Shi, who had the largest number of troops in Yangdu County, and took the initiative to surrender to him. Chang Shi was riding on a horse, looking down at the group of lords with a bit of disdain in his eyes. The lords of the War Soul Guild are not worth mentioning in the eyes of Chang Shi, who has tens of thousands of Taishan thieves.
Prepare food to supply my brothers. If you let them starve, be careful that they attack this town and leave no chickens or dogs behind.
Chang Shi entered Zhanhuan town with bandit guards, mainly anti-customers. Qi Xiaobai asked for orders.
The lords of Kaiyang County have invaded our Yangdu County. Please send troops to destroy them. I can destroy them, but you can't afford the price. I don't know how much silver. General, are you willing to send troops? 100,000 taels of silver.
The lords of the War Spirit Guild looked at each other. They can't afford 100,000 taels of silver. In order to defeat the Wolf Guild in the northern part of Kaiyang County, they have consumed a lot of silver. Wu Sangui went to bribe Chang Shi and brought another 5,000 taels of silver.
The silver you have given me so far is only enough for me to help you negotiate peace.
Chang Shi was also a cunning fox. He knew that helping the War Soul Guild resist the coalition forces led by Chu Tian would lose troops. So he only agreed to mediate. Qi Xiaobai and other lords looked strange and wanted to use Chang Shi as a shield. But Chang Shi could command tens of thousands of Taishan bandits, so he was not stupid at all.
Go and tell the lords of Kaiyang County to ask their alliance leaders to come to this town for negotiations.
Chang Shi sent a small leader of the Taishan thieves to inform Chu Tian. Chapter 104, Territory Ceding and Compensation. Chu Tian successively attacked 5 towns in Yangdu County and handed over all 5 towns to the Longqing Guild. The lord of the guild ceded 3 towns in the northern part of Kaiyang County to Chu Tian as compensation. When the coalition forces marched towards Battle Soul Town, Taishan thief Chang Shi intervened in the war between the 2 guilds and ordered Chu Tian to go to Battle Soul Town for negotiations. A gentleman does not stand behind a dangerous wall. Chu Tian was not fooled, but he had to consider the consequences of the intervention of Taishan bandit forces. The Taishan bandits are a large force entrenched in Su, Qing, and Yanzhou, and they have many branches. Provoking Chang Shi may ruin Chu Tian's plan to take Kaiyang County first.
And the most important thing is that with the current strength, it may not be possible to defeat tens of thousands of Taishan bandits. Even when Cao Cao faced the Taishan bandits, he focused on appeasing him.
Chang Shi took the initiative to ask us to reconcile with the War Soul Guild. What do you think?
Chu Tian informed the lords of the Wolf Guild about the news. The lords of the Wolf Guild, including the president Zhou Yafu, don't look very good. Chang Shi from Yangdu County stepped forward. They did not have the strength to fight against tens of thousands of Taishan bandits. Behind Chang Shi are Zhang Ba, Sun Quan and other Taishan bandit leaders, who respond to every call. Shui Yu pondered for a while.
If it doesn't work, let's have a truce with them for the time being. After we upgrade to the city and have the ability to fight against Changxi, we will bulldoze the War Spirit Guild in one fell swoop. We have already captured 5 of their towns, and they only have the strength of the next 12 towns has been greatly reduced.
Other lords also deduced.
We originally had 12 towns, but we got 2 towns. A total of 14 towns. Add in your town, Brother Chu, and there are at least 20 towns. There is no need to fear the fighting spirit at all.
Guild.
Fang Xianling was still in Xia Town, and Chu Tian did not have the advice of the military advisor. He could only make decisions after discussing with other players, or refer to the opinions of Zhou Yafu and Hua Mulan. Because the Taishan bandits represented by Changxi intervened in the battle between the two sides, the battle could not continue. Chu Tian and the others finally agreed to peace talks. However, Chu Tian did not let the Fighting Soul Guild off so easily. He asked the Fighting Soul Guild to recognize the coalition's ownership of the 5 towns that had been conquered. He also asked the Fighting Soul Guild to cede 3 additional towns and pay an indemnity of 5,000 taels.
Damn it. They occupied 5 of our towns and more than a dozen villages. And they dared to ask us to cede land and pay compensation.
In order to ask for reinforcements from Changxi, Qi Xiaobai owed Changxi 5,000 taels of silver. Now Chu Tian asked for another 5,000 taels of silver, which made him furious. Changxi was indifferent. Chu Tian's request for the War Spirit Guild to cede territory had nothing to do with him. Qi Xiaobai winked at Wu Sangui. Wu Sangui said,
General Changxi. His lips are dead, but his teeth are cold. If the lords of Kaiyang County are allowed to have more territory in Yangdu County, they will become a threat to you in the future.
Changxi was not calm this time.
They really ask for too much. Give them another town and 1,000 taels of silver to make them retreat. Otherwise, I will personally lead my troops to invade their territory.
Qi Xiaobai felt heartbroken when he heard that he still had to pay the price of a town and 1,000 taels of silver. The War Spirit Guild was cut down again and again, losing 6 towns in total. It will be even more difficult to rise in the future.
Changxi is greedy and repetitive. If you find an opportunity to kill him in the future, my lord, you can just sit in Yangdu County. Why bother paying for an extra town?
Wu Sandui took the initiative to persuade Qi Xiaobai to cede land and pay compensation.
You mean to kill Changxi?
Why not?
He is just a wandering bandit. He can seize a county or a county, but he will not succeed in the end. My lord can take his place and become a prince.
Okay.
I will listen to you in everything.
Qi Xiaobai no longer underestimates Wu Sangui. At least Wu Sangui's performance so far is better than the players he recruited. And he also helped him deal with the threat posed by Chu Tian. Changxi once again asked the lords of Kaiyang County to cease the war as a mediator. The price was that the War Spirit Guild would cede an additional town and pay 1,000 taels of silver as compensation. Chu Tian's request for 3 towns was originally intended to be used for bargaining, so he agreed to the other party's request for a truce. This town was given to Shuiyue by Chu Tian, and Shuiyue transferred the 2 villages to Chu Tian, exchanging territory again. As for 1,000 taels of silver,
being divided among everyone is better than nothing. Chu Tian counted the gains of this northern expedition. Zhou Yafu conquered 4 towns and 16 villages along the way. By exchanging the land obtained from the War Spirit Guild with Shuiyu, Chu Tian obtained 3 towns and 15 villages in the northern part of Kaiyang County. In total, Chu Tian gained 7 towns and 31 villages during the spring offensive. Chu Tian's power extended from the south to the north of Kaiyang County,
including Lingyan Town, Yulai Town, Shangbi Town, and Liaoshan Town. There are 11 towns in total.
Chu Tian counted his territory in detail, and unknowingly the territory had more than doubled. If Changxi hadn't stopped Chu Tian's army, Chu Tian's territory would have added several more towns.
11 towns can gather thousands of troops.
Chu Tian was very satisfied with the results of this operation, which basically met his expectations. At least Summertown's financial crisis can be solved with loot and expanded territory.
Unfortunately, our campaign has come to an end.
Chu Tian knew that the expansion to the north had reached its limit, and that any further advance would make Changxi feel uneasy. He could also cross the river and expand east of the river, provided that Chu Tian has a navy of adequate size. Shuiyu took the initiative to shake hands with Chu Tian and say goodbye.
I am really grateful to you this time. If we have the opportunity to fight together again in the future, where are you going to expand? I would consider expanding eastward. Me too. But I'm downstream. If possible. I hope you can help me after this year's harvest. No problem. Really? Don't regret it then.
Zhu Tian did not elaborate on what was going on because he was afraid that if he told it, Shuiyu would regard him as a lunatic. Shuiyu is in the northern part of Kaiyang County, and he is expanding in the southern part of Kaiyang County. The two forces are enough to form an encirclement on Langya City.
Let's go back to the division.
Zhu Tian made a simple agreement with Shuiyu and a group of lords, and then led his troops back to Xia Town. The conflict in Kaiyang County and Yangdu County was only a small part of the thousands of county battlefields in the Eastern Han Dynasty. Throughout the Eastern Han Dynasty, the lords of various counties began brutal annexations. The big lords devoured the territories, and the small lords were defeated and died. Each lord targeted counties, prefectures, and prefectures to accumulate strength against the feudal lords in the late Eastern Han Dynasty. Zhu Tian designated Zhang Jiao of Kaiyang County as the first prince to conquer, and some lords also coveted the territories of the princes. The top 100 lords can easily recruit thousands of soldiers, relying on the power of the guild. They can even gather tens of thousands of people to influence the progress of the Eastern Han Dynasty. At the beginning of the war in the north of Kaiyang County, Baiyang Boyu, the leader of the Chong people in Xiliang, kidnapped the governor of Liangzhou to engage in Bianzhong and Liangzhou to engage in Han Sui's rebellion. He had 100,000 cavalry and invaded the three auxiliaries. Luoyang was shocked. The Han court dispatched Wang Fusong and Dong Zhuo to move to Chang'an to prevent the Xiliang rebels from attacking Luoyang. A large number of lords in Xiliang and Guangzong began to betray the Han court, support their own troops, and attack each other. Dong Zhuo's rebellion has not yet begun, and the rule of the Han dynasty has gradually collapsed. Chapter 105 Xiliang Chaos. In Longqi County, Liangzhou, a down-and-out family is surrounded by dozens of player lords and thousands of free players. A strong man with a height of more than 8 feet, a burly appearance, and a majestic face and nose walked out of the house. He didn't understand why this group of strangers came to the door. The leading player lord stood up to negotiate with the strong man.
I am Su Fengyan, the leader of the foreigners. The world is in chaos today. The Chong people took Bianzhong hostage, and Han Sui rebelled. The momentum was so great that the court was unable to suppress it, and the bandits were allowed to cause chaos in Xiliang and Guangzong.
Life is in ruins. How can you sit back and ignore it after your excellency came to the aid of General Fubo? Ma Teng, am just a common man now. You can find someone else. Prince and General Xiang Ning has the guts. Your excellency, join forces with me. We will exterminate the rebellious Chong people, pacify Bianzhong and Han Sui, and then occupy Xiliang. Watch the situation in the world and wait for the opportunity. Then great things can be accomplished. Why do we need to stay here as a hometown? Mr. Nomura, you have disgraced the lintel of our ancestors.
Lord Su Fengyan's words were deafening, and Ma Teng fell into deep thought.
Dad, who are these people?
A boy less than 10 years old followed Ma Teng, looking at the visiting stranger suspiciously. Dozens of player lords and thousands of free players looked at this young man with fiery eyes. Ma Teng's son, Ma Chao, once he grows up, will be a powerful general on the level of the 5 tiger generals. They came to invite Ma Tengshan, probably to get Ma Chao. Of course, there are also Ma Tai, Ma Xiao and Ma Yunlu. Ma Teng stroked Ma Chao's hair with his big and generous hands.
We are going to intervene in this troubled world.
Lord Su Fengyan handed over to Ma Teng.
Believe me, we can become the king of Xiliang.
Xiliang was in chaos. The Chong and rebels marched from Liangzhou to Guangzong. But there were still a large number of prefectures and counties in Liangzhou controlled by the governors and county guards of the Han dynasty. The governors of the 10 counties in Liangzhou recruited troops to help the Han dynasty resist the rebels, or to support themselves. Rebels, Han troops, and player lords are mixed together, and the situation is unclear. Some lords in Longqi County supported Ma Teng as the nominal leader of the alliance, and quickly mobilized tens of thousands of troops to separatist forces. Xiliang and Guangzong are in chaos. Completely in chaos. The lords of the two places have raised armies and fought in melee, and a large number of lords have defected to Ma Teng and Han Sui, forming a separatist force. Dong Zhuo hasn't risen yet. Has he? Ma Teng and Han Sui have raised their troops. I wonder if Dong Zhuo still has a chance to become bigger. I heard that many players have defected to Dong Zhuo. Dong Zhuo is now serving as Wang Fusong's deputy general.
And there are free players to advise Dong Zhuo. Dong Zhuo has recruited Hua Xiong, Li Ru and other subordinates. His power has expanded greatly, and is not weaker than Ma Teng and Han Sui. Idiot. How can they join Dong Zhuo? After Dong Zhuo becomes big, before Cao Cao, Yuan Shao, Liu Bei, and Sun Jian develop, who can stop Dong Zhuo's troops? At first, they wanted to support Huang Fusong to occupy Guangzong, but Huang Fusong was loyal to the Han dynasty, so the players gave up. No one believed that Huang Fusong could revive the Han dynasty. Instead of relying on Huang Fusong, they might as well rely on the ambitious Dong Zhuo. Although Dong Zhuo's methods are rough, he is still good to some of his subordinates, as long as he doesn't provoke Dong Zhuo's women. I think they took refuge in Dong Zhuo because they coveted Yu Chan's body, or they coveted Lu Bu's body. Someone really took refuge in Yu Chan's adoptive father Wang Yun.
As soon as Chu Tian returned to Xia Town, he learned a series of shocking news. After the Yellow Turban Rebellion, the Chong people in Xiliang launched another rebellion, threatening Sanfu and Luoyang. Moreover, Ma Teng raised troops at the instigation of Longxi County players. Unknowingly, 2 of the 13 states were already at war. In comparison, Suzhou was considered stable under the governance of the governor Tao Qian. There is a delicate balance between Tao Qian, Kong Rong, and Taishan Thief. The history of Lord is somewhat different from real history and is not real history. At this time in history, Kong Rong had not yet separated himself from the Beihai Kingdom. But in Lords, Kong Rong has already entered the Beihai Kingdom, which is as consistent as possible with the common sense of most players. Moreover, there is a lack of historical records of county governors in various places. Liangzhou and Guangzong are in chaos. Bingzhou is invaded by the Xiongnu, and Yuzhou is threatened by the Xianbei, Wuhan, and Goryeo civilization areas. These are places rich in war horses. It seems that the lords of these places are not having a hard time either. Chu Tian couldn't help but feel lucky that he could expand the territory at his own pace in Suzhou without having to be passively involved in the war.
The spring offensive is progressing faster than we thought, and the financial crisis has been initially resolved. What do you plan to do next?
After Xiao Lian came back from Chu Tian, he immediately came to count the loot with a ledger in hand, and used the loot to make up for Xia Town's financial deficit and repay the bank's loan. And there was still some left over. Chu Tian turned to Fang Xianling, who was in charge of household registration, and asked,
"What is the current population of Xia Town?"
Fang Xianling had an extraordinary memory and replied casually,
"There are 3,121 households with 14,017 people."
Chu Tian really had to consider the next strategy.
Replenish Xia Town with the population from the 7 towns and 31 villages that were just conquered, and 5 out of 10 households will be drawn.
There are a total of 35,140 people and 7,721 households in the 7 towns and 31 villages. Chu Tian transferred half of the population to Xia Town, causing the population of Xia Town to increase to more than 40,000. Fang Xianling reminded Chu Tian,
relocating half of the population of the 7 towns in the north to Xia Town will lead to an emptiness in the north, and the public sentiment and public security in Xia Town will drop significantly. Just execute.
Chu Tian also knew that forcibly increasing the population of Xia Town would bring a lot of negative effects. The people of the 7 northern towns that had just been conquered still did not recognize the rule of Xia Town. But plundering the population is undoubtedly the fastest way to develop a territory. In order to reach the city level as soon as possible, Chu Tian could only take strong medicine. As for the negative impact, we can just find ways to calm it down in the future. Fang Xianling only provided suggestions, and Chu Tian was the one who really made the final decision. Hua Mulan led the cavalry to various villages and towns to force them to move. For a time, the public sentiment in the 7 northern towns dropped sharply. The people in the Eastern Han Dynasty were reluctant to move to their new homeland. But in the face of the sharp saber, they finally chose to surrender and were moved to Xia Town. Xia Town's public sentiment and public security dropped from 90 to around 70 due to the second large-scale immigration of immigrants. Chu Tian was not in a hurry and resettled the townspeople who were forced to move to Xia Town, repaired houses and arranged work. Li Ku had led them to cultivate farmland outside Xia Town, and then distributed the farmland land to the tiller. The farmland of these new townspeople in their original villages and towns will be taken over by the government, and they will still get a share of this year's harvest. Chu Tian concentrated its population, food and money in the southern part of Kaiyang County. In this way, even if the land in the north was lost in the future, it would not have a huge impact on Xia Town. A town with a population of 40,000 is firmly under control, but it is easier to gather troops than scattered villages and towns, because Xia Town alone can maintain 2,000 to 3,000 troops. Chapter 106 Forming the Naval Battalion. In Lianshan Town, several shirtless men stood in front of Chu Tian. Cough. Chu Tian just wanted to select a naval commander. After Xia Town and all villages and towns had a population of 60,000 to 70,000, they were finally able to form a fleet that could cross the Yi River. The southern part of Kaiyang County is divided into Hedong and Heshi. As the name suggests, the place east of the Yi River is Hedong, and the place to the west is Heshi. Some naming methods in ancient times were so simple and unpretentious. Chu Tian's territory is in the west of Heshi, and further west is the scope of Taishan County. There are many villages and towns east of Hedong waiting for Chu Tian to conquer. One problem he faced was the Yi River, which had expanded tenfold in size. If you want to conquer the villages and towns east of the river, you must have a boat. Lianshan Town has a third-level shipyard and a fourth-level dock. It was originally a gathering place for the water bandits, Lianshan Bo. After being occupied by Chu Tian, it became the location of the naval camp that was to be established in Xia Town. To establish a naval battalion, the first thing needed is talent. A naval general. There are countless famous naval generals in the Eastern Han Dynasty, and they basically come from the forces in the Jiangdong area, such as Su Chao, Eastern Jin, Southern Dynasty, Southern Song, Southern Ming, or the Unified Dynasty. However, for now, the historical navy generals owned by the player lords are very rare. There is a lord in Yangzhou who has Lu Renjian, a famous general of the Southern Tang Dynasty. Chu Tian did not have a naval general, so he could only choose a silver-level hero to be the naval commander. Later, if there was a historical naval general, he would appoint him as a naval general. Bronze and silver-level heroes are still easy to find. They are equivalent to high-level minions. The 4 silver-level heroes in front of me are all familiar with water and can be used for transition. Chu Tian checked the attributes one by one. Name, Sun Luan. Talent, silver level, Navy hero. Level, 45. Identity, resident of Lianshan Town. Familiar with water properties. Commander, 35. Force, 51. Intelligence, 36. Politics, 11. Charm, 65. Characteristic, water general small, D-level characteristic. During water battle, own attack power and defense power +5. Navy unit attack power and defense power +1. Are the characteristics of naval heroes so powerful? Chu Tian discovered that naval heroes have additional attack and defense bonuses in water battles. This is a hidden attribute of all heroes and soldiers other than force, which can make up for the difference in force under special circumstances. In other words, the generals of Chao Wei and Shu Han may not be able to defeat the generals of Su Chao in a water battle, and they may even be beaten and flee. Lord has a clear positioning for each general. If the Lord is used well, it can have the effect of defeating the strong by the weak. Sun Luan, from now on, I will appoint you as the commander of the naval camp and train the naval camp. Chu Tian was very satisfied with Sun Luan's characteristics and force, although his commanding ability was a bit ugly. In Chu Tian's opinion, there was not much difference between a commanding ability of over 30 and a commanding ability of over 40. With the current scale of the Navy in Xia Town, a strong general with good characteristics is more practical. Lianshan Town has assembled all the ships with water warfare capabilities in our territory, including 2 sailing ships and 37 sentry ships. It requires more than 300 sailors and more than 100 naval soldiers. Xiao Liang followed Chu Tian holding the account book recording Xia Town supplies. As long as Chu Tian asked about money and material reserves, she could answer fluently immediately. If Fang Xianling is Chu Tian's male secretary, then Xiao Liang is Chu Tian's female secretary. One person's thinking is biased towards ancient Confucianism, and another person's thinking is biased towards the modern concept of profit first. It can only be said that each has its own advantages and disadvantages, which is why Chu Tian needs 2 different styles of long history. Fang Xianling is better at handling military affairs and government affairs, while Xiao Liang is more suitable for trade and financial management. Players also have the advantage of knowing what is going on outside the Donghan district. So Xiao Liang can come up with the idea of making money from sticks and Japanese pirates in the Donghan district. The specialties are quite popular in the eastern continent. There is also Li Kuei. However,
Li Kuei has been busy leading people to reclaim farmland and build water conservancy projects. He doesn't have many opportunities to be with Chu Tian, so he can't be regarded as a secretary.
Recruit 400 sailors and 150 professional soldiers, including 50 naval infantry and 100 naval archers.
Chu Tian officially formed the 1st Naval Battalion. The Naval Battalion seemed to have a lot of personnel. A total of 550 people. But a careful analysis of its composition revealed that most of them were sailors without combat effectiveness. That is, oarsmen. The main purpose of the naval camp is to transport troops and food on the river. It is impossible to really establish the Suqiao Navy on the river. However, it is not a loss to train the Bofas. In the future, these Bofas who are familiar with water can also be dragged to Jiaozhou Bay or the Yangtze River and the Yellow River for water battles. The premise is that Chu Tian is qualified to drink from the Yangtze River.
I will try to keep the husband's salary as low as possible.
Xiao Liang is already thinking about saving money.
Chu Tian said, "You have to spend the money that needs to be spent."
Xiao Liang sighed helplessly.
"Lord, do you know how tight the finances are now? Shiliu Camp spends 3,000 taels of silver every month. And you have to build a pair of taels of armor for each of them. Also, there is food and grass for 400 war horses. The food and grass that one war horse eats every day is equivalent to supporting several professional soldiers. It is difficult for us to pay off the loan from the bank. It is very satisfying for you to fight in the front. But,"
hearing Xiao Liang's complaint, Chu Tian understood the reason why he didn't know how expensive firewood and rice were when he was not a family member. The army at the front is overwhelming. In addition to excellent commanders, it also needs strong logistics. Every time Lu Bang fought with Xiang Yu and exhausted all his troops, Xiao Yi's supplies came from behind so that he could persevere. Seeing Xiao Liang's eyes turn red, Chu Tian listened patiently. It is normal for the logistics staff to have some complaints, especially now that Xia Town is developing rapidly. Xiao Liang, who serves as city councilor and is facing a financial deficit and bankruptcy crisis, does not sleep more than 6 hours a day. Xiao Liang calmed down a little and blushed for his gaffe. At the same time, he was surprised at Chu Tian's patience.
"Sorry, I just lost my composure. No matter who is in this position, there will be pressure. If you are under pressure, you must find a way to vent it. If you really have no one to vent to, you can just talk to me in private. Of course, I must maintain my dignity in front of other people."
Chu Tian didn't think there was anything wrong. Rather, it was too normal. He managed the finance and trade of a territory of tens of thousands of people at such a young age. To say there was no pressure. Most of them were mediocre people who ate and drank. Things like being able to become prime minister or county magistrate right from the start, with an unchanging expression, and handling government affairs with a clear eye, can only happen in novels. Xiao Liang nodded.
"Yes. The Mi family of Donghai County heard about your achievements and expressed their willingness to cooperate with us more. From celadon to raw silk, paper, and hemp rope, the monthly transaction volume exceeds 2,000 taels of silver."
The Mi family's investment was expected by Chu Tian.
"When we sit in Langya Kingdom in the future, the Mi family will probably support us with all its strength. Inquire about the birthdays of important people in the Mi family, and send people to give gifts in my name during festivals, to deepen the relationship with the Mi family. Although the Mi family's property may not necessarily value the things we give, but the courtesy is light, but the affection is heavy. In the future, we will need their support to consolidate Shuzhou. I want Liu Bei's starting capital."
Chapter 107 Going Away.
Zoku is a third-class ship. There is a parapet on the side of the ship, and a drum is set up on the ship to command the porters and soldiers. The production cycle is 1 month. At present, the shipyard has 3 intermediate shipwrights and 10 low-level shipwrights. 3 walking boats can be produced at the same time. In the case of sentry ships, even low-level shipwrights can take charge of the production.
At the shipyard in Lianshan Town, the supervisor responsible for managing the shipyard explained the situation to Chu Tian. The naval camp in Xia Town is mainly composed of walking boats and sentinel boats. The difference lies in the size of the boats and whether they have parapets. The boat is a warship in the true sense, with a deck. Below the deck are the oarsmen, and above are the Navy soldiers fighting. The upper deck is equipped with a parapet, similar to a wooden city wall, to block the opponent's bows, arrows and stones, and to protect the Navy soldiers. The drummer on the deck is the core of the boat. Only by hearing the sound of the drum can the drummer know where to use his strength. This third-level ship is suitable for fighting on calm rivers and offshore waters. As for sailing in the sea, other types of ships are needed.
We will add 7 more walking boats for transporting soldiers. We should be able to produce the iron nails for making the walking boats ourselves. Is there any problem with the wood?
Sir, it won't be a problem.
There is a forest nearby that can provide wood. If you want to build a lucky boat for going to sea, it may not be easy to do, but the quality of the wood will be enough for a walking boat in the inland river.
The intermediate shipwright is an advanced carpenter and is polishing a fishing boat, because Chu Tian had no extra money to build a navy before. The fourth-level shipyards were mostly used to produce civilian merchant ships and fishing boats. The proficiency of shipwrights can also be improved through private orders. Chu Tian felt a little relieved when he heard that the nearby wood could be used to produce walking boats. Using lumber produced at a lumber mill is more economical than purchasing wood indirectly from elsewhere. The water bandits had already built 2 walking boats before, and Chu Tian led people onto the deck of the walking boats. Because of the water bandits, many townspeople in Liangshan town were forcibly turned into husbands by the water bandits. So it is not difficult to recruit a group of husbands in Liangshan town. After Chu Tian arranged the recruitment and training of the naval battalion in Liangshan town, he took the shuttle directly back to Xia town, which is located upstream of Liangshan town.
It's nice to be able to just take a boat without having to bear the bumps on horseback.
The length of the walking boat is about 20 meters. The draft is not deep, and it is a fast and flexible warship like the sentry ship. As long as the drummer sounds the beat of the attack, the walking boat will fly across the water and attack the enemy. If the battle situation is unfavorable and the drum beats for retreat sounds, the enemy will evacuate immediately. The boatman is located below the deck and can be protected from losing maneuverability. In peacetime fighting, rely on bows and arrows for long-range combat, and swords and halberds for close combat. There is also a small water village between Xia town and Liangshan town. In the future, this will become the training place for the naval battalion. The navy battalion cannot be parked in only one place. Otherwise it will be attacked by the enemy or attacked by fire, and the entire army will be annihilated.
The lords in the north of the Eastern Han dynasty don't care much about the navy, but the lords in the Yangtze River, Lingnan, and Yizhou areas should develop the navy as much as possible. Other civilized areas, especially some island countries, will attach great importance to the navy in order to please protect yourself. Xiao Liang analyzes the situation of other civilized areas for Chu Tian. There is no doubt that in civilized areas like Japan and Malacca, the navy is a top priority for them. These civilized areas will definitely rely on the navy to prevent the lords from the Eastern Han dynasty from invading. But I haven't considered such a long-term matter. This navy is mainly used to conquer Langia City and Yangdu upstream, and Tancheng and Xiapi downstream. 10 walking boats are actually not enough. We need to capture Langia City first.
Chu Tian had a clear plan, which was to first capture Langia City and then occupy the entire Langia kingdom.
So, do you want to make friends with Tao Qian? If Tao Qian sends troops to support Zhang Ba, I'm afraid it will be more difficult to attack Kaiyang County. We can't deal with Tao Qian directly. We can use the relationship between the Mi family and ask them to prevent Tao Qian from sending troops. As long as Tao Qian hesitates, Kaiyang County will soon be captured by us. I hope there are other lords in Shuzhou then start the incident at the same time as me and share my pressure.
Chu Tian suddenly caught a flash of inspiration and said to Xiao Liang,
You allocate a sum of money from the bank, like this, then give them a huge promise. Neither Fang Xianling nor anyone else is as good as you in this matter.
It works well.
After Xiao Liang heard Chu Tian's plan, there was a hint of excitement in his eyes.
I understand. The next step is to wait for the naval battalion to complete its training and send Zhou Yafu to attack the villages and towns in Hedong, and at the same time control the villages and towns in Hedong and Heshi in the southern part of Kaiyang County.
Regarding the candidates to send troops to attack villages and towns, Chu Tian's first choice was not Hua Mulan, but Zhou Yafu, because Zhou Yafu was calm enough. Even if he didn't win a big victory, Chu Tian wouldn't worry about a disastrous defeat. Hua Mulan is still a little impulsive sometimes. Chu Tian returned to Xia Town and recruited a small group of Shiliu Camp infantry to make up for the losses of Shiliu Camp during the last battle. Using the captured war horses, more than 200 light cavalry are being trained. A small number of them are elite cavalry, and most of them are ordinary light cavalry. The current permanent troops stationed in Xia Town include 400 light cavalry, 500 Shiliu Camp, 500 Shuzhou archers, and 500 light infantry. About 2,000 people. In order to expand the army, Chu Tian recruited a group of Shuzhou archers and a group of third-level Shuzhou light infantry, each numbering 500 people, and they were also training. It is unrealistic that all of them are high-level arms. The first is the issue of whether they can be maintained, and the second is that they may not necessarily have qualified soldiers. Third, elite means that the number is not large, which makes it difficult to achieve certain tactical purposes. To capture the opponent's important villages and towns, you must send troops to garrison them, and you must have soldiers to ensure the safety of the food transport team. During the battle, the coordination, support, reserves, and siege teams of various arms require strength and manpower. Therefore, it is still necessary to have a group of cheap low-level troops as cannon fodder or auxiliary troops. In the eyes of the lords, soldiers are really like data. When a war is really going on, they only care about the numbers on paper. Decision makers will only see how many people have been lost, how much supplies need to be supplied, and how much military pay needs to be paid every month. But they will not care about the feelings of every soldier, because there are too many soldiers.
The borders of the civilized zone are about to be opened.
While Chu Tian was busy building Xia Town, someone in the guild mentioned the issue of opening up the civilized zone. Chu Tian calculated the time for a moment. It's April of the second year of the Lord's calendar. The initial time of the Lord world is May of the first year, and the boundaries of the civilization zone are opened 1 year after the initial time. In other words, the borders of the civilized zone will be opened in 1 month. Chapter 108: The Civilized Zone Border Opening Crisis. The borders of civilized areas are open, and the most important thing is not to attack the lords of other civilized areas. At this stage, the lords do not have the ability to cross the civilized zone to attack each other. Unless the two civilized zones are very close, there is a possibility of village war breaking out. The most important thing about the opening of the borders of the civilized zone is the trade of special products.
Corn, potatoes, tomatoes, and peanuts are all crops that can increase food production. Peanuts can also be used to extract oil and improve residents' living standards and satisfaction. We must try to get them.
Chu Tian coveted some crops that the Eastern Han district did not yet possess. Food is the most important thing for the people, and the high-yielding crops in America keep Chu Tian in mind all the time. But are the lords of other civilized areas willing to trade the seeds of these crops? Chu Tian is not very worried about this, because he believes in the ability of the coastal lords of the Eastern Han dynasty, especially the lords of the southeastern coast. With their mines, they have the same economic means as Xiao Liang,
and they can borrow from other civilized areas, get these crops, and then spread them north. In ancient times, there were maritime Silk Road and overland Silk Road to spread the specialties of various civilized areas. What Chu Tian wanted to do was buy the special products he wanted from these coastal lords. The lords along the coast had all the advantages. Chu Tian's territory reaches all the way to Shihai County in the east, and it can also become one of the coastal forces. At this time, the Goryeo district was in the period of unification of 3 Koreas and the founding of the Goryeo Kingdom. On the northern border of Goryeo, near Liaodun County, a group of Goryeo lords gathered, numbering in the hundreds. A leading lord sat in the main seat and looked around at his companions.
In 1 month, the borders of civilization will be opened. Liaodun County and the Eastern Han District borders our territory. You should know what this means. The Eastern Han District is the overlords of the Eastern continent. In ancient times, they were our suzerains, and even Lelong County was established in our territory during the Han Dynasty. Fortunately, it was still our territory in
lords,
and Lelong County did not exist in their Yuzhou. However, we must guard against threats from Yuzhou in the Eastern Han District, especially Liaodun County. If necessary, cross the river to plunder their population to supplement our strength. Liaodun County has a large population and fertile land. From now on, we will form an alliance to defend Liaodun County in the Eastern Han District, and we will advance and retreat together. The name is Zhou Guards. What do you think?
The lords of Goryeo who were present were breathing heavily when facing such a behemoth as Donghan District. If Lord was a normal game, they wouldn't be afraid of the Donghan District. At worst, they would delete their account and start over again. But now everyone cherishes their own lives. If you fight against the Donghan District, you may die if you fail. A lord stood up and said,
Cui Saishan, don't be ridiculous. We can't compete with the size of the Eastern Han District. It's not like you don't know that we even use Chinese characters and their surnames to fight against civilizations of that size. We are just asking for death.
Cui Zishan, the leader of the Koryo kingdom, looked gloomy and clapped his hands. Soon a group of high-level soldiers broke in and captured the protesting lords. Cui Zishan's tone was indifferent.
This world is in the age of cold weapons. If you gain the ambition of others and destroy your own prestige, then don't blame me for being unrighteous. Put him in a dungeon and starve him for 3 days and 3 nights. Cui Zishan, don't think that just because you are the strongest, you can do whatever you want.
The opposing lords were dragged down by soldiers and imprisoned. The other lords were silent. Facing the most powerful lord in the northern part of the northern border, they had no choice but to obey. Some wiser lords still cautiously reminded.
The north is the territory of Zhou in the Eastern Han Dynasty. There must be powerful lords there, as well as Han soldiers from the county governor. It's better not to provoke them.
Cui Zishan's tone was still low.
Why are you so short-sighted? If you don't try to occupy Liaodong County, with the size of the Eastern Han District, once they are unified in the future, who in the entire Eastern continent can stop their military front? You? Or you?
Cui Zishan pointed his fingers one by one. The pointed lords were frightened. None of them dared to say that they could compete with the unified Eastern Han Dynasty. The territory of the 13 prefectures in the Eastern Han District is dozens of times their territory. How can they possibly stop them if they use all their national power to come?
So we must plan for Liaodong County as soon as possible. Their large size is an advantage, but it also has a disadvantage. That is, their troubled times will be particularly long. If the Eastern Han Dynasty falls into a situation of feudal rule, no one can do anything to anyone. That would be the best. Liaodong County and Liaoshi County are threatened by Xianbei and Wuhan outside their borders. So as long as we operate properly, we may not have no chance. I have already recruited the generals who defeated Sui Yang Emperor Yang Guang. As long as you follow me,
I will unify you in the future in the northern border. You are all heroes for attacking Liaodong County. I don't think other civilizations will stand idly by and watch the unification of the Eastern Han Dynasty.
The lords present were shocked when they heard that Cui Zishan had recruited heroes to defeat the Sui army, and even more surrendered to Cui Zishan, the great lord of the northern border of Goryeo. Cui Zishan was very satisfied with his plan and the reaction of this group of lords.
First of all, you will dedicate part of your population to my Iju town. I will attack the #1 city in the world and turn Iju town into Iju city.
In the Annan district, players are in the early stage of the Dai Viet kingdom, and they have also noticed the opening of the borders of the civilized zone.
Any player in this area is not allowed to sell compa rice to players in other civilized areas, especially not to the lords of Yangzhou, Jiazhou, and Jingzhou in the Eastern Han Dynasty. All players who violate this agreement will be regarded as traitors in this area. Everyone gets it and kills it.
Players in Dai Viet quickly reached a consensus. Compa rice can increase grain production once it flows into the huge Donghan district. You can imagine what this means. If this crop is obtained in the south of the Eastern Han Dynasty, it can feed more soldiers and horses, and then use these soldiers and horses to go south, which will bring great disaster to the Dai Viet kingdom.
Be careful of the players in Jiaoshu in the Eastern Han District. It is said that many players in the Eastern Han District have chosen the Lingnan area, which is far away from the war in the Central Plains and close to the ocean. After the civilized border is opened, they may go south immediately.
The lords of Dai Viet were facing a formidable enemy. Players from the Tumda kingdom in the south of Izhou secretly rejoiced.
Fortunately, there are still southern barbarian forces between Izhou and us. Otherwise we would be doomed.
The opening of civilized borders does not mean large-scale war. In fact, the lords of the Eastern Han Dynasty are still annexing internally and have no expeditionary capabilities. But some of the surrounding weak civilized areas have been scared to death and are wary of danger. Even more anxious is Japan District, which was in the Warring States period. The lords of the Dongying District wanted to complete the unification of the country as soon as possible. However, to their despair, the chaos in the Dongying District was not far behind that of the Eastern Han District. The mainly mountainous terrain allowed the number of daimyo in the Dongying District to reach hundreds. The lords of Japan were divided into different factions such as Oda Nobunaga, Tokugawa Ieyasu, Toyotomi Hideyoshi, Takeda Shinjin, Yusuji Kenshin, Shimazu Yoshihisa, and Mori Motonari, who attacked each other. The lords of the Japanese district were so worried that they had no time to worry about the opening of the borders of the civilized district. As for the western continent, Rome, Venice, Viking pirates, and English longbowmen are ready to move. Chapter 109 Fame. I'll leave it to the general to deal with Hedong. At the wharf of Xia Town, there were 3 gondolas, 30 sentry boats, and several fishing boats moored, transporting the first batch of soldiers from Zhou Yafu's Shilio camp to the east of the river. Chu Tian still needs to stay in Xia Town and assign a general to attack the city and evict the stronghold. Zhou Yafu asked,
What if we capture the villages and towns east of Hedong? Xia Town will send officials to take over. And you don't need to worry about the rest. The general will do his best to capture more villages and towns.
Zhou Yafu led the Shilio camp to the expedition. Teams of elite infantry boarded the wooden boats. Some of the Shilio camp infantry were equipped with double armor, and some soldiers still wore leather or cloth armor. Shilio camp will cross the Yi River and open up territory for Xia Town. Zhou Yafu personally commanded a warship. He's not very good at water fighting, so he makes do with it. Chu Tian could already imagine the fear of the lords east of Yi River when they saw the 6th level soldiers. In the mid to early stage,
the 6th level troops are almost invincible, and the only thing that can stop them is probably city walls and human sea tactics. Zhou Yafu's fleet left Xia Town and headed towards the villages on the other side.
Don't you need to go with your subordinates to conquer Hedong?
Hua Mulan is eager to try.
There will also be people to guard Summertown and deal with threats that may come from other counties.
Chu Tian did not send Hua Mulan out as well. He always had to have a historical general by his side to feel at ease. The threat from Yangdu County has not been eliminated. If Taishan thief Chong Shi hadn't suddenly supported the Fighting Soul Guild, Chu Tian would have completely annexed the Fighting Soul Guild's territory. In addition to threats from Yangdu County, there are also threats from Taishan County, Dalnai Kingdom, and Xiaopi Kingdom. Chu Tian knew very little about these places. The boat sails on the mighty river, which is 3 or 4 kilometers wide at its widest point. Zhou Yafu tapped the edge of the female wall with his fingers and made a small sound.
The first village is Majiaji.
Before setting off, Chu Tian had collected information about the other side of the river from nearby townspeople, and then drawn it into a sketch for Zhou Yafu to use. Majiaji is located not far from Xia Town, also in the south of Kaiyang County, but it belongs to the territory of another big lord.
According to the descriptions of villagers from Majiaji who trade in Xia Town, the village built 2 arrow towers in the direction of the river under the order of their lord. If Majiaji is attacked by force, there will definitely be considerable losses. You disguised yourself as fishermen and pedestrians and went to attack Majiaji.
Under Zhou Yafu's order, more than 20 Shilio camp infantrymen disguised themselves as fishermen and approached Majiaji on Xia Town's fishing boat. Majiaji did not expect that Xia Zhen would suddenly attack him, and without any precautions, the Shilio camp soldiers suddenly turned against him and occupied the dock.
Surrender without killing!
The soldiers of Shilio camp quickly occupied 2 wooden arrow towers, and from a commanding position, they covered Zhou Yafu's large troops in controlling Majiaji. A group of people fled from Majiaji, and the village chief was captured by Shilio camp.
Sir, our Majiaji and Xia Town have recently been trading with each other. We have not offended Xia Town. Why do you want to occupy our village? Your lord is having an affair with a yellow turban thief. So the county captain ordered me to capture him and bring him to Xia Town.
The village chief of Majiaji soon understood. This is a crime that you want to inflict. So why bother? Chu Tian, the lord of Xia Town, also holds the title of Kaiyang County Lieutenant on his head, a serious official position appointed by the imperial court. The county lieutenant in charge of public security in Kaiyang County insists on accusing you of having a relationship with the Yellow Turban Army. But there is nothing you can do.
Sun Luan, your Navy battalion will stay at Majiaji.
Zhou Yafu ordered the Navy commander Sun Luandai to control Majiaji as a transit point for communication with Xia Town. He wanted to occupy the opponent's important villages and towns as quickly as possible before the opponent's lord could react, forcing the opponent to make concessions or even surrender. Zhou Yafu marched quickly, and a fast horse rushed into a nearby town, alerting the lord who owned Majiaji.
Lord, an army attacked Majiaji and Guijia Town from the Yi River. Majiaji and Guijia Town were unprepared and were captured by the opponent without any effort. Water bandit? I don't know. Come here. Summon the soldiers and horses from nearby towns immediately. But it may be too late. How many soldiers are there in our town? There are less than 200 people. You sent the main force to exterminate the bandits. Damn it. Why is someone sneaking into my territory at this time? Recruit local braves in the town. Hold on to the town, and wait for reinforcements to come back.
This unfortunate town was in chaos, and hundreds of local warriors were forcibly recruited as strong men and came to the city walls to help defend. The Lord led 2 low-ranking generals up the stone stairs and found an elite infantry formation below. This infantry was more or less. There were 500 people in total. The soldiers held 2 flags, Xia and Zhou. One was the power flag, and the other was the general flag. The halberd-wielding infantrymen in the front row of Zhou camp were wearing double armor and were intimidating. Soldiers have standard iron armor, which means the force is strong. The soldiers arrayed below the town were in neat formation. He compared them with the infantry in his own town, and his face became even paler. The troops approaching the city may not be low-level troops, but most likely mid to high-level troops. So who is commanding this army? Historical general? Thinking of this possibility, the Lord couldn't help but shudder. How to fight this battle with historical generals and high-level troops? The mayor asked.
Who is your lord? Or are you the lord? Our lord's nickname is, I just want to farm well done.
Even the serious Zhou Yafu felt a little ashamed when he said Chu Tian's nickname. How could his lord have such a strange nickname? To the lord opposite, this name was like a bolt from the blue. Not many people know Chu Tian's real name, but his name in the game is well known in the Eastern Han district. The first epic battle in the Eastern Han dynasty, the
Yellow Turban Rebellion,
ranked first in the leader list of the Han court camp.
Hack! Such a behemoth is right next to me. How can I allow others to snore while lying on my side? I am in trouble this time. His town must have reached the 3rd level, and there are historical generals and high-level troops. Either is only a 2nd-level town. How can we fight here?
The Lord muttered to himself, pacing uneasily on the wall. The generals under him were puzzled that their lord seemed to be very afraid of Chu Tian.
How many towns does your lord have?
The Lord anxiously asked Zhou Yafu about the opponent's strength. Zhou Yafu replied indifferently.
More than 10. 10! 10! Open the door and greet this general. Please do it for me.
The lords across the river from Xia town only had 2 towns, one of which was attacked by Zhou Yafu, leaving only 1 2nd-level town. They couldn't defeat the other side, so they simply chose to surrender without a fight.
My lord's reputation is really well known among strangers, but his nickname is a bit weird.
Zhou Yafu discovered that by reporting Chu Tian's nickname, as long as the opponent had no alliance, they would most likely choose to surrender after the Zhou camp showed force. Chapter 110. Towns in Hedong. Zhou Yafu's situation in the east of Hedong was unparalleled, and he captured a village every now and then, and news of his successes spread back to Xia town. Chu Tian was inspecting the farmland to inspect this year's harvest. According to Li Kuei's report, Xia town is likely to have a bumper harvest this year. A bumper harvest means a surge in food production. Most of this is due to Li Kuei's careful management of farmland. Li Kuei has been managing agriculture and public security in a low-key manner, and Chu Tian can arrange these things in an orderly manner without Chu Tian having to worry too much. Chu Tian's agricultural decisions mainly focused on land ownership, division of use rights, tax rates, agricultural budgets, and the promulgation of some policies to benefit farmers, down to the details of restoring soil fertility, screening seeds, and digging drainage channels. This is not something Chu Tian wants to do personally. Chu Tian said to Li Kuei, who was hardworking.
I'm sorry for bothering you about the farm work. After the harvest this year, I will ask someone to increase your salary.
Chu Tian was unable to formally confer an official position and still focused on salary increases. Li Kuei did not refuse, and just said,
It is a great kindness of my lord to be able to farm and raise a people in troubled times. The work of harvesting in June will be left to you to arrange. With enough food, we can attack Langya's city. My lord, is he really going to besiege Langya city with thousands of soldiers and horses? You have to fight. It just depends on how you fight.
Chu Tian considered that there was a high probability of a bumper harvest in Xia town this year, and coupled with Li Kuei's SS characteristic of best location, Xia town's farmland output increased by 30%. The grain harvested this year was enough for Xia town to support next year's harvest. Food is the most important thing for the people. Only when they have enough food to fill their stomachs can they go to war.
General Zhou Yafu captured 2 villages in the past 7 days.
A cavalryman came back to Xia town to report. Chu Tian said to himself,
Why has his speed of attacking the city slowed down?
If Zhou Yafu heard Chu Tian's complaints, he would definitely feel that he died unjustly. He took 500 Zhou camps with him, but he was able to attack villages and towns one after another, so he was too slow. Fang Xianling, who was following Chu Tian, said.
Maybe Zhou Yafu encountered some difficulty.
The cavalryman quickly replied.
General Zhou Yafu expanded his territory east of Hedong, and the surrounding lords were afraid of him. So they joined forces to form a coalition to resist General Zhou Yafu's front. So it was difficult to win quickly.
It seems that the other lords are also smart people. They know that they cannot compete with Zhou Yafu with their own strength. So they choose to form an alliance. The existence of the alliance allows small and medium-sized lords to have the ability to fight against large lords. For example, the Anti-Dongzhuo Alliance in the Eastern Han District, the Nobunaga Encirclement Network in the Japanese District, and the Anti-French Alliance in Europe.
How many towns does the other party have? And how many soldiers and horses does it have? There is a coalition of 6 towns in the east of the river, with more than 3,000 soldiers and horses, including 300 cavalry. They are on the defensive. General Zhou Yafu has assembled 1,200 soldiers and horses from the 3 towns, and they have joined forces with Shiliu camp and are on the offensive.
No wonder Zhou Yafu's offensive was blocked. It turned out that there were many soldiers and horses on the opposite side, with fewer strikes but more attacks. He was on the offensive and captured 2 more villages under the strict defense of the opponent. Zhou Yafu was worthy of the title of a famous general of the Western Han dynasty.
Order Lu Sandao to lead 500 Shuzhou archers and 100 light cavalry to help out and seize the land east of Hedong as soon as possible.
To the east of Iha River, there are 9 towns in an area opposite Xia Town, which Chutian calls
9 towns in the east of the river,
corresponding to the
7 towns in the north.
As for Chutian, Xia Town, Lingyan Town, Yulai Town, Shangbi Town, and Lianshan Town were called the
5 Heshi towns
by Chutian himself. As for why there are fewer towns in Heshi than in Hedong, this has something to do with the dominance of the Xiaozhen family. These 3 places, plus the territory controlled by the Wolf Guild, firmly surrounded Lengia City. Realizing the strategy of villages and towns surrounding the city. Cities are far more difficult to attack than villages and towns, and you should think twice before attacking even a small city. This is why Chutian anxiously said Zhou Yafu to attack the 9 towns in Hedong. If the 9 towns in Hedong are not captured as soon as possible, once a town is upgraded to a city, it will become more difficult to defeat in the future. Chutian's order soon reached the hands of Lu Sandao, the general of the Bao Department. Lu Sandao led 500 archers and 100 light cavalry, and took fishing boats and sentry boats in batches to the east of the river to reinforce Zhou Yafu. As for the task of training new recruits, it is left to the deputy archer general. Hua Mulan found that Xiao Liang, who had been reporting to Chutian from time to time, seemed to have disappeared from the world recently. So she asked,
"Where is Miss Xia?"
Chutian replied casually,
"She went to Langia City for business." "Langia City?"
Hua Mulan and Chutian looked at each other, somewhat confused. I don't understand Chutian's plan for sending Xiao Liang to Langia City.
"You have no right to know this." "Yes."
Hua Mulan quickly lowered her head. Her subordinate seemed unable to look directly at her superior like this. When Chutian saw Hua Mulan, he subconsciously checked Hua Mulan's attributes. Hua Mulan's current level is level 50. Her strength is 91 points. And she is approaching the peak. She is considered one of the best generals in Shuzhou. 6 of the 9 towns in Hedong are still stubbornly resisting Zhou Yafu's troops. Zhou Yafu surrounded a village and wanted to ambush the opponent's reinforcements. But the 6 towns did not fall into the trap. Or they really did not want to go out of the city to fight Zhou Yafu. Zhou Yafu's Shiliu battalion caused a lot of casualties to them in the recent small-scale battle. At that time, the 500 people in Shiliu camp and less than 1,000 servants were surrounded by 3,000 people from the 6 towns. As a result, the coalition forces of the 6 towns retreated in defeat, leaving more than 100 corpses behind. The timid coalition forces of the 6 towns only dared to huddle in the town, relying on the rammed earth city walls to delay Zhou Yafu's progress, hoping that Zhou Yafu would choose to leave after being unable to conquer the town. The existence of the city wall made countless famous generals bow to it. But Zhou Yafu did not easily attack their town.
He claims to be a subordinate of the Lord with the 3rd most prosperous territory in the Eastern Han dynasty. "I just want to farm well." Do you think he is lying? It's probably true. If he wasn't a historical military commander, how could we have been beaten so badly before? If we surrender, we will lose our current status and be unable to defeat them again and again. It is really depressing.
The mayors of the 6 towns gathered in the town surrounded by Zhou Yafu. Looking sad, It's embarrassing to be surrounded by less than 2,000 people from the other side, with 3,000 people. Just when the six-town coalition forces were reluctant to give up their territory and tried to gain a chance. Lu Sandao, sent by Chu Tian to support Zhou Yafu, arrived with his troops and successfully joined Zhou Yafu.
It's not wise to attack by force. You lead your troops to attack other towns with empty troops, making this town an isolated town.
Zhou Yafu handed over 500 servants to Lu Sandao and asked him to lead 500 infantry and 500 archers to attack other towns. Lu Sandao saw that there were only a few people left in Zhou Yafu's tent.
You only have 1,000 people. Can you continue to surround them? What if they come out of the city to attack?
Zhou Yafu waved his hand calmly.
1,000 people are enough to block them inside.
Chapter 111: The Opening of the Borders of Civilization.
Ding! System announcement: the borders of major civilized areas will be officially opened on May 1st. The second year of the Lord calendar. NPC forces and player lords in each civilized area can invade other civilized areas. Lords located in the frontier, please pay attention to the lords of other civilized areas. Trends. Ding! From now on, the territorial awareness of NPC forces will be further strengthened, and their desire for expansion will be slightly strengthened. Ding! Please pay attention to special NPC forces such as mountain barbarians, pirates, and nomadic tribes in all civilized areas. The probability of being invaded by barbarians in each major civilized area increases.
When Chu Tian gargled with salt water in the Lord's mansion, he was shocked by the system's announcement. Almost at the same time, all players in the civilized area received the news that the civilization border was open. Not only is the opening of the borders of civilization worth noting, but various NPC forces also have a desire to expand. This means more danger.
It's more confusing now, but it doesn't have much to do with me.
Chu Tian is still fearless. The location of Shuzhou is very unlikely to be invaded by barbarians or other civilized areas. Instead of worrying about barbarian invasion, it is better to deal with the Taishan bandit forces first.
Mobilize the resources of various villages and towns, and I will turn Xia Town into a city within a month.
Chu Tian found Fang Xianling for the final sprint to the world's #1 city. Various resource buildings have reached level 4. Xia Town originally had a first-class iron ore resource, but later a second-class iron ore resource was discovered, and 2 iron mines were being mined at the same time. A large amount of wood is shipped from all over the country every day, and Xia Town is undergoing large-scale construction. Chu Tian continued to use the bank savings to build buildings, and then made up for the shortfall after receiving the rewards from the first city. Wheat will be harvested at the end of June, so labor can only be used before June. A large number of farmers were requisitioned by the Lord's government to build various buildings and upgrade original buildings in order to increase prosperity as quickly as possible. Because of Xia Town's massive military expansion and the addition of Shiliu Camp, the military bonus also brought a lot of prosperity to Xia Town. Chu Tian predicts that Xia Town will be upgraded to a first-level city within a month. By then, Xia Town will be easier to defend and harder to attack. In Nanhai County, Jiazhou, Donghan District, where the government is located in Guangzhou, a 4th-level wooden ship is ready. The Lord came with members of the guild to bid farewell to the ship.
Good brother. If you can safely bring Kampa Dao back from Annan District, I will make you the lord of a city. I think by that time, I will have occupied many counties in Nanhai County. Don't worry. I know the language there, so there won't be any mistakes. As long as we don't encounter a storm at sea, I will definitely bring the Kampa rice back to our Donghan District. You go ahead. Although I heard that the monkeys in Annan District want to block the export of Kampa rice, as long as we bribe the officials of Dai Viet Kingdom, they will be happy to sell the seeds of Kampa rice to us. Once our Nanhai County with the increase in grain production, we can feed more soldiers and horses, and Jiazhou will be our sphere of influence. By then, whether we go north to Jing and Yang, or go south to attack Dai Viet, we will have the possibility to compete in the Central Plains. The lords of Nanhai County have high hopes for this level 4 wooden ship and the free players in the Eastern Han District. Obtaining Kampa rice from Annan District can increase grain production in Eastern Han District. At the same time, the lords who sent the ships also had some selfish motives. They wanted to take the lead in planting in their own territory, and then sell the seeds to other lords in the Eastern Han Dynasty at a high price. He is not the only one who thinks so. But there are definitely not many lords who have the ability to build 4th-level ships and have the courage to send people to take risks. As long as he seizes the opportunity,
he can become the first Eastern Han lord to obtain Kampa rice. Risk is directly proportional to reward. The 4-class wooden sailing ship left the Pearl River Basin with dense water networks and sailed towards Dai Viet Kingdom in Annan District. The ancient maritime Silk Road began to take shape due to the opening of the borders of civilized areas. Wherever there are people, there will be trade.
Jiaozhou is far away from the wars in the Central Plains, and the opponents it encounters are not strong. As long as there are 1 or 2 powerful historical generals, it is easy to occupy this place. Unfortunately, I only have the famous General Su Zhang of the Southern Han Dynasty and his divine crossbow army in my hands. This is not enough.
The Lord watched the wooden sailboat he sent leave Nanhai County and began to make plans to compete in Jiaozhou. In the Western Region Protectorate, Huan, who had friendship with Chu Tian in Guangzong County, led a group of Western Region cavalry to patrol the borders of his territory.
Damn it! The opening of the borders of the civilized zone has not had much impact on the Western Region Protectorate. But the increasing desire of NPC forces to expand will have a great impact on the Western Region Protectorate. There are 36 countries in the Western Region here. Who designed this mechanism, man? It belongs to your uncle.
Huan cursed loudly in the vast oasis. The Protectorate of the Western Regions is one of the birthplaces of players in the Eastern Han Dynasty. And part of the 36 countries in the Western Regions is the territory of the Eastern Han Dynasty. And part of it belongs to Central Asia. For example, the Kingdom of Duan is located in the Fergana Basin in Central Asia. It can be seen that Emperor Wu of the Han Dynasty expedition to Duan and had already reached Central Asia. Most players know that the borders of civilization will be opened on this day. But what they did not expect is that the opening of the borders of civilization also brings the possibility of NPC power expansion and barbarian invasion. For the Western Region Protectorate, which is surrounded by the 36 countries of the Western Region, this is simply a disaster.
Since we have chosen the Western Region Protectorate, we have the responsibility to guard the frontier for the Eastern Han Dynasty. Competing with the Central Plains based on the population of the Western Region Protectorate is lish level of difficulty. Only by joining forces with the Lords of Shiliang can it be possible to conquer the Central Plains. If we take control of the Central Plains, who can defend the Western Region? If the soldiers of the 36 countries in the Western Region, or even the distant Shuanghui Empire knock on the Jade Gate, wouldn't we be sinners?
In the alliance organized by Huan, a group of lords in the oasis were noisy on the guild channel. The Western Region's Protectorate has 2 development paths. One is to attack some nearby small countries in the Western regions that have not yet been civilized and develop towards Central Asia outside the Eastern Han Dynasty. One way is to unite with Xiliang and compete in the Central Plains.
Chasing deer in the Central Plains is too ridiculous. The roads are difficult and dangerous, and food cannot be supplied at all. What are the pig brains of those people thinking? No. There is a teleportation array in the Western Region Protectorate. As long as you pay a sufficient price.
Huan reined in his horse and thought about this possibility carefully, but still shook his head. The lords of the Western Region Protectorate are neither too few nor too many. Compared with the huge group of lords in the Central Plains, they are far behind. Chasing the Central Plains will only lose the troops of the Western Region Protectorate guarding the country.
Aiming at the position of protector of the Western regions, and using the Han army to drive the servant army to expand into Central Asia may be a better way,
Huan said to himself. In Xianping County, Liaodong County, 2 guilds fought for control of the eastern part of Xianping County. The Lord,
a small soldier at the border in the late Ming Dynasty,
led thousands of cavalry to penetrate the opponent's flank. Thousands of cavalry fought in a melee. The Ming general Zhu Dasho held a big sword and killed more than a dozen of the opponent's cavalry under his horse. In the Hanzhong Basin, the leader Zhang Jiao recruited tens of thousands of 5 pecks of rice followers, extended his kindness, and used these refugees as laborers to build his own town. In Nanjun, Jingzhou, a lord led 2,000 soldiers and horses to conquer the enemy in person. He said to the general behind him,
Pan Mei, you lead 500 soldiers as the vanguard and take the enemy general's head.
Chapter 112 defeats 6 towns. The 6-town coalition forces in Hedong are still resisting Zhou Yafu's 3-town troops. Their strategy is to hold on and consume Zhou Yafu's patience. However, as time passed, they gradually became unable to hold themselves back.
Someone has taken over my town,
a mayor suddenly shouted. He has received a system notification that his town was captured by Lu Sanao of Xia Town, and his identity as a lord has been stripped away by the system. When the territory is occupied, he can still command his troops, but the morale of the soldiers will drop rapidly. and deserters may even occur. The other 5 mayors looked at each other in confusion. It seemed that Zhou Yafu's purpose in surrounding them was to divide his troops and occupy other towns. The 6-town coalition concentrated its forces in one town in order to better deal with Zhou Yafu. But after Zhou Yafu received the supply of troops, he already had the ability to divide his forces.
The other side divided their forces to occupy various towns. If this continues, we are too passive. There is only one isolated town left, and we cannot defend it no matter what. Not to mention the grain harvest in a month. If they cut off the wheat to replenish the army's rations, what will happen to us? Can't we just stare? Without food, thousands of civilians and 3,000 defenders in this town will starve to death. We have no choice but to attack and see if we can defeat the historical general on the other side. He divides his troops to occupy various places. This is our only chance to win. If we can defeat him, we might be able to capture a historical general.
After discussion, the 6 town mayors were forced to go to war. If we don't fight again, this town will become an isolated town and will definitely lose. The gate of the town was opened, and 3,000 allied troops gathered to confront Zhou Yafu's more than 1,000 men.
What formation are they in?
Zhou Yafu couldn't help but frown when he saw the 6 town leaders on the opposite side forming 6 square formations with extremely poor coordination. This is also a common problem with temporarily formed coalition forces. The 3,000 coalition forces couldn't wait to engage in a decisive battle with Zhou Yafu. More than a dozen flags were waved, commanding the coalition forces to launch an attack. The archers of both sides fired at each other, and the infantry advanced, fighting for the land east of Hedong in the south of Guangzong County. The infantry of the Shiliu camp, wearing double armor, had high morale. They formed a square formation with long halberds and charged with shields. But they could still maintain the formation. Arrows fell on shields and armor, and a company of soldiers from the Shiliu camp were killed by several arrows. The halberd-wielding infantrymen in the back row immediately made up for their loss. The Shiliu camp collided with the light infantry on the opposite side, and the two sides fought hand to hand. The strength of the 6th level troops was vividly displayed at this moment. The neat lineup was marching forward, and soon had the tendency to penetrate the opponent's formation. The morale of the 6-town coalition forces is declining rapidly, and Zhou Yafu's characteristic, army management, can maintain morale for a long time. Under this situation, the 6-town coalition was in danger. Zhou Yafu stood on a temporary wooden tower and observed the situation on the entire battlefield. He seemed to be aware of the opponent's weakness. The morale of one of the 6-town coalition forces had dropped to the bottom. They were the soldiers of the mayor, who had lost his territory.
Light cavalry, circle to the right and attack the second enemy army on the right. Yes.
100 light cavalry sent by Chu Tian played a decisive role in this decisive battle. When the two sides fought fiercely, Zhou Yafu sent light cavalry to attack the opponent's demoralized troops, and the 6-town coalition collapsed completely.
The situation is over. It is not a crime of war.
The 6 mayors saw that the thin Shiliu camp defeated their army and lost the courage to continue to resist. There was no way to fight this battle. They lacked the ability to command thousands of people to fight. The command of the cobbled-together coalition forces at this time was chaotic, and in Zhou Yafu's opinion, there were flaws everywhere. If the opponent is also a famous general, he may be able to give Zhou Yafu a headache with his numerical advantage. Before the decisive battle, the 6 town mayors had prepared white flags. After discovering that Zhou Yafu could not be defeated, he immediately raised a white flag to express surrender. There is no deep hatred between the two sides now. It is just a normal battle between the lords, and they believe that the other side will not execute them. Fortunately, Chu Tian got Zhou Yafu instead of Bai Qi. Otherwise their fate would have been hard to say. Zhou Yafu accepted their surrender and did not tie them up. He just placed them under house arrest and asked them to hand over their territorial ownership. The 6 town mayors were dejected. Their career as lords was over. They could not even leave Guangzong County, let alone compete in the Central Plains. Most of the smaller lords' territories were either destroyed in the previous Yellow Turban Rebellion or annexed by the larger lords. The lords who can truly dominate a county are only 1 in a million.
We lost to the 3rd-ranked lord in the Eastern Han District, so it won't be a shame to spread the news.
The 6 mayors comforted themselves. Zhou Yafu asked,
"Where is further east?"
After he captured the 9 towns in Hedong, he still seemed not satisfied. Chu Tian's order was to capture the Hedong area of Iha River, but he did not specify where the attack would stop. Hedong is still a quite large area.
Further east is the Shu River. Without ships, it will be difficult to continue to expand eastward. crossing the Shu River. There is a hilly area with very few people. Further east is the scope of Shihai County, which is a relatively narrow coastal zone.
A town mayor has obviously done enough homework when selecting a territorial location and knows the nearby terrain very well. Zhou Yafu fell into a brief silence. It is now located in the plain between the Yi River and the Shu River. With rivers and hills to the east, it is indeed difficult to continue to expand eastward.
It seems that we can only expand up to this point, and it will take time to digest this territory.
Zhou Yafu gave up the idea of continuing to expand to the east. The cost of continuing to expand was too high. The 6 captured mayors looked at each other in confusion again. The general in front of them seemed dissatisfied with his desires. This is the 9 towns in Hedong. 9 towns plus vassal villages. There must be nearly 100,000 people. A population of 100,000 was quite a large population in the early stage.
Escort them to Xia Town and wait for the master to deal with them.
Zhou Yafu asked the soldiers of Shiliu camp to escort the prisoners to Xia Town, while he personally took charge of the 9 towns in Hedong. Hedong Jiuzhen is a newly conquered territory, with low public support and unreliability. Not only players may take advantage of people's hearts to cause trouble, but some townspeople may also rise up to resist Chu Tian's brutal rule. The 6 town mayors who surrendered after defeat were treated differently from those who surrendered without a fight. The mayor who surrendered without a fight could even get credit and serve in the villages and towns under Xia Town, while most of the defeated and surrendered lords were imprisoned for a period of time and then demoted to civilians. As for the lords who caused a lot of losses to Xia Town, the treatment may be even worse.
Now that we have obtained the 9 towns in Hedong, there are 21 towns in total. Is it possible for 21 towns to shake up a large city?
Zhou Yafu compared the strength of Chu Tian and Zhang Ba and shook his head slightly. According to conventional siege tactics, Lord, 21 towns are really not as useful as one large city, unless it is 21 level 3 towns. Large cities also have special teleportation arrays. Just this building can make countless lords jealous. Zhou Yafu said to himself.
My lord, how are you going to capture a large city?
Chapter 113, the first city in the world, A.
Xia Town's prosperity is still a little bit off.
Chu Tian has been a little anxious in recent days. In order to attack the first city in the world, he sacrificed a lot of things. Half of the population of the 7 northern towns was forcibly driven to Xia Town by Hua Mulan. There was a lot of construction work in Xia Town. And after Xiao Liang left, he secretly misappropriated 15,000 taels of silver from the bank. Without the money from the bank, Chu Tian would not be able to build a large-scale construction project in Xia Town. As heroes, Hua Mulan, Zhou Yafu, Fan Xinling, and Li Kui can improve the prosperity of Xia Town by increasing the administrative, agricultural, and military efficiency of Xia Town. Shiliu Camp and a large number of troops also improve Xia Town's military rating. In short, although Chu Tian didn't pay attention, Xiaozhen actually had many advantages that other lords coveted. Xia Town now has 20 towns under its jurisdiction. The 3rd-level towns control the 2nd-level towns. The 2nd-level towns control the 1st-level towns. And the 1st-level towns control the governance method of the village. It actually has a population of 200,000 people. Ruling a population of 200,000 was something Chu Tian had never dared to think about before. There is another hidden advantage. Chu Tian has not been threatened by big forces yet, and can go all out to build Xia Town. The former number 1 lord in the Eastern Han dynasty, the little soldier at the border in the late Ming dynasty, has now fallen to the 10th place. It is said that he was jointly resisted by other lords in Xiamping County. And some lords relied on their friendship with the Wuhuan tribe to attack with the help of the Wuhuan cavalry. He, the lord who currently occupies the 1st place is,
I just want to farm well.
From Xuzhou. The reason why Chu Tian climbed to the 1st place is also very simple. Zhou Yafu helped him conquer the 9 towns in Hedong, nearly doubling his territory. And the total prosperity of all his territories naturally increased. Chu Tian is already the lord who controls the 21 towns. There is no reward for ranking 1st in total prosperity. It is just a false name, and does not represent true strength. Chu Tian must become the 1st lord to own a city in order to secure the 1st position in the Eastern Han district, and receive real rewards. Xia Town is not far away from being upgraded to a small city, but just a little short of it. Fortunately, the 1st lord with a city has not yet appeared in the entire world. There are already lords who have used the power of the rebels to conquer the city. But the 1st city in the world must be the player's own territory. Only by upgrading to the city step by step can you obtain the reward of the first city in the world. Chu Tian missed the rewards of the first village and the first town before. At that time, everyone started at the same level, and the number of lords was extremely large. So there was no advantage. Now Chu Tian has the qualifications to compete for the number 1 city in the world by virtue of its first place in the 2 events and the advantages accumulated from the northern expedition and the eastward expedition. A carriage returned to Xia Town, and a woman in a long gown got out of it and smoothed her bangs that were messy due to the bumps. As one of the long-standing lords with a population of 200,000, Xiao Liang enjoys the same treatment as Fang Xianling and Li Kuei and can travel by carriage. Xiao Liang has disappeared for more than half a month. The first thing she did when she came back was to go to the Lord's mansion in Xia Town to report to Chu Tian. Chu Tian was handling affairs in the main hall of the Lord's mansion. When he saw Xiao Liang coming back, he felt a little guilty and said with a dry smile,
"Please sit down quickly. Someone will come and serve tea."
Xiao Liang was a little confused. When had Chu Tian been so polite to her? Despite her suspicions, she still reported her work dutifully.
"I have completed all the things you asked me to go to Langya City. Here is the list."
"Please take a look."
She handed a thick stack of lists to Chu Tian. Chu Tian looked through it and couldn't help being a little shocked.
"So many people? They have all heard of your reputation. So they are willing to contribute. In other words, it is impossible for them not to notice you. Because you are now number 1 in the Donghan district. It seems that an intangible thing like reputation is really useful. No wonder there is a saying about a teacher of benevolence and righteousness. I, Chu Tian, have always convinced people with my virtue."
Chu Tian discovered the use of fame. Yuan Shao's occupation of Hebei is not unrelated to the prestige of the 4th and 3rd princes of the Yuan family. What are Chu Tian's advantages? That's the prestige among players in Donghan district. This prestige does not require Chu Tian to manage it, because every player can see the ranking list. Chu Tian still remembered that the protagonists in previous novels liked to fight against all players. And those people were too stupid. Players are obviously a force that can be exploited. There is no need to make everyone the enemy.
You have done a good job. If this is successful, I will become the Prime Minister of Langya State in the future. And you can serve as a formal civil servant or county magistrate.
Chu Tian was still very generous to his subordinates. Xiao Liang was not polite.
In the future, when you become a state shepherd, I can just have someone else do it. Not a problem.
Chu Tian agreed casually. In fact, there was another important reason for his guilty conscience. He secretly misappropriated 15,000 taels of silver from the bank. Although the bank is the property of the Lord's mansion, the money in the bank is not the money of the Lord's mansion, but the gold and silver deposited by the people into the bank. If Xiao Liang, who manages the bank, finds out that Chu Tian spent 15,000 taels of silver for most of the month, he will definitely go crazy. Chu Tian was very happy with his money, but Xiao Liang, who was responsible for making money, had to find a way to make up for the shortfall.
What's going on here?
Confused, Xiao Liang returned to his residence, washed away the dust along the way, and then went to work in the Lord's mansion. She checked her income and expenditure for more than half a month. Her face was rosy at first, but gradually turned pale. For more than half a month. Just for more than half a month. Chu Tian brought Xiao Zhen's improved finances to the edge of deficit again. Xiao Liang was so anxious that he almost cried.
"Lord, what is going on? Do you know that the economic foundation determines the superstructure? The tyrants in history destroyed their countries and genocide because they collapsed the economy. Only by overdrafting your finances can you surpass the lords of other civilized areas. If you can exchange 15,000 taels of silver for a historical general, I think it is acceptable. And the reward of the world's number 1 city may be able to make up for the loss."
Chu Tian told the reason. It was an adventure for him. After Xiao Liang heard Chu Tian's thoughts, he felt a little relieved and said resentfully,
"Even if you don't tell me about this, you should tell Fang Xianling. He will definitely not let you act like this. Fang Xianling is different. He looks calm and personable, but is actually a bit timid. Historically, he was afraid of his wife. It is said that the origin of jealousy is related to Fang Xuanling's wife."
Chu Tian ruthlessly exposed Fang Xuanling's dark history.
"Real? How could I lie to you? I, Chu Tian, never lie to others."
Xiao Liang was successfully changed by Chu Tian. After leaving the financial crisis to Xiao Liang, Chu Tian couldn't wait for the prosperity to rise. There are still 3 days left until the prosperity requirement is met, and there is no system prompt that the world's first city will appear. Chapter 114 The first city in the world, B. In the southern part of the Roman Republic, a lord wearing a white Roman robe looked at the town in front of him with satisfaction. Today, his town can be upgraded to a small city. A helmeted Roman warrior followed him. This Roman military general led his troops and helped him accomplish countless feats, making him an emerging figure in the Roman Republic and now #1 in the global rankings. After I get the reward of the world's #1 city, I will let the whole world be planted with the eagle flag of the Roman legion. Lord, the last Roman, watches as the last building is completed so that his town can become the first city in the world. I want to give the new city that is about to be born a resounding name. The noble and noble Augustus. The unfalling Constantinople. The last Romans were ambitious. At this time, the Italian peninsula was in the era of the Roman Republic, and there was no Constantinople in the world. He wanted to build a Constantinople in the southern part of the Roman Republic. The English islands are in the Seven Kingdoms era of Viking invasions. The Lord, God will bless you, is supervising the completion of the town's construction on the banks of the Thames River in East Saxon. His territory will soon be upgraded from a town for the city. The legendary Black Prince Edward of England led a group of cavalry to follow the Lord. Looking up at the towering bell tower, there are quite a few differences between the buildings in the western continent and those in the east, but they all serve the city. I will build Big Ben and Buckingham Palace here in the future. God will bless you. His eyes are also full of desire. Tomorrow, his city can be upgraded to a city. The location of his domain was the city of London. Master, I will clear away all enemies on your path. Edward promises you eternal loyalty. Very good. God bless you for feeling smug about a historic prince of England showing allegiance to you. Although in the entire papal region, his limelight was usurped by the last Romans in Rome, he was still one of the famous lords in the papal region. England is an island country with a small area. The only tricky thing is that in the later period, there were many castles tens of meters high. It was still difficult to unify. But compared to Rome, a place of 4 wars surrounded by many civilizations, it might actually be better. In the Mesopotamia, the Persian Empire is powerful in all directions. And the Lord, commander of the undead army, is urging the slaves to carry stones and would to sprint towards the world's first city. In the plains of Eastern Europe, the town on the Volga River of the Mousy Lord, Ekaterina, is also racing towards the world's largest city. Hundreds of cavalrymen from the Grand Duchy of Moscow held wine bottles and drank heavily. Maybe the reward of the world's first city will fall into your hands. Do you want to be the Empress of Tsarist Russia? I want to be like Catherine II and defeat the Ottoman Empire and make the Grand Duchy of Moscow the most powerful country in the West. Ekaterina held the wine bottle in her hand. Her face was rosy, and she was no weaker than these cavalry. In the northern border of Goryeo, Ouija town is preparing to upgrade to Ouija city during a critical period. Lord Chui Jason squeezes the nearby lords, forcing them to hand over their population and resources, and attacks the world's largest city with all his strength. This is for the honor of our country of Goryeo and my prospects. I must win the reward of the world's #1 city. It doesn't matter if there are many lords in the Eastern Han district. They are fighting independently and may not necessarily have an advantage. And I have gathered together with so many lords' resources. All that is needed is time. Soon, Ezhou City will be established. And as long as I am willing, I can set out from Ezhou City and enter Liaodong County. Chui Zishan has even planned the strategy after receiving the reward of the world's first city. In Hirado, Kyushu Island, Japan, a lord is implementing a plan similar to Chutian's. He wants to surround Hirado by occupying nearby villages and towns, and then occupy the seaport city. The lord with a katana hanging from his waist said to himself, if I get the reward of the world's #1 city, maybe I can become a Kyushu detective in the future. Just fight to the death in the Kanto Plain, Osaka Plain, and Nobi Plain. In the Guangzong Plain of the Eastern Han District, the territory of the old Qin dynasty was attacking the world's largest city. He is now the lord in the Eastern Han District, second only to Chu Tian. And he is also qualified to attack the world's largest city. Although the overall prosperity of the territory is not as good as yours, the construction of the main town may not lag behind you. Zhejiang Lao Qin is racing against time. All first-tier lords in the civilized zone will enter the sprint stage in the next half-month. Although some small and medium-sized lords are not qualified to compete for the world's first city, they are also concerned about who will win the world's first city. Competition within the Eastern Han dynasty was fierce, but few lords would fight to the death and surrender if they could not defeat them. They hope that the first city in the world will appear in their own civilized zone.
This means that in the First National War, their own civilized zone will gain a greater advantage.
Ding! The world's first city, Xiaoqing in the Eastern Han District, was born. And the Lord as I just want to farm well done.
At this moment, all the lords and free players who were paying attention to the first city in the world were stunned. The world's #1 village, the world's #1 town, and the world's #1 city are actually 3 different lords. This shows the fierce competition among the lords. In the southern part of the Roman Republic, the Roman lords felt as if they were struck by lightning, and their minds went blank. Constantinople missed out on being the world's greatest city by just 1 building.
The reward for my first city,
The lord,
the last Roman,
was hysterical. He clearly had less than an hour to upgrade Constantinople to a small city.
The world's first town and the world's first city were taken away by the Orientals. Why are the Orientals so powerful?
The English lord,
God will bless you,
also couldn't help but lament that his lord still had 1 day left before he could be upgraded to a city. In the plains of Eastern Europe, Catherine, who was holding a wine bottle, learned that the first city in the world belonged to the Eastern Han dynasty, and said to herself,
Is this the child of luck that the East calls?
Several cavalrymen from the Grand Duchy of Moscow said,
It seems that it will be difficult to expand to Siberia in the future. Let's compete with the Polish Hussars.
Yekaterina shook her head.
There are many powerful tribes in the grasslands of southern Siberia, and it is not just the Eastern Han dynasty that is difficult to deal with. I would rather go to war with Poland and the Ottoman Empire than develop to the east. I just want to farm well. I've written down the name.
The lords of Korea and Japan's warring states period were deeply impressed by this strange name. In order to compete with the Eastern Han dynasty, many lords of the Goryeo kingdom and the Japanese warring states period did some research on Chinese characters. The
little soldier at the border in the late Ming dynasty,
who was originally ranked first in the Eastern Han district, was a little depressed. If he hadn't been suppressed by the surrounding lords and Wuhuan cavalry recently, maybe the #1 city in the world would have been his Liaodong city. Chapter 115 Rewards from the First City.
Maiju City has lost the reward of being the best city in the world. Is this the strength of the lord of the suzerain country?
Chui Zishan, the lord of the northern border of Goryeo, was a little desperate. The strength shown by the suzerain country was more powerful than they imagined. It is still quite difficult for vassal states to challenge the authority of the suzerain state.
Finally won the reward of being the #1 city in the world.
The lord's mansion where Chu Tian was located was expanded again, and 2 stone lions appeared in front of the gate of the lord's mansion, making the lord's mansion look majestic. Except for Zhou Yafu, who guarded the 9 towns in Hedong. The other officials and military generals followed Chu Tian and witnessed the transformation of Xia Town from a 3rd-level town into a Xia city. Cities can be divided into small cities, medium cities, county level, large cities, county level, giant cities, state government level, and imperial capital Luoyang. Chu Tian can see the detailed information of Xia City through the stone tablet in the Lord's mansion. Territory: Xia City, small city. Lord: Chu Tian, 5th level doctor. Affiliation: Langya Kingdom. Shuzhou, Eastern Han District. Specialties: top-grade mulberry wood, newly added S-grade specialty. High-quality white porcelain, newly added A-grade specialty. Population: for 5136/200000. Popularity: 80. Security: 84. Prosperity: for 2507/150000. Administrative efficiency: 50 out of 100. Agricultural efficiency: 50 out of 100. Economic efficiency: 52 out of 100. Cultural efficiency: 45 out of 100. City defense fortifications: low-level rammed earth brick city wall, height 6.5 meters. Bottom thickness 7.9 meters. Can be expanded, and a moat can be built. Small city tower, 4th level city defense. Low-level stone arrow tower, 4th level city defense. New buildings, medium-sized white porcelain kiln, level 4. Traditional compound bow production workshop, level 4. Level 4 city defense workshop. Level 4 siege equipment workshop.
Many new buildings were added after the town became a city.
Chu Tian discovered that Xia City had a number of new buildings compared to Xia Town. I know by porcelain, Chu Tian. But what is Jamu? Chu Tian asked all his subordinates.
Who knows what Jamu is?
Many players can hardly distinguish between grains and grains, and it is difficult to distinguish trees. Li Kui replied.
It is said in
Cao Gong Ji, Gongren,
that the bow is made of bows, and the 6 materials must be picked at the right time. When the 6 materials are gathered together, the skillful ones can be combined. The 7th way to pick the stem is, should is the top, and the bough is the second. Among them, mulberry is next, orange is next, papaya is next, thorn is next, and bamboo is next. Those who are dry are thought to be far away.
Zhu Tian felt dizzy when he heard Li Kuei's eloquent quotations from scriptures. But he understood. Cumulative wood is one of the materials that can be chosen for the wooden bow body of traditional compound bows. And it is a high-quality material. The material of the wooden bow tire determines whether the bow can shoot far. It is really impossible to get along with these historical officials without any culture. The S-class specialty,
top-grade mulberry wood,
that appeared in Xiaoqing is one of the materials used to produce good bows. This should be one of the hidden rewards of the world's largest city. After a normal town is upgraded to a city, the probability of S-level specialties appearing is originally very low. Coupled with the traditional compound bow production workshop, maybe Xiaoqing can produce high-quality compound bows. The high-quality compound bow plus the Xisheng battalion that Zhu Tian can recruit. Zhu Tian felt terrible when he thought about it. After a few rounds of arrow rain, the opponent might collapse. However, a high-quality traditional compound bow must not only have a good wooden bow tire, but also materials such as buffalo horns or sheep horns, animal tendon, fish bladder glue, sinew wire, and lacquer. Zhu Tian could only choose to buy most of these materials from nearby cities. Because Xiaoqing is close to the Yi River, it can also use the water of the Yi River as a moat. At a time when labor was in short supply, Zhu Tian did not plan to waste people and money on repairing the moat. And there were no forces nearby that threatened Xia City. Specialties and buildings are all the rewards? Such a reward is not bad. But it won't make so many lords crazy about it.
Ding! Your territory, Xia City, has been awarded the title of the first city in the world. The blessing value of Xia City is plus 10, making it easier for harvests and auspiciousness to occur. Ding! Because your territory, Xia City, won the title of the best city in the world. The people are rejoicing. And the public sentiment and public security in all territories are plus 10. Ding! You have received the reward of the first city in the world. And you can freely choose a 5th-level architectural drawing or a 6th-level architectural drawing. Ding! You have received the reward of the number 1 city in the world. The system will randomly recruit an imperial-level historical hero for you. You can designate one of 3 types: military generals, civil servants, and special talents. When Zhu Tian was depressed that the rewards were too small, the official rewards were settled. Zhu Tian ignored the previous 2 rewards that added blessings to the territory, people support, and public security, and directly focused on the architectural drawings and special heroes. This is the big one, the reward that makes countless lords go crazy and try their best to attack the first city in the world. Zhu Tian directly chose the 6th-level archer camp based on the 6th-level architectural drawings. A 6th-level cavalry battalion is unrealistic because Zhu Tian cannot buy good horses. The recruitment conditions for level 6 archers are relatively easy to meet. In addition, Xiaoqing has the specialty cumulus wood, a level 4 compound bow workshop, and a level 6 bow barracks is undoubtedly the best choice. As for the quota of imperial heroes, Zhu Tian was hesitant. Military generals and civil servants all have their own uses, and special talents cannot be said to be useless. They are still very useful. If you recruit Mozi, Yezi or other talented women, you can bring great bonuses to the territory. It's a pity that I can only choose one. Otherwise Zhu Tian will want them all. General. Ding! In 3 days, a royal general will join you.
It will take another 3 days for him to come and join him automatically. This is different from Zhu Tian's random hero recruitment order. This time it is directly an emperor-level general. No more relying on luck.
Did you choose all military-related rewards? The First National War may be about to begin. If we don't select elite soldiers, we will be short of the rewards of the world's number 1 city. I understand. It seems that this adventure is really the right one.
Xiao Liang still felt a little resentful.
But how should we make up for the shortfall?
Zhu Tian almost forgot about the financial deficit.
Asking Zhou Yafu to transfer some of the treasury money from the 9 towns in Hedong can temporarily plug the deficit. The foreigners who were captured by us because of the defeat can be immediately released without charge if they hand over a sum of money, and can also save food expenses in the dungeon. If it hadn't been for the capture of the 9 towns in Hedong, it would have been the second crisis. Lord, please discuss with your subordinates next time before making a risky decision.
Zhu Tian was also a little afraid. If his territory could be upgraded to a small city later, this adventure would have failed.
Ding! Constantinople, the territory of the last Roman, the Lord of the Holy See, has become the second city in the world. Ding! Ekaterina Castle, the territory of Lord Ekaterina of Eastern Europe, has become the third city in the world.
On the same day, several lords upgraded their territories to small cities. Among them, Rome's Constantinople was only an hour away from the completion of Xia City, which made Chu Tian feel even more thrilling. He used the drawings of the 6th level archer battalion to build a 6th level archer battalion, and the construction period was 1 month. The next step is to wait for the imperial generals to come and take refuge. Chapter 116 Land Auction.
Congratulations! The world's #1 city has landed in our Donghan district. This is a good thing for the entire civilized district.
Zhou Yafu from the Wolf Guild quickly sent a message. Huan from the Protectorate of the Western Regions also immediately contacted Chu Tian.
Damn! I really didn't expect that you would take the reward of the world's #1 city. That Roman lord had been making great progress all the way because of the famous ancient Roman general Scipio. Seeing him, Constantinople is about to become the #1 city in the world. But you beat him to it. The two cities are only 1 hour apart. I guess he will be so angry that he can't sleep well for 3 days and 3 nights. By the way, the #1 city in the world is what exactly is the reward?
Chu Tian responded slightly to these lords with whom he had good relations. There were also some lords who tried to establish a relationship with Chu Tian, but Chu Tian paid little attention to them. People who have no friendship will only fawn over you because you are powerful. On the third day, at the gate of Xia City, a burly man walked in, carrying a big bow behind him. He looked very majestic. The infantrymen guarding the city looked at the strong man warily. The current Xia City has 4 gates in a square shape, because Xia City is the #1 city in the world and is famous among players. Many free players come to Xia City to pay their respects and even stay in Xia City. Cities are much safer than ordinary villages and towns. And the more powerful the Lord City is, the safer it is. The vast majority of free players are still willing to stay in the safety of the city, and are unwilling to charge into battle and take risks. The strong man with a big bow on his back looked up at the tall tower, not even bumping into the players entering and exiting the city gate.
You bastard! Are you walking without eyes? If it weren't for Xia City's ban on fighting with weapons, believe it or not, I would have killed you with a knife.
The players who were cursing were immediately speechless when they saw the strong man with a strong back. Judging from the opponent's figure, I can't beat him at all, the strong man said.
Where is the Lord's mansion? Go straight along the main road and see where the soldiers are stationed. That's the Lord's mansion. Thank you.
A temporary wooden shed was set up outside the Lord's mansion. Xiao Liang and several officials from the Lord's mansion were auctioning the house. Hundreds of free players gathered at the auction.
The price of a high-quality house in Alley 2 in the residential area in the east of the city starts at 150 taels of silver. And the price of an ordinary house starts at 30 taels. Is there any mistake? Xia City is just a small city, and the houses are more expensive than those in large cities. You are driving up land prices. Quiet!
Xiao Liang knocked on the wooden table seriously with a small wooden hammer, asking all the players to quiet down. In order to help Chu Tian solve the second financial crisis of the money-losing bank, she had racked her brains and came up with a method that could be used all over the world to speculate on land prices.
We are the #1 city in the world, and your lord is the #1 lord in the Eastern Han district. Xia City has a bright future. I can guarantee that the land price here will rise at least 5 or 10 times in the future. If you think it is too expensive now, please leave.
Xiao Liang's words silenced the restless players. Her analysis is also correct. As long as everyone crowds into Xia City, the land price in the core area of Xia City will definitely double in the future. A female player raised her hand.
I don't know. I just want to farm well. Where does he live? Is there a house close to his residence?
Xiao Liang frowned.
No.
Another male player stood up.
Girl, where do you live? Maybe we can be neighbors.
Xiao Liang's face has gradually darkened.
Come here. Drive him out.
A group of Shuzhou light infantry expelled a male player who tried to molest the Xia City Chow. Chu Tian could hear the noise outside in the Lord's mansion. Xiao Liang's proposal to auction the house was implemented only after Chu Tian approved it. Land sales are always an important source of financial revenue. When dealing with players, Fang Xianling is really not as cool as Xia Tian, because the players use more novel words and have to bargain.
A total of 350 houses were sold today. with a total income of 17,536 taels of silver, excluding the construction costs. There is a profit of more than 15,000 taels.
Xiao Liang reported the results to Chu Tian after today's auction ended. Huge profits. The second financial crisis was resolved by auctioning houses.
If we were just an ordinary small city, we might not make much money. But with the name of the world's #1 city, then I dare to triple, 5 times, or even 10 times the price to sell out. An ordinary piece of a stone is worthless. But if you put it at auction and insist that it has special meaning, it can be worth thousands of gold. Isn't this why diamonds are precious?
Chu Tian nodded after hearing this, and he inadvertently took an economics class. People with professional backgrounds are indeed different.
Save a batch of land and sell it later, as long as it is enough. The water will flow slowly.
Chu Tian still retained a batch of land in the city for emergencies. Xiao Liang nodded.
Yes. In order to maintain land prices, we must strictly crack down on illegal construction.
At this time, a guard from the Lord's mansion walked in and reported.
Lord, there is a person outside the Lord's mansion who claims to be Li Guang and wants to see you. Is he the person you are waiting for? Li Guang.
Chu Tian and Xiao Liang both knew Li Guang's reputation. But when they heard it was Li Guang, their minds went blank.
It turns out that the general recruited was Li Guang, so he should be a force-type general.
Chu Tian thought for a while. Li Guang's commanding ability could not exceed 95. So there was only one possibility. His force exceeded 95. So he was classified as an emperor-level general by the system.
Speaking of Li Guang, in fact, he once served as the commander of the heroic cavalry under Zhou Yafu. During the Seven Kingdoms Rebellion, he followed Zhou Yafu into battle. He climbed the city wall first and captured the rebel flag. In addition, he was also a sharpshooter who killed ferocious beasts and shot down the Xiongnu. And general, personal force of arms is beyond question.
Chu Tian knew that Li Guang was a rare warrior. Li Guang's commanding ability is definitely not as good as Wei Qing, Hu Xubing, and Zhou Yafu. But his personal force is still very strong. Suitable for small-scale beheading operations or as a guard. It seems okay to combine Li Guang with Zhou Yafu who lacks force. Zhou Yafu's troops lacked a strong general who could charge into battle. And Li Guang did work under Zhou Yafu in history. Xiao Liang pondered.
But it is said that Li Guang's luck is not very good, and he often returns without success. Isn't it often said that Feng Tengi Lao? Li Guang is difficult to seal.
Chu Tian didn't care.
It's okay. My luck is very good. Maybe by following me, he can get some credit. He lacks the ability to be a commander, but he is more than enough to be a vanguard or a county governor. Otherwise, the Xiongnu wouldn't call it flying general. Let Li Guang come in and see me. From now on I want to see who is better in archery. Li Guang or Guangzong.
Although he was not Wei Hua, the 5 tigers released Li Guang, who was at the level of the 5 tigers, and countless lords rushed to get him. Chapter 117 Feng Tengi Lao. A military general carrying a big bout came to the Lord's mansion. When he saw Chu Tian sitting on the throne, he immediately saluted and said in a thunderous voice,
General Li Guang pays homage to the Lord. No gift.
Chu Tian looked at this fierce general and saw that Li Guang was only in his 20s. He was still young, energetic and high-spirited. At this time in history, Li Guang had already beheaded many Xiongnu heads, and was highly used by Emperor Wen of Han and Emperor Jing of Han. Unfortunately, after Li Guang grew old, during the era of Emperor Wu of the Han dynasty, the strategy of the Han Empire had undergone tremendous changes. During the reign of Wen Jing, the strategy of the Han Empire was mainly defensive. However, during the period of Emperor Wu of the Han dynasty, the national power was unprecedented and he attacked everywhere. As a veteran of the Wen Jing era, Li Guang was actually no longer as good as the rising stars of the younger generation such as Wei Qing and Hu Xubing. Therefore, it can be said that Feng Tang, Yi Lao and Li Guang were difficult to seal. And it can also be said that Li Guang was unlucky. Because times have changed. So have tactics. Wei Qing and Hu Xubing's cavalry tactics of roundabout flanking and thousands-mile raids were the most effective weapons against the Xiongnu during the era of Emperor Wu of the Han dynasty. They also made Wei Qing and Hu Xubing famous as cavalry geniuses in the Han Empire. Of course, Li Guang, who is now in his 20s, still has a lot of plasticity. Chu Tian checked Li Guang's dashboard. Li Guang was divided into dual department military commanders, the cavalry department and the archer department. He had extra bonuses when leading archers and cavalry. Name, Li Guang. Talent, Emperor level General. Level 40. Experience, 0/100000. Identity, Governor of the 7 counties of the Western Han Dynasty. Former General. Loyalty, 80. Commander, 70, maximum 76. Force, 93, maximum 97. Intelligence, 60, maximum 68. Politics, 17, maximum 25. Charm, 83. Phasiality, 200, unlucky. Favorability, 50. Equipment, Great Cloud Piercing Bow, Platinum level. Refined Quiver, Silver level. Characteristic 1, Flying General, SS level trait. Own Army's crossbow and mounted archery damage plus 15%. Damage to aliens plus 10%. Alien morale minus 15% during battle. Characteristic 2, Shooting stones to defeat tigers, S-level personal trait. When using bows and arrows as weapons. The damage caused is plus 30%. And the probability of hitting vital points is increased. Characteristic 3, Loose army management, neutral trait. Soldier satisfaction increases. Own army morale decline rate minus 25%. But the probability of encountering an ambush, siege, fire attack, water attack, and getting lost increases slightly. Feature 4, Feng Tangyi Lao. Li Guangnan Feng, negative characteristics. Poor luck. Slightly increased probability of adverse conditions. Special arms. The Western Han Dynasty border archers can be recruited, the 5th level dual-line arms of the Han Dynasty, with a maximum number of 4,000. Chu Tian was a little shocked when he saw the dual-type arms. Cavalry archers can be used as cavalry. And after dismounting, they can also be used as archers. They are also good at riding and shooting. So they are considered a powerful special unit. There is no special record in history. It is probably a special unit of the Western Han Dynasty defined in Lords. It once followed Li Guang to guard the border fortress. Li Guang's characteristics are hard to describe. This was the first time Chu Tian saw negative characteristics. And they were very serious negative characteristics. Li Kui also has a characteristic, physiocrats. But physiocrats are in a sense a neutral characteristic, which can bring both positive effects, ensuring that farmers will not easily leave the land, and negative effects, emphasis on agriculture and suppression of business. Li Guang's characteristic is
Feng Tangyi Lao. Li Guang is difficult to seal.
But it is a completely negative characteristic, coupled with the neutral characteristic of
loose military management.
In other words, if Li Guang is unlucky, his entire army may be wiped out. However, the characteristics of Li Guang's flying general are unprecedentedly powerful, especially when fighting other civilizations, foreign races. They can reduce the morale of the opponent and increase the damage of one's own side. He is truly a military commander who is both loved and hated. Chu Tian somewhat understood the mood of Emperor Wu of the Han Dynasty. Luck is also a very important factor. There is a saying that luck is part of strength. Chu Tian really didn't dare to let Li Guang, who had negative characteristics, take charge alone. The defense was okay. But if the opponent had wise generals or counselors during the attack, he might be tricked to death by the opponent. It seems inappropriate to let Li Guang serve as his bodyguard. Maybe it will be useful during the national war. Li Guang's maximum strength can reach 97, coupled with the characteristics of flying general and
shooting rocks to defeat tigers.
He must be a fierce general. Chu Tian regarded Li Guang as a general of the Bao type. As for Li Guang's 5th level special unit, Chu Tian had no intention of recruiting him yet.
I wonder if Guan Yu and Zhang Fei also have negative characteristics.
Chu Tian thought of Liu Bei's generals. Some heroes have their own weaknesses. He may be powerful, but once his weaknesses are discovered, defeat is not far away.
You temporarily train Shuzhou archers.
Chu Tian arranged for Li Guang and Lu Sandao to train archers. Li Guang can be regarded as Lu Sandao's top general.
Please feel free to hand over the archers to the generals, and they will be trained into elite divisions.
The arrogant Li Guang promised.
Yes. Let Lu Sandao come and lead General Li Guang to the Shuzhou archer camp. From now on, General Li Guang will also be responsible for training a group of archers.
Chu Tian thought about it. Li Guang could use it. There was no problem at all, as long as the main force was not handed over to Li Guang's command. Li Guang is more than enough to bully most ordinary heroes. After Li Guang left, Xiao Liang, who was following him, said,
How was it? It's not Wei Qing and Hu Xubing. Are you a little disappointed? If there is Wei Qing and Hu Xubing, to put it bluntly, in the next First National War, No matter which civilized area the opponent is from, they can be hung up and beaten. Li Guang uses it well, and is also a sharp blade.
Chu Tian didn't have much opinion. Historically, personal force can only kill a few soldiers at most. But in Lord Zhao Yun, who is at full level, can reproduce Chong Banpo style. Li Guang can fight with ferocious beasts, and personally kill many Hun sharpshooters. He is still at the level of the 5 tiger generals. At full level, Li Guang has no problem killing hundreds of people in a battle.
Who do you think the opponent in the First National War might be? It's nothing more than island countries, sticks, and monkeys. Of course, we can't rule out that it will be a joint war between all civilizations.
Chu Tian had some expectations for the First National War. However, there were still 2 problems before him. One was the imminent harvest month, and the other was the attack on Langya City.
Is it feasible to attack Langya City after the food is harvested? Not yet. If the First National War happens to happen at the critical moment when we attack Langya City, would you like to participate in the National War, or continue to attack the city? This is indeed a problem.
Chu Tian must stagger the time of the First National War and the attack on Langya City. You can't just suddenly receive an announcement that your army is going to participate in a national war while fighting Zhang Bao's army in Langya City.
Right. I'm asking if anyone knows the time of the First National War.
Chapter 118 Mi Fang's Visit.
The time and method of the First National War? I don't know. No one should know.
None of the lords of the Eastern Han Dynasty whom Chu Tian knew the details of the First National War. Chu Tian had no choice but to put this matter aside and go all out to expand his army and prepare for war. Whether it is fighting the First National War or capturing Langya City, we must have enough troops. At present, Xiaoqing and the villages and towns controlled by Xiaoqing have a total population of 200,000. Even according to the principle of drawing 1 out of 20, an army of 10,000 can be formed. Chu Tian and Fang Xianling discussed the plan to expand the army. After some discussion, they decided to streamline their troops and streamline their administration. He could have formed an army of 10,000 people, but Chu Tian directly cut down half of it and used the saved gold and silver to buy sophisticated equipment.
There are 800 people in the Shiliu camp, 700 people in the Xishang camp, 700 light cavalry, 1,000 archers, and 2,500 light infantry. A total of 5,700 people, not counting the naval camp and the towns, country warriors and guards.
Although the 6th level archer battalion has not been completed yet, Chu Tian has already prepared the organization for the Xishang battalion.
Can mulberry composite bows be produced? The caravan is trying to buy raw materials. As for the bow-making master, my subordinates have posted notices to recruit talents in this field. Is there anyone who has applied for a job? There is 1 senior bowsmith and 3 intermediate bowsmiths, all of whom are paid salaries according to the standards stipulated by the Lord's Palace. If you really can't find the materials for the mulberry composite bow, as well as some materials for producing weapons and armor, you can trouble the Mi family. The Mi family's caravans are spread across the 5 counties of Shuzhou, so it should be easy to collect these materials.
Chu Tian thought of the Mi family. The Lord's Mansion now has a dedicated guard of about 30 people to prevent free players from attacking the Lord's Mansion. For free players, Chu Tian both attracts and guards against them. Who knows if there are spies sent by hostile forces among these players? Hua Mulan lives in the house next to the Lord's Mansion and can come to the rescue immediately. In addition, Chu Tian now has Li Guang, who is at the level of the 5 tiger generals. Anyone who dares to attack the Lord's Mansion will be dead. A guard came to the back hall and reported to Chu Tian.
My lord, Mi Fang is here to visit. Welcome.
Although Chu Tian didn't think Mi Fang was that powerful, his brother was rich, so he was qualified to be a guest.
Brother Chu Xian, I didn't expect that within a few months of seeing you. Your town has turned into a city, and the Lord's Mansion is quite impressive.
Mi Fang and Chu Tian became brothers as soon as they met. Now Chu Tian holds an official position in the Han Dynasty and owns a city. His status has increased, and he has become one of the small forces in Langya Kingdom. The small forces are compared to the Taishan thieves, Langya Prime Minister, Tao Qian, and Kong Rong. Compared to the ordinary player lords, Chu Tian is already a big force.
I wonder what kind of wind blew brother Mi here.
Chu Tian was about to ask the Mi family for help. At this time, Mi Fang came to the door, and Chu Tian couldn't ask for help.
My brother heard that Xia Town was expanded into Xia City, so he specially ordered me to send a congratulatory gift. A mere 500 gold is not a sign of respect.
Mi Fang ordered his servants to bring up a box of gold and opened it on the spot. It was magnificent. The Mi family is really. He was so rich that he casually took out 500 pieces of gold and said it was only 500 pieces of gold. Chu Tian tried his best to show that he was not interested in money and said righteously,
Brother Mi, please go back and tell me that I will accept it. But I will never accept this gold. Brother Xian, you are out of touch now. We are brothers. So what does 500 taels of gold mean? If you don't accept it, how will I explain to my brother when I go back? Oh, okay.
Chu Tian reluctantly accepted the funding. He knew that Mi Zhu behind Mi Fang was making political investments. But he gave too much. Mi Fang came to Xiaoqing as a guest, and Chu Tian naturally entertained him with good wine and food. So far, the Mi family has supported him with 6,000 taels of silver free of charge. In addition to free subsidies, the business transactions between Xia City and its vassal villages and towns and the Mi family amounted to thousands of taels of silver every month. The Mi family has already allocated some of its resources to Xia City. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 delicious dishes, Mi Fang said,
My brother and I are different. He has a talent for business, but I still prefer to dance with guns and sticks. If there is an opportunity in the future, maybe I can serve the country. A great general. Ahem.
Chu Tian almost choked on his wine. It turns out that Mi Fang also has such ambitions. It's just that with Mi Fang's ability of around 50 to 60, it is impossible to become a general like Wei Qing. The only thing that made Mi Fang famous might be betraying Guan Yu.
Why are brothers Chu laughing? I thought of something funny, but it has nothing to do with brother Mi. I also know that my talents are insufficient, and the position of general is just a thought. I was taught a lesson by your subordinates last time.
Mi Fang felt a little embarrassed when she thought about being defeated by Hua Mulan and a female prostitute.
It's a coincidence that I recently gained a new general. His martial prowess is impressive. Maybe brother Mi can compete with him.
Chu Tian mentioned Li Guang. Logically speaking, Li Guang should be from Mi Fang's previous era. But in the Lord, Mi Fang has no memory of the previous generals. Mi Fang heard that Chu Tian was going to send another general to challenge him. This time he looked sad.
Brother Chu Xian, please spare me. Just tell me directly. Compared with a previous female general, the new general is. Who is better? Li Guang should be better. Then you still want me to compete with him?
Mi Fang's eyes widened. Isn't Chu Tian making things difficult for him? He couldn't even defeat Hua Mulan. How could he defeat Li Guang?
Brother Mi will be the one who can command thousands of troops in the future. There is no need to show off his bravery for a moment.
Chu Tian held Mi Fang in his hands without any trace, making Mi Fang satisfied. Exploiting strengths and avoiding weaknesses is already a profound state of flattery.
Brother Mi, I need help with something.
Chu Tian took advantage of Mi Fang's complacency to finally talk about another serious matter. Mi Fang was curious.
What's the matter? If I can do it, I will definitely help. I am the captain of Kaiyang County, and I have the responsibility to protect the environment and the people. The Taishan bandits roam between Qing and Su, and they have done a lot of evil. The governor wants to use the power of the Taishan bandits to pacify the Yellow Turban Army. Now the Yellow Turban Army in Suzhou is small. As the Taishan bandits grow bigger, if I raise troops to attack the Taishan bandits and stabilize the public order in the future, I would like to ask Brother Mi to help me put in a few good words in front of the governor, hoping that the governor will not interfere in this matter. It's easy to say. The governor has nothing to do with the Taishan bandits. And the Taishan bandits invade Donghai County from time to time, causing a lot of trouble to Army family. But you have to know that the Taishan bandits have dozens of forces, large and small, and are active at the junction of Qizhou, Suzhou and Yanzhou. It is not so easy to wipe out.
Mi Fang agreed immediately.
Brother Mi, please rest assured. Maybe within 3 to 5 years, both the Taishan bandits and the Yellow Turban Army will be put down.
The first issue of Daily Hero Guessing, Guan Yu flooded the 7th Army and shocked China. What do you think of Guan Yu's 5 dimensions, maximum 100, and characteristics? Your guess may become the setting of this book. Chapter 119 National War Preview A.
This is the new general I have recruited.
Chu Tian brought Mi Fang to the school grounds. The school ground in Xiaoqing is already a level 4 school ground, with all kinds of training weapons, wooden stakes, and archery targets. A general holding a big bow stood tall and strong, and his long and thick arms pulled the bowstring, making the tight bow make a sound, which shows his great strength. Li Guang let go of the arrow string, and the sharp arrow hit the bullseye directly, piercing the Yang with 100 steps. Mi Fang couldn't help but break into a cold sweat when she saw such a scene. Fortunately, he didn't agree to Chu Tian's duel with Li Guang. Otherwise he would lose face.
Brother Chu has two fierce generals who are unparalleled in the world.
This time it was Mi Fang's turn to praise Chu Tian. On the school grounds, Hua Mulan is also training soldiers. But she is training light cavalry. Zhou Yafu captured 300 war horses in the land east of Hedong. Chu Tian transferred them all to Xia City to form a cavalry unit of 700 people, and then gave them to Hua Mulan for training. Hua Mulan rides on a war horse and performs mounted shooting. She can also hit the target within a range of 50 meters. After seeing the martial arts displayed by Xiaqing's generals, Mi Fang has given up on the idea of becoming a general. Outside Xia City, a large number of farmers returned to their fields. After Xia Town was successfully upgraded to Xia City, Chu Tian was no longer in a hurry to continue construction. Instead, he asked farmers to return to their farmland because this year was a good harvest year. Only after you have harvested food can you go to war. Chu Tian intends to show his comprehensive strength to the Mi family in exchange for more investment from the Mi family. Therefore, Chu Tian brought Mi Fang to inspect Xiaqing's harvest this year. Li Kui set up a simple wooden shed near the farmland to count the grain harvest. Li Kui's 30% bonus to grain production applies regardless of whether there is a bumper harvest or a poor harvest. The grain yield bonus during a good harvest ranges from 10% to 50%. When multiplied by Li Kui's characteristics, the yield bonus is 43% to 95%.
Can this small amount of farmland be used to harvest so much food?
Mi Fang had a clear understanding of grain output. When he roughly learned that the output of Xiaqing's farmland this year was about 60% more than the output of normal farmland, he explained that it was incredible. Li Kui has made full use of the soil's fertility, and coupled with the bumper harvest, the output is extraordinarily amazing. Chu Tian was very satisfied with Mi Fang's reaction. The stronger his territory, the more attention he would receive from the Mi family. Tao Qian was a qualified governor, but not a qualified tycoon. Xuzhou needed a more powerful person to rule. Mi Zhu should be looking for a more qualified candidate.
This food is still not enough. I want to buy more food from the Mi family. It would be great if the Mi family could sell me a batch of cheap food.
Chu Tian made insinuating remarks. Food is equivalent to gold in troubled times. No amount is too much.
Easy to say.
Mi Fang nodded in shock. When the farmers who were bending down to harvest wheat in the field saw Chu Tian arriving, they all saluted Chu Tian. In order to improve the relationship with Mi Fang, Chu Tian also introduced Mi Fang to these farmers to show their closeness. Although Chu Tian often fought wars, he almost always won the battles and suffered relatively few losses. In addition, Chu Tian sent troops to fight as quickly as possible, so there was no serious dissatisfaction caused by the war. Under the leadership of Li Kui, the people of Xiaqing have opened up several agricultural areas, divided into farmland, orchards, mulberry gardens, fish ponds, pig raising and other areas. The mountains and plains are all the land of Xia City. Most of the residents in Xiaqing are still farmers, followed by craftsmen, merchants, soldiers, and scholars. The probability of a good grain harvest is related to the blessing value of the territory, the management of farmland, and the characteristics of special talents. Xia City actually has many hidden bonuses, which is why there is a good harvest this year.
This is the pig farm disclosed by the main subject, and it has produced the second column of pigs.
Li Kui led Chu Tian and the others to the medium-sized pig farm in Xia Town, and a not-so-pleasant smell hit their faces.
Currently, 4,000 pigs can be slaughtered every year. The output is mainly supplied to the residents of Xiaqing. There are also individual households raising pigs in various villages and towns, but the scale is not comparable to that of our Lord's mansion.
Li Kui introduced the situation of the pig farm to Chu Tian and others.
In the future, we will try to expand the number to 10,000 head per year. Yes. How many pounds can be harvested from the fish pond near Xiaqing every year? More than 100,000 catties.
When Chu Tian heard these data, it was difficult for him to have an intuitive impression. Whether raising pigs or fish, the purpose is to improve the public sentiment in Xiaqing and reduce the refugee rate. We do not expect pig farms and fish ponds to subsidize the finances. Mi Fang listened with great interest. When Chu Tian showed his strength to Mi Fang, a major announcement was heard in all civilized areas.
Ding! System announcement. The First National War will start on August 1st of the second year of the Lord's calendar and end on October 31st of the second year of the Lord's calendar. It will last for 3 months. Please pay attention to the details of each lord. Brother Chu, what's wrong with you?
Mi Fong found that Chu Tian was suddenly stunned for a while.
A moment of confusion.
Chu Tian learned that the First National War would start from August to October, and was not interested in continuing to show his strength to Mi Fong. Despite this, Chu Tian still took Mi Fong around, arranged a good house for him, and then hurried back to the Lord's mansion. All civilized areas were in a state of excitement due to the announcement of the First National War, which was even more intense than the previous competition for the #1 city in the world. If the #1 city in the world is still a personal matter for the Lord, then the national war is related to the face of each civilized area. Both lords and free players have a high degree of recognition of their own civilization. The most basic campan, lord, is the civilized country, followed by states, counties, and counties.
You are finally back. Have you checked the contents of the First National War?
As a player, Xiao Liang and Chu Tian received the introduction to the content of the national war immediately. When Chu Tian came back, he asked him anxiously,
I haven't had time to check, but I know the whole Donghan district is going crazy. Then do you know who our opponent in Donghan district is this time?
Chu Tian was not a person who didn't understand Amra's feelings, so he responded cooperatively.
Island country?
The neighboring civilized area that Chu Tian most wanted to conquer was not the Korean Bangzi or the Annan monkeys, but the island nation. Island countries are more powerful than their surrounding neighbors. Korean Bangzi was often beaten by the island country until he called him daddy, and then went to the suzerain country to seek help from his ancestors. If you want to fight, fight the strongest. Historically, there have been a lot of frictions between the Eastern Han Dynasty and Japan, and there were wars between the Tang and Ming dynasties. Xiao Liang shook his head.
It's not an island country?
Chu Tian felt a little regretful.
Then it's Korea?
Xiao Liang still shook his head.
It is neither an island country nor Goryeo. It is the Dai Viet Kingdom in Annan District.
Xiao Liang still shook his head.
It's not even the Kingdom of Dayue. Is it Asen? The Kingdom of Dayuan? The Taunde Dynasty? It can't be the Arab Empire. Right.
Chu Tian talked about all the civilized areas that had conflicts with the Eastern Han Dynasty in history. Xiao Liang shook his head vigorously.
Stop being so pretentious. I'll see for myself.
At this time, Xiao Liang finally said,
Our Donghan district wants to attack the two civilized areas of the island country and Goryeo at the same time.
Chapter 120 National War Preview B.
Are we going to join forces to face two civilized zones at the same time?
Chu Tian was somewhat surprised to learn that the opponents of the Eastern Han district were actually two civilized districts. He thought he was just picking a civilized area to start the war.
Maybe our civilized area is too strong, and the surrounding weak civilized areas are no match for us. So the First National War has two opponents, Japan and Korea.
Xiao Liang's analysis does make some sense. Chu Tian pondered for a while.
If you hit two, just hit two. It's better to deal with them together. We have a large number of people. When the war starts, we press together, and we will win without losing. You really make it easy. In this national war, the number of lords and free players participating in the war is strictly limited. Korea and Japan also have a chance to win. Otherwise, it would be meaningless to know the outcome of the national war from the beginning.
Xiao Liang's reminder finally made Chu Tian face the First National War. It is obvious that the design of the First National War is about balance. Large civilizations cannot rely on human sea tactics to crush small civilizations. Based on the number of lords and free players in the Eastern Han district, Bing Feng points out that they are invincible. They can swamp Goryeo and Japan with just a sea of people, and the other side has no gaming experience at all. Therefore, the First National War had strict requirements on the number of people on both sides, allowing small civilizations to have room for maneuver and the opportunity to defeat the strong with the weak. Chu Tian personally checked the messages sent by the system, and the introduction to the First National War was already very detailed. First, Donghan District, Goryeo District, and Dongying District fought two battles at the same time, namely the Battle of Ungshi City and the Battle of Baijianku. Second, the two battles will determine the outcome and calculate the rewards respectively. Third, in the Battle of Ungshi City and the Battle of Baijianku, the number of NPC troops on both sides increased tenfold. Fourth, each battlefield and each civilized area can send 100 lords, and each lord cannot carry more than 2,000 soldiers. 100 guilds can be sent, and the number of free players in each guild shall not exceed 500. Members participating in the battle have priority in order of ranking, and those who abstain will be filled by the lower-ranked lords or players. 5th, during the National War, the system will protect each player's territory. 6th, the National War will be fought on an independent battlefield, recreating the brutality of the Battle of Ungchi City and the Battle of Baijianku. 7th, after the start of the two battlefields, the chat system of all participating lords and free players will be cut off, making it impossible to transmit information in real time. 8th, the National War lasts for 3 months. If one party meets the conditions for victory, it can leave the battlefield early. Winning conditions are stated separately. Chu Tian carefully checked every piece of content and roughly understood what the National War was about. The First National War was not a true melee of various civilizations, but a historical battle between two civilizations. The Eastern Han District fought against the two civilized districts of Goryeo and Japan at the same time, which is enough to show that the strength of the Eastern Han District was recognized by Lord. And the difficulty also increased. Originally, Chu Tian wanted to attack the island country, but when he saw the battle in Ungchi City, he became very angry.
The Battle of Baijianku is a water battle. I won't join in the fun. Otherwise, if I lose, I will be a sinner in the Eastern Han Dynasty. Let the lords of Yangzhou, Jingzhou and Jiaozhou deal with the Japanese army.
Chu Tian knew about both battles. The Battle of Ungchi City was a battle with Goryeo District on land, while the Battle of Baijianku was a battle with Dongying District on the sea. Now that Chu Tian goes to the water to fight, he will definitely be at a loss.
How is the national war situation in other civilized areas?
Chu Tian is concerned about the situation in other civilized areas. The opponent of Dai Viet was the Chinla Kingdom. The opponent of the Roman Republic was the Persian Empire. The opponent of England was France. And the opponent of the Grand Duchy of Moscow was the Grand Duchy of Lithuania. Lords and guilds in all civilized areas are actively preparing for war. They want to fight for the honor of their civilized zone. At the same time, this is a good opportunity to spy on the strength and arms of the lords in the neighboring civilized area. If the opponent's potential lords can be eliminated in the national war, it will affect the comparison of strength in each civilized area. Chu Tian can now choose to register. He ranks first among the lords in the Eastern Han District, so he can be the first to register.
I choose the Battle of Ungchi City.
Considering that he mainly developed infantry and archers, as well as many light cavalry, Chu Tian finally chose the Battle of Ungchi City.
I'll fight the Japanese again later.
If Chu Tian is not in a hurry, he will have many opportunities to bully Dongying District in the future. Dongying District is right across the sea, and monks can escape but not the temple. The lords of various Eastern Han districts also began to choose battlefields. The lord of Lujiang County in Yangzhou,
Tonkachun Deep Blocker Chiao,
has been developing in the Yangtze River Basin in a low-key manner. He prioritized the development of the navy and decisively chose the Battle of Baijianku to fight the Japanese army.
The division into the Battle of Ungchi City and the Battle of Baijianku should take into account our lord south of the Yangtze River. This time the Battle of Baijianku must be won.
Tonkei has full confidence in his navy. If the northern lords were the main land warfare force in the Eastern Han Dynasty, then the southern lords were the main water warfare force in the Eastern Han Dynasty.
I really want to fight a stick, but I still choose the Battle of Baijianku.
General Yang, the lord of Jingzhou Nanjun, like Tonkei, chose the Battle of Baijianku. In Wuyuan County of Bingzhou, the lord,
not teaching Huma to cross Yinshan,
chose the battlefield of Ungchi City.
This battle will make the world know the reputation of Bingzhou cavalry. It would be great if I could recruit Lu Bu, but it is a pity that my current power is still small. He doesn't like me at all, and Zhang Liao is missing. However, I still have a historical general.
The lord of Hanzhong said a little troubled.
Each lord can only lead 2,000 people, which is not a good thing for me. Only with the human sea tactic can I have an advantage.
In Xianping County, Liaodong County, the lord,
a small soldier at the border in the late Ming Dynasty,
basically defeated the surrounding lords who tried to besiege him and forced them to surrender, returning to the top 3 in the Eastern Han Dynasty.
Ungchi City? It's not far from Xianping County. Originally, Ungchi City was the territory of our Eastern Han District. Even Goguryeo was born in Liaodong, but it was regarded as the ancestor by Bangzi, so that Goguryeo in
the lord
was regarded as Bangzi civilization.
At the end of the Ming Dynasty, a small soldier at the border also chose to fight in Ungchi City. Their considerations were almost the same as Chu Tian's. They were the first to consider whether they were suitable for land battles or water battles. Generally speaking, the lords in the north choose the battlefield of Ungchi City, and the lords in the south choose the battlefield of Baijianku. There are exceptions, but that's the general trend. Because of the vast territory of the Eastern Han Dynasty, almost all types of lords can be found, as well as various types of troops.
Everyone. I propose that all the lords and guild presidents participating in the war gather in Luoyang to discuss tactics and win the Battle of Angxi City and the Battle of Baijianku. What do you think?
Lao Qin, the Lord of Guangzong, Zhou, took the lead in proposing that all participating lords and players conduct tactical discussions before the national war. The first national war was already related to the honor of everyone in the Eastern Han District. If they were defeated by the Japanese and Koreans in a national war, Han Wu and Tang Zong would probably cry without tears. Chapter 121 Heading to Luoyang.
Are you going to attend the Luoyang conference?
Prince Yan, the lord of Liaoxi County, who had always been relatively silent, took the initiative to ask Chu Tian. Now the entire Eastern Han Dynasty is discussing the First National War and the Luoyang Conference initiated by Jiao Lao Qin. Luoyang is the imperial capital of the Eastern Han Dynasty. All participating lords and guilds will go to Luoyang for a meeting to discuss plans to deal with the Goryeo District and Dongying District. In particular, all participating lords and guilds should know about the Battle of Angxi City and the Battle of Baijianku. Details. Otherwise someone would hold us back. And it would be a shame if we were defeated as a sovereign nation.
Getting ready to go.
While everyone was busy harvesting crops and had no time to start a war, Chu Tian intended to go to Luoyang. Going to Luoyang is not as difficult as imagined. After paying a fee to Langia City, you can use the teleportation array in the city to reach Luoyang City.
I participated in the Battle of Angxi City. See you in Luoyang then.
Prince Yan was taciturn and just said Lo briefly. He also has the strength to participate in national wars.
It's a pity that my ranking is not enough. The population of the Western Region Protectorate is too small.
One of the Western Region Protectorate complained. Today's Luoyang is still the core of the Eastern Han Dynasty. Yuan Shao, He Jin, Shi Changshi, Wang Yun and others are all in Luoyang. Considering that he might attack Luoyang in the future, Chu Tian planned to go to observe Luoyang city defense in person and participate in the Luoyang conference organized by Jiao Lao Qin. Originally, Chu Tian could have summoned all the lords, but he really did not have the energy and resources, and was unwilling to serve as the leader. As we all know, being the leader of an alliance usually ends badly.
After the construction of the Xisheng camp is completed, qualified village warriors will be selected from all villages and towns immediately for training. The first batch of archers of the Xisheng camp should be trained before August. With a population of 200,000, it is not impossible to select 700 qualified warriors. Sources of troops. As soon as other raw materials for the mulberry composite bow are purchased, we will start production immediately and strive to produce as many compound bows as possible before August.
Before Chu Tian went to Luoyang, he made arrangements in advance to recruit and train soldiers and horses. As for other matters, they were all taken care of by Fang Xianling, Li Kui, and Xiao Liang. They are usually the ones handling specific matters.
Li Guang and Hua Mulan can just go to Luoyang with me. No troops are needed.
Luoyang is a neutral city. There are captains from the Han Dynasty leading troops to manage public security. Once a player fights in the city, he will be imprisoned in a dungeon as punishment. In addition, players now cherish their own lives very much, so there are not many situations of weapon fighting. Therefore, Chu Tian can ensure his safety in Luoyang by taking Li Guang and Hua Mulan with him. In fact, Li Guang could compete with dozens of players by himself, but it seemed a bit boring to have a strongman next to him. So Chu Tian used the Lord's privileges to ask Hua Mulan to follow him to Luoyang. Their troops and horses were handed over to the Deputy General for training. Luoyang seemed far away. After using the teleportation array, Chu Tian estimated that he would be able to return to the Lord's mansion in Xia City in less than 10 days.
Are you going to bring more troops? This time I am going to Luoyang for a meeting, not to fight in Luoyang. In the current national war, whoever dares to disrupt this meeting will be the enemy of the entire Eastern Han Dynasty. Furthermore, if you use the teleportation array privately, each person will need 10 taels of silver. If I'm bringing a large group of people there, some people thought it was excessive spending.
Chu Tian deliberately teased Xiao Liang, who was in charge of the account books, and the latter's cheeks turned slightly red. Fang Xianling said,
My lord, please beware of other strangers. As the saying goes, you must be on guard against others. This time, it's different.
If it were normal times, Chu Tian would be wary of other players. But this is a national war related to the future of the Eastern Han District. Anyone who dares to stab his teammates in the back is the public enemy of Donghan District. To be hated by the lords and free players in the entire Eastern Han District is to truly be the enemy of the whole world. In peacetime, civil wars in various states, counties and counties can be fought. But during national wars, they must put aside their past grievances and fight against the outside world together.
This year's grain harvest will be bumper. We must urge farmers to harvest crops in time, turn in land taxes, and then transport the grain into granaries in a timely manner and keep it carefully.
Chu Tian told Li Kuei to pay attention to the farmland. Li Kuei replied,
My subordinates will do their best to ensure the harvest.
Mi Fang, who was visiting Xiaoqing, also said goodbye to Chu Tian at this time. And he was going back to the East China Sea. Chu Tian took Li Guang and Hua Mulan from Xiaoqing and went straight to Langya City. Langya City has been surrounded by the sphere of influence constructed by Chu Tian, so it can run rampant all the way. Even if he occasionally encountered a few bandits on the road, they were directly hacked to death by Li Guang with a machete. Li Guang didn't bother to use the bow and arrow that he was best at, probably because he was young and energetic. After all, Li Guang's bad luck triggering probability was not high, and he had not encountered any dangers along the way. Chu Tian once again saw the towering Langya City. This was a large city, 2 levels behind Xia City, and was the largest city in Langya Kingdom. Currently occupying Langya City is the Taishan thief Zhang Ba. Zhang Ba's soldiers and horses were the most sophisticated among all Taishan bandits, and Sun Quan and others had to follow Zhang Ba's lead.
If the First National War hadn't started, I would have already started trying to attack the city. I will take this city again when the winter comes.
Chu Tian coveted the silver warehouse and granary of Langya City. No one knows how much gold, silver, and stone food can be obtained by laying down a large city. But it is definitely an astonishing astronomical figure. Chu Tian, Li Guang, and Hua Mulan came to the teleportation array in Langya City. There were actually many players gathered here, although they were not qualified to participate in the national war. They also wanted to go to Luoyang City to see the world. There is no danger in using the teleportation array from Langya City to Luoyang City, as long as you pay a large amount of gold and silver.
Are you going to Luoyang too?
Chu Tian met Shui Yu from the Wolf Guild in Langya City. She often carries a huge sword on her back, and Chu Tian recognizes it at a glance. This time, the top 200 lords in the Eastern Han dynasty participated in the national war. Logically speaking, Shui Yu's territory should not be ranked among the top 200 in the Eastern Han district. There are about 7 towns in Shuiyue. The Eastern Han dynasty was a crouching tiger, hidden dragon, with more than 7 towns and at least hundreds of lords. Shui Yu explained,
I am not participating in the war as a lord, but as a free player, and I am leading the free players of the Wolf Guild to participate in the war.
In Chu Tian's impression, the Wolf Guild was not very big. It could be considered a medium-sized guild at most. Otherwise, it would not have been suppressed by the War Spirit Guild. Probably seeing Chu Tian's doubts, Shui Yu further explained,
Free players from Kaiyang County, Yangdu County, Lini County, and Zhu County heard that you were a member of our guild, so they frantically applied to join our guild. So our guild, the number of free players has exceeded 3,000, but the number is still rising. The current Wolf Guild can be ranked at least in the top 30 in the Eastern Han District and is eligible to participate in the war. In addition, Xiao Liang from Xia City found me. I see.
Chu Tian figured out the relationship. It turned out that Xiao Liang planned to join forces with the Wolf Guild. In the final analysis, Chu Tian was behind this matter. The capture of Langya City will also rely on the power of the Wolf Guild. After handing 30 taels of silver to the officers and soldiers guarding the teleportation array, the scenery before Chu Tian's eyes changed, and he, Li Guang, and Hua Mulan arrived at Luoyang City, which was known as the Divine Capital during the Tang Dynasty. Daily Hero Guess Issue 2, Champion Ho Witsubing was granted the title of Langjutsu at the age of 22. What do you think of Witsubing's 5 dimensions and characteristics? Chapter 122 Luoyang Horse Market. Luoyang, the imperial capital of the Eastern Han Dynasty, expanded 10 times in area and the city wall was 15 meters high. It was extremely grand and spectacular. Chu Tian took Li Guang and Hua Mulan out of the teleportation array in Luoyang City and was shocked by the prosperity of Luoyang City. The main road in Luoyang City is wide enough to accommodate several carriages running parallel to each other. There are dancing pavilions and singing platforms, red bricks and green tiles, prosperous markets, and a population of millions. This is still the imperial capital in troubled times. If it were a prosperous age, it would not be a problem for the population to exceed 10 million. Compared with Luoyang, Xiaoqing is still far behind. The population of Luoyang alone is 100 times that of Xiaoqing. In addition to the aborigines of Luoyang, there are many players living here. Historically, Luoyang would be burned to the ground by Dong Zhuo, and then the capital would be moved to Chang'an. But not necessarily in the Lord. Many players have taken refuge in Dong Zhuo. They offer advice to Dong Zhuo and may prevent Dong Zhuo from destroying this big city. After all, this is the imperial capital of the Eastern Han Dynasty.
Step aside.
With his burly body, Li Guang was extremely conspicuous among players and ordinary people. And the players and people around him gave way.
Chu
Tian regretted bringing Li Guang out. A fierce general opened the way in front. And Hua Mulan, who was astonished by many players, followed behind. It was impossible to keep a low profile.
Is this a historical military commander? I don't know how high that lord ranks on the ranking list. It must be the lord who took the historical generals to participate in the national war.
Some players have speculated that Li Guang is a historical hero. If they were not historical heroes, it would be difficult to give them such a strong sense of oppression. The Luoyang conference initiated by Zheojiang Laoqin was responded to by most of the lords and guilds participating in the war. As a result, the city of Luoyang was turbulent, and hundreds of great lords and guild leaders gathered. Historical heroes from the Eastern Han Dynasty also followed their lords to attend the meeting. There are no fewer than dozens of historical heroes who appeared in Luoyang City. They come from various dynasties and are by no means rare. The Luoyang meeting may not start until 2 or 3 days later, when all the participating lords and players have arrived. Chu Tian was the first to find a place to stay.
1 tael of silver per day is required for an upper room.
Luoyang's inns have seen their prices rise due to the influx of players. A room directly asks for 1 tael of silver. This is simply a money grab. No, worse than a money grab. Chu Tian had to hand over 3 taels of silver and asked for 3 upper rooms. 1 for each person. Players in Donghan district like to join in the fun. Originally, there were only 200 lords and 500 presidents participating in the Luoyang conference. Even if each person brought a few followers, there were only a few thousand people. But as some players who came to join in the fun without participating in the war joined, Luoyang became overcrowded. After taking the lead in solving the accommodation problem, Chu Tian took 2 generals to wander around Luoyang. Luoyang's layout can give Chu Tian a lot of inspiration, and it will be great to copy it to Xia City in a good way in the future. The Imperial Palace in Luoyang is divided into 2 parts, the South Palace and the North Palace. The South Palace is where the Emperor and his ministers pay their respects and discuss affairs, and the North Palace is where the Emperor and his concubines live. It is extremely magnificent. Chu Tian noticed the 15-meter-high city wall of Luoyang City, and couldn't help feeling a little desperate. The city of Luoyang in Lord is obviously larger than in history, and the city defenses are also stronger. Chu Tian couldn't imagine how such a city could be captured, unless He Jin and Yuan Shao still advocated letting Dong Zhuo enter the capital to destroy the eunuchs. Dong Zhuo might not be able to conquer Luoyang.
The city wall of Luoyang is like this, so you can imagine how majestic Hula Pass is.
Chu Tian thought of an even more terrifying thing. The Guangdong prince's crusade against Dong Zhuo could really capture the Hula Pass that was heightened and thickened in Lord. If the princes of Guangdong worked together, it may not be impossible. But the alliance against Dong was obviously just a loose alliance. The ones who really shed blood were Sun Jian and Cao Cao, the 2 loyal ministers of the Han dynasty. It was also the crusade against Dong Zhuo that made Sun Jian and Cao Cao realize that the Han dynasty was hopeless. They transformed from passionate youths into heroes and began to compete for the world. Hua Mulan saw that Chu Tian was aimless, so she asked,
Master, where are we going? Take you to a fun place.
Chu Tian took Li Guang and Hua Mulan to the horse market in Luoyang. A horse is undoubtedly a treasure for a cavalry general. Luoyang is not too far from Guangzong, Xiliang, and Bingzhou, and it is also the imperial capital of the Eastern Han dynasty. Therefore, a large number of good horses are traded in Luoyang, ranging in quality from ordinary war horses to bloody BMWs. Chu Tian has always ignored the way to use the teleportation array to purchase supplies in Luoyang. But if you think about it carefully, the cost of the teleportation array is an astronomical figure. Unless you buy treasures, it is not cost-effective at all. The horse market in Luoyang City has tens of thousands of war horses, which makes Chu Tian jealous. If Luoyang could be looted, The loot would be astonishing. Chu Tian just thought about it. But he didn't actually have the ability to loot Luoyang. Luoyang is guarded by the 5th School of the Northern Army and the Sanhe Cavalry. This last elite of the Eastern Han Dynasty guarded Luoyang, and ordinary lords could not loot Luoyang at all. In addition, the troops of Huang Fusong and Dong Zhuo were fighting against the Chong and Han Sui rebellions in Chang'an and Xiliang. There was a war going on all around. But the city of Luoyang was still prosperous, and the atmosphere of troubled times could not be felt.
Liangzhou war horse. Priced at 35 taels of silver.
The horse dealer opened his mouth, and the price made even Chu Tian stop. An ordinary war horse is worth about 20 taels of silver, but a Liangzhou war horse costs 35 taels of silver.
Too expensive.
If you want to buy 1,000 Liangzhou war horses, it is equivalent to spending 35,000 taels of silver. Keeping cavalry is just a waste of money. Although Chu Tian can't afford it, it doesn't mean that Chu Tian can't check out the products and feast his eyes on them. Name, ordinary Xiliang horse, silver level. Load D, speed D. Endurance E, impact D. Grain and grass, per unit/year. Description, an ordinary war horse produced in Xiliang. Suitable for light cavalry equipment of the 3rd level and below.
It is indeed a good horse.
Chu Tian couldn't help but praise the Xiliang horse. Compared with ordinary war horses, the various statistics of the Xiliang horse were undoubtedly on a higher level. Silver level war horses, which are rare in Suzhou, are everywhere in the horse market in Luoyang. The only problem is no money. Ordinary Xiliang horses are not the best war horses in the horse market. Hua Mulan's eyes stayed on a black war horse, unwilling to move. Sensing Hua Mulan's reaction, Chu Tian also looked at this black purebred war horse. It looked majestic and very handsome. It was indeed an out-and-out BMW.
How many taels of silver does this war horse cost?
Chu Tian took the initiative to ask the horse dealer for the price. If appropriate, buy it as a favor to Mulan. Hua Mulan has made a lot of contributions to Xiacheng, although Zhou Yafu captured more villages and towns. Hua Mulan was the general who started his career after all.
Sir, you really know your stuff. This is the Liangzhou horse, one of the best in the world.
Chapter 123. The Liangzhou horse is rampant in the world. The Liangzhou horse is running rampant all over the world. And the Liangzhou owl is killing thieves and bandits. The owl is flying and killing people. Liangzhou, Bingzhou, and Yuzhou are the 3 major horse-producing areas in the Eastern Han Dynasty. Countless war horses come from these 3 places. The war horse in front of you is the world-famous Liangzhou horse. Chu Tian also took a special look at the attributes of Liangzhou Dama. Name, Liangzhou Dama, diamond level. Load A, speed B. Endurance B, impact power S. Grain and grass, 10 units/year. Description, the Liangzhou horse is popular all over the world and is suitable for all cavalry. Chu Tian's eyes widened when he saw such attributes. Liangzhou horses can be equipped with cavalry from level 1 to level 10. All applicable. And the impact rating is S. Which means that Liangzhou horses can be used to form heavy cavalry. No wonder Hua Mulan couldn't move after seeing the Liangzhou horse. Chu Tian also coveted the Liangzhou horse. If only there were 1,000 such horses. Plus Mulan's 6th level cavalry. Chu Tian asked,
how much does a Liangzhou horse cost?
The horse dealer slapped him.
Oh, 50 taels of silver? I bought it.
Chu Tian handed several large silver ingots to the horse dealer. 50 taels of silver are exchanged for a Liangzhou horse, which is a good deal. After the horse dealer got 50 taels of silver, his face looked strange.
Sir, are you trying to trick me? The Liangzhou horse is worth 50 taels of gold, not silver. My brother-in-law is an official in Luoyang. If you want to find a place? I'm not afraid. Without any background. Who would dare to sell horses in Luoyang? 50 taels of gold.
Chu Tian seriously underestimated the value of Xiliang Dama. Xiliang horses, suitable for any cavalry, are worth 10 times. Originally, he wanted to buy it and give it to Hua Mulan to increase her loyalty. But a war horse costs 50 taels of gold, which Chu Tian could not afford. It's not necessarily that you can't afford it. Chu Tian used the funds from the territory to buy more than 10 or 20 Liangzhou horses without any problem. The question is whether it's worth it. Chu Tian might be complained by the officials of Xia City for using the territory's funds to buy 20 horses. The second financial crisis has just been overcome, so it is better not to cause more trouble to the officials. Moreover, the money he brought to Luoyang was indeed not enough for 50 taels of gold. 50 taels of gold may not seem like much, but in fact, A low-level soldier will never earn that much money in his lifetime.
My lord, let's go see other horses.
Hua Mulan tugged at the corner of Chu Tian's clothes, signaling Chu Tian not to force herself. Chu Tian is not a person who cares about face. Since Hua Mulan doesn't want her anymore, there is no need to force it.
If you have the opportunity to take over Liangzhou in the future, you can change the Liangzhou horse as you like. You can ride a different war horse every day.
Chu Tian agreed casually. In fact, Chu Tian quickly forgot about this incident. But Hua Mulan always remembered it. Many years later, Hua Mulan thought about this and hummed.
Men are all big pigs.
In addition to Liangzhou horses, the horse market also has Western region horses from the Western region protectorate, Han horses from Bingzhou, and pure white Yuzhou white horses.
This should be the war horse used by Gong Sun Zan's white horsey Kong.
When Chu Tian saw the white horse from Yuzhou, he couldn't help but think of the white horse Yi Song, who was an elite cavalry. And Zhao Yun. The horse is a good horse. But it is a pity that there is no money. In addition to Hua Mulan's interest in war horses, Li Guang is also enthusiastic about war horses. Li Guang's archery skills lie in riding and shooting. Otherwise, he would not be called a flying general. If it's not fast, it can't fly. There are also a large number of lords and players gathering in the horse market. The most enthusiastic players about war horses are not the players from the north, but the players from the south. There were very few horse-producing areas in the south, so they had no choice but to go to the cities in the north to buy war horses. Although the area south of the Yangtze River is crisscrossed by water networks and has many mountains and hills, after the territory has expanded tenfold, some plains are still considerable. So cavalry is very important. All the lords had only one feeling about the price of war horses, and that was that it was expensive, enough to bankrupt some small and medium-sized lords. Suddenly, there was a commotion among the players. Everyone looked at the person coming. A richly dressed scholar official came to the horse market surrounded by many players. He must be a big shot in Luoyang City. Chu Tian took Li Guang and Hua Mulan to get out of the way. A strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. Chu Tian did not want to show his face in Luoyang City, especially not to offend the powerful people in Luoyang. The one in the middle has a handsome appearance and a majestic temperament, and is sought after by players.
Who is that?
Chu Tian asked the players living in Luoyang.
You don't even know Yuan Shao or Yuan Ben Chu? You are really ignorant. Do you know the leader of the alliance against Dong? He has a stronghold in Hebei and has 100,000 soldiers. He was killed by Cao Cao. Dot.
The players in Luoyang were speechless and tried to refute.
Maybe some players can come up with suggestions, and Yuan Shao can become the most powerful force in the Eastern Han Dynasty. Yuan Shao's counselors include Tian Feng, Zhu Su, and Su Yu. They are not much smarter than the player, but they were still defeated. Dot.
Chu Tian has no hope for Yuan Shao. Cao Cao is one of the protagonists in the Eastern Han Dynasty. His abilities must be terrifying. And he also has various generals. If Yuan Shao's character is the same as history, I am afraid that even if there are players to help, he will not be the opponent of Boss Cao. What's more, Boss Cao only has more followers, and many people are willing to work under Boss Cao. Yuan Shao seems to be here to buy war horses. As one of the representatives of the Yuan family of the 4th generation and 3 dukes, Yuan Shao spent a lot of money, and diamond-level war horses were nothing to him. In the real world, Yuan Shao seems to be a young and promising boy from a wealthy family, and he also has a good reputation. So he can recruit a large number of talents for his own use in the early stage. Some lords and free players also wanted to take advantage of Yuan Shao's reputation and resources. So they fawned over Yuan Shao like stars over the moon. Yuan Shao noticed the majestic young Li Guang on the side of the road and sighed.
What a fierce general!
A group of players following Yuan Shao also immediately noticed Li Guang, as well as Chu Tian and Hua Mulan. Yuan Shao also discovered that Hua Mulan and Chu Tian were not very impressive. There was a hint of surprise in Yuan Shao's eyes. But he came from a famous family, and was going to do great things in the future. He would not be as interested in sex as the Yakuza.
BMW is a gift to heroes. These 2 Liangzhou horses are given to you too.
Yuan Shao spent a lot of money, and wanted to use 2 BMWs to make friends with Li Guang and Hua Mulan. This is poaching in person. Chu Tian was a little angry. Both Li Guang and Hua Mulan are more famous than Yan Liangwen. If they were poached by Yuan Shao, Chu Tian and Cao Cao would probably be the most uncomfortable.
No reward for no merit.
Hua Mulan rejected Yuan Shao's kindness. Li Guang shook his head. They are all generals, who are not easy to betray. With a loyalty of over 80, It is basically impossible for them to defect to the enemy. Not to mention that Hua Mulan's favorability has jumped to over 90.
The fourth and third princes of the Yuan family presented horses to my subordinates in public, which would embarrass me.
As the lord, Chu Tian must step forward in this situation. Yuan Shao was confused.
Who are you? In the Langya kingdom of Shuzhou. I just want to farm well. You can call me Chu Zimu.
Chapter 124 The Whereabouts of the Princes of the Eastern Han Dynasty. Chu Tian casually made up a word to deal with Yuan Shao. This time he wanted to use the nickname, Overlord. But he thought that the name Chu Bawang would be too ostentatious. So he chose a weaker sounding nickname. So Chu Tian had 3 nicknames: his real name, his cousin's name, and
I just want to farm well,
which was widely circulated among players.
I have the impression that you are the alien lord who assisted Dong Zhuo in defeating the Yellow Turban Army in Guangzong County.
Yuan Shao is originally a resident of the world of Lord. So the setting of this world will not be strange. Chu Tian already had a reputation among the princes of the Eastern Han Dynasty. Although compared with the Yuan family of the 4 generations and 3 dukes, Chu Tian was more like a commoner who was promoted through military exploits. Yuan Shao was only slightly surprised. But the players who followed Yuan Shao were all dumbfounded. They didn't know who Chu Tian or Chu Zimu was. But they knew the name.
I just want to farm well.
The first lord of the Eastern Han district. The first city lord in the world. The first place in the Han camp in the first epic battle. And a low-key person who almost never takes the initiative to contact other lords. I just want to farm well.
My lord, this is the most popular person among the strangers. Try not to provoke him. This person is only suitable for friendship, not enmity.
Players who follow Yuan Shao remind Yuan Shao. They knew why Chu Tian came to Luoyang City to attend the Luoyang Conference to discuss how to defeat the Goryeo Sticks and the Japanese pirates. In this case, if they deliberately frame Chu Tian, one of the main forces, then Yuan Shao will lose the support of most players in the Eastern Han Dynasty. Player power is enough to change the pattern of Donghan District. Therefore, whether it was for the overall interests of the Eastern Han Dynasty or for the development of Yuan Shao's power, it was the next best thing to make an enemy of Chu Tian at this time. Now Yuan Shao does not have his own territory and has not expanded. He can listen to the player's suggestions. So he apologized to Chu Tian.
Yuan Benchu was offended.
The surrounding players were in an uproar, whispering in private. Yuan Shao from the 4th world and the 3rd duke actually apologized to a player. This is really a long time coming. Yuan Shao still has something. Chu Tian thought that he might be able to turn Yuan Shao and Cao Cao into enemies in the future. So he bowed to Yuan Shao.
The 4th and 3rd prince of the Yuan family. Brother Ben Chu is the #1 member of the Yuan family, and his future is limitless.
Yuan Shao heard that Chu Tian completely ignored Yuan Shu and regarded him as the #1 member of the Yuan family. So he naturally benefited from it. Chu Tian was still a little wary of Yuan Shao. Just now Yuan Shao tried to win over Hua Mulan and Li Guang.
Chu Ziki, when you come to Luoyang, you must be attending the Luoyang conference. My guild and I will also participate in the national war.
A player who was favored by Yuan Shao took the initiative to talk to Chu Tian privately. This player claims to be the Lord of Jizhou and the president of the guild, Hebei Tingzhu. The name of the game is
Zhuang Zhao Zilong. You can call me Xiao Long. Our guild supports Yuan Shao's forces. We all share the same hatred for this national war. We hope that after the national war is over, we will not meet on the battlefield.
Xiao Long shook hands with Chu Tian in a friendly manner. All players have their own pursuits. They join forces during the national war. After the national war, they return to their respective states and counties, where they will fall in love and kill each other again.
It is better to take refuge in Yuan Shao than to take refuge in Cao Cao. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. Our Hebei Tingzhu army may change the outcome of the Battle of Guandu.
Xiao Long is full of confidence in his guild. The forces of Chu Tian and Yuan Shao intersected. Yuan Shao knew that Chu Tian would not be easily won over by him. In addition, Chu Tian's identity as Lord Chu Tian conflicted with Yuan Shao. So he did not try his best to win over Chu Tian.
I have met Liu Bei, Dong Zhuo, Yuan Shao, and Lu Ji, except for Cao Cao and Sun Jian. I don't know what they are doing now. And where did Liu Bei become an official after the Battle of Guangzong County?
Chu Tian realized that he had somewhat ignored the princely forces supported by a large number of free players. These princes from the late Eastern Han Dynasty may become a terrifying force with the support of players. He asked some of the lords he knew about the whereabouts of these princes.
Liu Bei? He made great achievements in the Yellow Turban Rebellion and changed his official position to Anxi County Lieutenant near Jizhou and Yuzhou, which is equivalent to your official position of Kaiyang County Lieutenant. A large number of players have gone to Liu Bei, and Liu Bei is recruiting troops and developing momentum. Very good. I estimate that the direction of future expansion will be Jizhou or Yuzhou. Cao Cao led the Han cavalry to help Huang Fusong defeat the Yingchuan Yellow Turban, and he made greater contributions. Moreover, he had some connections in the court and had contacts with Yuan Shao. The court originally planned to appoint him as the Prime Minister of Jinan, but players who supported Cao Cao encouraged Cao Cao to the imperial court requested to be appointed as the governor of Dongjun, believing that it was Cao Cao's land of Longxing. The imperial court approved his application. Cao Cao began to operate territory in Dongjun. As for Sun Jian, he is serving as a general in Huang Fusong's army at this time. Among the three, only Sun Jian does not have his own territory yet. However, many players have already encouraged him to become the governor of Changsha. Where did Zhang Bao go after the Battle of Guangzong? I don't know. After Chuyang City was attacked by Dong Zhuo and Huang Fusong, Zhang Bao disappeared. Chu Tian soon learned the whereabouts of these big shots. The whereabouts of Liu Bei, Cao Cao, Sun Jian, and Yuan Shao are not difficult to find because they are so eye-catching, and there are thousands of players following them. Cao Cao is actually in Dongjun of Yinzhou. This is going to be troublesome. Yinzhou relies on Shuzhou. Won't Yinzhou have to compete with Cao Cao for land in Hunan in the future? The Hunan and Hebei that Chu Tian was considering were not Hunan and Hebei, but generally referred to the area south and north of the Yellow River. The next door state is the hero Cao Cao, which is really not a pleasant thing. Chu Tian walked around the horse market in order to build the world's first city. He now didn't even have the money to buy a good horse, because his name was exposed just now. He now has a group of followers wherever he goes. In a sense, both Li Guang and Hua Mulan are remembered. Most of the people who were qualified to follow the first lord of the Eastern Han dynasty were historical military generals. I heard that our number one general in the Eastern Han district is Flying General Li Guang. Do you think this general carrying a big bow is Flying General Li Guang himself? If I remember correctly, Li Guang is a hero who only appeared in the past few days, and appeared after the first city in the world. Then he is probably Li Guang. The rewards in the first city in the world are really good. No wonder everyone the lords all flocked to it. These players were so rational that they immediately guessed that the person next to them was Air Force General Li Guang. Some players even guessed that the woman following Chu Tian was Hua Mulan. Fortunately, not many people know about the territory of Fang Xianling, Li Kui, and Zhou Yafu in Chu Tian. You are the number one in our Donghan district. I just want to farm well. Or should I call you Chu Zemu? A burly lord happened to be in the horse market. He heard that the first lord, I just want to farm well, appeared in the horse market in Luoyang. So he stopped Chu Tian here. Your Excellency? The Lord of Xiamping County, Liaodong County, a small soldier at the border in the late Ming Dynasty. The two lords of the world's number one town and the world's number one city are in a stalemate, fighting each other. The third issue of Daily Hero Guessing, Yuan Shao, the fourth and third prince, was defeated by Cao Cao and Guandu. What do you think of Yuan Shao's 5 dimensions and characteristics? Chapter 125 Liaodong's opponents. Those two people are the top 3 lords in our Eastern Han district. They are in for a good show this time. The players watching around did not think it was a big deal. The little soldier at the border in the late Ming Dynasty, the number 1 town in the world and the third in the Eastern Han district, was right in front of him. This should be one of its own competitors. Mingwan was about 1.9 meters tall and taller than any other player. He met Chu Tian for the first time, who had taken away the title of number 1 city in the world. One is the Lord of Liaodong, and the other is the Lord of Lengjia. There is a vague tendency of fighting between dragons and tigers. The two people also represent the dispute between the lords outside the pass and the lords inside the pass. This time, our enemy is Goryeo Bangzi, isn't it? Chu Tian asked in reply to resolve the tit-for-tat confrontation between the two sides. That's right. After a beating, we can have a fair fight if we have the opportunity in the future. Mingguan was a little unwilling. The rewards from the number 1 town in the world are definitely not as good as the rewards from the number 1 city in the world. His eyes shifted to Li Guang behind Chu Tian. The big bow Li Guang was carrying and his thick and long arms had already revealed his identity. Sure enough, the lord who recruited Li Guang is you. Mingguan also had to be jealous of Chu Tian's generals. Flying General Li Guang
is also famous among the lords of the Eastern Han dynasty. Chu Tian was also sizing up the opponent's generals. There were 2 generals following Ming Guan. The opponent could guess Li Guang, but Chu Tian couldn't guess who the opponent's general was. Everyone cares about the first place and ignores the lords behind. This is also the reason why Chu Tian doesn't want to be too popular.
You were supposed to be ranked first. Why did your ranking drop recently?
Chu Tian didn't understand that Ming Guan lost the first place in the Eastern Han district.
I wanted to unify Xianping County, but the lords of 17 towns in Xianping County joined forces and borrowed 1,000 Wuhuan cavalry to besiege my territory. The war between me and them lasted for 2 full months before I completely defeated them, destroyed them. As a result, my territory missed the best opportunity for development. I see. But when I digest Xianping County, a huge cavalry army will rise in Liaodong in the future, and I will regain the first place in the Eastern Han district. No one can stop the Liaodong cavalry. Yeah.
Chu Tian rarely cares about the development of other lords. The competition in the Eastern Han district was very fierce. Ming Guan, which once ranked first, was jointly suppressed by the lords of Xianping County and was almost suppressed. The lords of the Eastern Han dynasty used the diplomatic methods of Hizong Lianheng with great skill. It seems that we should not underestimate those small and medium-sized lords in the future. Once they join forces, the big lords may also encounter Waterloo. Chu Tian returned to the inn and happened to be walking with Ming Guan. Ming Guan, who defeated the lords of Xianping County, returned to the top 3 in the Eastern Han dynasty. He and Chu Tian are now influential figures in the Luoyang player group and the vanguard of this national war.
Zhan Tian and Ming Guan. They are the top 3 lords, but their ranking does not necessarily equal their strength.
In a nearby inn, a lord was watching Chu Tian and Ming Guan passing by. The Hanzhou lord said, and there were 2 historical military generals sitting at the same table with him. The lord rankings measure the overall prosperity of the territories under direct control, excluding cities controlled through special means. Rebels have already captured the city in Shiliang. The rebels who control the city are actually quite a large force, but they are not included in the rankings.
My lord, Lu Zongmin, will make great contributions to you in this battle. The last general, Zhang Bao, is grateful to his lord for taking him in. He is also willing to go through life and death for his lord.
2 generals pledged allegiance to their lord.
Didn't I say that? Outside, you can only call yourself by a pseudonym, and you are not allowed to reveal your identity. Yes.
Zhang Dao looked at the changed Zhang Bao with satisfaction. He had successfully conquered Zhang Bao. Zhang Jiao and Zhang Liang will appear in the hero pool of this national war. If the 3 Zhang Jiao brothers can be gathered together, he can sweep the entire Hanzhong in the name of the Yellow Turban Army and then attack Sichuan.
Top 3 in the rankings.
A group of lords from Jingyang and Yangzhou knew that the top 3 in the rankings were occupied by lords from Suzhou, Guangzong, and Liaodong. However, when it came to water wars, the lords from Jingyang and Yangzhou were still stronger. There was another one who had a low presence in the Eastern Han dynasty. But in fact, Jiaozhou also had a large number of lords. They were the participating lords in the Battle of Baijianku at the Luoyang Conference. More and more lords and players came to Luoyang. The next day, Chu Tian took the 2 of them to Luoyang to check out the weapons and armor for sale. Luoyang's buildings are of a very high level, equivalent to the later stages of city development, and the weapons and armor sold in the shops are of extremely high quality. A weapon similar to Fang Tian's painted halberd is worth hundreds of taels of silver. Prices in Luoyang are astonishingly high. Chu Tian originally wanted to choose a good weapon or armor for Li Guang and Hua Mulan, but the price of Balian's weapons and armor was not lower than that of a good horse. As a big lord, he couldn't even afford to buy good horses or magic weapons. Chu Tian sighed helplessly. The lords of Xia City cannot easily misappropriate the treasury, because it is related to the construction of the territory and the recruitment of troops. Suddenly, Chu Tian thought of a good idea. He took Hua Mulan to the cloth store and asked her to choose the cloth she liked before giving it to her. Although he couldn't afford war horses and good weapons, he could still afford a beautician private gift. Hua Mulan got a piece of cloth and was bribed. Although her loyalty did not change, her favorability increased unexpectedly. As for Li Guang, his weapon is the platinum-level Great Cloud Piercing Bow, which is valuable in itself. It would have been better if Chu Tian had not sold his weapons. It was impossible to buy better weapons for Li Guang. So as a substitute, Chu Tian took Li Guang to buy a bundle of good arrows. If you don't have money to buy a war horse for Hua Mulan, then buy cloth, If you don't have money to buy a better bow for Li Guang, then buy better arrows. Chu Tian used some trickery to win the favor of Hua Mulan and Li Guang. So his trip to Luoyang was not in vain. In the future, you have to find a way to build your own money bank. Chu Tian found that his own money bank and the territory's money bank were combined, making it difficult to use. In fact, it is completely possible to set up an inner treasury and an outer treasury. The lord of the inner treasury can control it himself, while the outer treasury is specially used for building territory and recruiting troops. Chu Tian had not differentiated between internal and external treasury before because Chu Tian himself did not have much expenses. His strength is not high, and he doesn't need much good equipment. He can just pick one from the trophies. Apart from food, drink, housing and transportation, Chu Tian seemed to have no additional needs. So he invested all his gold and silver in territorial construction. It wasn't until Chu Tian came to Luoyang that Chu Tian realized how poor he was.
I am truly a selfless lord.
Chu Tian sighed. Hua Mulan is holding the claw sent by Chu Tian, while Li Guang is carrying a bundle of fine sharp arrows.
Tomorrow, the Umshi City battle meeting will be held in the east of Luoyang City, in the lobby of the Han League.
Chu Tian received the notice of the Umshi City battle meeting. Chapter 126 National War Meeting. The guild in Luoyang is also the top 3 guilds in the Eastern Han Dynasty. The Han League provided the venue for this Luoyang meeting. It is said that the Han League owned thousands of houses in Luoyang. In this national war, 100 lords were sent to each battlefield in the Eastern Han Dynasty, and each lord carried 2,000 soldiers and horses, for a total of 200,000 soldiers and horses. There are 400,000 soldiers and horses in the 2 battlefields. There are 100 guilds in each battlefield, and each guild has 500 members. A total of 50,000 free players. There are a total of 100,000 free players in the 2 battlefields. The Luoyang Conference was divided into 2 parts. One was the Battle of Umshi City, and the leader was the Lord of Guangzong, Zhou Lao Qin. One was the Battle of Baijiangku, and the leader was the Lord of Yangzhou.
Takachan locked up Urchu deeply.
100 lords and 100 guild leaders participated in each meeting, because there are too many people to prevent traitors from leaking secrets. Each meeting selects the 10 strongest lords and 10 presidents to form the core members. Chu Tian served as the core personnel in the Battle of Umshi City. The Umshi City battle meeting was held in the east of the city. Chu Tian took Li Guang and Hua Mulan to the east of the city early in the morning. A large number of lords and players gathered, and the Han League was maintaining order and asking players to retreat. This meeting gathered the remaining great lords and guilds after a year of survival of the fittest. They will represent Donghan District. Other small and medium-sized lords and guilds can only wave the flag and shout from behind.
What are those aliens doing?
The big shots in Luoyang were shocked by the meetings organized by the players themselves, and even dispatched Han troops to monitor the players' every move, hoping that they would not cause trouble in Luoyang City. The number of players gathered in the east of the city rose to 100,000. A huge crowd. If these 100,000 people rebel, the entire city of Luoyang may be plunged into a sea of fire. The big shots in Luoyang City don't know what the national war means to the players. In their opinion, the aliens are just going to fight a group of barbarians. In the eyes of the Eastern Han court, they were surrounded by barbarians. As for the players, whether they are Japan or Korea, they must be given a good beating so that they will obey and be obedient in the future. Yuan Shao, who was living in seclusion in Luoyang City, was urgently summoned by the Eastern Han Dynasty court and asked Yuan Shao to lead 3,000 Han troops to monitor the movements of foreigners. Yuan Shao never dreamed that he would begin to control Luoyang's troops and horses because of the Luoyang Conference organized by Yuan. The intimidating Han army defended the streets and was in vague opposition to the Han League. Yuan Shao's player strategist explained to Yuan Shao the purpose of the players' gathering, dispelling Yuan Shao's idea of using the Han army to suppress the foreigners. Otherwise, if the Luoyang Conference spontaneously organized by players causes unrest in Luoyang, it will probably become a strange thing in the eyes of other civilized areas.
Lao Qin, the leader of the Umshi City battle, is here.
There was an uproar among the players as a middle-aged man arrived with 2 generals. This middle-aged man still has a beard. Zhou Lao Qin is currently the 2nd lord in the Eastern Han district. The one with running water is the 1st. The one with iron is the 2nd. It was he who proposed the Luoyang Conference.
Liaodong Lord has a small soldier at the border in the late Ming dynasty. The Lord of Bingzhou will not teach Huma how to cross the Yinshan Mountains. Su Fengnian, Lord of Shiliang. Master Zhao, Lord of Qinzhou. The Lord of Yuzhou talks about Tang Dynasty. The Lord of Hanzhong speaks up. Luan, Lord of Shu. Xiao Zilong, Lord of Jizhou. Shijiazhuang, Lord Shuzhou. Me. I just want to farm well.
The 10 core lords from the Ungshi city battle have arrived. Also present were the presidents of the 10 core guilds, including the president of the Han League. The big lords and guild forces who usually hide in various states and counties have come forward one after another. They only have one thing to do to win the national war, and they can't lose the face of their ancestors. Mr. Zhao from Qingzhou? Chu Tian noticed the Lord Qingzhou, who was also in the meeting. Qingzhou is adjacent to Shuzhou, and there may be a fight between the two states in the future. Mr. Zhao also noticed Chu Tian next door, and smiled slightly. Although Beihai Kingdom and Langya Kingdom belong to two different states, they are actually adjacent to each other. Chu Tian did not deliberately enmity with the neighboring lords and nodded in response. If the two sides really fight in the future, it will depend on who is better. Chu Tian inadvertently glanced at all the great lords present. The 10 lords present were all male lords. In the Cold Weapon Age, especially in the Eastern Han Dynasty, the possibility of the rise of male lords was higher. Fighting mainly depends on the strength of men. Every lord was accompanied by 1 or 2 followers. They may be historical heroes or ordinary heroes. Among all the lords, the one from Hanzhong was taciturn in preaching. Su Fengyan, the lord of Xiliang, was aggressive.
Su Fengyan, I heard that you supported Ma Tang to rebel in Longxi and attack the city. I didn't expect you to dare to come to Luoyang. Aren't you afraid of being caught and beheaded by the government? I am not afraid of heaven or earth. In troubled times, there is nothing wrong with relying on rebels to conquer the world. But in this national war, I will do whatever you say. What? You don't obey me?
Su Fengyan crossed her legs and her words smelled like gunpowder. Luan, the lord of Sichuan and Shu, looked kind-hearted. He squinted his eyes from time to time and hurriedly said,
Some people choose to seek refuge with Dong Zhuo, Yuan Shao, Chao Chao, and Liu Bei. With their help, some people set up their own businesses, and some even make friends with mountain barbarians and nomadic tribes. This is all it is an option to compete with the Central Plains, and there is no need to blame the other party. But in this national war, we must be united in dealing with the outside world.
Chu Tian did not think that Luan could gain a foothold in the Qingdu plain and would be a gentle person. In troubled times, without some means, it is impossible to sustain 1 year and become one of the top 10 lords in the Eastern Han Dynasty. Ming Wan, a small soldier at the border gate in the late Ming Dynasty, and Zhao Long, Zhao Zilong from Shijiazhuang, both knew Chu Tian. One was in Yuo, and the other was in Jizhou. Chu Tian was not familiar with several other lords. The great lords present may become enemies in the future, or they may be defeated and die during the battle in the Central Plains. But for now, they are allies with the same hatred. The leader of the alliance, Zhejiang Laoqin, came in with 2 generals. Both generals had an invisible killing aura. Zhejiang Laoqin sat on the main seat, looking very calm, and his eyes fell on Chu Tian first. It was Chu Tian who took away the reward of the first city in the world. Now it is spread throughout Luoyang city that Li Guang, the flying general of the Han Dynasty, became Chu Tian's subordinate. Chu Tian looked at this potential competitor, and there were 2 military generals following behind Zhejiang Laoqin. Chu Tian couldn't help but wonder about their identities. One of them may be Min Wu, and another. We all come from different counties, and counties in the 13 states. We are the lords of each state and county, so we are qualified to sit here. Zhejiang Laoqin is about 40 years old and has experienced more things than the young lords, so he can take charge of the overall situation. You probably know that not many people know about the Battle of Ungshi City, but this battle is one of the battles that Goryeo Bangzi is most proud of. It is also the worst time that Emperor Taizong Li Shimin was hacked. Goryeo Bangzi thinks that their hero shot in this battle blinded Li Shimin's eyes. Korean Bangzi is really shameless. All the lords present came from all over the world, but they all had this idea at this time. Chapter 127 Tang Dynasty and Goguryeo.
During the Sui and Tang dynasties, a powerful country called Goguryeo emerged. Its sphere of influence was probably in Liaodong and the Korean peninsula, which seriously threatened the security of the Central Plains. Goguryeo cannot be regarded as a complete Goryeo civilization. Its origin should be the Haoqian and Fuyu tribes in Liaodong. Later, the capital was Pyongyang, and it was gradually assimilated by the local area. Therefore, in Lord, Goguryeo was barely classified as a civilization.
This is not the first time that Goryeo Bangzi has mistakenly recognized his ancestors. In the early years of the Western Han Dynasty, Wei Man, a descendant of the Yin Kingdom, led more than 1,000 of his men into the Korean peninsula and established the first recorded country in the area. The ancestors of Goryeo include people from the Central Plains, Bio people, and Samon people. Due to the lack of records, they don't know who their ancestors are. So please be considerate of them. After the rise of Goguryeo, Emperor Yongguang of the Sui dynasty felt threatened and failed to conquer Goguryeo 3 or 4 times in a row. A large number of Sui troops were captured by Goguryeo and became slaves. Later, the Tang dynasty repeatedly attacked Goguryeo and finally destroyed Goguryeo and rescued some of the captives. The Sui army. The Battle of Ungshi City was a battle of the Tang dynasty against Goguryeo. This time we are helping the Tang army. The commander of the Tang army is none other than Tang Taizong Li Shimin.
Zhou Yafu knew the Battle of Ungshi City very well. The lords and guild leaders present were somewhat shocked when they heard this name. Emperor Qin, Emperor Wu of Han, Emperor Tang and Song Zhu. It was Tang Taizong Li Shimin who commanded the Battle of Ungshi City this time. In the 18th year of Zhengguan, Emperor Taizong of the Tang dynasty appointed Li Shiji as the general manager of the march to Liaodong Road, and led an army of 60,000 troops and the Hu people who had surrendered from Lanzhou and Hezhou to march to Liaodong. Emperor Taizong of the Tang dynasty personally conquered Liaodong City and Baiyin City, and finally recovered Liaodong City and Baiyin City. They were blocked by Ungshi City. The defenders of Ungshi City resisted desperately. In addition, it was September. Winter was approaching and food was running out. So Li Shimin ordered the troops to retreat. Afterwards, Li Shimin expressed regret and continued to send troops to harass Goguryeo and destroy its economy. Finally, during the reign of Emperor Gaozong of the Tang dynasty, he successfully destroyed Goguryeo. Originally, the Tang dynasty had the advantage and took the initiative. But there is a folk saying in Goryeo that in the Battle of Ungshi City, the city lord Yang Wanchun blinded Li Shimin's eye with an arrow, turning Li Shimin into a one-eyed dragon. And Li Shimin retreated in a hurry. Therefore, there are also he wrote many anti-Tang dramas. Zhou Yafu continued to explain the background. Chu Tian also knew that Goryeo Bangzi believed that Li Shimin was shot blind in the Battle of Ungshi City. But in fact it was nonsense. There is no such record in domestic history books. And Goryeo Bangzi is actually regarded as real, due to Li Shimin's status as the emperor at that time, and the fact that Li Shimin was already past his prime. He would not personally participate in the siege, and his generals would not allow him to do so. This is also one of the reasons why Chu Tian participated in the Battle of Ungshi City. We must let Bangzi know what the real Battle of Ungshi City is. Mingguan raised his hand.
And, Lord, the nonsense statement that Li Shimin was shot blind shouldn't be used.
Right? Zhou Yafu nodded.
We in the Eastern Han district are more influential, so it is impossible to use this statement. But the Tang army did not recapture Ungshi City at that time. Our victory condition in the Battle of Ungshi City is very likely to assist the Tang army in conquering Ungshi City, Ansi City, and Goryeo's victory condition may be to try to defend Ansi City. Ansi City is originally our territory, so we must recover it.
Now all the lords knew the goal of the battle in Ungshi City. In short, this was a siege that helped the Tang army capture Ungshi City within 3 months. A map of the Battle of Ungshi City was spread out. This was a map drawn by players who were familiar with ancient history.
First of all, there is the military strength of the Tang army. The Tang army in Liaodong has about 60,000 people. After 10 times the number, it will be 600,000. The Tang army besieging Ungshi City has about 40,000 people. After 10 times the number, it will be 400,000. The commanders of the Tang army were Li Shimin, Emperor Taizong of the Tang dynasty, Li Shiji, the British Duke, and Li Daozong, King of Jianxia, Changsun Wuji, Shuarengui, Chibi Heli, and Ashina Shir.
When Chu Tian heard the list of Tang Jun's top brass, he showed an expression of disbelief. This lineup is simply luxurious, even more exaggerated than the current lineup of generals in Xia City. More importantly, during the Tang dynasty, 400,000 soldiers and horses besieged Ungshi City. Theoretically, with the exception of Emperor Taizong Li Shimin, every lord could potentially recruit the above-mentioned generals.
I boldly speculate that the person who ranks first in battle this time may acquire one of Li Shimin's characteristics.
Zhou Yafu's speculation once again made the lord's blood boil. One of the characteristics of Tang Taizong Li Shimin. I don't know how exaggerated it is. Old Qin looked at Chu Tian.
Gang Tian. In the last epic battle, you should have acquired the characteristics of Lu Ji or Huang Fusong. Am I right?
Chu Tian couldn't deny it. It was only later that he learned that one of the rewards for placing first in every epic battle was a characteristic of his camp's commander. This time, the camp commander was none other than Tang Taizong Li Shimin. As an emperor, Li Shimin's characteristics would probably make countless people jealous. Li Shimin may have several characteristics, and it may be good to get one randomly.
How is Goguryu's military strength?
After knowing the strength of the Tang army, Luan, the lord of Zhou, asked about Goguryu's military strength. After all, few people knew about the Battle of Engqi City.
The number of the defenders of Engqi City is unknown. The lord of Engqi City was a very talented man. Emperor Taizong of the Tang dynasty appreciated his perseverance and loyalty, and gave the lord of Engqi City 100 horses. There is no record of his name in history, but it is very likely he will be named Yang Wanshun, and he should be a defensive general of the archer type. The Goguryeo reinforcements are 150,000 Goguryeo, and most soldiers led by the northern tribal chiefs Gao Yinshou and Gao Huijin. 10 times, that would be 1.5 million. The numbers seem a bit scary, but compared to Tang Jun, they are just a mob. The most difficult thing is not the Goguryeo reinforcements, but the holding of Engqi City and the tight time. Within 3 months, we must defeat the reinforcements at the same time and capture Engqi City. In history, Li Shimin managed to defeat the reinforcements, but was ultimately defeated. For the coming winter, the lords of Goryeo will definitely try to maintain the trend of history and fully assist the lord of Engqi City in defending Engqi City. They are at an advantage because they only need to defend for 3 months. After 3 months, they will declare victory.
Everyone fell into a brief silence. They must battle wits and courage with the Goryeo lords to change the outcome of the Battle of Engqi City.
The battlefield may be very large, and we cannot have all the lords and guilds act together. Therefore, it is divided into 10 legions. The top 10 lords command 1 legion. Each legion includes 10 lords and 10 guilds, a total of 25,000 people. Next comes the division.
Lao Qin had obviously made arrangements for the battle in Engqi City, and Chu Tian and the others were convinced by his arrangements. Chu Tian got a list in his hand. His second legion was under the jurisdiction of 10 lords and 10 guilds. After Chu Tian's request, Prince Yan, the lord of Western Liaoning, and Shui from the Langia Guild joined the second legion led by him. The 4th issue of Daily Hero Guessing, there is an emperor who settled in Kyushu in his 20s, and wandered all over the world at the age of 40, with unparalleled civil and martial arts. What do you think of Li Shimin's 5-dimensional harmony characteristics? This column is a discussion of a Tiaban nature. Chapter 128 The Lords of Goryeo. When the meeting for the Battle of Engqi City was underway, the capital of Goryeo was opened, and hundreds of lords of Goryeo gathered. When Goryeo learned that the Luoyang Conference was being held in the Eastern Han District, it immediately held a meeting in Beijing to discuss how to defeat the Tang army and the lords of the Eastern Han Dynasty. Cui Zishan, should be the leader of the alliance this time. My Weijia City is the first city in Goryeo, and it is close to Liaodong in the Eastern Han District. Ansi City is in Liaodong, so my army is more familiar with fighting in Liaodong. Cui Zishan, don't think that just because you are the great lord of the north, you can serve as the leader of the alliance. This is Kaijing, and only our lords of Jiangyi have the right to speak. This time, Li Minqiu, am the real leader of the alliance, and my soul is the capital of Goryeo. The 2 cities were built almost the same time as your Zhou city, so you have nothing to be proud of.
A gorgeously dressed lord, supported by the lords of the Jiangyi region of Goryeo, went head-to-head with the northern lord represented by Cui Jason. Cui Zishan saw that the opponent had a large number of people, and was forced to give up the qualification to compete for the alliance leader. In the Battle of Engqi City, we faced the powerful Tang army. They invaded like fire, and were as motionless as mountains. Fortunately, we had the hero Yang Wanshun who defended Engqi City. He shot the leader of the thieves, Li Shimin, in the eye with an arrow, and then let him go. The Tang army retreats. This time we assist General Yang Wanshun. It is best to shoot Li Shimin and kill the majestic lords of the Eastern Han Dynasty. Li Minjia, the lord of Kaijing, responded to the call, and a group of Goryeo lords were excited. They will fight against the Tang army in Liaodong and defeat Tian Khan Li Shimin.
A bunch of stupid guys. It's really worrying to join forces with them.
Cui Zishan mostly regards Yang Wanshun's shooting of Li Shimin as real history, and has complicated emotions. With such allies, how should we fight the Battle of Ungshi City? Behind Cui Zishan stood a famous general who looked quite powerful. The lords of Jiangyi province saw that Cui Zishan was followed by a historical general, and they were a little wary.
Cui Zishan, who is the historical general you recruited in the current national war? Only by telling his identity can we make better arrangements,
Cui Zishan said coldly.
Yulji Mundiok defeated the Sui Empire's million-strong army. Yulji Mundiok?
All the Goryeo lords were silent. Yulji Mundiok, Sungai Suwen, Kong Handan, and Yi Sun-sen were regarded by the Goryeo lords as the top group of civilized heroes. They fought against the Sui, Tang, Liao, and Japanese armies. Unexpectedly, Cui Jason, the lord of the North Territory, got Yulji Mundiok. In other words, in this national war, Yulji Mundiok and Yang Wanchun, the lord of Ansi City, will resist the army of Cheon Khan. It was heard that Cui Jason had Yulji Mundiok as his subordinate, and some lords in Jiangyi became afraid of Cui Jason. The lord of Kekiong, Li Minchiol, has an even more complicated expression. Cui Jason, who possesses Yulji Mundiok, poses a threat to his status as alliance leader.
Not only Yang Wanchun and Yulji Mundiok, but also Sungai Suwen, who is in charge of Goguryeo. We have 3 great heroes here, who are enough to defeat the Tang army of Cheon Khan.
After a group of Goryeo lords reacted, their emotions became even higher. In the Battle of Ungshi City, they have 3 powerful heroes. Cui Zishan was probably the most sane person among the Goryeo lords present. He poured cold water on the enthusiastic lords.
You all underestimated the combat capabilities of the Tang army. The Tang army was the most powerful army in the world at that time. It once reached the center of China.
Yeah, he is so powerful that he would not be called Tian Khan otherwise. Even Yang Wanchun shot Li Shimin blind. This is all fiction. There is no evidence to prove that Li Shimin is a one-eyed dragon. Are Yang Wanchun's deeds false? Impossible. You are spreading rumors. Everyone knows that Yang Wanchun shot and blinded Li Shimin in the Battle of Ungshi City. Otherwise, how could Li Shimin withdraw his troops? Stupid. Li Shimin withdrew his troops because of food and cold winter. Goguryeo did not gain any benefits in this battle, but lost its troops. If you fight this battle with your current mental state, you will fail in all likelihood. Only I, Cui Zishan, can only under his command can we win.
Cui Jason gradually gained a voice among the Goryeo lords by virtue of having the hero Yulji Mundiok.
Seeing that his position as leader was not guaranteed, Li Minja was a little angry.
We were the victorious party in the Battle of Ungshi City. I have Yin Guan, a famous general who conquered the Jurchen tribe in the middle period of the Goryeo kingdom, and his special military force. Under his command, our country, Goryeo, can defend Ungshi City with ease. Yi Guan and Biao Wu Ban.
The lord of Goryeo whispered again. Yi Guan was a famous general of the Goryeo kingdom. He once led Goryeo's elite force,
Biwu Ban,
to attack the Jurchen tribe, later the Jin kingdom. The Biwu Ban was composed of Shinchi, Shinbu, demon subduing and other troops. They captured 135 Jurchen villages and beheaded them. More than 6,000. However, later, under the attack of Wan Inaguda, the Goryeo kingdom negotiated a peace. But the Biwu Ban did not gain any actual benefits. Yi Guan and Bai Wu Ban were already among the few elites in Korea. The Goryeo kingdom could survive for hundreds of years under the suppression of the Liao, Jin, and Yuan dynasties. And it still had something to offer. Because Li Minja, the lord of Kaijing, had Yi Guan as his subordinate, he regained a victory and still faced off with Cui Zishan, the lord of the northern boundary. Cui Zishan looked unkind. One of the 2 sides was located in the northern border, and the other was located in the southern capital of Jiangyi. There might be a battle sooner or later. A lord asked.
Now that we had Yi Guan, our Goryeo country's chances of winning will increase by 10%. Leaderly, how many soldiers from the other martial arts classes do you have in your hands? No comment, lest I be taken advantage of by some people with ulterior motives. You just need to know that I have the ability to dominate the overall situation.
Li Minja looked specifically at Cui Zishan. And the person he mentioned with ulterior motives was probably Cui Zishan.
During the Battle of Ungshi City, I hope that we can unanimously deal with the outside world. Otherwise, it will be difficult for us in Korea to deal with the Eastern Han dynasty in the future. This is why I would rather give up the position of leader than fight with you.
Cui Zishan's words made many Goryeo lords look askance. Cui Zishan skillfully stood on the moral high ground and won the favor of a group of Goryeo lords. Li Mingzhi said with a gloomy face.
We discuss how to conduct this national war. We have sent 200,000 troops and 50,000 free players, which can be divided into 4 legions, Beijing, Xijing, Caijing, and Quanzhou. Each legion about 50,000 to 70,000 people. Cui Zishan, you lead the North Border Army. Kim Yijing, you lead the Xijing Army. I personally lead the Caijing Army. Jiang Pang, you lead the Quanzhou Army.
As the Lord of Seoul, the second city of the Goryeo Kingdom, Li Mingzhi was able to stand out among the many lords as the leader of the alliance. Although he was manipulated by Cui Zishan, he still had some ability.
No comment. Agree.
The 3 great lords of Korea nodded. This time, the national war will depend on their own methods. Chapter 129 The background of the lords of the Eastern Han Dynasty.
The Battle of Baijiangku was a water battle between the Tang Dynasty and the Japanese army. The Japanese army had 42,000 men, and the Tang army had 13,000 men. The naval general of the Tang army was Liu Rengui, who relied on the advantage of large ships to defeat the Japanese army. We are at an advantage. If we fail under such conditions, we will have no face to survive in Jing, Yang and Jiaozhou.
At the Battle of Baijiangku meeting in Luoyang, Ta Ke, the leader of the alliance, organized 3 naval battalions to prepare to assist the Tang Dynasty Navy in defeating the Japanese Navy. Water warfare is different from land warfare. The most basic unit is not the number of soldiers, but the number of ships. The lords of Jingzhou, Yangzhou, and Jiaozhou needed to report how many ships they had before they could organize a naval camp. At present, most of the lords in the Eastern Han Dynasty still have small ships, but the Tang army has large ships. The lords of Japan are also small boats, and most of those who go to war are the lords of Kyushu Island, Shikoku Island, and other places. After Chu Tian looked through his list, the Eastern Han Dynasty allied army he led was named the Second Army. The Second Legion includes 10 lords and 10 large guilds including Chu Tian. 9 lords and 10 guild presidents gathered under Chu Tian, who temporarily served as the army commander, and were invited to the inn by Chu Tian. 2 of them Chu Tian knew. One was Prince Yin, the lord of Western Liaoning, and the other was Shuiyu, the president of the Wolf Guild. As for Huan, the lord of the Western Region Protectorate, because he was outside Human Pass and had insufficient population, he was not qualified to be one of the lords representing the civilized area to participate in the national war. So he could only express regret. A legion in the Eastern Han Dynasty has 25,000 people, of which 5,000 are free players. For the Eastern Han District, it was easy to dispatch a legion of this size. For the Goryeo Kingdom, they were already struggling, and the capable lords and free players were forced to participate in the war. Chu Tian has never commanded a legion of 25,000 people. Not to mention that these troops are not entirely his soldiers. He needs to coordinate the interests of various lords and guilds. During the national war, the most fearful thing is internal fighting, which will damage the harmony. The 9 lords under Chu Tian came from several different counties in Liaoxi, Pingyuan, Nanyang, Jiuyuan, and Dongjun.
I took the initiative to choose your legion. Come on!
Shuiyu secretly gave Chu Tian a thumbs up. Chu Tian was helpless. Although he became one of the 10 regiment commanders in the Battle of Ungshi City in Donghan District by virtue of his territorial strength. The higher the position, the greater the responsibility. This battle cannot be lost no matter what. Chu Tian took the lead in counting the strength of each lord. Some lords hid them. But when it came to the national war, most of them were still willing to report the troops they planned to participate in the war.
I have a 100-man 4th Order heavy cavalry, and a 500-man Yuzhou light cavalry. The rest are 1st and 2nd Order light cavalry.
Prince Yin, the great lord of Liaoxi County, simply reported his strength.
Heavy cavalry.
Even Chu Tian was a little surprised. 100 heavy cavalry. In the middle and early stages, there are only a handful of lords who have the money to play heavy cavalry tactics. 100 heavy cavalry may seem like a small number, but the intimidation they bring when charging is unparalleled. If used well, they can even destroy the opponent's formation in one fell swoop and turn the tide of the battle. Prince Yin obviously devoted all his efforts to developing cavalry, and spent all his wealth on the national war. For such a lord, Chu Tian still admired him very much. Behind Prince Yin was a military general with tattoos on his face and a majestic figure. Chu Tian believed that Prince Yin also had a historical military commander, probably aware of Chu Tian's judgment. Prince Yin said calmly,
"My general is Di Qing, a famous general from the Song dynasty. Great hero Di Qing.
The lords present were no longer calm. Di Qing was a famous general in the Song dynasty. He fought with Xixia, charged into battle, and became a fierce general for a while. In the entire Donghan district, there are probably not many people who don't know Di Qing's reputation. Although the Song dynasty was weak, it had no shortage of famous generals. Di Qing, Yu Fei, Han Shizhong, Yang Yi, Wu Jie, Meng Dong. With Di Qing and 2,000 Liaoshi cavalry, we are more certain to win this battle. Prince Yin can be considered a man by taking the initiative to name his heroes. It seemed that he had indeed seen the wrong person.
I am Tian Qi, the lord from Pingyuan County. I don't have that many cavalry, but I have 1,000-man third-order Qingzhou crossbowmen. I am not bragging, but if I am asked to defend, my Qingzhou crossbowmen can block several times more enemy. Lord Dahu of Jiuyuan County has a Bingzhou light cavalry of 800 people, but he has no heavy cavalry and no famous generals. I don't need famous generals because I believe in myself and my cavalry.
A man who looked heroic said carelessly. The Bingzhou cavalry stands side by side with the Yuzhou cavalry and Shiliang cavalry. It belongs to the third level of cavalry. The 800-strong Bingzhou cavalry is already a powerful force.
I have a famous general here, Pang Wan of Wei,
the lord of East County, who rarely spoke out, made shocking news. Pang Wan, one of the generals who took over Wei Wuzu after Wu Qi.
Do you have Wei soldiers?
Even Chu Tian asked almost at the same time. They were even more surprised than when they heard about Di Qing's reputation. Not because of Pang Wan, but because the types of troops that Pang Wan might carry were so shocking. It can be said that Pang Wan is a low-end version of Wu Qi.
How could it be possible to recruit Wei Wuzu in the early stage? If I had recruited Wei Wuzu in the early stage, I might have been one of the legion commanders in this national war. The most elite soldiers under my command are only the 4th level Yanzhou heavy infantry, and their number is about 300 people.
Lord Dongjun hurriedly explained so as not to be considered as deliberately hiding his clumsiness.
The lord of the East County, Prince Wen.
Chu Tian remembered this lord with Pang Wan. Whether there are famous generals is very important. The bonuses brought by famous generals are sometimes particularly exaggerated. For example, 2,000 infantrymen led by Zhou Yafu could defeat 3,000 or even 4,000 men without a famous general. Generals with an army's aura are the core of the army. Chu Tiantan Army Soul can increase the attributes of the entire army by 3%. And Hua Mulan's aura can increase the defense of the entire army by 10%, which is enough to affect the outcome of a battle. The second army under Chu Tian now has 2 famous generals, Di Qing and Pang Wan.
Do Di Qing and Pang Wan have the halo of the entire army?
Chu Tian asked Prince Yin and Gong Ziwen.
No. Di Qing's characteristic is to reduce the opponent's morale. Pang Wan's characteristic is to give bonuses to his infantry. Bringing heavy infantry has special bonuses, but it also has negative characteristics.
The 2 men shook their heads. Chu Tian felt a little regretful. It seemed that the aura of the entire army was still a very rare characteristic. The characteristic,
Han Army Soul Large,
obtained by Chu Tian in the epic battle of
Yellow Turban Rebellion,
is actually very rare and is one of Huang Fusang's characteristics. Hua Mulan has the aura of the whole army because of her high popularity among players in the Eastern Han Dynasty. Even Mulan has such a 4th dimension because of the high demand. However, with Di Qing and Pang Wan joining the battle, Chu Tian's 2nd Legion became even stronger. The 10 army commanders sent by the Eastern Han Dynasty to participate in the Battle of Ungqi City all had their own historical generals. Some had 1, some had 2 or even 3. Without historical military commanders, they would not have been able to reach this point. The lords who usually hide themselves away are all the best this time. Chapter 130 returned to Langia. The Luoyang conference ended successfully, and soon the news spread that the Eastern Han district temporarily formed 10 marine regiments and 3 naval regiments to fight. The 3 naval corps are divided into Jingzhou Corps, Yangzhou Corps and Jiaozhou Corps. There are too many people participating in the war. 100 lords, 100 guilds, and as many as 50,000 free players. As long as there is a spy, there is no way to hide it. The only thing kept secret is that the players at the bottom cannot know the tactics and specific organization of the upper level. The Korean players and Japanese players bought by the Eastern Han district also set back rough information. The Goryeo district formed 4 corps: the North Border Army, the Xijing Army, the Kaijing Army, and the Jianzhou Army. The Dongying district formed 5 legions: the Kyushu Legion, the Shikoku Legion, the Kansai Legion, the Kanto Legion, and the Old Legion. Each civilized zone basically divides the legions participating in the national war based on region. And the same is true for the water war legions in the Eastern Han Dynasty. The only difference is the Marine Corps in the Eastern Han District. The territory of the Eastern Han Dynasty was too large. And the lords of Yuzhou, and other places lacked war horses. So they could not be divided simply by region. All the lords were disrupted and divided according to numbers. At least for now. The lords of the Eastern Han District were united as never before during the national war, and assigned tasks based on strength. And no one had any objections.
We'll see you on the battlefield then.
Prince Yan left with Di Qing.
I brought all the heavy infantry with me. But it's a pity that I don't have a high-end barracks. Otherwise, if there were 2,000 Wei soldiers, they would definitely drive the Korean army back.
Gong Ziwen took Pang Wan to say goodbye to Chu Tian as the temporary army commander. Only Shui Yu from the Longqing Guild is still here, because Shui Yu is the guild president of Shuzhou Langya Kingdom. The reason why the Wolf Guild has developed into a large guild is not unrelated to the recruitment of free players in the name of Chu Tian. Chu Tian also wants to use the Wolf Guild.
Being the commander of a legion is not an easy task. If you win, it is natural. If you fail, you will lose your prestige in the eyes of the players in the Eastern Han District. Every man is responsible for the rise and fall of the world. In his position, he seeks his position. Even if he cannot do it, he must do it.
Chu Tian clenched his fists. The 10 army commanders and 3 naval commanders in the Eastern Han District were under great pressure. If you lose, you will return to the Donglan District, and you will not be able to hold your head up in front of the players.
Gang Tian, I got the information from the Goryeo Lord here. After my judgment, 80% of the information is correct. The Goguryeo Lord recruited the Goguryeo General Yulji Mundiak, who defeated the Sui army. That general was a ruthless character. The Battle of Sasu drowned many Sui troops with water attacks. There are no saint-level heroes in Goryeo, so Yulji Mundiak may be one of the few emperor-level heroes in Goryeo. His lord is Choi Jae-sun, the lord of Weiju Castle, the first city in Goryeo. It is said that Choi Jae-sun is also a ruthless person. He imprisoned and secretly executed a group of lords who disobeyed him. During the Battle of Ungchi City, be sure to pay attention to his movements. I see.
Chu Tian was reminded by the leader of the alliance, Jiozhong Laoqin. Jiozhong Laoqin is probably a leader in reality. Otherwise it would be impossible to single-handedly manage the Luoyang Conference. Chu Tian is also learning from Jiozhou Laoqin. He is 20 years younger than Jiozhou Laoqin. Age and luck are also part of his strength. Chu Tian then informed his temporary subordinates of this information. Everyone looked solemn. Although Goryeo is small, its population is only 1/20th of that of the Eastern Han Dynasty. The number of imperial heroes has shrunk by 20 times. But a few can still be picked out.
Strategically you can look down on the other side. But tactically you have to pay attention to the other side.
Chu Tian asked the players of the 2nd Legion to pay a little more attention and not be so afraid. Isn't he a royal hero? There are 3 under Chu Tian's command. Moreover, although Hua Mulan and Zhou Yafu are king-level heroes, they are not much worse than emperor-level heroes. The distinction between emperor-level heroes only depends on the level of a single attribute. The opponent's Yulji Wendy is already one of the top heroes in their Goryeo district, while the 4 famous generals of the Warring States period in the Eastern Han district, Wei Qing and Wu Tubing, have not yet emerged. Shui Yu said,
You have overlooked one point. We also have Li Shimin, Shueren Gui, Li Shiji, and Changsun Wuji here. They must be emperor-level heroes. Although the Tang army is not controlled by the players, and we are commanded by Li Shimin, they are compared to that Yulji Mundiak is much more powerful. And there are strong and weak emperor levels. What Yulji Mundiak has to face is not the Sui army, but the Tang army at its peak. That makes sense.
Chu Tian almost forgot that the Tang army was the main force attacking Ungchi City. The Tang army's lineup was more exaggerated than any other lord's lineup.
To defeat Goryeo, we used the strength of 10 of our 13 states in the Eastern Han Dynasty. We only used the lords of 3 states to deal with Japan. I don't know if such a deployment is feasible, but we must trust the lords of Jingzhou,
Jiazhou, and Yangzhou.
The 2 battlefields were going on at the same time. Chu Tian chose the Battle of Ungchi City, so the Battle of Baijianka could only depend on the performance of the lords of the 3 southern states. Logically speaking, the population of the Eastern Han district should be concentrated in the Central Plains region. But in fact this is not the case. A large number of lords chose to establish villages south of the Yangtze River. When a village is established, An initial population and refugees will appear, resulting in a large population south of the Yangtze River. The population of Jingzhou, Yangzhou, and Jiaozhou is much larger than in history. And while the lords are upgrading their territories, they are actually moving the economic center of gravity southward. The Eastern Han Dynasty and lords face not only internal feudal rule, but also threats from Southeast Asian civilizations. The lords of Yangzhou and Jiaozhou were under tremendous pressure. After the Luoyang Conference, Zhu Tian returned to Langya Kingdom with Hua Mulan, Li Guang, Shui Yu and other members of the Wolf Guild. There is still some time until August, and the first batch of archers from the Xishang Battalion can just be trained before the Battle of Anqi City. Although it is only a level 10 sound shooting battalion, it can already be used as an elite force. They will experience the flames of war and gradually grow into a force capable of hundreds of battles. Zhu Tian's horses were stored in Langya City. He returned to Langya City through the teleportation array in Luoyang, and took this opportunity to walk around the city with the top guild forces represented by Shui Yu, pointing and whispering from time to time. Hua Mulan and Li Guang acted as bodyguards. When they saw their lord and Shui Yu plotting something, they couldn't help but be curious. Zhu Tian walked around the walls of Langya City and specifically checked the location of the barracks. Finally, Shui Yu handed Zhu Tian a map. As entrusted by you, after the national war is over, if I am still alive, I will definitely complete the mission assigned by you. Shui Yu's tone was a bit tragic. Players who choose to become military generals have more or less the feeling that everyone is responsible for the rise and fall of the world, regardless of gender. Some lords may die in this national war, but it is for the sake of the future of the Eastern Han Dynasty. No crow's mouth. Zhu Tian saw that she was also a sweetheart, and he admired her somewhat. There are no cowards among the lords and guilds who are willing to sign up for the national war this time. Chapter 131 Changes in Small and Medium-Sized Lords. In Zhanhuan Town, Yangdu County, Langya Kingdom, the Lord Qi Xiaobai, who has Wu Sangui as his subordinate, is not qualified to participate in the national war. His forces were defeated by Zhu Tian and Shui Yu's guild, and he was recuperating. He didn't even have enough resources to upgrade the third-level town to a city. After the battle in the northern part of Kaiyang County, he finally collected 5,000 taels of silver to feed the Taishan thief Changxi. When Qi Xiaobai learned that the Luoyang conference was over, he clenched his fists. If it weren't for farming, my Battle Soul town could be upgraded to Battle Soul City. I also wanted to represent the Eastern Han District in the war, but he ruined my future. The War Spirit Guild's forces were huddled in the southern part of Yangdu County, and their development space was limited. He did not dare to attack Kaiyang County again. My lord, why bother? There is no perfect way. Wu Sangui learned about Qi Xiaobai's troubles and immediately made suggestions. Qi Xiaobai is now somewhat dependent on Wu Sangui. As for the other lords of the guild, after Qi Xiaobai ceded land and paid compensation, Qi Xiaobai's prestige dropped significantly, and the guild lords actually stopped listening to his orders. My lord can completely use these 3 months to unify Yangdu County, annex allies, and then send his troops south to attack Xia City, Wu Sangui suggested. I just want to farm well, and his territory is protected. Besides, I can't stab him in the back. Otherwise, I will become a sinner for the ages. Qi Xiaobai still has priorities. Wu Sangui continued to admonish. No, soldiers are deceitful. Paying attention to benevolence and righteousness will only lead to failure. Since the Lord cannot attack the protected Xia City, why not attack Shuyue Town? When the Lord of Xia City comes back after losing his troops, Lord, you will with 30 towns in hand. We can take Xia City in one go. Qi Xiaobai fell into deep thought. The strategy proposed by Wu Sangui is very clever and feasible. Annex the lands of other lords of the War Spirit Guild. Then attack Shuyue Town while Zhu Tian's main force is not in Kaiyang County. Annex the land of the Wolf Walk Guild. And finally have a decisive battle with Zhu Tian, who has returned from participating in the national war. He will wait for his work, and the probability of victory is very high. After defeating Zhu Tian after the national war, other players in the Eastern Han District could not say anything. There is also an extremely favorable condition. Shui Yu, the lord of Shui Yu Town, participated in the national war as a guild. Her territory was not protected by the system, and the main force of the Wolf Walk Guild left, so she could take advantage of it. Therefore, Wu Sangui's proposal is feasible and can solve the dilemma he faces. Just unethical. Knowing that Shui Yu took the main force of the Wolf Guild to participate in the national war,
and stole the house during this period. Qi Xiaobai rubbed his temples painfully.
Let me think about it again. My lord, please think again. Maybe in this way, you will be able to control Yangdu and Kaiyang counties, and then unify Langya country, and have the capital to compete in the Central Plains.
Wu Sangui left after making the suggestion. He believed that Qi Xiaobai would persuade him, because no one can resist the temptation of power and desire. In the Eastern Han district, some small and medium-sized lords had their own agendas. The most powerful group of large lords went to fight the national war, while the small and medium lords were not qualified to participate in the war. For them, this is a good thing. The big lords who were devouring the territory stopped expanding, and they could get a precious 3 months of rest. The existence of national war is not only a confrontation between different civilizations, but also the protection of small and medium-sized lords. Small and medium-sized lords can develop calmly, and may even accumulate strength, form alliances, and defeat big lords. For the big lords, they hope to obtain generous rewards from national wars and gain prestige among players to become heroes in the Eastern Han dynasty. When a hero cheers, many players will come to join him. This is the benefit brought by prestige. The 4 generations and 3 gongs are not just for talk. They can bring tangible benefits to the people. Chu Tian left Langya city and returned to Xia city. Fang Xianling, Li Kui, and Xiao Liang came to greet him. Chu Tian is currently the core of Xia city's power. Without an heir, if Chu Tian is gone, Xia city's power will definitely fall apart. Li Kui reported on the harvest.
Farmers are still harvesting crops, and most of the progress has been completed. The harvested grain is handed over to the Lord's mansion and then transported to the granary. Is there any trouble? No.
After Chu Tian comes back, he has to consider the candidates for the battle. Zhou Yafu, Li Guang, and Hua Mulan must be brought with him. They are currently the few heroes in the Eastern Han dynasty. There is also Fang Xianling. Chu Tian did not deliberately bring Fang Xianling with him before, because in small-scale battles, he could easily win without Fang Xianling. When Zhou Yafu went to attack the 9 towns in Hedong, Chu Tian only sent Lu Sandao as reinforcement. This time is different. Chu Tian needs to command 25,000 people. Without a qualified military advisor, Chu Tian may be in a hurry. Logically speaking, Fang Xianling was Li Shimon's minister. Historically, he was too old and frail to fight with the army. So when Li Shimon attacked Liaodong, Fang Xianling was guarding Chang'an. The Fang Xianling owned by Chu Tian was different. He was young and strong. Except for Li Kui. All other historical heroes were arranged by Chu Tian on the expedition list. This raises the question of who will be left to guard the territory? During the 3 months of the national war, all players' systems were cut off, and Chu Tian was unable to grasp the situation in Xia Town. Those who stay in the territory must be both capable and loyal. The conservative Zhou Yafu should have been a suitable candidate, but Zhou Yafu is indispensable in the national war. Hua Mulan is good at attacking. Zhou Yafu is good at defending. And Li Guang is good at shooting. Whoever is missing will have a great impact on Chu Tian. Li Kui's loyalty can be guaranteed, but something seems to be missing. In the end, Chu Tian decided to let Li Kui, Xiao Liang, and Lu Sandao stay in Xiachen together. During the national war, Chu Tian's territory was protected by the system. If someone attacked his territory, the opponent's popular support and morale would drop to the lowest level, and his status as a lord would be deprived of him. Chu Tian was not worried that his territory would be attacked. He was worried about changes in the situation nearby. Some nearby small and medium-sized lords will take advantage of his absence to make plans, or even merge with each other to form a big lord. Someone must help him monitor the nearby forces. Chu Tian was already prepared to lose half of his troops in the battle. When he comes back from the battlefield in Unchi City, he will be at his weakest.
Military advisor. This is the list of personnel who will go on the expedition and stay at the stronghold. You can express your opinion.
Chu Tian asked Fang Xianling for his opinion in advance. Fang Xianling looked through the list carefully and nodded slightly.
My lord will go on expeditions from time to time. In most cases, Miss Xia may be asked to stay behind, because she is the only high-ranking foreigner under my lord. She can handle the affairs between Xiacheng and foreigners.
Relationship. But her loyalty is hard to grasp.
Chu Tian could not deny that there was a big difference between players and historical heroes. They had no loyalty.
How do you think the military advisor can ensure the other party's loyalty? Of course, the fastest way to make a woman loyal is to possess her.
Chu Tian did not expect that Fang Xianling, who was afraid of his wife, had such dangerous ideas. He seriously doubted that Fang Xianling was an eloquent theorist. Chapter 132 Preparation.
Let's talk about this later.
Chu Tian arranged a list of those left behind, and left another 3,700 troops to garrison Xia City. He planned to lead 500 light cavalry, 700 Xisheng Battalion, and 800 Shiliu Battalion to participate in the Battle of Anqi City,
all of which were the elite of Xia City. Chu Tian also left behind a 3-month construction plan for Xia City. Even though Chu Tian is not in Xia City will continue to develop into a medium-sized city. Upgrading to a medium-sized city requires a population of 160,000, which will not be achieved for a while. And the rewards are already less than those of the world's largest city.
After all the wheat harvesting work is completed in early July, tens of thousands of acres of new fields will be opened up and ready for sowing in October. The scale of gold and iron ore mining in Shangbi Town should be expanded. 2,000 people will be relocated from Jiao Town in Hedong. Mining in Shangbi Town. The easternmost town of Hedong Jiao Town is close to the hills to the east. There are 4th-level forest resources nearby, and a 4th-level lumberyard and wood processing workshop can be built there.
As the Lord, Chu Tian tried his best to explain the construction plan for the next 3 months to ensure that the territory could develop normally in his absence.
Lord.
Xiao Liang knocked on the door and came in.
I just have something to tell you. You, Li Kui, and Lu Sanao will stay in Xiaqing for 3 months. During this period, you must pay special attention to the movements in Yangdu County, Tan County, and Taishan County. In addition, during this period, select qualified candidates. Xiang Yong, at the end of September, recruited 500 Shiliu Battalion infantry and 500 Xisheng Battalion archers. Their recruitment period is 1 month. And after I come back in October, the recruited Shiliu Battalion and Xisheng Battalion can be replenished. Laws. Lu Sanao is in charge of the military. Li Kui is in charge of the administration. And you are in charge of the finances. It is a check and balance among the 3 powers. Continue to trade with the Mi family. Although the War Spirit Guild in Yangdu County is still alive, we must prevent them from coming back. If necessary, you can discuss with Li Kui and let Lu Sanao lead his troops to pacify some nearby small lords.
Chu Tian had summoned Li Kui and Lu Sanao before and gave them separate orders. What he was most worried about was Xiao Liang. She needed to deal with the relationship between Xiacheng and the players, and at the same time monitor the movements of nearby players for Chu Tian. Xiao Liang wrote down Chu Tian's instructions one by one. It took Chu Tian an hour to finish explaining what Xiao Liang wanted to do.
You can go down now.
Chu Tian planned to recall Zhou Yafu from Hedong 9 towns. And the public sentiment and public security in Hedong 9 towns have basically returned to normal levels. Xiao Liang still didn't move.
Do you have anything else to report?
Chu Tian still knew several important subordinates very well, and he could detect any abnormalities. Chu Tian, who was sorting out documents, looked up at Xiao Liang, but saw that her breathing was a little rapid and her tone was trembling.
Tonight, I can stay at the Lord's mansion. What happened?
Chu Tian was puzzled. Seeing Chu Tian's confused face, Xiao Liang couldn't help but wonder.
Didn't you instruct Fang Xianling to tell me? Fang Xianling?
Chu Tian finally understood that it was probably Fang Xianling who had taken the initiative on her own and tricked Xiao Liang into thinking that Chu Tian wanted her to
guarantee her loyalty, no matter what Fang Xianling said to you. I have always trusted those who employ and those who have doubted. I chose you to be one of the 3 people who stayed in Xia City because of my trust in you. Moreover, I will not go through this. A way to gain the loyalty of your men.
Chu Tian spoke plausibly. It is estimated that in Fang Xuanling's view, in order to expand his power, it would be okay for the Lord to accept any woman at will. In ancient times, it was not uncommon for various forces to form marriages in order to survive, expand, and gain the support of nobles, let alone just one subordinate. In ancient times, the candidates for marriage were just tools, behind which was the balance of power competition. Xiao Liang whispered,
If it were someone else, I wouldn't be willing to do it. Anything else? There is none left.
Xiao Liang calmed down and left with the documents in hand. Hua Mulan was standing outside the door waiting to be received. At this moment, she saw Xiao Liang coming out in a hurry and asked curiously,
Sister Xia, does the Lord blame you?
Xiao Liang didn't expect Hua Mulan to be waiting outside, so she had to pretend to be calm.
Sister Mulan, things are not what you imagined.
Chu Tian was writing a military order to summon Zhou Yafu back. and Hua Mulan knocked on the door to see him.
Lord, what happened to Miss Ya just now? Has the cavalry been trained?
Chu Tian quickly changed the topic to prevent Hua Mulan from learning bad things. Sure enough, after mentioning the matter of troop training, Hua Mulan reported seriously,
500 of the best cavalry are ready.
Chu Tian is still very satisfied with Hua Mulan. Currently, Hua Mulan's loyalty has reached an astonishing 92. Her favorability score is 81. She can fight and watch. However, when Chu Tian saw Hua Mulan, she was either wearing iron armor, cloth armor, or leather armor. They were basically the attire of a military commander. She rarely saw long skirts.
I gave you the cloth I gave you last time in Luoyang. I can use it when I have time.
Find a tailor.
Hua Mulan's answer was crisp and clear.
Now the costumes are more flexible. Change your outfit occasionally, and you may have new experiences.
Chu Tian instilled some strange thoughts into Hua Mulan.
Yes.
After Hua Mulan agreed, she reported to Chu Tian about the cavalry equipment. Xia City has specialized military craftsmen who make weapons for soldiers. The first-level light cavalry is equipped with bronze-level ring-headed swords, longbows or individual crossbows, and leather armor. The second-level elite light cavalry are treated better. They are equipped with more sophisticated weapons. They are generally equipped with silver-level Han knives, long bows and armors. They are also equipped with short spears that can be thrown. Hua Mulan concluded.
There were 347 first-order light cavalry and 153 second-order light cavalry in the battle.
It's not that Chu Tian doesn't want to form a higher-level cavalry unit. The problem is the lack of good horses. The second-level pasture in Lingyan Town can raise war horses, and good horses must be used as stallions. Chu Tian considered buying war horses from the lords at the frontier. Especially the Liangzhou horses they saw in Luoyang made Chu Tian and Hua Mulan jealous.
My regiment for this expedition includes lords from Liaoxi and Bingzhou. So it doesn't matter even if our cavalry is not strong. I can just borrow a team of cavalry from them when the time comes. They should be happy to lend me their cavalry.
There is a cavalry hero Hua Mulan here in Chu Tian. She lacks cavalry of the third level and above, so she can only deceive the cavalry of other lords. In order to obtain Hua Mulan's bonus, other lords would probably agree to lend their cavalry to Chu Tian, because the military merits achieved by the cavalry belong to their lords.
You go down.
Chu Tian sent Hua Mulan down.
My lord, what kind of long dress do you think looks good?
Before Hua Mulan retreated, she asked confusedly.
You can ask Miss Ya for her opinion.
Chu Tian found that Hua Mulan finally became enlightened and was not as taciturn as before. The next step is to recruit Zhou Yafu back and make final preparations. Hua Mulan returned to her residence, holding the cloth Chu Tian gave her, and actually went to the tailor and asked to change it into a long skirt. Chapter 133 Global National War. In the city of Rome, 100 lords gathered. This group of Roman lords held a meeting of 200 people in a spacious theater. The current territory of the Roman Republic is limited to the Italian peninsula, surrounded by other civilizations.
In this national war, we, Rome, are going to fight the Parthian Empire, the second empire of Persian civilization. In the Battle of Kaye, our commander is Crassus, one of the great three giants. There are about 7 Roman legions and 40,000 people, with more than 40,000 troops. After 10 times, there were 400,000 people. The opponent was Serena, the famous general of the Parthian Empire. The Parthian Empire had less than 20,000 people, but it was composed of heavy cavalry and horse archers. It increased 10 times, and there were about 10,000 heavy cavalry. For us, this is a desperate force. Crassus, who was good at fighting in history, lost to the Parthian cavalry and was defeated and killed. What we have to do is to protect Crassus as much as possible. He is one of our heroes in Rome, and his death will give us. Rome suffered huge losses.
The Roman lords encountered a more difficult situation than the Eastern Han dynasty. The Roman legions, which were mainly heavy infantry, faced a group of Eastern cavalry that were unfamiliar to them.
My subordinate Scipio will lead a group of heavy infantry to protect Crassus at critical moments. We already know the Parthian Empire's cavalry tactics, and can try to crack them. The lords of the Persian Empire would also try to maintain their superiority. The ancient Persian civilization had 4 unified imperial periods filled with heroes. Unfortunately, the population of the Persian Empire was greater than that of our Roman Republic.
The Roman lords looked solemn, but they still regarded the Lord,
the last Roman,
as their leader and led 250,000 Roman legions to the expedition.
In this battle, Our number one lord in Rome may acquire the attributes of Crassus. Similarly, the number one lord in Persia may acquire the attributes of Surena, the famous general of the Parthian Empire.
The lords of Rome couldn't help but be a little fanatical when they thought about the possibility of acquiring the characteristics of Crassus, one of the three giants of Rome alongside Caesar. In England, a group of archers gathered, as well as militiamen armed with spears, hooks and sickles, bows and arrows, and individual crossbows.
What we are going to do this time is the Battle of Orleans in the 100 Years' War. The enemy is Joan of Arc of France. Her reputation may make her a royal hero. Be careful with her. The lords of France may even get her attributes. What might be her characteristics? Probably made the French soldiers fanatical.
The war between England and France was a series of 100 Years' War, which was extremely long. And the lords of England faced a very famous hero, Joan of Arc. In the Eastern European steppes, the allied forces of the Grand Duchy of Moscow, the Grand Duchy of Lithuania, and the Kingdom of Poland held the Battle of Orsha. One side sent out 400,000 soldiers and horses, and the other side sent out 300,000 soldiers and horses. The two sides, who already had grievances, were ready to fight. The lords of the Grand Duchy of Moscow, the Grand Duchy of Lithuania, and the Kingdom of Poland can recruit Cossack cavalry. A large number of Cossack cavalry will gather for a decisive battle.
Historically, we, the Grand Duchy of Moscow, failed, but according to my intelligence, the Polish lords have not recruited high-level Polish wing cavalry. What we need to be careful about is the opponent's plate cavalry.
As the leader of the alliance, Catherine called on hundreds of lords of the Grand Duchy of Moscow. Just as the Eastern Han district had to deal with two civilizations, the Grand Duchy of Moscow also had to deal with two civilizations at the same time. But there are some differences. The Grand Duchy of Lithuania and the Kingdom of Poland formed a coalition and were on the same battlefield. The Eastern Han dynasty was divided into two battlefields. The Grand Duchy of Moscow is a ghost in northeast Europe, always peeping at the whole of Europe. The Cossack cavalry and boyar cavalry, noble cavalry, of the Grand Duchy of Moscow make many European lords afraid. In particular, the Grand Duchy of Muscovy has the largest group of lords in Europe.
The enemies of our Mamluk cavalry are the Sipahi feudal cavalry and the Yenikari legion of the Ottoman Empire. But we will definitely win the Battle of Adana.
In the Egyptian city, the lords who turned into Mamluk warriors gathered together, with thousands of fine war horses. The whole world began to fall into chaos because of the national war, and different civilizations resolved their historical grievances. Even African and Native American chiefs began to war against each other. They missed the opportunity to develop in history.
But in lords,
all civilizations had the opportunity to rise. The number of natives and lords in Africa and America is equally astonishing. In other words,
the non-Emirates also have a chance to defeat the European emperor. The premise is that they have to pass the test of Rome. Zhou Yafu was recalled by Chu Tian from 9 towns in Hedong, and Shilio Camp also came back. Replacing Zhou Yafu in the 9 towns in Hedong was a deputy general and a small number of soldiers recruited. Chu Tian formulated a strict city defense army system. The main force was concentrated in Xiaoqing. A third-level town can recruit 100 professional soldiers and 100 local warriors to maintain law and order. A second-level town can recruit 50 professional soldiers and 100 local warriors. A first-level town can recruit 25 professional soldiers and 50 local warriors. A brave man from his hometown. Villages only maintain 10 to 50 village warriors. The military strength of the vassal villages and towns is far less than that of Xiaocheng. And Chu Tian is basically not worried about the vassal villages and towns betraying him. Xiaocheng's military strength can easily suppress the rebellion. After Zhou Yafu came back, he reported to Chu Tian,
"Master, please pay attention to the Zhanhuan town in Yangdu County. They may become a threat."
Zhou Yafu not only follows orders, but also thinks and analyzes the situation on his own.
"I have told Liu Sandow that if necessary, he can lead the 3,700 people who stayed in Xiaoqing to go north to support Shuiyue town."
Chu Tian has also considered the threat from Yangdu County. He would have to eliminate this threat sooner or later. But not now. With the Taishan thief Chong Shi as his backer, Chu Tian was temporarily unable to go north to attack Yangdu County. After the national war ended, Chu Tian tried to find a way to eliminate this threat.
"There may be a historical general in Yangdu County. I don't know who he is. Liu Sandow may not be able to stop him, even if Liu Sandow has more troops."
Chu Tian had no choice but to trust Liu Sandow. The order he gave Liu Sandow was to use defense as offense. When Chu Tian went to participate in the national war, He would help defend Shuiyue town and suppress the nearby small lords to prevent them from uniting during the period when he led the elite away.
Should our second legion have its own military flag?
As Chu Tian counted down to the national war, a lord under his command reminded him that he should prepare a flag. During the national war, all player systems were cut off, and they could only communicate through primitive methods such as flags, smoke, carrier pigeons, cavalry, and drums. The importance of the flag can be imagined. As the temporary commander of the Second Army of the Eastern Han District, Chu Tian needs to decide on the totem of the flag.
What totem should be used as a battle flag?
Chapter 134 Establishing a Horse Market.
Huang Emperor Xuanyuan's clan has a bear in his home. How about we use the bear totem as a battle flag? The bear totem feels too silly, so let's use the dragon totem. Agree. It's best to distinguish the battle flags of the 10 legions so that they won't be able to recognize each other. The flag of the first legion is the yellow dragon flag. The flag of the second legion is the red dragon flag. The flag of the third army is the azure dragon flag. The flag of the fourth legion is the black dragon flag.
After the joint decision of 10 regiment commanders, the Eastern Han District used the same battle flag during the National War, which was a winding dragon with the character Han in small seal script in the middle. The difference between different regimental flags is the color. Each of the 10 legions fighting in the Eastern Han District chose their own battle flag plan. As the temporary commander of the 2nd Legion, Chu Tian chose the red dragon banner. The dragon totem and Chinese characters are the symbols of the Eastern Han Dynasty, and such battle flags have reflected the characteristics of the Eastern Han Dynasty. The craftsmen of Chu Tian Lingxia City specially crafted 30 red dragon flags. This was the first national war, and no one thought that the hastily decided dragon flag would become the flag that the Eastern Han District would always use when participating in national wars, frightening all civilized areas. In addition to the red dragon flag, Chu Tian also prepared war drums and gongs. As the saying goes, when you hear the sound of drums, you will advance. When you hear the sound of gold, you will withdraw your troops. When you hear the sound of gongs and gongs, you will withdraw your troops. War drums, like gongs, horns and flags, are means of commanding soldiers and horses on the battlefield.
The food and weapon losses on the battlefield are provided by the Tang army, which is a good thing. It is a pity that the Tang army does not provide war horses. The war horses of the Tang cavalry are excellent war horses from Longxi and Turks.
Chu Tian has already prepared the red dragon flag, war drums, and gongs that should be prepared. Hua Mulan's cavalry is washing their horses to keep them in the best condition. The war horse also has its own condition. In order for the war horse to maintain the highest combat effectiveness, it must be fed well. For cavalry, war horses are their partners in fighting alongside them. Hua Mulan still wore armor. Under her training, the average level of the Xia Town Light Cavalry reached level 45, making them an elite division. If the light cavalry is at full level, it means that the light cavalry has either been trained for 1,000 days or has participated in at least dozens of large and small battles. A light cavalry that has experienced the baptism of fire may also defeat the newly recruited high-level cavalry. Zhou Yafu led 800 soldiers from the Shiliu camp to join the battle. 300 soldiers in the Shiliu camp were equipped with Han Xuanjia, 2 armors, and 500 were equipped with leather armor. Chu Tian could not equip all the Shiliu camp soldiers with armor. A pair of armor is woven from hundreds of pieces of iron. It is time-consuming and labor-intensive to make, and the price is a bit expensive. Some soldiers and horses from Shiliu camp followed Zhou Yafu for 2 or 3 battles, and their average level was around level 30. 700 archers from the Shisheng battalion were finally trained before the national war. The initial level was only level 10, but their attributes were already very exaggerated. Army, shooting battalion. Level 6 archer. Attack power, 23, defense power, 7, speed 6. Skills, special hit. Advanced armor piercing. Advanced arrow rain. Han spirit, plus 10% damage to aliens. Characteristics, 5 schools of the Northern Army, when a Han Dynasty general serves as the chief general/deputy general. Attack plus 4. Rate of fire plus 10%. Speed plus 1. Military pay, 8 taels/month. The salary of the Shisheng camp is higher than that of Zhou Yafu Shiliu camp. As an imperial guard of the Eastern Han Dynasty, it makes sense to be expensive. For melee troops, encountering the Shisheng camp is a nightmare. The Shengsheng camp also has a damage bonus against foreign races. Chu Tian appointed Han General Li Guang as his deputy general to command the Shisheng camp. The Xisheng battalion led by Li Guang is a trump card in Chu Tian's hand. What I am more worried about is Hua Mulan's cavalry, or the first and second level cavalry. In the future, we must find a way to obtain the architectural drawings of the 6th level cavalry battalion and excellent war horses. The racecourses in Suzhou cannot raise very good war horses. Even if there are pastures, they can only raise ordinary war horses. Chu Tian had never thought about spending a lot of money to buy stallions, and then raise them in the pastures of Lingyan town. However, the 2nd level pastures could not raise good horses. The mortality rate of foals was high, and the quality of the offspring of high-quality stallions would also decline. The cost of raising horses is very high. Pasture is also an extremely important resource. Otherwise, the locations of the Hetao Plain, Longxi, Western regions, and Liaodong would not be so important. Of course, the racecourse in Suzhou can breed ordinary war horses, and the output is not low. But the quality is not as good as the war horses in Guanwei, Hetao and other places, and the cost is higher. The war horses at Suzhou racecourse are generally suitable for intermediate level cavalry, and are not suitable for high level cavalry.
While I'm away, see if you can build a horse market. The layout of the horse market can refer to the Luoyang City Horse Market.
Chu Tian found Xiao Liang and asked her to try to set up a horse market while he was away. The cost of training high-quality war horses in Suzhou was too high, and Chu Tian could not change his destiny and force farmland to be turned into pasture. But he could consider changing his mind. If you can't raise it yourself, you can just buy it with money. Horse markets have been established in all dynasties. For businessmen, especially players, if there is a profit of more than 300%, capital will dare to commit any crime, and even risk hanging. As long as you have money, you can definitely buy a war horse.
I will try to build a horse market and contact horse dealers in Suzhou to settle in. According to some players, they witnessed a group of horse dealers traveling between Suzhou and Yuzhou, passing through Qinzhou and Jizhou. If this group of horse dealers can be attracted to settle in Xiazhou City, it is estimated that the number of horses traded in Xia City every month can reach more than 100.
Xiao Liang obtains important information from the player group from time to time, and has a slight understanding of the circulation of various commodities.
You can purchase a batch of war horses from Western Liaoning and Eastern Liaoning, followed by those from Northern Jizhou.
Chu Tian didn't give a clear plan. He didn't know how many horse dealers, and what kind of horses would be attracted by the horse market in Xiaqing. So he didn't give any instructions, and could only let his subordinates do things easily.
It will be sent to the Anqi City battlefield soon.
Chu Tian is waiting to be transported to the battlefield of Anqi City. 2,000 people gathered in the square of Xiaqing. Players living in Xiaqing watched as the commander of the 2nd Army of the Eastern Han District led his troops to the expedition. Anqi City battlefield is in an independent space.
Li Shimin, Li Ji, Shuarengui. These are all famous commanders and generals. If we fight alongside them this time, we must beat the shit out of them.
Chu Tian couldn't help but feel a little excited. It is probably every man's dream to obey orders under Tian Khan Li Shimin and ride on the same battlefield as the mighty generals of the Tang dynasty. Shuarengui fixed the Tianshan mountain with 3 arrows. Compared with Li Guang, I don't know whose archery skills are better. And the lord of Anqi City, the fictional Yang Wanchun, should also be an expert with arrows. This time in the battle of Anqi City, there will be 3 arch heroes competing on the same stage. Chapter 135. The National War begins. Guangzong Plain, Xianying City. This place was originally burned to the ground by the Chu overlord. Lord Zhejiang Laoqin built a new Xianying City on the former site of Xianying Palace, just to the west of Chang'an City. Because of the Lianzhou rebellion, the 3 auxiliaries were shaken. The Han court mobilized Huang Fusong, Dong Zhuo, and a large number of troops to suppress the Lianzhou rebels. And Zhejiang and Laoqin made a fortune from the war. The Han army needed a large amount of weapons, armor, arrows, and food. Xianying City of the old Qin dynasty sold these materials to the Han army and obtained a large amount of gold and silver. So it ranked 2nd in the Eastern Han dynasty, faintly surpassing Chu Tian. Momentum. 2 generals followed Zhejiao Laoqin. Zhejiang Laoqin pressed his sword, followed by a group of thousands of heavy infantry and a group of thousands of cavalry. His war horses came from Hedong County or Longxi County. It is not unreasonable for the Qin state to use Guangzong as its stronghold and fight with the remaining warriors of the 6th dynasty to sweep across the 6 countries. The location is great. Thousands of heavy infantrymen armed with spears formed a dense phalanx of spears. One general commanded the heavy infantry, and the other commanded the light cavalry.
It's a pity that Qin Ruishi can't be recruited yet.
Zhou Lao Qin put his right hand on his sword. He was the commander of the 1st Legion and the temporary commander-in-chief of the Eastern Han District in this national war. In his 40s, he had enough experience to serve as commander-in-chief, while some other lords were either younger or lacked experience.
Meng Wu. Meng Tian. I have to rely on your strength this time.
Before Zhou Lao Qin was about to be teleported to the battlefield, the generals he owned were Meng Wu and Meng Tian, his father and son. Meng Tian is very famous throughout the Eastern Han District. In Liaodong County, a small soldier at the border gate in the late Ming Dynasty also brought 2 historical generals to participate in the battle.
Zhu Dasho and Li Chengyang let the world see the power of the Liaodong cavalry. Those Korean lords on the other side of the river have been coveting Liaodong and the Liaohe Plain. See if you can handle these 2 generals.
Ming Guan led 2 famous generals. For the lords who are familiar with the history of the Ming Dynasty, these 2 generals are also famous. Zhu Dasho served as the deputy commander-in-chief of Liaodong in the late Ming Dynasty. He participated in the Battle of Guangning, the Great Victory of Ningjin, and the Battle of Daling, which caused a lot of trouble for Ho Jin. Later, Ho Jin was besieged in Jianzhou City for more than a year, and surrendering to Huang Taiji was the biggest black spot. Li Chengyang was more famous than Zhu Dasho. He was once Zhu Dasho's boss, and guarded Liaodong for 30 years. He was known as Qi Jiguang in the southeast, and Li Chengyang in the northeast. At that time, Li Chengyang was still more famous than Qi Jiguang, and many tribes in Liaodong were frightened. He also has a dark spot, which is that he let the captive Nurhisai go and let him grow bigger. It is estimated that Li Chengyang, who was so powerful in Liaodong at that time, did not expect that there would be a later Jin dynasty. Now 2 generals, who are good at commanding Liaodong soldiers and horses, are under Ming Guan's command. These 2 are also difficult to handle.
It's a pity that Ma Chao hasn't grown up yet. Otherwise, he could have been allowed to participate in the national war.
Su Fengyan, the lord of Liangzhou, only had 1 historical general beside him. But he had full confidence in this general. Speaking of which, this general is also related to Tang Taizong Li Shimin, because he is Li Shimin's ancestor Li Hu, one of the 8 pillar states of the Western Wei dynasty during the Southern and Northern dynasties. Li Shimin came from a famous family in Longxi, and Li Hu was Li Shimin's great-grandfather. Behind Su Fengyan and Li Hu was a group of Shiliang cavalry. Su Fengyan was the commander of the 3rd Legion of the Eastern Han Dynasty, with the Shiliang cavalry as the core.
I didn't expect to become the commander of the 4th Army. It's better for me to keep a low profile. Although I can't delay this time. I can't lose too much,
the Hanzhong lord said, accompanied by Lu Zongmin and Zhang Bao. There were a large number of peasant troops in his lord, but this time he could only take away 2,000 people.
Let's bring 1,000 yellow turban commanders and 1,000 Chuanwang civilian troops to join the battle. I rely on quantity. If it were purely quality, I might not be able to compare with the lords behind me. I only choose the legion commander based on the territorial ranking. This is too simple.
Zhang Dao sighed. His territory had tens of thousands of yellow turban soldiers and Chuanwang refugee troops. These were low-level units, but they were superior because of their large numbers and fast recruitment. They did not feel any distress after being killed as cannon fodder for sieges. On the vast surface of the Yangtze River, a cowhide warship led dozens of people to sail. The cowhide is a 4th-class ship, with a lightweight structure but larger than the Zoka. The Navy soldiers holding spears, halberds and crossbows stood on the deck, walking on flat ground, looking quite elite. A black bird totem flag rustled in the river wind. This fleet is the savings of Tongkai, the lord of the Eastern Han Dynasty. If he participates in the Baijiang Estuary War, his savings may be exhausted. Even the 4th-level cockroaches that were finally produced were burned by the Japanese army. But he did not hesitate to lead the lords of Yangzhou, Jingzhou, and Jiaozhou to participate in the war, because the opponent in the Baijiang naval battle was the Japanese district, and could not lose the face of his ancestors.
Even if we kill all 2,000 men,
we still can't be defeated. Without the foundation, the worst I can do is surrender to the other lords when I come back. With my merits, the other lords will definitely not dare to kill me. Besides, the rewards may be able to make up for my losses.
Tongkai clenched his fists. In the Battle of Baijiangku, the Tang Navy crushed the Japanese Navy. Compared with the Battle of Ungshi City, the pressure was less. The Eastern Han lords of the 3 states could not lose to the Japanese. Moreover, the number of lords in these 3 states is actually extremely large. The number of lords in Yangzhou may be several times that of Suzhou. Next to Tongke was a famous general of the southern Tang dynasty named Lu Rinzhan. Chai Rong, Emperor Shizong of Zhou dynasty, mobilized hundreds of thousands of men from various states to besiege Shuzhou, which Lu Rinzhan was defending. He was unable to defeat it for more than a year. He was a defensive general. In order to defend the city, Lu Rinzhan even killed his own son and almost shot Chai Rong, who came to surrender. He was also a ruthless man. The entire Eastern Han dynasty lords and the generals and counselors they recruited were involved in the national war. Ding! The national war between the Eastern Han district and Goryeo and Japan has officially begun. All lords, your selected soldiers, horses, and supplies will be sent to the battlefield. 10 minutes countdown. Chu Tian was ready. He is surrounded by 4 heroes: Fan Xianling, Hua Mulan, Li Guang, and Zhou Yafu. He has the most luxurious lineup among the lords of the Eastern Han dynasty, as well as special units such as the Shiliu Battalion and the Shisheng Battalion. The affairs of Xia City will be left to you. Be sure to be on guard against the small and medium-sized lords around you. Chu Tian once again warned the 3 remaining subordinates Li Kui, Xiao Liang, and Lu Sandao. Come back alive, and give Gao Li a good beating. Xiao Liang waved his fist. Fan Xianling and Li Kui didn't know why Eren was a little disgusted with Bangzi and the Japanese pirates. Only fellow players can understand that feeling. I'm going to beat them hard. Chu Tian was riding on a war horse, and the horse was restless. 10 minutes passed quickly, and the national war officially began. The scenery in front of Chu Tian changed. From Xia City to the vast land of Liaodong. It was June of the 19th year of Jingguan, AD 645. Chu Tian led the second army of the Eastern Han dynasty to join the Tang army led by Tian Khan Li Shimin. Skipping chapter 136 does not affect viewing. Chapter 137, the first battle. In the 19th year of Jingguan, Li Shimin, Emperor Taizong of the Tang dynasty, personally conquered Goguryeo and recovered Xuanzi City, Gaimu City, Liaodong City, and Baiyan City. In June, the Tang army arrived at Umshi City, and the Battle of Umshi City began. Chu Tian's 2,000 troops appeared in the canyon southeast of Umshi City. Is this Liaodong? Chu Tian could not see the Tang army, nor could he see the Goguryeo army. Now he has his back against the mountains, with only Xia Cheng's troops following him. The other lords or guilds don't know where he was born. Go and explore the surroundings. Once you find the Tang army, Goguryeo army or other lords' armies, come back and report immediately. All player systems were cut off, and Chu Tian could only fumble around cautiously like an ordinary ancient general. The first thing is to join the Tang army. A dozen cavalrymen were sent to explore in all directions. Chu Tian waited patiently for the scouts' return. Before that, he could not march aimlessly. Otherwise he would plunge into the Goguryeo army, and the whole army would be annihilated. Xia Cheng's 3 troops formed an array, with Zhou Yafu Shiliu camp in the front, Shisheng camp in the back, and Hua Mulan's cavalry on one side. Fan Xianling distinguished the direction by observing trees and moss, and observed the terrain with Chu Tian. Players who studied ancient history in the Eastern Han dynasty drew maps and distributed them to all lords participating in the war. Chu Tian can judge his position by observing the nearby terrain. This should be the low hills in the Qianshan Mountains, as far as this section of the canyon is concerned. It runs roughly in a north-south direction. When Chu Tian climbed to the high ground, the battlefield expanded 10 times. It was very difficult to judge the terrain. Fortunately, the terrain of the canyon was easy to distinguish, and it was surrounded by mountains. Umshi City is probably in the north. After waiting for an hour, the cavalry serving as scouts came back one after another. Lord, there are troops flying the red dragon flag 5 miles north. I contacted them. The leader is the Lord of Dongjun, Prince Wen. Gongzuwen from Dongjun? Chu Tian found a subordinate. Gongzuwen belonged to his 2nd Legion, and under his command was the famous Warring States General Pang Wan, as well as a heavy infantry force. According to this situation, Chu Tian's best choice should be to join Gongzuwen and strengthen his own power. Just when Chu Tian was about to give an order, the cavalry who went to the south to explore came back at a gallop. Lord, a Goguryeo army was found in the south. How many people are there? Chu Tian and Fan Xianling were moved at the same time. They did not expect to encounter the Goguryeo army so soon. Although Zhou Yafu, Hua Mulan, and Li Guang did not speak, they pricked their ears and wanted to know if they could capture the fighter plane.
About 2,000 people. How far away is it? What's the movement like? About 4 miles away. There is a tendency to march southward.
Zhu Tian held the map in his hand, and he had a little understanding of the current situation. During a national war, the birth locations of all lords are random, and the armies of lords from different civilizations may be mixed on the battlefield. This is a fighter plane. The number of the opponent does not exceed 2,000, so it is very likely that it is not the Goguryeo army, but the Goguryeo lords participating in the war. There are 100 Goryeo lords. If this Goryeo lords army can be eliminated, the Eastern Han district will be more likely to win the national war.
March quickly and defeat this Goryeo army.
Zhu Tian immediately mobilized.
Go and contact Gongzi 1. And in the name of our army commander, order him to march south to support us.
In order to prevent Zhu Tian from being unable to swallow up the Goryeo army in the south by himself, he sent a light cavalry to the north to ask for support from Gongzi Wen's 2,000 men. National war is not a time for personal heroism. Only by using one's own forces as much as possible to eliminate the opponent's effective forces can we win. Hua Mulan took the initiative to march.
The last general can lead the light cavalry in a 10-mile assault. You lead the cavalry forward to harass and put them in a dilemma. Wait for the infantry and archers to arrive before launching a pincer attack.
Zhu Tian did not agree to Hua Mulan's request to attack the opponent. If Hua Mulan was leading a heavy cavalry with multiple war horses, or her own exclusive cavalry, Zhu Tian would definitely let Hua Mulan break through the enemy formation with 500 cavalry and kill all sides. But now Hua Mulan only has 500 low-level light cavalry in her hands. If the opponent also has historical heroes, it will be dangerous. The Goryeo Lord can still produce 1 or 2 king-level or emperor-level heroes. Zhu Tian wanted to use the intrusive effect of the light cavalry. There was a light cavalry force of 500 men watching eagerly, and the 2,000 men of the Goryeo Lord would certainly not dare to march in a hurry. Once the opponent marches in a hurry and their formation is scattered, and Hua Mulan leads the light cavalry to attack, the opponent will definitely collapse.
Yes.
Hua Mulan agreed, then got on her horse and led 500 cavalry south to pursue the Korean lord. Horse hooves clattered and dust filled the air. A cavalryman with a small red dragon flag behind him went north to meet up with Lord Gongzi Wen of Dongjun. The role of flags in a chaotic battlefield is to prevent accidental killing by friendly forces. Zhu Tian, Zhou Yafu, Li Guang, and Fang Xianling led a total of 1,500 people from the Shiliu camp and the Shisheng camp to go south along the canyon. The fighter opportunity was fleeting, so they gave up the conservative tactic of joining the Tang army first, and instead took the initiative to destroy one of the opponent's units first. 4 miles to the south, a Korean lord saw many low hills around him and fell into confusion. The Battle of Ungshi City took place in Liaodong, which was quite unfamiliar to the Goryeo lords. The origin of Goguryeo civilization is the Bio people in Liaodong. The lords of Goguryeo mistakenly recognized their ancestors. Coupled with the balancing mechanism of lords, Goguryeo was divided into the kingdom of Goguryeo. What the hell is this place? I don't recognize it at all. It doesn't belong to our country of Korea at all.
The Goryeo lord looked at the map in his hand with a headache. There are also many Goryeo players who are proficient in history and geography, and they draw maps for the Goryeo lords who participated in the war. But having a map doesn't mean you can use it, nor does it mean you can immediately identify where you are. Even some experienced generals might get lost without locals as guides. To be on the safe side, he chose the southeast direction.
Sir, there is dust in the north.
The Goryeo lord was marching with 2,000 men when he suddenly received an urgent message from the rear team.
Array! Array!
The Goryeo lord was sweating profusely, and there was smoke and dust behind him, which was probably caused by the rapid march of the enemy's troops. 2,000 Goryeo troops formed a circular formation to defend. This Goryeo army consisted of spearmen, longbowmen, sword shielders and light cavalry, which was almost the same as the army in the Eastern Han dynasty. As a farming civilization, Goryeo was greatly influenced by the Central Plains. The common military units were similar. The only difference was the slight difference in language and armor system. The Goryeo lord also took out a piece of silk and wiped the sweat from his forehead. If the person who comes is not kind, the person who is kind will not come. And he does not know how many people there are on the other side.
It's the cavalry of the Eastern Han dynasty.
The Goryeo lord was sweating profusely when he saw a cavalryman flying a red dragon flag with Chinese characters in small seal script. The national war had just begun, and before he had time to join up with other Goryeo lords and the Goguryeo army, He faced an encounter. And it is also the most difficult cavalry. Once entangled by the opponent's cavalry, the marching speed will be greatly reduced.
Fortunately, they are not the cavalry of the Tang dynasty. They should be the cavalry of the lords of the Eastern Han dynasty.
After the initial panic, the Goryeo lord tried to calm down. It was a blessing among misfortunes that it was not the cavalry of the Tang dynasty. If it is the heavy cavalry of the Tang dynasty, 300 Tang Xuanjia troops could defeat his 2,000 men.
Hush!
Hua Mulan reined in the reins and led 500 cavalry to confront the 2,000 Goryeo troops. She was not in a hurry. The lord's main force of 1,500 people had not arrived yet. Her task was just to hold them back.
What is their intention? To consume my patience? Or so?
As time went by, the Goryeo lord became more and more nervous, and sweat flowed down his Adam's apple, dripping on the land of Liaodong. This is war, and mistakes in judgment can lead to total annihilation.
They are delaying my time. There must be reinforcements from behind.
The Lord of Goryeo was not a mediocre person who was qualified to participate in the national war, and he quickly judged Hua Mulan's intentions.
You lead the cavalry to drive away the enemy, and then join me. The rest go south quickly.
The Goryeo lord sent a group of cavalry to attack Hua Mulan, followed by a group of archers, and then personally led the remaining soldiers to flee south. The initiative on the battlefield was in Chu Tian's hands, and he was forced to choose this embarrassing tactic, regardless of whether the Goryeo cavalry could intercept the Eastern Han cavalry. At least, he had a chance to escape and possibly save half of his army. Once they join up with the other lords in the south, they might be able to turn defeat into victory. Hua Mulan took off her bow and arrow and led the Eastern Han cavalry to charge. There are also light cavalry on the opposite side. It just depends on who is more elite. The cavalry from both sides fired a hail of arrows and fell into the opponent's formation. A dozen Goryeo cavalry were hit by arrows and fell off their horses, while the cavalry on Mulan's side suffered less losses. An arrow shot by Hua Mulan directly hit the throat of a Goryeo cavalryman. The cavalry in the front row took off their spears and reluctantly used them as shock cavalry. An arrow passed less than a foot away from Hua Mulan. Hua Mulan still didn't care and drew her saber. The sharp Ringsho sword was unsheathed. The Eastern Han cavalry in the back row held the bright Ringsho sword and rushed into the Goryeo cavalry under the leadership of Hua Mulan as if they were dead. The Goryeo cavalry general on the opposite side brandished a broadsword and swept over, wanting to kill Hua Mulan and defeat the Eastern Han cavalry. Two war horses clashed, and one of the Goryeo cavalry general's arms was cut off by Hua Mulan, causing blood to fly. The generals of the Goryeo cavalry were in pain, and a number of the Goryeo cavalry in the rear also fell. The Eastern Han dynasty light cavalry, with the bonus of Hua Mulan, was no less than an ordinary third-level cavalry. They gained an advantage in the battle with the Goryeo cavalry. The spears pierced the opposing cavalry, and the high-raised ring-headed swords moved forward with the explosive force of the charge of the war horses. Chop! At the end of the charge, dozens of Goryeo cavalrymen who lacked iron armor fell down. Hua Mulan regrouped the light cavalry and launched a second round of charge against the remaining Goryeo cavalry. The Goryeo lord fled south quickly with thousands of infantry and archers, thinking that sacrificing his cavalry could stop Hua Mulan. But soon the infantry at the rear became noisy, and Hua Mulan's light cavalry lingered and appeared in the rear again.
Damn it! Get in formation! Come on! Go to the south to find reinforcements and explain the situation here.
It was not a good thing to be targeted by the light cavalry. The Goryeo lord could not retreat with his entire army, so he could only let the scout cavalry continue to flee south in search of reinforcements. He didn't know how long he could hold on. Hua Mulan wiped the blood from her face and continued to stare patiently at the prey in front of her. As long as you wait until the lord arrives, the enemies in front of you will become battle achievements. The Korean archers planned to shoot at Hua Mulan's cavalry, but Hua Mulan did not fall into the trap and retreated some distance. After the opponent's cavalry was defeated, there was nothing they could do about Mulan. The two sides were competing to see whose reinforcements would arrive faster, while the Goryeo lords were anxious. Dust rose again on the horizon. This time it was not the cavalry, but the Shiliu camp and the Shisheng camp led by Zhou Yafu and Li Guang. They encountered some cavalrymen defeated by Hua Mulan in the rear, and were delayed for a while before they arrived.
It seems that Hua Mulan successfully held the opponent back and attacks immediately.
Chu Tian knew that the morale of the Goryeo army had declined due to the unfavorable battle situation, and this was the best time for a decisive victory. The shield-bearing infantry of the Shiliu battalion covered the attack of the archers of the Shisheng battalion. Li Guang stepped forward and personally suppressed the battle. The Goryeo army took a few steps back in fear and huddled into a circular formation.
Everyone must not panic and follow my orders to fire arrows.
The Goryeo lord was riding a war horse, trying to stabilize the formation. When arranging troops, the formation is the most important. Once the formation is scattered, they will fight on their own. The Xisheng battalion led by Li Guang is about to enter the firing range of both sides. Li Guang took off the big cloud-piercing bow behind him and took a sharp arrow from the quiver, probably sensing the approaching danger. The Goryeo lord returned to the center and did not dare to stay in the front rows. Li Guang lost his target and found the archer general, who took over the command of the Goryeo lord. The Xisheng camp pressed forward step by step, and the Korean round formation shrank further into the inner circle. Reinforcements from both sides had not yet arrived, and the Goryeo lord began to fall into despair and turn pale.
Fire the arrow!
When both sides enter the shooting range of each other's bows and arrows at the same time, the archers start throwing rain of arrows. The archers on both sides used the technique of taking turns to shoot. Row after row of longbowmen took turns to shoot. The bowstring shook violently, and Li Guang's arrow hit the opponent's bow general like a meteor. The sharp arrows hit the thin iron piece, and the iron piece deformed in an instant. The Korean bow general was hit by the impact of the bow and arrow, took several steps back, and almost fell to the ground. He subconsciously touched the armor on his body, and found that the iron pieces were dented. If Li Guang wasn't still some distance away from him and hit Zhou Jiao, this arrow would have been enough to kill him. Li Guang frowned, changed a heavy arrow, and shot at the opponent again. The Goryeo archer general wanted to turn around and escape into the formation, but a heavy arrow specially designed to break armor was shot and sank into his back.
The general has been hit by an arrow.
When the general died, the morale of the Goryeo archers was shaken. The arrow rain from the Xisheng battalion was extremely fierce. Group after group of Korean archers were shot and killed, and the Korean infantry in the rear was in turmoil. The armored infantry of the Shilio camp had already launched a charge, killing each other's soldiers. Chu Tian took Fang Xianling to watch the battle from the rear, accompanied by more than a dozen guards. He pressed all the reserve teams in order to annihilate the opponent as much as possible. Fang Xianling saw that the morale of the Goryeo army was low and said,
Goryeo is defeated, and our army is victorious. I hope enemy reinforcements don't appear before we destroy this enemy force.
As soon as Chu Tian finished speaking, dust flew up from the south of the canyon, and an army emerged from the canyon. Chapter 138 Convergence.
I am really a crow's mouth. Zhou Yafu and Li Guang will deal with the enemy as soon as possible, and Hua Mulan will lead the cavalry back to defend.
Chu Tian was always paying attention to the situation on the entire battlefield. After being alarmed by the arrival of Goryeo reinforcements, he ordered the most flexible Hua Mulan's troops to make adjustments. At this time, Hua Mulan led the light cavalry to attack the opponent's flank, killing more than a dozen Korean soldiers, and blood spattered on the Han Xuanjia. When the messenger found her and asked her to return to defense, Hua Mulan rushed out with the light cavalry and deployed to the south to block the Korean reinforcements. The besieged Goryeo lord held an iron sword with trembling hands. The combination of Shilio camp and Xisheng camp moved forward inexorably. His men and horses fell to the ground in pieces, while he led his soldiers towards the hillside. Fleeing in the dense forest, he could no longer take care of commanding the army.
Our reinforcements from Korea are finally here.
He was overjoyed when he saw a large number of Goryeo cavalry appearing in the dusty southern canyon on the hillside. Flying Goryeos take up flag.
There are so many thieves. Why not retreat for now?
Fang Xianling roughly judged the opponent's military strength through the sand and dust.
Retreat!
Chu Tian clenched his fists. Originally, it was possible to annihilate this entire Goryeo army in this battle. The reinforcements coming from the other side may not be just one lord, but the strength of 2 lords or 3 lords. If you are not careful, victory may turn into defeat at any time. Chu Tianming withdrew his troops. Zhou Yafu withdrew the Shilio camp, and Li Guang withdrew the Xisheng camp and regrouped in formation. High-level troops also have an intangible advantage. That is, they have strict military discipline and can respond as quickly as possible in emergencies. Hua Mulan stood up with her sword drawn. There were thousands of Korean cavalry on the opposite side. They were blocked by her, and for a while, they did not dare to attack. 3 Goryeo lords came across from them, with a total of 6,000 soldiers and horses, including 1,900 cavalry. Jeju Island in Korea is an important place for horse breeding. The Mongolians who were good at horse administration all raised horses on Jeju Island. Therefore, there are definitely a lot of cavalry in Goryeo. 3 Goryeo lords formed a coalition and rushed over immediately.
There are only a few hundred cavalry on the opposite side. Let our cavalry kill them, and we will win quickly. 2,000 against 500. No matter what. We can win. My general's strength is 65 points higher, and can kill enemy generals. Lend me your cavalry for the time being. Can.
The 3 lords quickly discussed, and finally let a Goryeo general, with a strength of 65 points serve as the cavalry general. And the other 2 cavalry generals served as deputy generals. Nearly 2,000 Goryeo cavalry attacked Hua Mulan at the rear. Not only was Hua Mulan not afraid, she led a smaller number of cavalry to counterattack.
Crazy! Does she think she is leading the Tang Dynasty's black armor cavalry? 500 people attack 2,000 people and seek death.
The 3 Goryeo lords thought that as long as they set up a charging position, the opponent would collapse due to the wavering of military morale. Unexpectedly, the opponent would not retreat but advance. 2 cavalry clash. This time Hua Mulan used a spear instead of a ring-headed sword. The Goryeo general opposite was wearing iron armor and was tall. He was sure to not lose to a female figure. The spear pierced Hua Mulan, but Hua Mulan pushed it away with her strength. The sharp spear used the inertia of the charging horse to pierce the chest of the Goryeo general. Hua Mulan gave up her spear, pulled out her sword, and attacked the Korean cavalry in the rear. After only 1 round of fighting, the cavalry commander that the Korean lord was proud of was killed by Hua Mulan.
Me. I am a general with a strength of 65. I gave him the best weapons and armor. How could he be killed in a single encounter?
Lord Goryeo couldn't believe it. After all, he is a gold-level military commander, but he has such no sense of presence.
It must be a historical military general from the Eastern Han Dynasty. And it is also a very rare historical military general. If we capture her, we may be able to bring her back to our country of Goryeo. Killing him if he can't be captured alive will be a huge loss to Donghan district.
Then the Goryeo lord realized that Hua Mulan might be a historical military commander in the Eastern Han Dynasty, and could not be kept.
Beat the drum. If you capture the enemy general, you will get a reward of 300 taels. If you kill the enemy general, you will get a reward of 100 taels.
The 3 Goryeo lords gathered together, and immediately gave the order. The morale of the Goryeo cavalry, stimulated by the reward, was greatly boosted, and they worked hard to encircle Hua Mulan. Hua Mulan led the cavalry to attack left and right among the Goryeo cavalry. Blood spattered, and they cut a bloody path. Hundreds of Goryeo cavalry were killed. Li Guang led the Shisheng battalion to come to support in time to stabilize the front. From the commander-in-chief Li Guang to the longbowmen of the Shisheng battalion, they were all sharpshooters in a sense. They began to use longbows to recruit the sharp Goryeo cavalry. One after another, the Goryeo cavalry was shot, and those who lacked armor were wounded or killed. The Shilio battalion tried to step forward and engage in close combat with the Korean cavalry, who had lost their mobility. Once approached by Shilio camp, the Goryeo cavalry will lose its advantage. The Korean infantry and crossbowmen saw that the situation was not good, and under the leadership of the Lord, they made an attack. Both sides vaguely have the idea of fighting. The scale of 8,000 people, not including auxiliary troops, is already a big battle for a small civilization. 2,000 versus 6,000. It was hard for Chu Tian to judge whether he could win. Even if they barely win, the remaining troops may not be enough for the next decisive battle. This is the first day of the 3-month national war, and both sides are losing their tempers. With the numbers at a disadvantage, Chu Tian wanted to make a truce for the time being. The other party had the initiative, but they didn't want to let Chu Tian go. Hua Mulan's tribe fought out from the Korean cavalry, regrouped on the plains, and regrouped. At this moment, a troop flying the red dragon flag appeared behind Chu Tian's camp. At the front was a group of infantry wearing heavy armor, numbering 300. This group of heavy infantry actually had 300 pack horses, specially carrying heavy iron armor for them. Without horses, it would be impossible for heavy infantry to move quickly. Prince Wen of the East County and his General Pang Wan arrived in time with their troops. The Lord of Goryeo noticed that the situation had changed and paid gold to withdraw his troops, giving up the idea of annihilating Chu Tian.
How many people were lost in total? 176 cavalry were killed, and 109 were wounded. The cavalry general in the Eastern Han Dynasty is really scary. The cavalry will bring us huge damage. The opponent must be one of the top lords in the Eastern Han Dynasty. Although the opponent's number is small, if we want to destroy them, we will lose at least half of our troops. The Legion commander is not here. We should first rescue the lord who is asking for help to avoid confrontation with the army in the eastern Han district.
The Goryeo lord raised a flag and asked the Goryeo lord, who was hiding on the hillside, and was crippled by Chu Tian, to lead his broken troops down to join them. The Goryeo lord, who almost died in the battle, saw his companions, and hurried down the mountain to join them. If reinforcements had not arrived, he would have been captured by the vicious lord of the suzerain country. The unlucky lord counted the soldiers and horses around him, and found that there were only 500 or 600 men left. The rest were either killed in battle or dispersed and disappeared. His cavalry was not completely wiped out by Hua Mulan, but many of them escaped and were scattered on the battlefield, and would gradually return to the army in the future, in order to hold back the opponent's main force. Hua Mulan did not have the energy to chase down the opponent's deserters one by one.
The opponent's army is so strong. We will retreat for the time being.
After the 4 Goryeo lords decided, they would lead the rear with light cavalry, and then mostly retreat south. Chu Tian and Gong Ziwen met up, and did not pursue them. Judging from the 4 Goguryeo lords running out of the canyon in the south, it must be the camp of the Goguryeo army on the opposite side. Their 2 armies of 4,000 people rushed past. Wouldn't it be like a sheep entering a tiger's mouth?
The terrain is very clear. To the north of the canyon is Unchi City, and to the south is the Goguryeo reinforcement camp. The Goguryeo army is divided into 2 parts. One part is holding Unchi City, and the city owner may be Yang Wanchun. The other part is the reinforcements from northern Pyongyang. The commanders are Gao Yanshou and Gao Huijin. As for the Tang army, they should camp outside Unchi City and control the important hills in the northern valley. As long as we march north, we can join the Tang army.
Chu Tian spread out the map and discussed the marching route with Gong Ziwen. The First National War was fought in the canyons of the Tian Shan Mountains. For most lords, it was a difficult battle. They must compete with each other in a battle of wits and courage in the canyon. Chu Tian noticed the famous General Pang Wan next to Gong Ziwen. At this time, Pang Wan was in high spirits. Not as lonely as the Battle of Guiling and the Battle of Meiling. It is said that Pang Wan and Sun Bin were both disciples of Guguzi. He once led Wei soldiers to attack Handan, the capital of Zhao State, and defeated the Korean army 5 times. If he had not encountered his natural enemy Sun Bin and the powerful Qi army at that time, Pang Wan might have become a famous general in the Warring States period. And the character who framed his fellow disciples is probably not that good either. Gong Ziwen did not have enough resources and buildings to recruit Wei soldiers. He only had a group of 4th level Yanzhou heavy infantry at his disposal. He appointed Pang Wan as the commander of the heavy armored soldiers, as a lower-ranking substitute for Wei soldiers. The 2 men joined forces and cleared the battlefield. The spoils mainly belonged to Chu Tian, because this Goryeo army was defeated by Chu Tian's army. Chu Tian counted his troops and found that about 100 of the 2,000 men were killed. Hundreds of enemies were killed, and a large number of Goryeo soldiers fled. The Han Dao used by Hua Mulan even had its blade curled due to cutting. A silver-grade Han sword was thus scrapped.
Each archer carries 30 arrows, and the current average is only 18.
Li Guang reported a piece of data that Chu Tian found even more thrilling. The archers of the Shisheng battalion shot an average of 12 arrows in this battle, and their shoulders were sore. It's equivalent to a battle that consumes thousands of arrows and hundreds of taels of silver. Some of the arrows shot could be recovered, but most of the arrow shafts were damaged, and there were quite a few iron arrow clusters, which could barely make up for the small amount of damage. If they continue to fight against the Goryeo army, when they run out of arrows, they may have to consider breaking out and surrendering. There are no long-range troops, which is a big disadvantage. The opponent fired thousands of arrows, and even Guan Yu would be hit.
I hope we can get supplies when we get to the Tang army's military camp.
Chu Tian placed his hopes on Tang Jun. During the National War, all the supplies in the Eastern Han dynasty came from the Tang army. Of course, the supplies that could be received every month were limited, and could not be used unlimitedly. The canyon is not originally wide, but after the area is expanded 10 times, it will be enough to accommodate hundreds of thousands of people fighting. However, the battle line will be very long, and the formation may stretch for dozens of miles. Fang Xianling rode a horse, observed the surrounding terrain, and said,
"If a partial division takes a small path to go around the southern section of the canyon and attack from the north and south, the millions of Goguryeo reinforcements in the canyon will be completely wiped out. What I'm most afraid of is that the other party is already on guard."
Chu Tian did not doubt Fang Xianling's strategy. In fact, this was how Emperor Taizong Li Shimin defeated Goguryeo's army to reinforce Ungchi City. At that time, Gao Yinshou and Gao Huijin, the chiefs of northern Goguryeo, led 150,000 Goguryeo and Mo allied troops to the Qianshan Mountains to reinforce Engqi City. Li Shimin personally led 4,000 troops and horses to command, and Li Ji attracted 15,000 enemy troops. And then Chan Sun Wuji led 11,000. They took the trail and attacked the opponent's back, killing 20,000 Goguryeo and Mo people, and the rest surrendered. In the era of Emperor Taizong of the Tang dynasty, there were countless forces that were destroyed by the Tang dynasty, specializing in all kinds of dissatisfaction. The 30,000 Tang troops defeated the opponent's 150,000 troops, but their own losses were extremely slight. This is just one of Li Shimin's lifelong military exploits. The title of Tian Khan is not just a talk. It's a pity that Li Shimin's strategy may not work this time. Goguryeo lords are generally arrogant and shameless, but there should still be a group of sober elites. They will definitely try to remind Goguryeo generals Gao Yinshou and Gao Huijin to pay attention to the tactics of the Tang army. If Li Shimin had followed the original tactics to attack the Goguryeo army, he might have failed. The lords of the Eastern Han dynasty must also take action to remind Li Shimin to change his tactics. Chu Tian took a look at his military exploits. The military exploits were related to the number, type, and level of the enemy troops killed. Chu Tian's current military exploits were 3,513 points, ranking first in the Eastern Han camp in the national war. It's not that the other lords didn't fight hard, but Chu Tian's birthplace was close to the Goguryeo army, and the first small-scale battle of the national war broke out. This should be considered the first win. Chu Tian and Gong Ziwen marched north along the river in the canyon. After walking about 8 miles, they met 500 free players from a guild. A group of free players use a variety of weapons and armor, and basically have their own war horses. Because it was a national war, this group of free players also lost everything. According to Western medieval views, free players are equivalent to free men or knights. The growing army continued to march north, walking about 40 miles. When it was getting late and the soldiers and horses were tired, Chu Tian finally saw the Tang army's camp. The flags of the Tang army were flapping in the mountain wind. Not far away, a group of Tang army cavalry wearing Mingguang armor was patrolling, which made even Chu Tian feel moved. Seeing the light of the sun, the world will be bright. So it is called Mingguang armor, the first of the 13 armors of the Tang dynasty. The earliest Mingguang armor was said to be in the Three Kingdoms period, and the Mingguang armor of the Tang dynasty was even more exaggerated. Its sophisticated ones required thousands of fish scales and hundreds of strips of armor. Making a pair of Mingguang armor may take more than 100 or even 200 days through various complicated processes. In addition to the Mingguang armor, this Tang army cavalry also held a 3 to 4 meter long horse spear. The cold, half-meter long spear blade was frightening. It is said that the fierce generals Qin Xiong, Cheng Jijie, and Li Zuinxiu are all masters of horse-drawn horses. The heavy cavalry of the Tang dynasty each owned several horses and were well equipped, which fascinated countless lords in the Eastern Han dynasty. This heavy cavalry only patrolled for a while and then entered the camp.
This is the Tang army that unified the country in the early Tang dynasty and destroyed Goguryeo. Tuyuhun, Eastern Turks, Gaochang, Zhuo, Western Turks, and Beej.
Chu Tian was shocked by the might of Tang dynasty. Chapter 139 Exchange to Tang equipment.
You have appeared. We thought you were being besieged by the Goguryeo lords, and were afraid that your entire army would be annihilated.
Other lords had already entered the Tang army's camp, and they all came over to ask about Chu Tian's situation. The Tang army prepared vacant camps in advance, and the lords could camp directly. Jiao Lao Qin, who serves as the leader of the alliance, patted Chu Tian on the shoulder.
Yes, you are now ranked first in the national war, and you must have killed a lot of Korean soldiers.
The rankings are obvious to all. The higher the points, the greater the contribution to the national war.
The Goguryeo lords I encountered are not particularly powerful, but they cannot be underestimated. This group of Goguryeo lords will cooperate with each other when dealing with the outside world.
Chu Tian explained in detail the situation of the army of the Goguryeo lord encountered. He is one of the few who has fought against the Goguryeo lord so far. During this period, other lords and guilds belonging to the 2nd Legion led by him reported to Chu Tian. A total of 25,000 people. This group of lords included Prince Yin, the lord of Liaoxi, Tianqi, the lord of Pingyuan, Dahu, the lord of Zhouyuan, Gongzuan, the lord of Dongjun, and others. Among the guild leaders was Shuiyu, whom Chu Tian knew, who led a team of 500 free players, which was equivalent to a mid to high level unit. However, the lack of discipline in the free player squad may not actually make it easy to use.
Liaodong is the territory of our Eastern Han dynasty. The Sui and Tang dynasties devoted themselves to the destruction of Goguryeo in order to recover Liaodong and resolve the threat posed by Goguryeo.
Chu Tian looked at the slightly gloomy sky. Not far away was Ungshi City, where the Goguryeo army was defending. The Tang army's goal was to regain this city in Liaodong.
Legion Commander, our lives are entrusted to you this time.
Lord Dahu of Jiuyuan touched his bald head. The 800 Bingzhou cavalry he brought were considered the elite of the light cavalry. Although it is not comparable to Li Shimon's black armor cavalry, it is proud of itself among all the lord's cavalry. Facing the eyes of many second legion lords and guild presidents, Chu Tian could only do his best.
The Battle of Ungshi City has 2 stages. The first stage is to eliminate the Goguryeo reinforcements located in the south of the canyon. There are a total of 1.5 million people, as well as some troops of the Goguryeo lords. The second stage is to capture the fortified Ansi City. The number of Ansi City's defenders is unknown, and the strength of the Goguryeo lords' troops is unknown.
Lao Qin marked 2 important locations on the map.
1.5 million people.
All the lords in the Eastern Han dynasty were shocked when they heard the huge scale of the Goguryeo army. Not to mention 1.5 million people. Just 1.5 million pigs.
Don't worry. The number of the Tang army has also expanded 10 times. And the equipment and level of the Tang army are not comparable to Goguryeo. The more troublesome thing is how to make Li Shimin change his tactics. The Goguryeo lords already know what kind of tactics Li Shimin will use. According to the original tactic will definitely fail.
Lao Qin mentioned one of the most difficult issues. Both the lords of the Eastern Han district and the Goguryeo district now know the process of the Battle of Ungshi City. If you want to win, you must change your tactics. The commander-in-chief of the Tang army was none other than Tang Taizong Li Shimin. The real decision-maker is not the player lord. The lord has to try to persuade Li Shimin to use his own strategy. Of course, if the tactics proposed by the lord are nonsense, Li Shimin will directly deny it.
If there are suitable tactics, maybe I can send a military advisor to persuade Li Shimin.
Chu Tian thought of Fang Xianling. Young Fang Xianling is Chu Tian's subordinate. At this time, Li Shimin defaults to not knowing the historical generals carried by the player. But Fang Xianling can become Li Shimin's army recruit, and the compatibility should be compatible. Send Fang Xianling to give advice. If the lord's advice is appropriate, Li Shimin will most likely take it into consideration. The other lords didn't know why Chu Tian was so confident and still chose to believe in Chu Tian. Chu Tian should not talk nonsense. Lao Qin continued to deploy.
The difficulty of the Battle of Ungshi City is not to defeat the 1.5 million troops of Goguryeo and Moa. The difficulty is to capture Ungshi City within 3 months. Historically, the Tang army did so because Ungshi City was indestructible. Coupled with food and weather after waiting for some reason, we ordered the retreat. Therefore, we must carry out siege deployment while sending reinforcements. For Li Shimin, it would be okay even if he could not capture Ungshi City. With the national power of the Tang dynasty, Goguryeo could be defeated sooner or later. But for us, he said that if we cannot capture Ungshi City in 3 months, we will lose. This is the second difficulty. The methods of siege are nothing more than making siege equipment, building mountains of earth, siege, attacking with water, attacking with fire, digging into the ground, etc. If you want to capture Ungshi City, the best way is to build mountains of earth. As long as the mountains of earth are bigger than Ungshi, if the city wall is still high, you can have a full view of the inside and outside of the city.
Lao Qin's idea was so cruel that he built a mountain of earth under Ungshi City to spy on the defenders inside the city.
Not just one earth mountain, but 4 earth mountains at the same time, building a large number of siege equipment, and then conquering Ungshi City in one go. To do this, we also need to persuade Tang Taizong Li Shimin.
Another task to convince Li Shimin.
In short, let's discuss all the tactics as soon as possible, and then leave it to the Chu brothers to see if we can convince Tang Taizong Li Shimin.
Chu Tian's subordinate Fang Xianling has become the hope of the lords of the Eastern Han dynasty. The Eastern Han camp, with the support of the Tang army, was much better than the Eastern Han lords fighting alone. I hope I can persuade Li Shimin. Chu Tian could only bite the bullet and go ahead. This group of lords gathered around the bonfire of the camp and discussed tactics for a night. Chu Tian went to lobby Li Shimin the next day. Chu Tian's second army was in the same camp. This camp was not garrisoned by Tang troops and was completely defended by the lord. Chu Tian arranged for a lord and a guild to form a team to conduct patrols to prevent Engshi City's defenders from leaving the city to attack at night. The 2nd Legion's camp is more than a dozen wooden arrow towers and wooden city walls, and its defense capabilities are somewhat lacking. However, the defenders of Engshi City were shrinking, and the possibility of leaving the city for a night attack was low. Despite this, Chu Tian still deployed his defense strictly. Hua Mulan led a group of soldiers to patrol outside the tent in Xia City. After the day's battle, she was still in high spirits.
There are soldiers and horses from other lords patrolling tonight. You can go in and rest.
Chu Tian was afraid that Hua Mulan would collapse from exhaustion.
My subordinates are worried. Believe in our teammates. Also, this is an order.
Chu Tian deliberately scolded Hua Mulan with a straight face.
Yes.
Hua Mulan then returned to her tent to rest. Chu Tian found that when talking to Hua Mulan about things with Yin Yuesa, she could be very stubborn sometimes, and she would only give in when she got tough. Women are so strange. Chu Tian returned to his tent, took off his armor, and immediately felt relaxed. This kind of heavy armor is simply deadly. If you don't wear it, it won't work, and you can easily be shot by stray arrows. 50 lords gathered in the Goguryeo camp, and there were 50 lords in Engshi City. The lord who was almost captured by Chu Tian came back, and the morale of the Goryeo lord was greatly damaged. At the beginning of the national war, a lord was crippled by the opponent. This lord and his soldiers basically lost the ability to go to the battlefield. Although for the huge Goguryeo army, it would not hurt to lose 1 or 2 lords.
The person who attacked you is the first lord of the Eastern Han Dynasty. I just want to farm well. According to the intelligence, he may have more than 2 historical generals. So you did not lose unfairly. No one will blame you.
Faced with the loss of his men, Jiang Peng, the commander of the Korean Army's Jeonju army, did not blame him too much, but wiped the sweat on his forehead with a handkerchief.
The number 1 lord in the Eastern Han district. How do you know that? It's very simple. We can see the rankings of the 2 camps. You have given a lot of military exploits to the first lord of the Eastern Han district. If you fail, you will fail. There are not so many excuses.
Cui Zishan, the commander of the Northern Legion, came over with a group of lords who supported him, with a bit of contempt in his eyes. Because of this defeated lord, the lord of the Eastern Han Dynasty,
I just want to farm well,
has gained more than 3,000 combat points. The defeated lord lowered his head, and the first defeat in the national war was a blow to all the lords of Goryeo. Jiang Peng defended his subordinates.
The strength of the Eastern Han district is better than ours, and their number 1 lord is more powerful than our leader Li Ninja. Failure is a normal thing. The top priority is to relieve the siege of Engshi City as soon as possible. In ancient times, if you lose in battle, you will be beheaded in front of the entire army. My words are already very kind. In the next battle with the Eastern Han Dynasty, I will use your blood to wash away the shame.
Cui Zishan's severity made many Goryeo lords frightened. However, Fatty Jiang from the Chuenzhou Legion located in the south of Goryeo Kingdom did not agree with his approach.
Cui Zishan, this is a lord under my jurisdiction. You have no right to deal with him.
Cui Zishan snorted coldly.
I have no intention of dealing with a defeated general. The 2 generals of Goguryeo, Gao Yanshou and Gao Huijin. As long as they follow my tactics, this battle can be won. What are you going to do? Stand up and wear down the Tang army so that they have no intention of attacking the city.
The next day, Chu Tian took the lead in going to the Tang army's quartermaster to collect supplies before asking to see Tang Taizong Li Shimin.
Every month, each person can receive up to 5 medium arrows, 50 low-grade arrows, a Tang knife, and a spear. The Tang knife needs to be sharpened before it can be replaced, and food is supplied according to the number of people.
The quartermaster of the Tang army explained the rules to Chu Tian. The so-called medium-level arrows were silver-level arrows, and the low-level arrows were bronze-level arrows. It is impossible for the Tang army to provide unlimited supplies. The monthly supplies are limited, and the lords need to pay attention to the expenses. Chu Tian couldn't help but move when he heard that there was a Tang sword that could be replaced. The Tang dynasty sword was made of wrought iron, with a wrought iron outer SHL, 100 melted steel sandwiched in the middle, and a part of the edge covered with earth and burned. It could cut through light armor, and the tip of the blade could break through armor. It was a big improvement compared to the Huanshou sword in the Han dynasty. During the Wei, Jin, Southern and Northern dynasties, the armor of cavalry and infantry became more and more sophisticated, and heavy cavalry became rampant. Therefore, the Tang Dao, which became a melee weapon, must have good armor-breaking capabilities. Only the Tang dynasty at that time could equip soldiers with Tang knives on a large scale. It is said that the Tang sword also influenced the Japanese samurai sword. Hua Mulan's Han sword had been sharpened in yesterday's battle, and Chu Tian asked for a Tang sword for her. This Tang Dao is also straight-edged and has a more graceful shape. Chu Tian pulled out half of the blade. Name, Standard Tang Hing Dao. Quality, Silver level. Effect, Attack Power +3. With certain armor breaking ability. And the probability of armor breaking increases slightly. Description, produced by the 16th year of Jingguan in the Tang dynasty.
Good knife.
Chu Tian touched the blade of the blade with his fingers, and a chill came from his fingertips. The Xiacheng soldiers generally used bronze-level Huanzhou swords, and the Tang army generally used silver-level weapons. In the final analysis, Chu Tian had no money. The quartermaster reminded.
Military merit can be exchanged for military supplies with me.
Chu Tian learned that he could change weapons and armor, and he had an idea. You could exchange for magical weapons without spending any money.
A medium arrow has 1 military merit. A standard Tang sword has 30 military merit. And a high-quality Tang sword has military merit ranging from 300 to 30,000 military merit. There are also war horses. An ordinary war horse has 200 military merit. And a Turkic war horse has ranging from 500 to 50,000 military merit.
The quartermaster took stock of the rewards that could be exchanged directly for military merit. A good knife and a BMW cost tens of thousands of military merit.
You pick a knife.
Chu Tian asked Hua Mulan to choose a suitable Tang sword, and then asked Li Guang to choose a Turkic horse. Tang Huiyao records that the Turkic horse's skills are unparalleled, and its muscles and bones are harmonious. Every year, the Tang dynasty traded goods for horses, and could obtain between 3,000 and 14,000 Turkic horses. Therefore, there was no shortage of good horses in the Tang dynasty. You could exchange your military exploits for horses, which Chu Tian thinks is quite a deal. Hua Mulan chose a cold-looking Tang sword among more than a dozen kinds of Tang swords. The blade was about 1 meter long and cost 500 military merit. Li Guang chose a brown Turkic horse, which cost 700 military merit.
Lord, I still want it. What else do you want? Maja.
Hua Mulan pointed to a horse tree that was about 8 feet long.
You can just take it.
Seeing that there were not many military merits left, Chu Tian broke the pot and simply gave Hua Mulan a sharp horse spear, which cost 1,000 military merits. For generals who charge into formation, their weapons and horses are particularly crucial, and can even affect life or death. The consumption of military merit does not affect the ranking. The ranking records all the military merit obtained in the national war. Hua Mulan seemed very satisfied with Tang Dao and Ma Shan, and couldn't put it down. Her era was also very close to the Tang dynasty, and the weapons she used should not be too far apart. Li Guang immediately mounted the Turkic horse and slipped away triumphantly. Chu Tian also recruited archers from the Xisheng camp to collect arrows from the Tang army's camp.
Next, it's time to go to Tang Taizong Li Shimin. I hope he is willing to meet Fang Xianling and me.
Chu Tian took Fang Xianling to communicate with Tang Taizong. Theoretically speaking, Tang Taizong would not kill the lords of the Eastern Han dynasty easily. Otherwise, he would destroy the Great Wall, and no one would dare to participate in the national war. The military camp of Emperor Taizong of the Tang dynasty was located in the middle of dozens of camps of the Tang army, and was guarded by powerful soldiers. Chu Tian casually glanced at the escorting Tang army cavalry. Name, 100 riders of the Tang dynasty. Level 100. Description, Emperor Taizong of the Tang dynasty selected flying cavalry and strong men, and formed a group of hundreds of cavalry to serve as cavalry guards. Chu Tian saw that this cavalry had reached the full level. It was obvious that they had experienced hundreds of battles, and were an elite division fighting in both the south and the north. With such a cavalry protecting Li Shimin, it is estimated that thousands of people from the other side will be defeated.
On behalf of Lord Yiren, I would like to see His Majesty the Emperor.
Chu Tian did not bring any weapons, but only brought Fang Xianling to ask for an audience. It's useless to bring weapons. With Chu Tian's strength, not to mention Baiqi, even 50-year-old Li Shimin, who knew his destiny, couldn't defeat him. Chapter 140 Meeting Li Shimin.
Who is this?
A brave general saw Chu Tian and Fang Xianling entering the camp and stopped them. This man was wearing heavy armor and was in his 60s. But he was high-spirited and had a voice as loud as thunder, which shows that he was a fierce general who charged into battle when he was young. When Li Shimin's cavalry saw the old general, they were in awe and said,
"This man is the alien Lord Chu Zimu. Your Majesty has agreed to receive him. 2 weak little guys. Come in.
The old general glanced at Chu Tian and Fang Xianling, disdainful of their force. It is estimated that if Chu Tian and Fang Xianling join forces, they will be defeated by Li Shimin, and they will not pose a threat to Li Shimin at all. Chu Tian was curious about this person's identity, and secretly checked the old general's introduction. Most of the old generals, who could appear under Li Shimin, were important figures at the turn of the Sui and Tang dynasties. Name: Yuqi Jingde. Level 100. Description: a fierce general in the Sui and Tang dynasties. The Duke of Yi in the Tang dynasty. The 7th in Lingyan Pavilion. And one of the 2 gate gods of Chinese civilization along with Qin Xiong. Yuqi Jingde. Chu Tian was secretly surprised in his heart. What a fierce general in the Sui and Tang dynasties. There used to be 2 door gods posted on the wooden door of my hometown. One was Qin Xiong, and the other was Yuqi Jingde. He and Qin Xiong are one of the commanders of the Xuanjia cavalry under Li Shimin. However, the former strongman is also old. This battle of Ungshi City may be the final glory of Emperor Taizong Li Shimin's personal expedition. Tang Taizong Li Shimin sat at the head of the camp. The emperor's pressure made Chu Tian feel a huge sense of oppression. At this time, Li Shimin was nearly 50 years old and had wrinkles on his face. But he still personally led the army to regain Liaodong, excluding the internal affairs of the imperial family. In terms of the ability to personally lead troops to conquer the world, I am afraid that not many emperors can match it. So after Li Shimin came to power, he did not deliberately eliminate the former generals, because no one had higher military merit than His Majesty the Emperor. Beside Li Shimin, there was also Li Shiji, who served as the general and military advisor. Li Shiji was also a fierce man. He defeated the Sui generals Zhang Jiao, Wang Shicheng, and Yuanji for the Wagon army, and followed Li Shimin in the southern and northern campaigns. However, Li Shiji suffered heavy losses at the hands of Dou Jiande and Lu Wuzhou, and he was probably the 3rd most powerful soldier in the early Tang dynasty, after Li Jing and Li Shimin. At this time, Li Shiji was also known as Li Ji to avoid Li Shimin's taboo. Li Shiji was already in his 50s, and his ability had declined somewhat. The 2 military commanders of the Tang dynasty were both in the main camp, which showed the great pressure on Chu Tian. Unfortunately, Qin Xiong had died of illness at this time. Cheng Jijia stayed behind in Chang'an, and the military god Li Jing was over 70 years old and could not come. The first batch of fierce men in the Tang dynasty, from kings to generals, are all old. No wonder Li Shimin got the young Shuaren Gui and met Long Yin Dayue, always leaving a group of available young generals for his son.
The alien lord sent you here. Could it be that you are here to instruct me on how to march and fight? I have been on the battlefield for more than 20 years, and I still ask you to tell me what to do.
Li Shimin looked at Chu Tian and the somewhat familiar Fang Xianling. Although the young Fang Xianling was no longer in his mind, they got along very well and had some intimacy. Chu Tian was not afraid of Li Shimin abducting his subordinates, because Li Shimin was just a camp commander who appeared during the national war. Chu Tian showed some humility in front of Tang Zong.
The suggestions of the ministers are only for your Majesty's reference. This battle is related to the prestige of our great country, and also to your Majesty's prestige. It is early cold in Liaodong. If it cannot be held in September, if we capture Ungshi City, we will inevitably retreat. Every time I think about this, I can't sleep at night and feel restless.
Li Shimin raised his hand, and a military general handed Li Shimin the memorial on which the lords had formulated their tactics. Li Shimin briefly read the contents of the memorial.
It's acceptable. To supervise the construction of Tushan, I ordered Jiangxia King Li Daozong to work with your alien lord Lao Qin. As for the matter of meeting Goguryuo's reinforcements, I have my own decision. Yes.
Chu Tian didn't dare to look up at Li Shimin. He was the most capable monarch in the Tang dynasty. There were also other generals from the Tang dynasty around him, none of whom were famous, except for the sick and elderly and the generals guarding Chang'an. Most of the people from the early Tang dynasty gathered together. Li Shimin handed over the siege of Ungshi City to Li Daozong, probably because he wanted to personally encircle it and provide reinforcements. Li Shimin asked about the Lord's strength again, and Chu Tian and Fang Xianling answered fluently, because this was just a national war and Li Shimin was only a temporary boss. Chu Tian was not very afraid. Li Shimin would not deal with him unless it disrupted military morale. Li Shimin was slightly surprised.
It is rare for someone to be calm and composed in front of me. If you have made great achievements, I can reward you with a fine Turkic horse. I will definitely serve the Tang dynasty and fight the enemy bravely.
Chu Tian heard that the emperor of the Tang dynasty promised that the war horse that even Emperor Taizong of the Tang dynasty admired must not be ordinary. Chu Tian walked out of Li Shimon's camp. A group of lords were already waiting outside.
How is it? Is Li Shimon convinced? If he accepted it all so easily, he wouldn't be Tang Taizong. I guess he also has his own ideas. But at least, we have conveyed two important messages to him. First, Goguryeo knows the tactics he planned. Second, we must start building mountains of earth to attack the city now. Otherwise it will be too late by September. We can only choose to believe Li Shimon.
Facing Tang Taizong, the lords of the Eastern Han dynasty had no other choice but to lobby. Who dares to tell Li Shimon how to fight? When Chu Tian returned to his camp, Hua Mulan held a spear taller than her height in both hands. It was equivalent to an extended version of a spear. The sharp blade was half a meter long. If Chu Tian was stabbed by her with a horse spear, it would be possible. No, he will definitely die.
This weapon should be the equipment of the Tang army's heavy cavalry. As long as the stirrup is used when charging, the horse can easily pierce the opponent's armor. Even if it cannot pierce, such a terrifying impact is enough to break the bones of the opponent's cavalry. All in all, if you get stabbed, you will definitely die.
An idea came to Chu Tian's mind. If he had money in the future, he would learn from Li Shimon and form the Black Armor Cavalry, and then form the Imperial Guards, such as the Yuan Army and the Lan Wu Army. A heavy cavalry was the trump card in decisive battles in the cold weapon era. Once the heavy cavalry launches a charge on the battlefield, it often means that the battle is about to end and the victorious side will emerge. Hua Mulan can barely serve as the commander of the heavy cavalry unit or the captain of the personal guard. In short, this kind of horse spear, which has the same purpose as the medieval knight's gun, is not for use by ordinary soldiers, but for heavy cavalry. Only Hua Mulan and other military commanders with higher strength can wield their horseshoes without taking it seriously. On the second day of the national war, there was still no movement from the Tang army, and the lords of the Eastern Han dynasty were a little anxious. On the third day, Li Daozong, king of Jiangxia in the Tang dynasty, led 100,000 Tang troops, summoned the lords of the Eastern Han district, and asked the lords of the Eastern Han district to send out 5 legions to help the Tang army pile up mountains of earth. There are 4 earth mountains, located in the southeast, due south, southwest, and due west directions of Anqi City. Li Shimon was probably moved by the suggestions of the player lords, and began to take Anqi City seriously, and began to prepare for the siege in June. In addition, Li Shimon ordered Li Ji to lead a Tang army south to provoke the Goguryeo reinforcements on the opposite side, and ordered the Eastern Han lords to send 2 legions to assist. Chu Tian's 2nd Army and Mingwan's 3rd Army followed Li Ji south to provoke the Goguryeo reinforcements. There were a total of 100,000 Tang troops and 50,000 Han troops. The coalition army of 150,000 people marched south into the canyon, their flags covering the sky. Groups of elite Tang army soldiers and cavalry marched along the river. At the front is a group of Tang dynasty heavy cavalry wearing Mingguang armor, holding horse chariots and carrying Tang knives on their waists. In contrast, the formations of the 2nd Army and the 3rd Army in the Eastern Han district were somewhat scattered. After all, they were improvised soldiers and horses. Chu Tian could only maintain the formation as much as possible, dividing the 2nd Army into 3 armies of infantry, bows and cavalry, and followed the Tang army behind. Hua Mulan really went into battle with a 4-meter-long horse, which is eye-catching. No lord in the Eastern Han dynasty has yet produced this kind of weapon. The only way to obtain it currently is to exchange it with the Tang army's quartermaster through military exploits. There are only a handful of lords with military exploits, and few of them are willing to spend their military exploits in exchange for a horse stem for their subordinates, like Chu Tian.
The Tang army and the Tang army appeared in the northern canyon, less than 10 miles away from our ford.
The news of the Tang army's dispatch alarmed Goguryeo's million-strong army. Jiang Fatty of the Chuanzhou Legion wiped the sweat from his bloated cheeks. The army of Tian Khan is coming. All the Goryeo lords prepared their armies for war, and were nervous. Hundreds of Goryeo's scout cavalry left the camp, always alert to the movements of the Tang army.
The Tang army is approaching us. Damn it! Are they planning to kill them directly?
The Goryeo lords didn't take it seriously before the war started. When the Tang army pressed on, they finally felt unprecedented pressure. The Tang army's forward was less than 2 miles away from the Goryeo ford. There was a small-scale battle between the cavalry scouts on both sides, and each suffered losses. But one Tang cavalry could kill several Goguryeo cavalry. They did not stop until the forwards of both sides saw each other's flags.
The army of Goguryeo is really huge. They devoted all the strength of the whole country to come. They know that if Umchi City is captured, the country will be destroyed. But who in the world can stop our Tang army?
A 50-year-old veteran pointed his riding crop at the Goguryeo army opposite. But he showed no fear at all and regarded them as if they were dolphins.
I heard that the pioneer of the Tang army was the veteran Zhang Jiao, the Duke of Wugua of the Tang dynasty. He had followed Li Shimin through life and death many times.
Prince Yan, the lord of western Liaoning, rode with Chu Tian. He was also accompanied by Di Qing, a fierce general of the northern Song dynasty.
Is there Shuai Gui in Zhang Shigui's army? Theoretically, yes. He may not be willing to be loyal to the Lord. That's right. There is Emperor Taizong Li Shimin on one side and us on the other. He will definitely choose Li Shimin. Where did you get your general's horse?
Prince Yan felt a chill when he saw the horse in Hua Mulan's hand. This weapon of the Tang army was astonishingly powerful.
The gold-level weapon cost me 1,000 military merit. You are really willing to give it up. But it seems to be a good deal to give it to Hua Mulan.
Prince Yan was shocked by Chu Tian's generosity, and seemed a little distressed to ask him to exchange 1,000 military merits for a weapon that his subordinates liked. The red dragon flag was fluttering, echoing the flag of the Tang army in front. Li Ji's 100,000 Tang troops camped on the mountain as a counterweight to Goguryeo's million reinforcements. To challenge a million Goguryeo army with 100,000 Tang troops. Probably only the Tang army, which was invincible in the world at this time, dared to do so. Chu Tian led his troops to build a simple camp based on Xiling. The Tang army is located on the west side of the canyon, and the Goguryeo army is located on the east side of the canyon, separated by a river. The Tang army built a pontoon bridge in the upper reaches of the river so that it could attack the Goguryeo army at any time. The Goguryeo army was tit for tat, setting up pontoon bridges downstream of the river and attacking the Tang army at any time. The two sides were at war with each other. The number of Goguryeo troops was 15 times that of the Tang army, and they were vast and mighty, with their camps stretching for dozens of miles. Fortunately, the area of the canyon has been expanded to 10 times. Otherwise, the Goguryeo army would have stretched for hundreds of miles. However, even though it was 15 times larger than the Tang army, the Goguryeo reinforcements did not dare to move. The winner may be decided in one battle, with both sides spending more time testing each other.
Goguryeo's million-strong army should be extremely difficult to supply food. I judge that they will go to war soon.
Chu Tian took the generals to the river to observe the Goguryeo army on the opposite side. The Goguryeo army's camps were densely packed, and they relied on Dongling for garrison, because it is close to the river. Neither side has trouble with water sources. The tricky thing is transporting food.
A Tang army squad has already arrived on the other side. Is this a provocation?
A lord exclaimed, and Chu Tian looked to the other side. Sure enough, a cavalry crossed the river through the pontoon bridge built by Tang army craftsmen, and reached the other side to provoke the other side. There were only about 2,000 men in this cavalry. Seeing Tang Jun's behavior, Lord Prince Wen kept shaking his head.
2,000 people must be crazy to provoke the opponent's million-strong army. The Tang army went to provoke them all with light cavalry. In such terrain, Goguryeo could not deploy an army of 1 million. Not to mention 1 million. Even 100,000 troops could not deploy.
Chu Tian initially had the ability to judge terrain. I have never eaten pork, but I have always seen pigs running away. Chu Tian experienced more and more battles, and gradually mastered some knowledge of marching and fighting. On the opposite side, 2,000 Tang army cavalry showed off their power, and approached the Goguryeo army's camp to shoot arrows in provocation. Goguryeo was angry at the contempt of the Tang army, and the Goguryeo cavalry rushed out, with a mighty force of 10,000 people.
Idiot!
When the Goguryeo Lord Cui Zishan learned that the Goguryeo army was dispatched, he could only curse. The two commanders of the Goguryeo army don't really listen to the player lord. In a sense, Li Shimin's IQ can crush Gao Yanshou and Gao Huijin, the commanders of the Goguryeo army. Li Shimin may be able to listen to the advice of the Eastern Han lords, but the two commanders Gao Yanshou and Gao Huijin may not. 10,000 Goguryeo cavalry rushed out, and 2,000 Tang cavalry trotted, turning back and shooting arrows from time to continue to anger the opponent.
Kill!
The Goguryeo cavalry also fired arrows at the same time, and were gradually led to the north by the Tang army. Tang Jun underestimated them too much. This is a ratio of 5 to 1.
The Tang army began to counterattack.
Chu Tian and the others followed the Tang army, and were absolutely safe on the other side of the river. They saw 2,000 Tang soldiers holding spears, turning their horses' heads, and attacking the Goguryeo cavalry that was 5 times their size.